Chapter 1. The expulsion ceremony of Ironstone sect took place on an ordinary morning when the weather did not match the gravity of the occasion being performed in the courtyard. Fang Ruolin stood in the central courtyard with the late autumn sun on his shoulders, warm but beginning to carry the chill that would come as winter approached, and listened to Elder Hu Zhendao read the formal charges against him in a voice that wavered slightly more than official proceedings demanded. Bearing marks of divine infection incompatible with sect doctrine, the elder said, his eyes careful not to meet Fang's directly. The other disciples gathered at the courtyard's edges were staring, though, at the pale white scars visible on Fang's arms, his neck, the edges of his wrists. Scars that had not been there before the War Deity's final weeks. The elder continued. Inability to demonstrate cultivation progress despite 3 months of sect resources expended. Spiritual incompatibility with our disciplinary methods. These grounds are sufficient and final. Fang said nothing. He had learned not to argue during his time in Ironstone sect. It had taken him only 3 months to understand this essential truth. Arguments were social acts that presumed the possibility of being heard, that presumed someone was willing to listen. The sect had not heard him in months, not truly. The elder had made his decision before the ceremony began. Fang's words would not change anything. Why begin now, at the end, when silence was more dignified than wasted words? Elder Hu Zhendao shifted uncomfortably. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Fang looked at the man who had once assigned him meditation tasks and personally approved his training rotations. There had been something almost kindly in Hu Zhendao's bearing, once. Before the scars. Before the realization that keeping Fang within the sect was a liability the elder could not afford. No, elder, Fang said. The sect's outer gate guards escorted him beyond the walls by noon. Fang carried a pack with his modest possessions, 3 robes, a water flask, his personal journal, and nothing else. The sect had not requested the return of materials because they believed Fang had already been corrupted by what he carried. Returning sect property seemed irrelevant. He walked north until the sect walls disappeared behind the forested hills, no longer visible, no longer a physical reminder of his expulsion and rejection. The road was empty of other travelers at that hour. Most people preferred to travel in daylight with groups for safety. Fang preferred solitude. Fang chose a small clearing near a stream and arranged his belongings with meticulous care. The pack against one tree for security, the water flask positioned within easy reach, his personal journal, and his ink stick laid out on a flat stone where candlelight could reach them. Everything organized. Everything prepared for the night ahead. Only after arranging everything, only after confirming that the area was secure and prepared, did he address what needed addressing. The full inventory of what the War Deity had left carved into his flesh. Fang removed his upper robe carefully and turned his body to face the setting sun, positioning himself so that the dying light of evening illuminated his back completely and thoroughly. The light of approaching evening illuminated what the sect disciples had whispered about nervously through all 3 months of his stay. What Elder Hu Zhendao had called corruption. What Fang knew for certain was the only gift the War Deity had left. He began to count them, not the scattered few that were visible in daylight and formal settings. All of them. His hands moved systematically across his body, starting at the base of his left wrist, scar 1. The first wound the deity had carved, when Fang was still barely conscious from the fever. He touched it carefully, feeling the slightly raised tissue, the cultivation energy that hummed faintly underneath. It responded to his touch, resonating with his current cultivation level like a bell struck once and still singing. Scar 2. Lower forearm. Scar 3. Upper arm. Each scar in sequence, numbered from the earliest wound to the most recent. Fang's fingers traced them one by one, naming them silently as he went. This had become his daily ritual. Touches each scar in order before sleeping or before fighting. A careful inventory of himself. The deity had carved them methodically over 14 days, always with the same pattern. Precise incisions, specific angles, wounds that should not have left such distinctive marks. But cultivation techniques worked differently than normal medicine. These scars were not injuries healing improperly. They were engravings. The deity had written something into Fang's flesh with tools that burned with cultivation energy and precision. Fang reached his ribs. Scars 15 through 24 traced patterns across his sides like a language he could not yet read. His hands moved through the ritual mechanically. He had performed it every night since the deity's death 3 months ago. He had performed it every night before that, since the deity's hands had first started the carvings. By the time he reached his chest, the sun was nearly gone. The clearing had filled with the soft sounds of evening birds retreating to their roosts. Fang's hands moved to the center of his chest, to the massive scarring that surrounded his heart. Scar 77. He paused here, as he always did, knowing that this scar was fundamentally different from all the others. All the others hummed with latent cultivation energy when he touched them, a faint resonance, like a tuning fork struck in a distant room, like power waiting to be released. But Scar 77 was cold, genuinely cold. It did not vibrate. It did not resonate. It did not answer to his touch in any way. It was simply scarred flesh, pale white like the others, but with none of the subtle luminescent quality that indicated stored divine technique or waiting power. Fang made careful note of this in his journal later. By firelight, the candle casting shadows across the page, Scar 77 remains cold and inert. No cultivation resonance. No response to touch. No explanation in any account the deity left in the journal. The deity spent 2 full days carving this scar, more time than almost any other, which suggests importance or complexity that I do not yet understand. File is unresolved for now. This mystery can wait. He underlined that last sentence with deliberate precision. Some mysteries did not demand immediate answers. This one would wait until he understood more. Chapter 2. The second night outside Ironstone Sect's walls, Fang examined his scars more thoroughly and systematically than his daily ritual allowed. He had purchased additional supplies from a roadside way station, a small village that served primarily as a stopping point for merchants traveling between larger cities on established trade routes. The merchants had not questioned his appearance much. An unaffiliated young cultivator with a pack and minimal possessions was common enough in this region. His scars drew eyes, certainly, but in a minor, assessing way. No one he encountered had the education or experience to read what they meant. He set up camp in a small grove a few miles from the way station, choosing a location that provided shelter from wind, water access, and reasonable concealment from the road. The night was clear and cloudless, and the half-moon provided enough ambient light for him to work without needing to light candles that might attract attention. Fang arranged his few possessions methodically, his pack against one tree, his water flask positioned for easy access, his personal journal and ink supplies laid out on a flat stone, then methodically removed his upper robes and began a complete inventory of the scars. This was not the daily quick touch of each scar that he performed before sleeping or before combat. This was examination. True examination. He needed to understand what he carried now that he was no longer within the protective obscurity of Ironstone Sect's walls, now that he was exposed to the world as something other than a conventional disciple. Scar 1 was carved at a precise angle, starting at his left wrist at a point exactly aligned with one of his cultivation meridians and extending about 3 inches up his forearm toward the elbow. The deity had used a specific technique to create it, not a conventional blade or cultivator's sword, but cultivation energy shaped into a cutting tool that burned at exactly the right temperature to leave permanent, distinctive marks on cultivated flesh. The edges of the scar were almost too clean, almost surgical, almost impossible for any conventional method to create. Fang touched it and felt the familiar resonance, the vibration of stored power waiting. The technique stored inside was active in a subtle way, waiting, pressing against the seal, trying to surface as his cultivation grew. It wanted to unlock. He was not yet ready for an unlock. He lacked the emotional state the deity had described, but the scar's eagerness was evident. He moved through them methodically, examining each one by candlelight and moonlight combined. Scar 4, Scar 7, Scar 12, Scar 23. Each one had its own particular shape and angle, its own distinctive geometry. The deity had not been random in the placement, not careless, not desperate and frantic. Each scar had been positioned with intention and purpose. Some marked meridian lines, the cultivation channels that ran through his body like rivers. Others were positioned over chakra points, places where cultivation energy accumulated and concentrated. A few seemed placed almost randomly, as if the deity was testing something, experimenting with placement and effect. By the time he reached his back, where the scars became significantly denser, overlapping and interweaving in patterns that suggested layered technique organization, Fang had begun to perceive a larger pattern. Not the pattern of battle wounds or random violence. The pattern of someone teaching through flesh. The pattern of someone with weeks left to live, desperate to pass on knowledge before death, claimed what his body could no longer protect. He found a scar on his left shoulder blade that was shaped like a curved line, almost like a question mark rendered in permanent tissue. He traced it with his fingers and felt the stored cultivation energy shift slightly underneath. This one wanted to unlock even more urgently than Scar 1, but it required something he did not yet possess. The deity had encoded his techniques with multiple locks. Cultivation tier was 1. A technique would not unlock until Fang's cultivation reached a specific advancement level. But there was another lock the deity had mentioned, days before the final carving, when fever was already beginning to cloud his words. "You'll need more than cultivation strength," the deity had said. His hand had been unsteady on the carving knife. Fever was taking his strength thin, burning away his concentration. "You'll need the right state of feeling, the right moment in your heart and mind. That's where the real lock is. The emotional state is the key. Without it, all the cultivation strength in the world won't open the seal." Fang did not yet understand what that meant. He only knew that each scar wanted something he might not have yet, wanted something he would have to earn through living rather than through study. By the time he finished the complete inventory, the half-moon had passed its highest point and was descending toward the horizon. He had counted carefully. 140 scars. 140 distinct wounds carved by a master cultivator in his final dying days. Each one a sealed technique, a locked method of power, waiting. Each scar mapped with precision on his body, recorded in the deity's journal with notes and annotations. He wrote in his personal journal, "Complete inventory completed. All scars confirmed present and accounted for. Most resonating at current cultivation tier. 2 scars, 1, 23, showing active unlock pressure. Scar 77 remains cold and inert." Overall assessment. The deity was deliberate and careful. Every carving was planned. Every placement was intentional. What he was building here was not panic or desperation. It was curriculum. It was education. He read the last line again, letting it settle into his understanding. Curriculum. The deity teaching through flesh. It was a different way to understand what these wounds meant. They were not injuries. They were lessons. They were the War Deity's final gift and final apology. Chapter 3. The way station at Thousand Step Mill was halfway between Ironstone Sect and the nearest real town. It served travelers, merchants, and the occasional wandering cultivator. The proprietor, a man named Guochun who had given up cultivation 18 years ago to manage his family's roadside business, hired Fang without asking many questions. "Can you carry supplies?" Guochun asked. "Yes," Fang said. "Can you clean?" Guochun asked. "Yes," Fang said. "Will you steal from guests?" "No," Fang said. Guochun nodded. 10 taels per month, food and shelter included. Room in the back storage. Work starts at dawn. The job itself was simple and required no cultivation whatsoever. Fang carried supplies from storage to kitchen, from warehouse to guest rooms. He cleaned. He hauled water. He did the physical labor that sustained the way station's basic operations. He earned no particular respect for this. The other workers, people without cultivation ability, regarded him with a kind of neutral indifference, but he earned no hostility either. He was simply another person doing necessary work. It was the first stable thing in his life since the deity's death. At night, he maintained his ritual. The storage room had no window, so he lit candles. The way station had plenty of wax candles, and Guochun did not begrudge him a few. By candlelight, he touched each scar in sequence. By candlelight, he read the War Deity's journal, the only text in the deity's own hand that he possessed, which contained cryptic notes on the scar's purposes, their organization, their emotional triggers. The journal was difficult to read. The deity wrote in a variant cipher, using abbreviated language that assumed the reader would understand context that no one could possibly understand except someone who had lived those same experiences. But slowly, from reading and rereading, patterns emerged. The first 10 scars were foundational, the base of the framework. The next 30 were applications, techniques for combat, for movement, for endurance. The next 20 were applications of a different kind, perception, awareness, sensory expansion. The next 20 involved more advanced concepts, energy manipulation, the construction of cultivation momentum, the subtle arts that separated foundation frame from higher ranks. The remaining scars 81 through 140, were organized differently. The deity's notes were sparse here, sometimes consisting of a single word: regret. Impossible. The thing I wish I had learned. The warning I cannot quite give. The cost of certainty. Fang made notes of his own, in a smaller journal, attempting to catalog what he understood. He had filled 20 pages before the first real test of the framework came. It was a third-week incident. 3 men arrived at the way station near sunset. Chi-root cultivators, barely advanced beyond the first real tier, but advanced enough to cause trouble. They called themselves the 1,000 Mill Collective and explained to Guochun that the way station owed them protection tribute. 1 silver tael per week, paid in advance, would ensure that the way station's goods remained undamaged and the proprietor's person remained unmarked. Guochun, who had been running the way station for 15 years without paying any protection money, looked at the 3 men with the patient expression of someone who had made peace with this exact necessity at some point in the past. He said, "I'll need to speak to my manager." The manager he meant was Fang. Fang was in the storage room when Guochen found him. "Come on," Guochen said. "We have visitors who want to have a conversation about business terms." Fang followed him to the main common room, where the 3 chi root cultivators were sitting at the largest table, helping themselves to the way station's better tea. The leader, a man with a scar across his left cheek, looked at Fang and smiled with no particular warmth. "You the manager?" the man asked. "I work here," Fang said. "Then you're the one who pays us," the man said. "1 silver tael per week, starting now. You can draw it from the way station stores if you don't have it personally. We're flexible." Fang looked at the 3 men. He was evaluating them the way the War Deity had taught him. Sight lines, hand position, center of gravity, the particular quality of cultivation base, the level of control they demonstrated. All 3 were chi-root. All 3 were confident. All 3 were, he assessed, moderately skilled but not exceptional. He said, "No." The scarred man blinked. This was apparently not a response he had anticipated. He exchanged glances with his 2 companions, and then he said, "No. The way station does not pay tribute," Fang said. "Well, it does now," the scarred man said, and stood. What happened next was technically not a fight. The 3 men attacked. Fang refused to engage. He moved out of the way, let their cultivation strikes pass, avoided their hand strikes, and did not raise his cultivation at all. Instead, he simply stood and endured the violence with the kind of passivity that they were apparently not expecting. The scarred man landed a strike across Fang's ribs that should have been devastating. Fang absorbed the impact, felt it crack something internally, and did not move. The scarred man stared at him. "What the?" he began, but then the second cultivator was attacking, and the first was following up. By the time they had all exhausted themselves, approximately 30 seconds had passed, and Fang had taken significant damage and given none. The scarred man was breathing hard, his companions looking at him with an expression that suggested they had suddenly realized this encounter was not proceeding according to plan. "Get out," Fang said. His voice was level. "If you return, I will consider it provocation." Something in his tone, or perhaps something in his absolute calmness while bleeding from multiple points, convinced the scarred man that continuing this engagement would be a mistake. He gathered his companions and left. Guochen, who had been watching from the kitchen doorway, said quietly, "He's going to come back with backup." "Probably," Fang said. "I'll be gone by then." "Where will you go?" Guochen asked. Fang did not have an answer. He had not thought beyond the current moment. The way station was stable, was routine, was the first place he had found in 14 days that was not hostile. But stability in this world apparently required the ability to defend it, and Fang had no cultivation base to defend with yet. That night, something shifted in Scar 1. It was not an unlock, not yet, but a kind of resonance, a slight vibration, like a door just barely cracked. Fang lay in the darkness of the storage room, his ribs aching, his body covered in fresh bruises, and felt Scar 1 begin to respond to something in the world. Threat, Fang thought. The scar recognizes threat. He touched it gently, and the vibration increased slightly, then faded. Not yet then, but soon. Chapter 4. Fang counted 17 distinct bruises across his chest and ribs in the aftermath of the beating. Some of them were already beginning to purple, dark and vivid and visible. Others remained pale, the kind that would require additional days to fully manifest into their final coloration. He made methodical notes in his journal. 3 bruises from the first cultivator's initial strike pattern, 5 from a second cultivator's series of hand strikes, 4 from the scarred man's follow-up attempts, and 5 additional bruises from impacts he had allowed to happen intentionally while maintaining his defensive stance, wanting to understand his own pain tolerance. It was methodical documentation, the kind of systematic recording that the War Deity had encouraged throughout the carving process. Understand what happened, see the pattern in the impacts, learn from the physical experience. But that was not the main focus of his attention. That was not what consumed his thoughts as he lay in the storage room in darkness. The main focus was Scar 77. Fang lay in the storage room with no shirt, positioned candles to cast light across his chest in ways that revealed the full extent of his scarring, and he touched Scar 77 repeatedly, trying to understand what he had discovered about this particular mark. All of his other scars were warm, not hot, not burning with active power, but warm in the way that cultivation energy feels when it is stored but not yet expressed, when it is waiting for the correct trigger. The warmth was consistent across all scars. Fang had come to rely on this warmth as a kind of affirmation that the scars were functioning correctly, that the War Deity's framework was intact and operational, that the techniques were waiting for him to unlock them. Scar 77 was cold. Not cool, not room temperature, but genuinely cold. When he touched it, he felt something like an absence, as if the cultivation energy that should have been pooled and waiting there had been actively removed or never placed, or was being held in some state of suspension that felt fundamentally different from every other scar on his body. Fang made extensive note of this in his journal, documenting every aspect of what he observed. Scar 77 remains inert and cold. Does not match the pattern of scars 1 to 140. The deity spent 2 full days carving this scar, more time than he spent on most others, which suggests additional importance or complexity. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. But where other scars hum with waiting potential, where others vibrate with dormant power, Scar 77 is completely inert. Possible explanations. 1. The seal is more complex and requires a different emotional state to unlock than the others. 2. The deity intentionally created a holding pattern, storing energy in a different way. 3. The deity deliberately removed or withheld the energy from this scar for reasons I cannot determine. 4. The scar has already been activated by someone or something else. 5. The scar is a lock, not a key, a mechanism to prevent something rather than unlock something. He could not determine which explanation was correct. The evidence was insufficient. He could only note that Scar 77 was anomalous, and that this anomaly would require explanation eventually. The scarred man returned 3 days later with 6 additional cultivators, moving with coordinated purpose that suggested planning and institutional backing. This time Fang was not at the way station. Guochun had quietly informed him of rumors spreading through the local towns. The 1,000 Mill Collective was gathering support and cultivators for a coordinated escalation against the way station, perhaps against other independent businesses as well. Fang had spent the intervening 3 days preparing for confrontation by instead choosing to leave. He left a note with Guochun in his careful handwriting. If they burn the way station or seriously harm anyone, send word to Luo Yanxi in the town of Red Maple. She's a physician with her own practice. Send a message about the scars. If anyone's in danger, she'll come. Guochun accepted this arrangement with the expression of a man who had made careful peace with chaos and violence. You going to be alive to pay me for the wages I advanced you? He asked bluntly. Probably, Fang said, without conviction. He climbed to the ridge overlooking the way station and watched the confrontation unfold from above, watching the entire scenario develop with the analytical precision of someone documenting violence for future reference. The scarred man arrived with his 6 companions near sunset. There was shouting, posturing, various forms of intimidation, and when no manager was produced to pay protective tribute, the group trashed the common room systematically, destroyed 3 months of accumulated supplies, and beat one of the worker slaves who had been unfortunate enough to still be present. But they did not burn the way station. Guochun, when they demanded payment for the damage, produced 1 silver tael and offered it as a settlement, not arguing, not resisting. The scarred man took it, satisfied with this initial escalation, and left with his companions. Fang waited until they were gone, then came down from the ridge. Guochun was sweeping debris from the floor methodically, his expression still that patient, unmoved expression he seemed to maintain regardless of circumstance. He looked at Fang and said, "They'll come back next week. They'll want more. This is how these protection tribute systems work. Escalation, normalization, entitlement." "I'll be gone by then," Fang said. "Will you come back?" Guochun asked. Fang did not answer immediately. The way station was the first place that had felt like something approaching stability in his new life. The work was honest. The proprietor did not judge him for his scars. The routine was sustainable. But the routine was also temporary. Any place that required him to defend it with force was a place he would eventually have to leave, because his cultivation was not yet strong enough to defend against organized groups, because the scars would not unlock unless the emotional states aligned with the deity's specific design, because running from conflict seemed more efficient than standing his ground at this early stage of his development. "I don't know," Fang said finally. He walked into the mountains that night and did not look back. Chapter 5. The first real test of the scar framework came in a gorge 5 leagues from the way station, where the mountain path narrowed to a dangerous degree and the walls prevented any easy retreat or evasion. The 1,000 Mill Collective was smarter than Fang had given them credit for. They had posted a scout at the way station's north exit, had monitored his departure carefully, knew approximately what direction he had traveled, and had organized a methodical ambush at a point where they could trap him effectively. This was not random violence. This was coordinated, professional pursuit. There were 9 of them this time. The scarred man who had initiated the first confrontation, the original 2 companions who had beaten him at the way station, and 6 others whose cultivation levels ranged from chi condensation to foundation frame. The level of cultivation varied more than Fang had anticipated. At least 3 of them were foundation frame, which elevated the threat significantly above the initial confrontation. The scarred man, who apparently held leadership through some combination of demonstrated violence and persuasive force, called out to Fang from the gorge's center in a way that was almost civilized. "You can pay now, or you can pay in blood. Either way, you're going to pay for disrupting our territories." Fang assessed the situation with the methodical precision the War Deity had drilled into him during their 14 days together. 9 opponents arranged in a loose formation, narrow space that prevented group combat from being coordinated. His back pressed against the cliff face, eliminating escape routes. Multiple foundation frame cultivators present, which meant techniques were coming. Actual cultivator techniques, not just physical violence. 3 seconds. He had 3 seconds before cultivation-enhanced violence began. This was the moment the scars had been designed for. Scar 1, positioned at the base of his left wrist, began to glow with increasing intensity. It was faint at first, a soft white luminescence that might have been dismissed as a trick of light, but visible enough that the scarred man took an involuntary step backward, recognizing that something unusual was happening. Fang could feel something pushing against the seal from the inside. Not a full unlock, not the explosive release of power, but a resonance, a recognition deep in his cultivation framework that the conditions were right, that the trigger had been activated. "What the scarred man began, his voice uncertain, but then the first foundation frame cultivator was already moving. Cultivation energy was flowing through his body. A technique was being deployed, a kind of directed cultivation blast designed to throw Fang off balance and into a position where the other 8 could swarm him effectively. Fang did not know what Scar 1 contained. He had read the deity's journal entries, but they had been cryptic about specifics. He did not know if the scar was ready to unlock completely or if the resonance would fade back into dormancy. He knew only that it was resonating, that something inside the seal was responding to threat and violence, and that his options were severely limited. He reached out with his left hand and let the incoming technique hit him directly. The impact was severe and terrible. It broke ribs in at least 2 places, threw him against the cliff face with enough force to crack stone, and generated pain that was extraordinary in its scope and intensity. For a moment, Fang experienced nothing but agony, the certain knowledge that he was about to die in a gorge far from any help. But what happened next was not what the foundation frame cultivator expected. The technique did not simply impact him and dissipate in a painful bloom across his body. Instead, the energy seemed to flow around him, to bend away from his center, to redirect through some mechanism Fang did not consciously understand or control. The entire force of the incoming strike curved around his left wrist, around Scar 1, and bounced backward toward its source. The foundation frame cultivator was knocked backward, surprised and hurt by his own technique's reflection. He fell, gasping. Scar 1 had resonated, but not unlocked. It was not ready for a full unlock. But it had confirmed that the framework was functional, that the seals were responding to the correct emotional trigger, that Fang was not completely defenseless or helpless. What followed was not a victory. It was survival, pure survival. Fang used his physical body and his understanding of the cultivator's patterns to evade, to escape, to move through the 9 attackers rather than fighting them directly. By the time the gorge opened up into a wider valley, hours later, he had sustained serious damage, broken ribs, a separated shoulder, multiple deep lacerations across his back and arms. But he was moving, still alive, and the 9 cultivators were too exhausted from the failed ambush to pursue effectively. Chapter 6 Luo Yanxi arrived at Thousand Step Mill on an established trade route, 3 days after the Thousand Mill Collective's second visit, moving with the steady pace of someone who knew the roads well and had no particular deadline to meet. She was a physician with her own practice maintained across multiple locations, traveling throughout the region to supplement her supplies with rare medicinal plants that only grew in the mountain regions during specific seasons. She was in her mid-30s, with the kind of calm competence that suggested she had seen most of what human pain had to offer and had made careful peace with the inevitability of suffering. When she saw Fang in the way station's common room, he had returned, having doubled back once the collective was gone, assuming the danger had passed. Her expression shifted from neutral assessment to something more focused and engaged. "Sit," she said, without preamble or politeness. "You're holding your ribs like they're broken. Let me look at the damage." Fang did not argue. He had learned, in 14 days with the War Deity and 72 days with the scars, that sometimes compliance was more efficient than explanation, more practical than resistance. He removed his shirt carefully and let the physician examine him with the professionalism she conveyed through her movements. Luo Yanxi's hands were extraordinarily professional and precise, feeling along each rib, noting the points of pain with clinical accuracy, assessing the extent of the damage. But her attention kept returning to the scars, kept moving away from the examination and back to the distinctive marks covering his skin. These, she said, not asking a question but stating fact, are cultivation engravings. Old style. Very old. Extremely old. Her fingers traced scar one lightly, as if touching something sacred. War Deity style. I've only read descriptions of this work. Fang did not know what response would be appropriate, so he said simply, yes. You know the War Deities work directly? She asked, looking up from his chest, her eyes searching his. Or do you carry it? I carry it, Fang said. Luo Yinqi's eyes narrowed. She returned her attention to his ribs, completed her examination with deliberate thoroughness, and stood. Your ribs are broken, but not catastrophically. If you rest them for 2 weeks, they'll knit together reasonably well. They'll be weaker than they were before, but functional. I can provide a medicinal wrap that will speed the process significantly. She paused. I studied under a physician who treated one of the deity's soldiers 30 years ago, toward the end of the deity's life. She described the deity's marking technique to me in detail. I never expected to see it in person, to verify that it was as extraordinary as she claimed. How much do you know about the scars? Fang asked. Enough to know that those marks are genuine cultivation engravings, that they're not infections or corruption, and that they contain legitimate cultivation techniques of unusual design. Not enough to know what specific techniques are carved or how they're arranged in sequence. She looked at him directly. Tell me something. How much time did you spend with the deity? How long did the carving take? 14 days, Fang said. Before he died. Something shifted in Luo Yinqi's expression. Recognition, perhaps, or sudden comprehension of the scar's import and significance. She said, that's not enough time for conventional training. That's not enough time for the deity to teach you normally. No, Fang said. It was enough time for this. Luo Yinqi stayed at the way station for a week, ostensibly to gather the medicinal plants she had come for, but actually to examine the scar library with careful attention and systematic precision. She did not touch the scars without permission, but when given permission, she examined them with the focused precision of someone reading a text written in a language she was only partially fluent in. She touched each scar carefully, with something approaching reverence, as if they were precious beyond standard assessment. She made detailed notes. She asked questions that Fang could sometimes answer and frequently could not, but she seemed satisfied with that limitation. On the final day, before her departure, she said, these aren't infections. They're instructions. The deity wrote you like a textbook. I know, Fang said. Do you know what happens when you open one? When you unlock it? Luo Yinqi asked. Not yet, Fang said. I'm waiting. She studied him for a long moment. Then she said, when you unlock the first one, find me. This kind of thing, direct scar technique integration carried by a single person, is rare. It should be documented, studied, understood. And if anyone else knows about these marks, you'll need advice about who to trust and who to fear. How do I find you? Fang asked. I travel between 3 towns regularly, Red Maple, Riverstone, and Ashfall. I maintain a medical practice in each location. If you send word to any of those towns with a message about the scars, the local physicians will know to direct it to me immediately. They understand that I'm monitoring things of significance. She prepared to leave, then paused. The deity was extraordinary. I only knew of him through stories, through the descriptions of people who had served him directly. But standing here, looking at what he carved into your body with such precision, I understand why those stories exist. Be careful with what he left you. It matters more than you probably understand. She left before dawn. Fang watched her go from the way station entrance, then returned to his room in the storage area, and returned to his nightly ritual. Chapter 7. Luo Yinqi could read the ancient cipher partially, not with the fluency of someone who had lived it and experienced the formation firsthand, but with the supplementary knowledge of a physician who had studied the deity's technique signatures in the medical texts that had been preserved through academic channels. She had read enough to confirm what Fang only suspected. The scars were not random or chaotic. They were structured, organized, a curriculum designed in deliberate sequence. She had read enough to make certain that the scars were genuine cultivation engravings, not infections or degradation or corruption. During her week at the way station, she had spent hours translating fragments of the cipher for Fang, working painstakingly from the marks themselves, from the geometric patterns that composed each scar, from the way the scars related to cultivation points and meridian paths on his body. Most of what she translated confirmed what the War Deity's journal suggested, but some of it revealed subtleties and complexities that Fang had not yet parsed on his own. The first 10 scars, Luo Yinqi had explained, positioning her candle to illuminate the marks clearly, pointing to scars 1 through 10 arranged across his arms and torso, are foundational scars. They're building the core architecture of how your cultivation base is organized. They're restructuring your foundation. This one, she touched scar 2, at his shoulder, is a communication technique. That's unusual to place so early in the sequence. Most cultivators don't learn communication techniques until they've mastered the basic foundation and achieved at least foundation frame advancement. The deity said he learned things in the wrong order, Fang had said. He said he paid for it in the end. That explains it, Luo Yinchi had said with recognition. He's teaching you the way he wishes he had been taught. He's correcting his own mistakes through you. Now, 2 weeks after Luo Yinchi's departure, Fang understood enough to make educated guesses about the remaining scars and their organization. The framework was becoming clearer with each passing day. The deity had not carved 140 techniques at random, had not created a haphazard collection of power. He had carved a complete curriculum, a methodical path through cultivation advancement that would allow Fang to advance rank by rank, technique by technique, with each seal building on the previous knowledge and capability. It was extraordinary. It was also, Fang was beginning to understand, a kind of trap, or perhaps a cage designed with intention. The scars could not be unlocked through simple cultivation training or meditation practice. They required specific emotional states, specific experiences, specific moments of clarity or pain or understanding that only living could provide. The deity had built the framework so that Fang would be forced to live, to experience, to suffer through the exact right moments that would trigger each unlock. Fang wrote in his journal with the care of someone documenting something important. The scars are not just techniques. They are a teacher that works through experience. The deity has carved into my body a structure that will force me to learn through living, not through conventional training or instruction. Every unlock requires a moment that only life can provide. Every technique is locked until the emotional state aligns correctly. This is brilliant design. This is also a kind of cruelty, or perhaps it's mercy. The deity knew this. He said, "I'm going to hurt you." He was more precise than I understood at the time. He was saying, "Suffering will teach you what I could not teach you in time." He was 17 days away from a scar unlock when scar 1 finally opened. The trigger, when it came, was not combat. It was not threat. It was not the physical violence that Fang had expected to accompany the unlock. A child arrived at the way station with her family, a merchant caravan passing through on trade business. The child was perhaps 6 years old, small and energetic, and while running through the common room, she stumbled on an uneven floorboard and fell. Her arm bent the wrong way. The fracture was clean but complete. The parents were panicking. There was no physician at the way station, and the nearest physician was 3 leagues away in Riverstone. The child was hurt, trapped in pain, and there was nothing immediately available to help her. Fang moved without conscious decision. He had been cleaning the eating area when the child fell, and he crossed to her in 3 steps. He assessed the injury with the cold, analytical precision the War Deity had trained into him. Compound fracture, left arm, radial bone, significant pain, but no major vessel damage. He said to the parents, "I can stabilize it. It needs to be set by a physician, but I can prevent further damage." The parents agreed because they had no alternative. Fang carefully splinted the arm using materials from the way station stores, working with precision, moving with the kind of calm that was entirely divorced from the child's terror. The girl was crying, scared, in extraordinary pain, and all Fang could do was work quickly and efficiently to prevent the situation from worsening. As he worked, something shifted in his chest. It was not anger at the child's suffering. That would have implied an emotional investment that Fang did not quite experience in the conventional way. It was protective rage. The specific, cold fury that something small and vulnerable was hurt, and Fang was responsible for preventing further harm. It was the emotional state the deity had anticipated. Scar 1 burned open. The pain was extraordinary. Fang's left wrist suddenly felt as if it was on fire, as if the scar was tearing itself open from the inside, as if the sealed technique was pushing through the barrier into active consciousness. He gasped, nearly dropped the child's arm, and forced himself to continue working through the sensation. Knowledge flooded in, not as text or information, but as understanding. Technique. A defensive application of qi that redirected incoming force rather than absorbing it. The technique had a name, though it came to Fang in no language he could articulate. First guard. It was movement of energy, redirection of force, the ability to stand in front of something harmful and let the harm pass around him. He understood it with the kind of complete clarity that suggested the deity had carved the understanding directly into his neural pathways. The scar finished opening. The knowledge settled. Fang completed the splinting and handed the child to her mother with hands that were shaking slightly. "It's stable," he said. "She should reach Riverstone. The physician can set it properly." The caravan left within the hour. The child's father left 5 silver taels as payment, which Fang handed to Guochun without comment. That night, Fang practiced the first guard in the storage room until it became instinctive. The technique was physical, a movement of cultivation through his body, a redirection of force along specific meridian pathways. Once he understood it, using it was almost simple. The hard part had been understanding it at all. By dawn, Scar 1 had closed. The wound tissue had changed slightly, taken on a faint golden tinge. The warmth of stored cultivation energy had been replaced by a different kind of presence. The technique was now part of him, integrated, available for use. Fang touched the scar and felt the first guard respond to his intention. The technique was ready. The deity's framework was functional. 1 down. 139 to go. Chapter 8. Scar 1 unlocked on the 23rd day of the 4th month, and the moment arrived not through planning, but through simple human protection. Fang noted this in his journal with methodical precision. The exact date and time, the triggering emotional state, the specific circumstances that had aligned to create the unlock, the way the scar had burned, the knowledge that had flooded in. The deity had emphasized the importance of this documentation over and over. You'll forget details. You'll remember it wrong. Write everything down. The pattern will matter later. The first guard became the foundation of Fang's new existence, the proof that the deity's design worked, the template through which he would learn all the other unlocks. He practiced it constantly, not because it was particularly difficult to use, but because understanding it in application revealed nuances and complexities that understanding it in pure theory had never suggested. The technique was deceptively simple in its statement. When cultivation force came at him, he could redirect it, let it flow around him, send it back toward its source. Simple. But the mechanics of redirection were infinitely subtle in their execution. The angle of the deflection changed the outcome completely. The amount of energy he used to redirect changed the response. The timing changed absolutely everything. A fraction of a second too early and the incoming force would overwhelm the redirection entirely. A fraction of a second too late, and the force would pass him without resistance, wasted. The deity had not taught him these nuances explicitly. The deity had simply carved the technique into his body and left Fang to discover the subtle mechanics through practice, through failure, through repetition. It was efficient. It was also occasionally frustrating. By the 31st day of the 4th month, Fang had made substantial progress in understanding the first guard's depth and applications. He had also made substantial progress in understanding something far more consequential. Elder Hu Zhendao, who had initiated his expulsion 7 weeks earlier, had arrived at Thousand Step Mill. Hu Zhendao was traveling on sect business, moving between the various regional ironstone holdings, conducting administrative duties, and collecting reports from the junior sect members stationed at each way station. He encountered Fang in the common room and went absolutely still. His hands, Fang noted with precise observation, had moved instinctively toward a defensive posture, then stopped themselves mid-motion, catching the impulse before it could develop into action. "Fang Ruolin," Hu Zhendao said. It was not a greeting. It was an identification, a confirmation that this was indeed the person he had expected not to encounter, the person he had thought would be far gone by now. "Elder Hu," Fang said. He bowed slightly, a gesture of respect toward his former teacher, despite the fact that Hu Zhendao had initiated and formalized his expulsion, had signed the documents, had presided over the ceremony. Hu Zhendao sat slowly. He looked tired, Fang thought. Tired in a way that extended far beyond physical fatigue from traveling. There was something in his expression that suggested a decision made, but not yet fully integrated into personal belief. He said, "The scars are more visible now. They're luminescent. I see golden marks now, not just white. They're glowing. One is unlocked," Fang said simply. Hu Zhendao's eyes widened slightly with shock. "One? Already? You unlocked a technique already? It's only been weeks." "Yes," Fang said. "Which one?" "The first one," Fang said. "The War Deity's journal suggests they are meant to unlock in sequence. The first one was foundational. The redirection technique. The first guard." Hu Zhendao was quiet for a long time. So long that the common room's ambient sound became noticeable, the wind outside, the distant sounds of other people moving through the way station. Then he said something he clearly had not meant to say, something that had forced itself out from behind his careful control. "The War Deity's mark makes you an abomination. But it also means you're valuable to the wrong people. Dangerous people. This way station isn't safe anymore." He did not explain. He did not expand on the statement or provide context. He simply left that statement hanging in the air between them like a stone dropped, then finished his tea slowly and asked the way station manager for a room for the night. He left early the next morning without speaking to Fang again. But Fang had written the entire conversation in his journal, word for word, and he had begun to understand that his existence had become complicated in ways that extended far beyond the simple matter of learning to unlock the scars. Chapter 9. By the 43rd day outside Ironstone Sect, traveling through territories he had never seen before, moving at the pace of someone without destination, Fang Ruolin had begun to understand the shape of the world and his position within it. He had left Thousand Step Mill and navigated the mountain roads carefully, aware that direct paths would make him an easy target for pursuit. The journey to Riverstone took longer than necessary. He deliberately doubled back several times, changed direction at unmarked crossroads, lost himself briefly in forest paths to ensure no one was following. When he finally arrived in Riverstone, a merchant town of reasonable size with cultivators and scholars moving through regularly, he moved directly to the address that Luo Yinxi's network had provided. She was expecting him. That was the first evidence that Luo Yinxi's organization extended further than he had initially understood. The fact that she had known his approximate arrival time, that she had arranged for her residents to be prepared, that she had cleared her schedule to see him without delay. She saw him when he arrived at her medical practice, a modest building marked with cultivation symbols that indicated the presence of a trained healer. Luo Yinxi assessed his physical state with that precise clinical attention that suggested decades of assessing injuries, weaknesses, cultivation signatures. She moved her hands along his ribs, pressed at several points, rotated his shoulder gently, examined the scar lines visible at his neck and wrists. "You've been moving through the mountains," she said, reading the story his body told. "You're lean. You've lost weight from the early weeks, probably from stress and inadequate nutrition. You're favoring your left rib still. I can see it in how you're standing, but you've improved the shoulder significantly. The movement patterns suggest intentional physical training." "The first guard is unlocked," Fang said. There was no point in delaying the revelation. Luo Yinxi's expression shifted into something like approval mixed with calculation. "When?" "Recently. 23 days ago." "And the emotional trigger? What circumstance caused the unlock?" Fang described the scene carefully. The child falling from the wall. The moment of absolute certainty that he needed to move faster than his body normally allowed. The protective rage mixed with love that had opened something inside him. He described how the scar had burned open, how knowledge had flooded in. He described the aftermath, the integration, the way the technique had felt when he finally tested it days later. Luo Yinxi listened without interruption, made notes in her personal journal, asked specific questions about the integration process, the speed of learning, any lingering pain or unusual sensations. When he had finished, she set down her brush and said, "The deity designed this system brilliantly. He locked the techniques behind emotional states that would force you to become the kind of person who could use them responsibly and ethically. The first guard isn't just a defensive technique. It's a promise, a covenant. I will stand between you and harm. I will protect." That's not a technique that should be available to someone who isn't willing to make that promise genuinely. How many people understand this? Fang asked. About the scars, about the deity's system, about what he was trying to create? Not many, Luo Yinxi said, her expression growing serious. The deity's death 3 months ago dispersed the knowledge he carried. Most people who studied under him directly are dead now. Most of his closest disciples were killed in the final conflicts. But there are still scholars studying his work, military historians, people who understand that what he developed mattered in ways that transcended simple combat technique. And there are increasingly people who understand that you now carry that legacy. You're not an anonymous refugee anymore. You're becoming recognized. She provided him with a more detailed map of the region, marked carefully with locations where he could find safe houses maintained by her network, other scholars, people who had studied the War Deity's techniques enough to be useful resources. Each location was annotated with names and approximate philosophies. She also provided him with a formal letter of introduction to a young scholar named xianxia, who was researching the War Deity as a historical figure and who, according to Luo Yinxi's assessment, might become a useful traveling companion if Fang chose to involve him. Be careful, she said as he was preparing to leave. The weight in her voice suggested she was imparting something essential. The knowledge that you carry the deity's marks is spreading through the cultivation community faster than you probably realize. Networks are talking. Sect leaders are receiving reports. Some people will want to help you because they respected the deity. Some will want to steal from you, wanting to unlock the secrets hidden in your scars for their own advancement. Some will want to kill you out of fear, seeing you as a threat to institutional power. And some will want to recruit you, to use your techniques for their own purposes. You need to become skilled at understanding which is which before you trust anyone. Chapter 10. Young Master Chen Bifu of the Jade Wheel sect arrived at Riverstone exactly 22 days after Luo Yinxi's warnings, with perfect timing that suggested someone had sent word of Fang's presence to the sect. He was traveling with a full retinue, 12 disciples at minimum, support staff, what appeared to be a group conducting official sect business rather than casual travel. The group moved through Riverstone streets with the kind of authority that came from institutional backing, not personal power. He was Foundation Frame rank, which meant he was modestly powerful by sect standards, strong enough to command respect in minor cultivation circles, strong enough to be assigned to routine missions, not strong enough to be truly exceptional in broader terms where advanced cultivators made their reputations. The disciples who surrounded him wore Jade Wheel insignia clearly, deliberately. This was not a secret patrol. This was a demonstration of sect presence, a reminder to the local population that Jade Wheel sect controlled this territory through official authority and regular force. When Chen Bifu saw Fang in the marketplace, attending to a transaction with a food merchant, his expression shifted into the particular calculation of a young noble assessing a potential challenge or public insult. "You," Chen Bifu said, his voice pitched to carry across the marketplace, gesturing to Fang with the casual authority of someone who expected immediate compliance. "What sect are you affiliated with? What organization claims your loyalty?" Fang set down his purchased supplies and turned to face the speaker directly. "None," he said simply. "Then you're a vagrant." Chen Bifu smiled. It was not a kind expression. It was the smile of someone who had been granted institutional power and was pleased to exercise it against someone without protection. "A vagrant with unusual scarring. I can see the marks on your wrists from here. That's very interesting. Are those cultivation marks? Evidence of sect training you're hiding?" "Yes," Fang said. There was no purpose in lying. "Then you'll make an excellent target practice demonstration," Chen Bifu said with theatrical generosity, gesturing to his retinue. "My disciples need experience. You can provide it. Consider it a service to Jade Wheel sect's advancement." What followed was not a conflict. It was not combat between equals, not even combat between unequals. It was a demonstration of power, a public lesson in hierarchy, a reminder to every merchant and traveling cultivator in Riverstone's marketplace that unaffiliated cultivators had no standing and no protection. 3 of Chen Bifu's disciples, all Foundation Frame rank, approached Fang in a casual manner that suggested they had done this before. They did not form combat positions. They simply moved toward him with the confidence of people who expected no resistance. Fang evaluated the options: fight back, using the first guard that he now understood how to access, flee through the marketplace, creating chaos that would hurt innocent bystanders, or accept the confrontation as information gathering. He chose the third path. He did not fight back. Instead, he simply took the damage, let the cultivation strikes land against his body with full force, and moved through the pain with the cold calculation of someone assessing and documenting violence for future reference. He noted the techniques used, the force applied, the likely cultivation level of each disciple, the patterns of their training. He did not retaliate. He simply stood and let them strike, cataloging information. By the end of the demonstration, Fang was bruised across his ribs and shoulders, bleeding from a cut on his forehead where one of the disciples' strikes had connected sharply, and his left arm ached from what might have been a cracked bone. What he had conveyed to the gathered crowd was that he was either too stupid to defend himself or too disciplined to retaliate. Both conclusions would be wrong, but wrong in useful ways. The first made him seem pathetic. The second made him seem controlled, even dangerous in his restraint. Chen Bifu, satisfied with this conclusion, remounted his horse and continued on his way through Riverstone, his retinue following. The marketplace gradually returned to its normal activity. By the end of the demonstration, Fang was bruised, bleeding from multiple points, and had successfully conveyed to the gathered crowd at Riverstone that he was either too stupid to defend himself or too disciplined to retaliate. Chen Bifu, satisfied with this conclusion, remounted his horse and continued on his way. That night, doing his ritual, Fang noted the incident in his journal. Young Master Chen Bifu of Jade Wheel sect. Foundation Frame rank. Accompanied by 12 disciples. Demonstration of casual violence suggests sect policy of dominance through hierarchy and demonstrated power. Possible future escalation. Noted for reference. 2 weeks later, word arrived. Chen Bifu had been talking about the vagrant with the unusual scars. He had described the encounter to other sect disciples. The story was spreading. By the time Fang left Riverstone, the narrative had evolved into a tale of a powerful unaffiliated cultivator being put in place by Jade Wheel sect, which Fang recognized as propaganda designed to enhance Jade Wheel's sect's prestige and his own reputation. The reputation was not helpful. Fellow cultivators and seekers of the hidden paths, before we begin this journey through scars and sealed divine inheritance, through the story of one man carrying the War Deity's final gift, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter of Fang's continuing struggle. A single like fuels the furnace. Your support fuels the creation of these stories. Now, let us begin the first arc, the beginning of Fang Ruolin's transformation. Chapter 11. Fang Ruolin found Xinguyu at the Riverstone Public Library, located in a repurposed administrative building at the town center, where the young scholar had made a semi-permanent camp among centuries of accumulated documents and records. Xinguyu was younger than Fang, perhaps 18, with the intense, borderline obsessive focus that suggested he had dedicated his entire brief life to a single consuming pursuit. He was copying fragments of military reports, cross-referencing dates against secondary historical accounts, trying to reconstruct the precise chronological timeline of the War Deity's most significant conflicts. The work was meticulous. The work was exhaustive. The work was the labor of someone who believed that understanding the past required perfect precision in every detail. He did not notice Fang's approach. Fang had moved with deliberate quietness, a habit formed by years of not wanting to intrude. And so Fang stood in the shadows of the library's high-ceilinged reading room and waited until Xinguyu had finished a particularly complex notation. The young scholar was so absorbed that he copied the entry twice, checking his own work, revising a single character where his calligraphy had strayed from precision. Only when Xinguyu had set down his brush did Fang speak. "You're looking for information about the War Deity," Fang said. It was not a question. Xinguyu jumped, startled severely enough that his brush rolled across the wooden table and fell to the floor. He recovered quickly, breathing heavily, and looked at Fang with analytical intensity mixed with something like wariness. "You have the scars. I can see them on your wrists and neck. The distinctive pattern the historical records describe. Luo Yinxi's information was correct. You're the one. She sent me to find you," Fang said. "She said you would be useful." Xinguyu's expression shifted into something more focused, more predatory, more hungry for what Fang might offer. "Can I ask you questions? About the deity? About the final campaign? About what actually happened?" "Some of them," Fang said. "Not all. There are things I'm not willing to discuss." "Fair," Xinguyu said immediately. "That's fair. As long as you'll answer what you can, I'll work with what I'm given." For the next 6 hours, stretching into the afternoon and nearly into evening, Xinguyu asked questions without pause. What was the War Deity's personality like in private? What did he say about his legacy? What techniques had he taught Fang directly versus through the scars? Were there hints about future unlocks? Had the deity mentioned specific enemies or allies by name? What was the deity's relationship to the empire like, truly, beneath the official records? Fang answered what he could, withheld what he felt needed to remain private, corrected Xinguyu's misunderstandings where the scholar had been led astray by myth and legend, and gradually, over the course of the afternoon, realized that this young scholar's obsession was not predatory in the way that Xun Bifu's pursuit had been. It was historical. It was scholarly. Xinguyu wanted to understand what had happened to the War Deity, not because he wanted to exploit the knowledge or use it for personal advancement, but because he believed the deity's life and work mattered in a way that transcended simple military strategy or institutional politics. He believed the deity's story was worth recording. When Xinguyu finally stopped for breath and water, when his voice had grown hoarse from questioning and his eyes had begun to blur from fatigue, he made his intention clear. "I'm going to follow you," he said. "Not as a servant or an assistant. Not in a subordinate capacity. As a researcher. As a scholar documenting history in real time. I'm recording what happens after the deity's death, how his legacy unfolds through his creations and his choices and the scars he left in the world. You're the primary source document. You're a living archive of the War Deity's knowledge and intentions. I can't pass that up. I can't sit in this library and copy secondhand accounts when the truth is walking in front of me. The path will be difficult," Fang said, stating fact. "There are people pursuing me. The sect that expelled me wants answers. Others will come." "I know," Xinguyu said. "I'm coming anyway." The difficulty is not a reason to refuse. It's a reason to document even more carefully. This was how the first traveling companion found Fang. Not through negotiation or negotiated invitation. Not through mutual agreement reached through dialogue. But through Xinguyu's unilateral decision that Fang's existence was too important to study from a distance. Fang would carry the burden of knowledge forward. Xinguyu would record how it happened. Chapter 12 Xingyu was useful in ways Fang had not anticipated when the scholar first attached himself to their traveling group. The scholar could read the ancient cipher that the War Deity had used to inscribe the scars. Not perfectly, not with complete fluency, but with sufficient accuracy and academic precision to generate meaning. As they traveled together through increasing wilderness, moving through the regions between major towns, following roads that Luo Yinqi's network had marked as safe, Xingyu would spend evenings carefully examining the scarring on Fang's body. He would copy his interpretations into Fang's personal journal, taking care to use precise terminology, building a catalog of the techniques he could identify and partially decipher. "This one," Xingyu said one evening, pointing to the curved scar on Fang's collarbone. "The geometric pattern is distinctive. The interlocking spirals suggest a sensory application, something about reading, or perception, or understanding. The meridian correlation is unusual. It connects to both the eyes and the cultivation core simultaneously, which suggests the technique involves combining physical sight with cultivation-level awareness. Perhaps seeing things that normal eyes cannot see. Perhaps understanding cultivation signatures the way some cultivators describe. The deity called it the seeing hand," Fang said, reading carefully from his personal journal, the one that contained the War Deity's original notes. "But it's not unlocked yet. I don't have the emotional state he designed for it." "What emotional state?" Xingyu asked immediately, his scholar's curiosity engaged. "What trigger is required?" "He didn't write that down," Fang said. "For some of the scars, he left explicit notes about the trigger, detailed descriptions of the emotional conditions required. For others, he left nothing, and I have to wait until the emotional state arrives on its own, without guidance." Xingyu continued working through the scars with methodical patience, cataloging what he could read, noting what remained mysterious, creating a separate reference document that cross-referenced locations on Fang's body with names, functions, and translated descriptions. It was slow work, meticulous work, the kind that suggested Xingyu would be satisfied spending years, decades even, simply translating and documenting the deity's framework. Fang found this useful in ways he had not expected. The scholar's presence provided a kind of external perspective on the scars, a way of understanding their design from outside the system, as if the carving was an object to be studied rather than a lived experience. By the time they had been traveling for 3 weeks, with no pursuit catching them and the road ahead remaining unclear, Xingyu had become something closer to friend than observer. He asked difficult questions in ways that suggested genuine intellectual curiosity. He listened to the answers seriously, without judgment, and occasionally said things that suggested his initial academic obsession was developing layers of emotional depth and philosophical concern. "The War Deity was extraordinary," Xingyu said one evening, after hours of working on the scar translations, the two of them sitting by a campfire with Luo Yinqi on watch at the perimeter. "I know that from historical records, from military accounts, from the stories scholars trade in libraries. But I didn't understand exactly how extraordinary until I started reading these marks. He designed this entire framework assuming you'd be alone, assuming you'd have to figure out the unlocks with no guidance except the journal. He did that deliberately, intentionally. He wanted you to learn through experience, not through instruction. That's not just technique carving. That's education design. That's a fundamental belief about how you learn and who you are." "He said I had the right affinity," Fang said. "He didn't explain what that meant." "It probably means you have the temperament to learn from experience rather than from instruction," Xingyu said, his eyes bright with the excitement of synthesis. "Most people learn by being taught. Most cultivators require a master. But you learn by surviving. You learn by experience." The deity designed the scars around that pattern. He didn't carve them to make you powerful. He carved them to make you capable of learning what power means. Xingyu looked at Fang with an expression that suggested sudden, profound understanding. "You're not going to get faster by finding someone to teach you. You're not going to advance by receiving direct instruction. You're going to unlock these techniques by living the life that requires them. You're going to become powerful by surviving the conditions he anticipated." The deity understood that about you. It was the most insightful observation anyone had made about the scars, and Fang carried it forward through all the days that followed. Chapter 13 Fang Ruolin achieved Chi Root rank 71 days after leaving Ironstone sect, and the breakthrough announced itself not with fanfare, but with the simple sensation of his cultivation architecture recognizing a fundamental restructuring. The breakthrough did not happen through conventional training methods, meditation exercises, or energy cycling, or the repetitive cultivation work that most disciples would undertake for years to achieve such advancement. Instead, it happened through the integration of the first guard technique, which had been unlocked and practiced daily for 48 days at that point. The technique had become so automatic, so embedded in his physical reflexes and cultivation patterns, that his cultivation base had essentially rebuilt itself around the new application. Every breath carried the technique now. Every movement expressed its principles. Every moment of existence was infused with the deity's design. This was the deity's design working as intended. The scars were not supplements to conventional cultivation, not accessories that a cultivator could add to an existing framework. They were curriculum, complete curriculum, designed by someone with perfect understanding of how cultivation worked. Each unlock was an advancement trigger, a restructuring of how cultivation energy flowed and organized itself through the body and consciousness. The deity had carved the framework so that each unlock technique would automatically advance Fang one step up the cultivation ranks, as long as he practiced the technique until it was fully integrated into his existence. Fang sat that morning with his hands crossed over his chest, feeling the new arrangement of his cultivation signature settling into place, like a beast finally finding comfortable position for rest. The breakthrough was different from what the Ironstone sect disciples had described. There was no moment of dramatic power surge, no sudden availability of new strength. Instead, there was the quiet recognition that he was no longer the same person he had been yesterday, that the architecture of his existence had changed in ways that were subtle but permanent. The breakthrough was notable in another way that others could see. It was physical and visible, available to external perception. Fang's cultivation signature changed in ways that even Shunguyu, with limited cultivation training, could observe. The scars, which had been mostly white and pink with occasional golden marks where he had unlocked techniques, suddenly flared with more visible light. The golden marks extended slightly, as if his cultivation was reaching out to recognize what the deity had carved, as if the rest of his cultivation network was bowing in acknowledgement of the scar's authority. Luo Yanxi, examining him that evening, nodded approval. You've integrated the first guard completely. It's not a technique you're using now. It's part of how you exist. More importantly, responding to the breakthrough's completion, Scar 2 began to resonate. Scar 2 was located at his right shoulder, a complex series of curves and intersecting lines that Shun Gyu had identified as a communication technique through careful study of the deity's journals. The resonance was not quite an unlock. There was no burning sensation like Scar 1's unlock, no knowledge flooding into consciousness, no transformation of understanding. But there was a pulsing, a steady rhythm that coincided with his heartbeat. There was an awareness that the seal was responding to something, that the emotional condition required for unlock was approaching closer with each passing hour. What triggers it? Shun Gyu asked, when Fang mentioned the resonance during one of their evening conversations. What's the requirement for Scar 2? I don't know yet, Fang said, though he could feel the answer waiting somewhere just beyond articulation. The deity's journal entry is sparse. It says communication technique. It says the requirement is expressing something that words alone cannot carry. But I don't know what that means in practice. How do you express grief that words can't touch? How do you communicate loss in a way that language fails to reach? Shun Gyu made notes, capturing the riddle. The unlock requires transmission of something beyond language. Perhaps memory, sensation, emotion in its raw form, bypassing the filter of words and concepts. They traveled for another 17 days through increasingly mountainous terrain, stopping in small towns and moving on again when pursuit seemed imminent. And with each day, the resonance in Scar 2 grew stronger, waiting for the moment when Fang would finally understand what it meant to share the unshareable. Chapter 14. Young Master Chen Bifu returned, this time not with casual violence, but with formal challenge documentation. The document was official, formal, stamped with Jade Wheel Sect's institutional seal, and it stated in precise language that young Master Chen Bifu was issuing a formal cultivation challenge against the unaffiliated cultivator Fang Ruolin. The challenge was to a duel, to be conducted with full witnesses, with the explicit understanding that Jade Wheel Sect would not accept further complaints about this confrontation because formal challenge had been offered and, theoretically, accepted through its acceptance. It was a way of legitimizing violence within sect politics, of transforming personal revenge into institutional procedure, of making an act of violence somehow official and therefore acceptable. It was how powerful sects protected their disciples from accountability when those disciples wanted to hurt people without legal consequence. Fang accepted the challenge without hesitation. There was no diplomatic language, no negotiation. He simply told Chun Bifu's messenger, I accept. He expected easy victory because he had learned the basics of the first guard's application by then, had practiced the forms dozens of times, had felt how the technique worked in his cultivator's framework. and Chen Bifu had demonstrated no equivalent technique in their prior encounter, had shown only standard foundation frame cultivation strikes. The duel took place at a neutral location, a cleared field between Riverstone and the next town, equidistant from both communities, neutral ground where neither side could claim advantage, with approximately 30 witnesses gathered from both Jade Wheel sect and the local cultivating community. Chen Bifu arrived with his full retinue, 12 disciples standing at the field's edges in formation, creating visible institutional backing. Fang arrived with Shun Giyu, who was carrying his notes and journal, and Luo Yinshi, who had been informed of the duel by the scholar and had traveled to witness in person. "He's stronger than before," Luo Yinshi said quietly, standing beside Fang as they watched Chen Bifu warm up, testing his cultivation signature in measured bursts. "He's been training specifically for you. He knows about the redirection technique now. The simple application won't work if he knows to expect it and has prepared counter techniques. Then he will know what the first guard does," Fang said. "But knowing and countering are different. He can study the technique intellectually. I've lived it." The duel began officially, announced by a neutral witness from Riverstone, with both cultivators standing at opposite ends of the field. Chen Bifu deployed a standard cultivation strike, a technique of directed force meant to test Fang's defenses before committing to serious combat. It was the opening move of someone confident but cautious, wanting to see how Fang had improved. Fang used the first guard, and the technique flowed around him like water. The incoming force redirected smoothly to the side, dissipated into the earth. Chen Bifu's response was faster than Fang expected, faster than it had been when they last faced each other. He had clearly been training extensively, had studied how the redirection worked, and had developed a counter technique. Instead of allowing his force to be redirected in the usual manner, he pivoted his cultivation strike mid-attack, shifting its vector to come at Fang from an angle the standard redirection wasn't prepared for. It was a good technique, well practiced, showing discipline and study. It was also the moment when Fang understood the first guard at a deeper level. The technique was not about rigid redirection, not about channeling force along predetermined angles. It was about flexibility, about reading incoming force in the moment and adapting the angle of redirection in real time to whatever the attack demanded. Chen Bifu's counter technique assumed a specific redirection angle, but Fang simply redirected differently. The incoming force went not to the side, but down, into the ground, dissipating the energy harmlessly into the earth. Chen Bifu was thrown backward, surprised and hurt by the failure of his carefully prepared counter. The duel ended with Fang standing upright and Chen Bifu kneeling on the ground, bruised and breathing hard, having lost in a way that allowed no excuse. It was a public humiliation. Chapter 15. Chen Bifu retreated with his retinue, but not before his expression revealed calculations being made in real time. Luo Yinshi watched him go with the analytical gaze of someone who had spent years reading the subtle tells of cultivator hierarchies and sect politics. When the crowd had fully dispersed and the dust settled on the marketplace stones, she pulled Fang and Shun Giyu aside into a narrow alley between two of the larger merchant stalls. "He's going to escalate," she said flatly, wasting no time on preamble. "I've seen this pattern before. He's been publicly defeated by an unaffiliated cultivator. His standing in Jade Wheel sect depends on reclaiming reputation. The humiliation he experienced isn't just personal, it's institutional. Every cultivator who witnessed that exchange is now measuring his worth against yours." Shinguyu leaned against the wall, his scholar's mind already processing the implications. "What are his options?" "Two primary paths," Luo Yinshi said, her voice dropping lower despite the emptiness of the alley. "First, he pursues a personal vendetta. He challenges you again, repeatedly, until one of you can no longer stand. This is the path of wounded pride, messy, prolonged, expensive in resources. Second, he reports this encounter to his sect command and requests formal authorization for an extended conflict resolution. This is the strategic path. He frames you as a threat to Jade Wheel sect's regional authority, and they grant him authorization because maintaining their reputation as dominant cultivators in this region is worth more than individual sect members' egos. Which will he choose?" Fang asked, and there was something in his voice that suggested he already knew the answer was not simple. "Both," Luo Yinshi said with certainty. "Jade Wheel sect will authorize an extended pursuit because institutional prestige is worth protecting. And Chen Bifu will pursue you specifically because his personal honor is at stake. He cannot walk away now without destroying his position among his peers. We need to move, and we need to move tonight." The decision came without argument. Luo Yinshi had already assessed the Riverstone market town as a transitional location, not a safe haven. She had kept their lodgings near the northern gate specifically for this contingency. Within the hour, they had gathered their belongings, settled their accounts with their temporary landlord using carefully counted silver without explanation, and positioned themselves on the road leading away from the town. As they departed Riverstone at sunset, with the last light painting the market buildings in shades of amber and deep red, the atmosphere in the traveling group shifted. Shungiyu had always traveled with scholarly curiosity, treating each new location as a place to gather information. Luo Yinshi had traveled with the practical readiness of a guardian. But now, with the definitive knowledge that an organized pursuit was imminent, the group moved with the focused tension of soldiers executing a predetermined retreat. "Where are we going?" Shungiyu asked as they walked the mountain path, keeping the pace brisk but sustainable. The northern mountains rose before them, their peaks still visible in the fading light. "Away," Fang said simply. "Away from Jade Wheel Sect's primary strongholds, away from Chun Bifu's accumulated allies, away from any location where they've had time to establish networks. We keep moving until the pursuit exhausts itself, or until we understand enough about the scars that stopping becomes a viable choice. Until it's time to stop running," Shungiyu said quietly, understanding now that this phrase meant something different than it had before. Running was not failure. It was a tactic, a way of buying time, a method of gathering experience while the world reorganized itself around Fang's existence. That night, camped in the foothills of the northern mountains with the torches of Riverstone visible far below and behind them, Fang performed his ritual. He seated himself on a flat stone, removed his upper robe with the methodical precision that had become second nature, and began to touch each scar in sequence. When he reached scar 2, the response was immediate and visceral. The scar on his forearm was no longer simply resonating. It was vibrating with intensity, as if the wound tissue itself had become a tuning fork struck at perfect pitch. Fang's breath caught. The emotional state required for unlock, the acceptance of grief, the willingness to let the deity's death become a lived reality rather than a shock still being processed, was close. Not arrived, but imminent. He kept his hand on the scar longer than usual, feeling it respond with increased intensity, with almost urgent energy. It was as if the scar knew that Fang was finally approaching the emotional threshold, finally reaching the place where he could acknowledge that he was alone, that the deity was truly gone, that the weight of the carving and the knowledge and the responsibility was his to carry forward. Luo Yinshi watched from across the camp, her experienced eyes reading the small signs of a technique approaching unlock. She said nothing, but there was approval in her gaze. The scars were beginning to move faster now, responding to genuine emotional maturity rather than just surface processing. Shungiyu, copying notes by firelight, recorded the observation. Scar 2 preparation phase showing advanced resonance patterns. Emotional readiness likely within 48 to 72 hours. The acceleration of technique unlocked suggests the deity's design anticipated rapid advancement once the initial stage was crossed. And Fang, alone with his scars as the mountain wind cooled the sweat on his chest, waited with the patience of someone who understood that the next unlock would change him again. The scars were not separate from him. They were becoming the architecture of his existence, the template through which he would experience the world and move through conflict. Chapter 16 Scar 2 unlocked on the night when Fang finally allowed himself to acknowledge his grief without reservation or control. They were camped in a sheltered valley, 3 days' travel from any settlement, moving through terrain that was rough enough to genuinely discourage casual pursuit, but not so rough as to be impassable for those with determination and resources. Shungiyu was sleeping on one side of the camp, his body exhausted from a long day of traveling and translating. Luo Yinshi was tending to medicinal supplies on the other side, working by quiet firelight, organizing herbs, and preparing tinctures for the next stages of their journey. Fang was sitting alone near the main fire, watching the flames, when the emotion arrived like a force. It was not sudden. It had been building for 71 days, accumulating since the moment the War Deity had stopped breathing, since the moment Fang had understood that the person who had carved the scars into his body was truly gone. It had been building through the expulsion ceremony at Ironstone Sect, through the survival of isolation, through the constant movement from town to town, through the repeated encounters with violence and fear and uncertainty. It had been building under the surface of his methodical documentation and daily ritual, his calm analysis and precise movements, like a weight that was growing heavier with each passing hour. And on that night, in that sheltered valley, it finally became too large to contain. Fang cried, not dramatically, not with sobs or emotional catharsis or the theatrical display of grief that he had always understood as weakness. He simply sat and let tears run down his face, and allowed the grief to exist in his chest without fighting it or controlling it or pretending it was something else. He grieved for the deity, for the 14 final days that were all he had, for the knowledge that the man who had carved the scars into his body was dead and would remain dead, that there would be no further instruction, that Fang was alone in a way that was absolute and irreversible. He grieved for the loneliness of being the only person alive who had experienced those specific 14 days, who had felt the deity's hands carving knowledge into his body, who had been trusted with this legacy, who bore the responsibility of continuing what the deity had created. He grieved because the grief was appropriate, because it had been waiting 71 days to be acknowledged, because Scar 2 would not unlock until the loneliness was accepted as a real and permanent fact. Scar 2 burned open. The pain was extraordinary, and it was different in character from Scar 1's initial unlock. Where Scar 1 had been a physical burning, a sensation that could be located in his arm, Scar 2 was a kind of emotional expansion, as if the scar was opening in a space that was not purely physical, but also not purely mental. Knowledge flooded in, not as explicit technique the way Scar 1's knowledge had arrived, not as a set of movements and applications, but as capacity, understanding. Fang suddenly grasped how to project sensation outward, how to share impression and feeling and memory with others. The technique was communication, but not through words or written language. It was direct transmission, a way of letting others experience what he experienced, feel what he felt, understand what he understood. The deity's note, which Shun Guyu read aloud the next morning after examining the scar's new golden marks, was sparse but clear in its meaning. You will be alone with this knowledge, but you won't always be. When you are ready to tell people what it was like, this will help you say it. By dawn, as the first light touched the valley, Scar 2 had closed completely. The wound tissue had taken on the faint golden tinge that indicated integration. The technique was now part of Fang, available for use, ready to be practiced and understood and eventually mastered. But more importantly, something fundamental had shifted in Fang's relationship to the deity's death. The grief had been acknowledged. The loneliness had been named and accepted, and Fang understood that he would carry both feelings for as long as he lived, but they no longer needed to be hidden or controlled or pretended away. They were part of the framework. They were part of the person the deity had designed him to be, a person who would grieve and continue, who would carry loss and move forward, who would be alone and survive the aloneness. Chapter 17 Scar 3 began resonating immediately after Scar 2's integration, but not in the urgent, burning way that Scar 1 and 2 had announced their presence. This resonance was different. It was a kind of steady hum, deep and patient, like a prayer repeated daily in a temple, like the accumulated weight of years rather than the shock of sudden impact. The resonance was strong and immediate, suggesting that the deity had designed a cluster of unlocks here, multiple scars that required similar emotional states or that built on each other in succession. This was a new discovery. Shun Guyu, who had begun examining the patterns in the deity's notes with the systematic precision of a scholar cataloging a library, came to Fang with observations about the structure of the remaining scars. Look at this, Shun Guyu said, spreading his notes across the camp's fire. Scars 1 through 3 all unlocked under conditions related to acceptance. Acceptance of the deity's death, acceptance of knowledge, acceptance of change. Scars 4 through 7 appear to require similar emotional frameworks. If the deity's design follows this pattern, the next several scars might unlock more rapidly than the first two. You could be in a period of accelerated advancement. How rapid? Fang asked, though he could already feel the truth in what Shun Guyu was saying. The hum in his chest was not a single scar's voice. It was a chorus. Days, possibly. Maybe hours if the emotional conditions align. The first unlocks are slow because they require fundamental shifts in how you understand yourself and the world. Once those shifts happen, the subsequent unlocks follow more easily. But Fang had already discovered what Shun Guyu had not yet articulated. The emotional state for Scar 3 was more difficult than the others, despite what the scholar's theory suggested. The deity's notes, which Shun Guyu worked to translate bit by bit, provided the explanation. Scar 3 required the acceptance of impermanence, not the intellectual understanding that all things are temporary. Even a child in a merchant's stall could comprehend that. Not the casual, surface-level knowledge that people die and buildings crumble, and even the greatest cultivators eventually reach the end of their years. It required the deep emotional acceptance that everything Fang valued, including his own life, was fundamentally temporary and could end at any moment. It required him to genuinely feel, not just understand, that each sunrise might be his last. That Shun Guyu could die in the next hour. That Luo Yinshi, who seemed invulnerable, could be struck down by chance or miscalculation. That the knowledge Fang carried in his scars could be destroyed if his body was destroyed, making all of it temporary and fragile and ultimately subject to the same impermanence that governed everything else. This was harder to accomplish through simple experience. Fang had experienced loss, the loss of his family years ago, the loss of his place in Ironstone sect, the loss of the War Deity himself. He had experienced grief in its raw, initial forms. But the acceptance of his own impermanence was another matter entirely. The deity's note was specific about this. This one takes time. You'll understand it when you're old enough to genuinely believe you might not reach that old age. You'll understand it when you've seen enough people die unexpectedly that it stops feeling like tragedy and starts feeling like pattern. For now, you can only approach it. Sit with the fear. Don't push it away. So Fang waited. Though waiting was perhaps too passive a word for what he did. He performed his ritual each night, moving through each scar in sequence, feeling the hum in his chest where Scar 3 called to be recognized. He moved with his traveling companions, and in the movement was a kind of acceptance. Acceptance that everything around him was temporary, that the merchant town they stayed in would be behind them, that Shun Guyu's companionship might end if their paths diverged, that Luo Yinshi's protection was valuable precisely because it was not guaranteed. He continued to practice the first guard, the foundational technique of his cultivation system, running through the forms in the mornings while the other travelers slept. He practiced Scar 2's technique, the gesture that let him share sensation and memory with others, experimenting with the boundaries of what it could do, the limits of how much he could transmit before the other person's mind began to resist. And through it all, the resonance in Scar 3 continued, constant and patient, like the slow work of erosion, like water wearing away stone over decades. It was waiting for the emotional state to fully ripen, waiting for Fang to reach the point where he could accept his own death not as a tragic possibility, but as a simple fact of existence. It was waiting, and Fang, despite his impatience with his own limitations, was learning to wait as well. Chapter 18. Xingyu, unaware that he was directly helping with the emotional unlock requirement that Scar 3 needed, asked Fang to describe the War Deity's final days in precise detail. They were camped in the mountains, moving slowly toward a merchant town where they could restock supplies and gather information about conditions ahead. Luo Yinshi had gone ahead to secure housing and scout for any signs of pursuit. Xingyu had been copying notes for hours, transcribing his observations about the scars, comparing them against historical records, and he looked up from his work with an expression that suggested the question had been building in his mind for some time. "I've read about the deity's death," Xingyu said, setting down his brush carefully. "But most of the accounts are either myth or second-hand reports from people who weren't actually present. I need to know what actually happened. The specific details. The real sequence of events. You were there. You witnessed it. Tell me." Fang had avoided this conversation deliberately for 73 days. The memory of the deity's final days was painful in ways that were not purely emotional. It was a weight that he carried, a responsibility that he had never quite fully addressed. But Scar 3 was resonating at the edge of consciousness, waiting for something, waiting for acceptance of impermanence that only speaking aloud could trigger. Perhaps this was the moment the deity had designed for, the moment when Fang would finally have to speak the truth of what had happened. He was dying, Fang said slowly, feeling the words like physical effort. He had been dying for longer than he expected, but once it started, once the decline really began, it moved quickly. He spent the first week organizing the knowledge, going through his journals, arranging the techniques, deciding what would be most important for me to have. The second week he spent carving me, working methodically, though I could see the effort exhausting him. The third week he spent confirming that all the seals were secure, testing them, ensuring that each technique was locked correctly. By the fourth week, he could barely move. He spent most of the final days lying down, giving me instructions about the journal, about the scars, about how to find people who could help me, about what to do if I couldn't figure it out alone. "What did he say?" Xingyu asked, writing rapidly. "What were his exact words?" "That I had the right affinity, that I was capable of surviving this entire process, of learning what he was leaving me, that the scars were his gift and his apology simultaneously. His gift because they contained everything he knew, all his knowledge, his techniques, his understanding. His apology because he was leaving me alone to figure it out, leaving me with only the scars and the journal and no direct guidance after death." Fang paused, collecting the final memory. Near the end, he said, "I had 60 more years of knowledge I didn't finish carving. You'll find the rest when you're ready for it. I'm sorry it hurts. I'm sorry I had to leave you like this." Xingyu listened without interrupting, writing notes in his precise hand, asking clarifying questions about the deity's final statements, the specific words he had used, the context and timing of each utterance. By the time Fang had finished the complete accounting, several hours had passed, and the camp was dark except for their candle, and Scar 3 was burning with readiness, vibrating with anticipation. "What's happening?" Shen Guyu asked, seeing Fang's expression shift subtly, seeing pain cross his face. "Are you all right?" "Scar 3, Fang said, his voice quiet. "It's about to unlock. I can feel it." The unlock came not as a dramatic burning, but as a slow acceptance. As Fang spoke the words about the deity's death, as he allowed himself to tell the complete story to another person, he suddenly understood something he had been avoiding. The War Deity was not coming back. Not in any form, not in any future moment. The deity was dead, absolutely and permanently dead, and Fang would be alive without him, moving through the world without the person who had carved these scars, without the teacher or the guide or the source of the instructions he carried. This was the impermanence Scar 3 required, the acceptance that even the most important things ended, and that Fang would have to continue existing after that ending. Scar 3 opened slowly, and knowledge flooded in. Not a technique of power, but a technique of continuation. Movement of the fading wind. A mobility technique designed for cultivators who knew they were at the end of their strength, borrowing against future reserves, moving beyond what their current capacity should allow. It was a technique about continuing when you were supposed to fail. It was a technique about moving forward in the face of loss. It was a technique the War Deity had carved into Fang's body as a way of saying, "You will continue. This is how." By dawn, Scar 3 had sealed. The golden marks on Fang's chest now extended across 3 scars. The first 3 had been unlocked. 137 remained. Chapter 19. Shen Bifu returned with 7 disciples, and this time there was method to his approach. The group was moving south through increasingly populated regions, heading toward the merchant's town where Luo Yinshi had secured temporary housing. They were not paying enough attention to the geography when they were intercepted at a river crossing, a wide spot where the current slowed and the ford became shallow enough for large groups to cross. The location was not accidental. Fang understood this immediately upon seeing the arranged positions of the disciples. The crossing was the only easy path through the valley for miles in either direction, which meant any pursuit could predict where their prey would be. Any well-prepared pursuit could use the geography as a trap. "They're here," Luo Yinshi said quietly, spotting the glint of steel across the river. The 7 disciples approached first, all foundation frame ranked by their cultivation signatures, testing Fang's defenses in a way that suggested previous coordination. They moved in pairs, creating overlapping pressure, forcing Fang to engage multiple threats simultaneously. This was a more sophisticated assault than Shen Bifu's previous attempts. Fang responded by using Scar 1, the first guard, and the techniques flowed easily from his cultivation base. The redirections were smooth, the deflections precise. Force that came at him was turned aside, reoriented, sent harmlessly away. But as the disciples adjusted their patterns, as they learned to account for his redirections, Fang drew on a different resource. He used Scar 3, the movement of the fading wind, and moved through the combined attacks with a fluidity that seemed impossible. The disciples were attacking a man who should have been cornered, but where their blows were aimed, Fang was not. Where they expected resistance, he gave way. Where they anticipated solid opposition, they found only empty space and the suggestion of movement elsewhere. The combination of the 2 techniques created patterns that were genuinely unpredictable. When force came at him and was redirected by the first guard, he did not move to the position the redirected force would naturally push him toward. Instead, he moved perpendicular to that push, borrowing the momentum of the incoming attack itself, using the fading wind to borrow against strength that was not his own. It was as if he had turned the disciples' attacks into fuel, into momentum, into the very foundation of his own motion. The river spray caught the morning light. The disciples' breathing grew ragged. One of them tried a technique that created a pressure wave across the water surface, and Fang simply was not there when it arrived. By the time the morning had advanced an hour, the first 7 disciples had exhausted their reserves. They were standing in the river, chests heaving, unable to coordinate new attacks. Shen Bifu watched from the far bank, and by the time Fang had stepped back from the engagement, Shen Bifu had already retreated, signaling the end with a gesture that suggested this was exactly what he had planned for. But this time, Shen Bifu's expression was not humiliated. It was calculating, measuring, recording what he had learned. "You're getting stronger," Shen Bifu called across the distance, his voice clear despite the river noise. "Faster than expected. This isn't over." "No," Fang said calmly, his breathing still steady. His cultivation's technique still available? It's not. The group pressed on to the merchant town that afternoon, moving faster now, aware that the pursuit had escalated from random chance encounters to organized military testing. When they arrived, Luo Yinxi was waiting at the agreed location with news that confirmed what Fang had already understood from the encounter. Jade sect has formalized the pursuit, she said, her voice tight. Shen Bifu submitted a formal report. He's requested authorization for a prolonged engagement resolution, and the sect has granted it. The council met and decided you're worth significant resources. You're no longer a minor issue to be handled by a single disgraced disciple. You're an ongoing conflict that requires institutional backing. Shen Guyu looked up from his notes, understanding the significance. What does that mean for us? It means we have limited time, Luo Yinxi said. Perhaps weeks. Maybe less if they move quickly. This was the moment when the first arc of Fang's life outside Ironstone sect reached its conclusion. The scattered pursuers were becoming organized. The random challenges were becoming structured conflict. The world was beginning to reorganize itself around his existence, and it was not with curiosity or negotiation. It was with the intention to capture or contain him. The scars marked him as something worth pursuing. The world was finally beginning to understand the scope of what the War Deity had created. Chapter 20 that night. Examining Fang's physical condition with the precision of someone trained in cultivation assessment, Luo Yinxi made an observation that reframed everything they had understood about the scar's progression. Scars 1, 2, and 3 have changed, she said, her finger tracing the marks on Fang's chest without touching them. The wound tissue has shifted from the white pink of fresh marking to a faint gold. That's the deity's cultivation energy fully integrated. Not just sealed, integrated. The scars are becoming part of his fundamental structure. Shen Guyu looked up from his notes, where he had been recording measurements and observations. Does that mean they're permanent now? Set in place. More than permanent, Luo Yinxi said, and there was something like awe in her voice. She had studied cultivation theory for decades, but this, a system where scars literally became part of a cultivator's foundation, was unprecedented. They're changing the underlying cultivation architecture. Every unlocked scar restructures how his cultivation flows, how his body processes energy, how his advancement will proceed. 3 unlocked scars means 3 fundamental restructurings. His entire cultivation path is different now than it was 3 days ago. Fang asked the question he already dreaded. How many have changed? 3, Luo Yinxi said. Out of 140. The number hung in the air like a stone dropped into still water. Shen Guyu set down his brush. Luo Yinxi's expression remained clinical, but her shoulders had tightened imperceptibly. The camp's fire crackled, indifferent to the weight of what had just been articulated. Silence settled over the camp like snow, deep and heavy and suffocating. The scale of the remaining work suddenly became impossible to ignore. 137 scars, each one distinct, each one requiring a specific emotional state that might take weeks or months to reach. Each one unlocking a technique that would advance his cultivation and restructure his framework again. At the current pace of unlocking, 1 scar every 3 to 5 days if they were fortunate, Fang was looking at 3 to 5 years of sustained emotional work. More realistically, given the accelerating difficulty and his own limitations, decades. Decades of carrying this burden. Decades of traveling, of hiding from sect pursuit, of waiting for emotional states to ripen. Decades of becoming something other than human, something other than cultivator, something entirely new. Fang. Luo Yinxi's voice pulled him from the spiral of his own thoughts. Look! In the valley below their camp, just as the night had deepened past the hour when most travelers sought shelter, they could see torches. Not the small retinue that Shen Bifu had maintained, with its half-dozen disciples and supply carts. This was something larger. A military formation, moving with purpose and precision, moving with the kind of organized structure that suggested institutional backing rather than sect revenge. The torches numbered in the dozens. Shen Guyu rose, moving to the ridge's edge. How many? 50, at least, Luo Yinxi said quietly. Maybe more. Jade wheel? Fang asked, though the answer was already becoming clear. That's not jade wheel, Luo Yinxi said, her voice steady but weighted with the significance of the correction. Jade wheel sect moved like a hunting pack, coordinated but flexible. This formation was military, disciplined, the kind of movement that suggested command structures and contingency plans. This was not a sect pursuing reputation. This was an institution protecting something it perceived as threatened. Then who? Shen Guyu asked. The Empire, Fang said, understanding settling into his chest like a familiar weight. The Empire has learned about the scars. The first arc was ending. The first circle of protection had been broken. The second arc was beginning, and it would have teeth. And Fang Ruolin, standing on a ridge with 3 scars unlocked and 137 waiting, suddenly understood that the War Deity had carved him for more than simple survival or personal advancement. The scars were a library. The deity had not created a monument to his own power or a way for Fang to achieve greatness. He had created a weapon, a library of techniques carved into flesh, waiting for someone with the will and the emotional capacity to unlock them all. And Fang was becoming the librarian. But he was also becoming something else. He was becoming a target worth sending military formations to capture. The torches drew closer through the valley below, methodical and patient. Fang did not move. He simply waited, methodical and precise, for the world to catch up with what the deity had left him. In 3 days, everything would be different. But for now, he stood and watched, and understood that survival would require more than unlocking scars. It would require becoming something that no military formation could easily capture. It would require becoming legend. Chapter 21. The military formation was not Jadewheel sect. Fang learned this fact by watching them establish perimeter camps with a discipline that surpassed any sect organization he had encountered in Ironstone. These soldiers moved with the precision of people trained by institutions, not traditions. Their armor bore no sect mark. Their banners, when unfurled in the dawn light, displayed a single symbol. A compass rose bisected by a vertical line. The Eternal Scouts, Luo Yinshi said, her voice carrying the weight of recognition. They're a loose confederation of mercenary companies unified under one trading charter. They don't hunt for sections. They hunt for contracts. Someone hired them, Fang said. It was not a question. Yes, and Eternal Scouts only take contracts that involve months of work, not weeks. If they've mobilized an entire division, someone was very specific about what they wanted, and they were very willing to pay. The division numbered perhaps 200 soldiers. Not overwhelming, but enough to suggest serious capital behind the hiring. Fang stood on the ridge above them, examining their movement patterns, counting the number of ranged specialists, noting how their night watch had been distributed. Shen Guyu had moved to stand at Fang's left shoulder. The scholar's face had gone pale. We should run, he said. Not fight. Not negotiate. Run. 3 people cannot defeat 200 soldiers. No, Fang agreed. They cannot. But I can create enough chaos in a military formation that 3 people can get through it. How? Shen Guyu's voice pitched upward. Fang, I'm not trained for warfare. I'm not even trained for fighting. I read texts about the War Deity. I don't know how to. You don't have to fight, Fang said. You have to run when I tell you to run. That's simpler. Fang touched each of his 3 unlocked scars in sequence. The first guard on his shoulder, the weapon of the second hour on his right ribs, the movement of the fading wind across his chest. The ritual was brief but absolute. His cultivation came into alignment with the techniques carved into his body. The scars hummed with a readiness that transcended physical preparation. He moved down the ridge without waiting for further discussion. The Eternal Scouts saw him coming long before he reached their perimeter. The soldiers were disciplined enough not to panic, but they were still surprised to see a single figure walking directly toward their main camp as dawn broke. The officer in command, a tall woman with a scar tissue in a line across her left temple, held up her hand to keep the soldiers from immediately attacking. You're Fang Ruolin, she said. Not a question. She had studied his description. I am, Fang said. He was perhaps 30 strides from their front lines. I assume you're here because someone paid you to retrieve me. I'm going to walk through your perimeter now. You can choose whether to attempt stopping me. The woman's scarred temple twitched. She was making the calculation every mercenary makes when faced with a cultivator, the cost of engagement versus the cost of letting the target escape. But Fang made the decision for her by starting to move. He did not run. Running created a simple problem, distance. Instead, he walked directly toward the nearest formation of soldiers, and the instant before contact, he activated the first guard. The first guard was a technique of redirection and deflection, designed for a cultivator too weak to match raw power. Instead of meeting the soldiers' spears and swords with force, Fang allowed every strike to touch him, allowed them to connect with what felt like solid contact, and then, at the moment of impact, used the first guard to redirect the energy laterally through his body. Each spear thrust became a trajectory that missed him by inches. Each sword slash became a line that he was never quite on. To the soldiers, it appeared as though their weapons were hitting an opponent who was somehow both present and not present, as though Fang had become something like water, still tangible, still physical, but impossible to strike cleanly. The chaos expanded outward. Soldiers who had positioned themselves to attack the next line began accidentally striking their own comrades because Fang's deflections had changed where the force was moving. The formation, which had been designed for a coordinated approach, became a tangle of crossed blades and confused soldiers. It was the movement of the fading wind that finally broke through the line entirely. Fang borrowed the momentum from the soldiers' own attacks, channeling it not through his body but alongside it, moving at angles that created the illusion of multiple people moving simultaneously. The technique was designed for exhausted cultivators to exceed their own capacity, but used against soldiers with no cultivation training at all, it became a form of impossible grace, movement that the eye could follow but never quite predict. He moved through their lines as though walking through fog. Nothing touched him cleanly. By the time he had reached the far side of their perimeter, the soldiers were too confused to pursue. They were still trying to understand what had happened. Luo Yinxi and Shun Guyu had followed at a sprint, and they cleared the military perimeter in his wake. They ran south for an hour without speaking, moving through terrain that became increasingly broken and difficult. Behind them, the Eternal Scouts were organizing a pursuit, but the soldiers on foot could not match the speed of 3 people with cultivation training. By midday, they had reached a valley that would have been difficult for a large formation to navigate. Fang called a halt near a freshwater spring, and they collapsed into the kind of exhaustion that only comes after spending every bit of cultivated energy in survival. That was, Shun Guyu said between gasping breaths, still trembling from the adrenaline surge, the most terrifying thing I have ever witnessed. You weren't fighting them. You were dismantling them. It was like watching someone play with pieces on a game board while thinking he was having a real battle. They were trained but not skilled, Fang said calmly. His breathing had already returned to normal, the physical exertion already converted back into stable cultivation energy. Skill in combat requires facing an opponent who adapts, who learns, who changes their approach based on what they observe. They were taught patterns and trained to execute them. Patterns are predictable. Patterns break. The officer didn't even attempt to stop you, Luo Yinxi observed. She was checking Fang for injuries, examining the places where the soldier's weapons had made contact. The scars on his body glowed faintly gold. She calculated the cost and decided to let you go. That's either very wise or very foolish, depending on what her actual orders were. Chapter 22. The journey back north took 5 days of careful travel. Fang had to assume that the Eternal Scouts would be monitoring the main roads, which meant proceeding through forest terrain where a small group could move faster than organized pursuit. Shun Guyu spent the journey asking questions. It was his fundamental nature. He observed, he cataloged, and he extrapolated. By the second day, he had begun to ask the questions that mattered. Why did the War Deity carve scars into you, instead of teaching you techniques the normal way? Shun Guyu asked as they walked through a stand of pine trees. Because normal teaching assumes the student will learn the same lessons in the same order as all other students, Fang said. The War Deity didn't carve 140 identical copies of a single person. The deity carved one person with 140 optional paths. Each scar is a choice point. Each technique is a direction the cultivator can move or choose not to move. But that means you have to unlock them individually. It means you have to fail, Fang said. Repeatedly. Every unlocked scar came through a moment where I couldn't move forward the old way anymore. Each one opened only when I had exhausted the previous techniques. Shun Guyu was quiet for a moment, processing this. So the scars aren't advantages, he said slowly. They are necessities. The deity carved them because you would need them. The deity carved them for someone. Whether that person is me is still being determined. On the evening of the 5th day, they could see Ironstone sect's gates in the distance. The compound sat on the northern edge of a long valley, positioned to overlook the major trade routes, but isolated enough to maintain the separation that sects required. Even from a distance, Fang could see that the gates had been reinforced since his expulsion. The barriers that had once been ceremonial were now functional obstacles. They camped at the edge of the valley, and Fang did the scar ritual once more. But this time, he was not preparing for immediate combat. He was preparing for a conversation. When we approach the gates, let me speak first, he said to Luo Yinxi. Don't interrupt. And Shun Guyu, you stand behind me. You do not move forward unless I tell you to move forward. What are you going to do? Luo Yinxi asked. I'm going to make them understand that expulsion was a mistake, Fang said. Not for them. For me. They approached the gates at midday, when the sun was bright and the shadows were minimal. The gate guards saw them coming. A young man with visible scars on his skin, walking between an older physician and a nervous scholar, and they immediately called for reinforcements. It was clear that Fang had been marked in their minds as someone who required special attention. The expulsion order would have included description, warnings, protocols. Fang recognized one of the guards, Master Kai, who had supervised the training hall during Fang's time at Ironstone. Kai's expression, when he recognized Fang, was complicated. It contained surprise, alarm, and something that might have been respect. Respect for what? Fang could not yet determine. Perhaps for the courage to return. Perhaps for the visible scars and the cultivation energy they radiated. Fang Ruolin, Kai said. His hand moved to rest on his sword hilt, not as a threat, but as a statement of position. You have been expelled. Your presence at the gates is an act of trespass. I'm not here to trespass, Fang said. I'm here to request an audience with Elder Hu Jindao. The elder will not see you. The expulsion was his decision. It cannot be overturned. I'm not asking to overturn it, Fang said. I'm asking to have a conversation. Master Kai's hand tightened on his sword. Behind him, more guards had arrived, perhaps 8 in total. It was not a formidable force, but it was enough to make entering through the gates a confrontation. Instead of moving toward the gates, Fang took a single step forward and activated the first guard. The technique was not aggressive. He wasn't attacking anyone, wasn't even making threatening gestures. But what happened was that his cultivation suddenly became visible. The 3 golden scars across his body began to radiate with a light that filled the area, and his presence expanded outward like a stone dropped into still water. The effect was not an attack, it was an announcement. Every guard felt it immediately. This was not the same Fang Ruolin who had walked out of Ironstone Sect a month ago. This was someone who had not just survived expulsion, but had transformed it. Kai's hand fell away from his sword. Wait here, he said. I will inform Elder Hu of your presence. The wait lasted less than 10 minutes. When the gate opened, it was Elder Hu Jindao himself who emerged, not as a summoner, but as a participant in a negotiation. He was older than Fang remembered, or perhaps the month had simply made Fang more attuned to the physical markers of age. Whose face was lined, his hair completely white, but his eyes were sharp and calculating. You've activated scars, Hu said immediately. Not a greeting. An observation. 3 of them, Fang said. And you've used them in combat. Yes. The eternal scouts that moved into the southern valleys. Was that your engagement? Indirectly. Someone at Jade Wheel Sect escalated the conflict, which triggered a cascade of institutional responses. Hu studied Fang with the full intensity of someone making a critical decision. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet. Come inside, he said. Not as a guest, not as a student, but come inside. We need to discuss what happens next, because what happens next will affect not just Ironstone Sect, but several other organizations that have recently learned you exist. Fang followed Elder Hu through the gates. Chapter 23. The interior of Ironstone Sect had not changed in the months since Fang's expulsion, but Fang's perception of it had shifted entirely. The architecture that had once represented safety now looked like a cage designed to keep useful people contained. The gardens that had once felt peaceful now appeared designed to prevent swift movement. The training hall seemed smaller, less significant. Elder Hu led Fang not to the formal audience chamber, but to a private study, a room without windows, lit by cultivation lamps that burned with a steady golden light. The study contained books, not weapons, maps, not armor. The elder gestured for Fang to sit, then seated himself across a low table from his former student. The War Deity's mark has been known to exist for approximately 80 years, Hu said without preamble. There have been rumors of where it might be, who might carry it, what would happen if someone actually succeeded in unlocking its techniques. All of those rumors have been, until recently, theoretical. Then you arrived at Ironstone Sect as a boy with a brand new brand of cultivation energy and scars that nobody else recognized. How did you know? Fang asked. About the War Deity? I've studied the old histories. I've examined thousands of hours of records from cultivators who lived through the deity's era. I have never met anyone marked by the War Deity, but when I saw you, the pattern was unmistakable. The cultivation resonance was too distinctive. No one else carries that particular signature. You expelled me to protect me, Fang said. It was not a question. I expelled you because keeping you here was becoming dangerous, Hu said. But yes, protection was part of it. The moment I understood what you were, I knew that Ironstone Sect was not equipped to protect you from the attention that knowledge would attract. Smaller is safer, in this instance. A young cultivator traveling with a physician is less conspicuous than a young cultivator embedded in a sect. The Eternal Scouts, Fang said. Who contracted them? I don't know yet. But the fact that they were hired suggests that information about you has moved beyond the Jade Wheel Sect and into the circles of military contractors. That's a bad sign. It suggests institutional awareness. When institutions become aware of something valuable, they move to contain it. Fang absorbed this. Scar 3, the movement of the fading wind, was useful for many situations, but this one required something else. It required continuation even with the weight of this information. What do you recommend? Fang asked. Honestly, I recommend you find a remote location with minimal population and spend the next 5 years unlocking scars in peace. But I know you won't do that. And I suspect you didn't come back here to take recommendations. No, Fang said. I came back because Jade Will's sect needs to understand that escalation has a consequence. I came back because I needed to know whether Ironstone's sect would become an obstacle. And I came back because Elder Hu Jindao said I was valuable to the wrong people, and I wanted to know what he meant. Hu's expression did not change, but something flickered in his eyes, surprised that Fang had held on to that particular detail. The wrong people, Hu said slowly, are an organization that operates without a fixed location, without a formal name that ordinary cultivators know, but with enough influence to hire the Eternal Scouts and direct their efforts toward a specific target. They have been searching for the War Deity's vessel for decades. They know that eventually, someone would unlock the scars. They know that when that happened, they would want that person. What do they want? Fang asked. The techniques, Hu said. His voice was very quiet now, the words carrying weight. Not you, not your knowledge, just the techniques themselves. There are factions in the cultivation world that believe that power is inherently separable from the person who wields it. They believe that techniques are resources to be extracted and archived, like a collection of books or artifacts. They would, if given the opportunity, carve the scars off your body and transplant them to someone more controllable, more aligned with institutional interests. Someone who would use the power in ways that serve organizational goals rather than individual will. He leaned back in his chair, and Fang could see the weight of this knowledge in the elder's posture. This is the true danger, Hu continued. Not that they will kill you. Death is, in some ways, simpler. It ends the problem. But if they can extract the scars and preserve them, if they can transplant them into someone they control, then they get the benefit of the War Deity's techniques without having to deal with your autonomy. Your refusal, your will to remain independent. That's what they truly fear about you. The statement hung in the air between them. Fang's hand moved unconsciously to touch Scar 1. The idea of separation, of the scars being removed, of becoming empty, triggered something primal in his response. But it was not fear. It was clarity. Then I need to move faster, Fang said. I need to unlock as many scars as possible before they become organized enough to attempt that. That's one interpretation, Hu said. Another interpretation is that you need to become important enough that removing you would be more expensive than the value of the scars themselves. How do I do that? By exactly what you're already doing. By facing Jade Will's sect. By moving through the institutional landscape and leaving evidence of your power wherever you go. By making sure that when people speak of you, they don't speak of a resource to be harvested, but of a threat to be negotiated with. Hu rose to his feet and walked to the window of his study. He gazed out at the gardens of Ironstone's sect, at the training grounds and meditation halls, at the institution that had become his life's work and responsibility. There is one other thing you should know, he said without turning around. A woman came to Ironstone's sect 3 weeks ago. She was looking for information about War Deity cultivation signatures. She called herself Iron Sister Dao Mingzhu. She claimed to have served in a military unit 40 years ago that encountered the War Deity's techniques in direct combat. She was methodical. She asked specific questions. She understood exactly what she was looking for. I gave her limited information, enough to satisfy her that I had knowledge, but not enough to compromise anyone's safety. But I suspect she will find you eventually. He turned back to face Fang. When she does, listen to what she has to say. She is not an enemy. She is not an institutional representative or a collector of techniques. She is one of the few living cultivators who has actually faced what you're learning to do and lived to reflect on the experience. That combination of knowledge and survival is invaluable. She can teach you not just how to use the scars, but how to survive the attention that using them will attract. She understands the cost in ways most scholars never will. Fang left Ironstone's sect an hour later, moving back through the gates with Luo Yinshi and Shen Guyu. This time, no guards tried to stop him. This time, the gates remained open, watching him leave as though witnessing the departure of someone who had already become more important than his origins. Chapter 24. The return to Ironstone's sect had accomplished more than simple information gathering. It had shifted the fundamental calculus of how Fang was perceived in the cultivation world. By demonstrating his power within shouting distance of the sect's gates, by forcing Elder Hu himself to acknowledge his transformation, Fang had made a statement that transcended mere physical capability. He was no longer someone to be easily dismissed. He was no longer someone who could be treated as a problem to be solved through conventional institutional mechanisms. But acknowledgement was different from acceptance, and Fang understood that clearly. The institutional world had simply paused to reassess its approach. 3 Eternal Scout soldiers were recovering from the encounter in the southern valleys. Word of what had happened would spread through networks that even elder who might not fully understand. The next phase of the conflict would be different, more subtle, more strategic, more concerned with long-term maneuvering than immediate capture. 3 days later, Fang encountered Iron Sister Dao Mingzhu at a crossroads in the eastern valleys. She was waiting for him, which meant either she was remarkable at prediction or remarkable at tracking. Fang suspected both. The woman was somewhere in her early 60s, with the worn appearance of someone who had chosen a life of practical warfare over cultivation advancement. Her hands bore the calluses of someone who had used them in direct combat for decades, and her eyes held the clarity that only came from surviving situations where that clarity had been the difference between living and dying. "You're the boy with the War Deity's mark," she said without greeting. "I can sense it. The cultivation resonance is unmistakable." "Your Iron Sister Dao," Fang said. "I am. I was in the 17th Battalion of the Northern Regiment when the War Deity's final campaign occurred. I was young then. I was strong then. And I died twice because I was foolish enough to believe that raw strength was sufficient to overcome someone who had scars like yours." She gestured to a scarred pattern on her left shoulder, 3 thin lines that formed a vague symbol. "This is what remains of the day I fought someone carrying the second hour technique. I survived because she chose not to press the advantage. If I ever meet her again, I will thank her for that choice." "The scars you described," Fang said. "Do you remember which ones they were?" "I remember the sensation," Dao said. Each technique had a distinct signature. The first was defensive. It created windows of opportunity by making the defense predict itself. The second was aggressive. It created damage through a method I never understood completely, something about force multiplication at the moment of impact. The third was about movement without effort, about borrowing momentum from the enemy itself. "Scars 1, 2, and 3, Fang said. "The basic triad. You've unlocked 3 already?" Dao's expression shifted to something approaching awe. "It took the last person I saw unlock those techniques 4 months of constant engagement. You've done it in less than half that." "I've had multiple conflicts to push the unlocking forward," Fang said. "But the rate is accelerating. Each unlocked scar makes the next one easier to sense, easier to trigger." "That won't last," Dao said. She moved to sit on a nearby stone, and after a moment, Fang also sat. Luo Yinshi and Shun Guyu remained standing, but not as guards, simply as observers. The early scars unlock because they're foundational. They fit into the basic cultivation framework. The later scars are more demanding. They require specific emotional states, specific physical conditions, specific moments of clarity. Some of them take months. Some of them take years. And some of them, I suspect, never unlock because the conditions they require never actually manifest. "How many did the person you knew unlock?" Fang asked. "Before she died," Dao said quietly. 12. She was murdered by people who believed the scars were transferable. They tried to carve them off. They succeeded in removing 3 before her death finally stopped the process. The information settled into Fang's mind with a weight that he felt throughout his body. The possibility that Elder Hu had mentioned, the carving away of scars, was not theoretical. It had been attempted. It had resulted in death. "I need to learn faster," Fang said. "You need to learn differently," Dao said. "Come with me. Not permanently, but travel with me for 2 months. I'll teach you how the techniques interact, how to layer them, how to make them useful beyond simple combat. And in return, you'll help me understand what the new generation of War Deity techniques looks like." "Why?" Fang asked. "Because the War Deity is legend now, but the legend is fading. In another generation, there won't be anyone alive who remembers fighting against the deity's mark. The knowledge will be lost. I want to be the one who preserves it." Fang was quiet for a moment. This was a pivot point, an opportunity to accelerate his learning, but also to become entangled with someone who had her own agenda, her own investments in his development. 1 month, Fang said. "Not 2. And I maintain the right to leave if the arrangement becomes dangerous to my other objectives." "Acceptable," Dao said. Over the following month, Fang's education in his own scars accelerated dramatically. Dao Mingzhu was not a physician like Luo Yinshi, but she was a tactician, someone who understood how techniques fit together into broader combat patterns. She showed Fang that Scar 1 and Scar 3 could be used in combination to create a defensive pattern that looked like weakness but was actually a lure. She showed him that Scar 2, the weapon of the second hour, had applications beyond direct damage, that it could be used to create barriers of force that redirected incoming attacks. But more importantly, she showed him that the scars had a social dimension. Every cultivator, when faced with someone using War Deity techniques, had a specific psychological response. Fear, yes, but also disorientation. The techniques belonged to a historical figure, not a living person. Using them created a cognitive dissonance that made enemies hesitate. The War Deity's greatest technique was not any single scar, Dao said during the third week of their travel. It was the effect of being remembered. When people encountered the deity in combat, half their mind was already defeated because they had been fighting a legend their entire lives. By the time they actually fought, they had already lost. On the evening of the 21st day, Fang unlocked Scar 4. The trigger came during a sparring session with Dao. She was using a technique to create attacks from multiple angles simultaneously, not a cultivated technique, but a learned one, something she had developed over decades of combat. Fang responded with his 3 available scars, but Dao's attacks were coming from unexpected vectors, and he found himself continuously pushed backward, continuously defensive. The sparring had begun at dusk, when the light was just beginning to fail and shadows made precise movements difficult. Dao had chosen this time deliberately. She was teaching Fang not just to fight against technique and strength, but to fight against perceptual limitation. Most cultivators relied on subtle cultivation senses to track opponents in low light. But the War Deity's techniques predated those senses or operated independently of them. The ancient teachings assumed the cultivator would eventually have to fight in conditions where sensory information was incomplete. Fang's first 3 scars gave him certain advantages against this handicap. The first scar did not require him to see the attacks coming. It worked by feeling the cultivation energy as it approached. The weapon of the second hour was triggered by proximity rather than visual confirmation. The movement of the fading wind relied on a different sense of the body's position in space, something more fundamental than sight. But Dao had trained against all 3, and she had spent the past 3 weeks learning how to overwhelm them through combined assault. She would attack with the first guard's perceptual blind spots in mind. She would approach from angles where the weapon of the second hour's detection range was weakest. She would time her movements to catch Fang mid-transition, when the fading wind's momentum had committed him to a path he couldn't abort. And then something shifted. Fang found himself in a position where all 3 of his available techniques had been exhausted. His defenses were completely bracketed. Dao was coming at him from 3 simultaneous vectors with attacks that his current techniques simply could not address. The formation was perfect. The timing was perfect. The kill strike was coming, and there was nothing Fang could do to stop it. In that moment, when continuation seemed impossible, when the only path forward had been sealed, something inside Fang's chest began to burn. Scar 4 opened. The pain was beyond pain. It was the sensation of his own body being carved open by something ancient and terrible. But this was different from the opening of Scars 1 through 3. This burn came with a different quality. It wasn't just his body reacting to the Scar's activation. It was something else, something that suggested the War Deity had anticipated not just that Fang would face this situation, but that he would face it repeatedly. The deity had built this specific scar to activate when Fang reached the absolute limit of his available resources. The knowledge came with it. The moment of clarity, a technique designed for cultivators who had reached the limits of their current strength. But the technique itself was complex and strange. It was not about gaining new power, not about suddenly discovering hidden reserves of cultivation energy. Instead, it was about seeing the situation with perfect clarity, about understanding, for a single instant, every possible path forward, every weakness in the opponent's approach, every vector of escape or engagement. The moment lasted perhaps a second. But in that second, Fang's perception expanded in a way that made all of his previous senses seem crude and limited. He could see the seam in Dao's 3-vector attack, the moment where the 3 assault lines had to coordinate with each other. That moment of coordination was also a moment of vulnerability. If Fang could move through that precise instant, moving perpendicular to all 3 attack vectors simultaneously, he could exit the engagement entirely. The clarity showed him exactly how to do it. His body had already begun moving before the conscious decision was even formed. Fang moved through that seam, not attacking Dao, but simply exiting the engagement space. He was no longer where her attacks expected him to be. He was no longer in range. He was simply gone. Scar 4 sealed a moment later, leaving Fang breathing heavily on the ground. The burning sensation in his chest was fading, but it left behind a sense of profound exhaustion. The clarity had cost something. The activation of Scar 4 seemed to have drawn deeply from his cultivation reserves, as though the technique required not just the technique itself, but a significant portion of his current power to execute. Dao Mingzhu stood on the other side of the clearing, her weapons lowered, her expression unreadable. When she finally spoke, her voice contained something that sounded like mourning. 4, she said quietly. You've reached 4. The number of scars that person I knew would never exceed. You've already surpassed her. Chapter 25. When the month ended, Fang asked Dao to continue traveling with them. She agreed. and the group shifted from 3 to 4. This changed the dynamics in ways that Fang had not anticipated. Luo Yinxi now had another companion who could discuss medicine and history. Xingyu had access to someone who had actually fought during the War Deity's era, and Fang had someone who understood his scars in a way that no living person should have been possible to understand. But it also meant that the group became more visible. For travelers, moving together with clear purpose attracted attention in ways that 3 could avoid. And attention, in the cultivation world, often became institutional interest. On the 35th day of Fang's time with Dao, they were intercepted at an inn in a small farming town. The man who confronted them was not Chen Bifu. It was someone worse. His name was Young Master Kai Sheng, and he carried the formal insignia of the Jade Will sect, which meant he was authorized to speak for the entire sect, not just his family faction within it. Fang Ruolin, Kai Sheng said. He was perhaps 5 years older than Fang, which meant he carried both more cultivation advancement and more institutional authority. The Jade Will sect has made a formal decision regarding your status. As of this moment, you are categorized as a fugitive from expelled sect student to cultivation terrorist. The bounty on your head has been increased to 5,000 cultivation stones. On what grounds? Fang asked. On the grounds that you assaulted a military formation sponsored by Eternal Scout Services, resulting in injuries to 7 cultivators and the disruption of a legitimate contract. On the grounds that you forcibly entered Ironstone sect in violation of expulsion terms. On the grounds that your continued cultivation of War Deity techniques represents a material threat to the stability of regional cultivation politics. It was, Fang realized, a masterwork of political escalation. By framing him as a terrorist rather than a personal rivalry, Jade Will had converted a sectional dispute into an institutional one. Other sects could now justify involvement without losing face. I'm leaving, Fang said. This conversation is concluded. You're leaving, Kai Sheng agreed. But you're not leaving alive. The man stepped forward, and with him came 6 cultivators, not the casual disciples Chen Bifu had brought, but trained warriors carrying sect insignia. This was an authorized execution, not a duel. Fang moved before Kai Sheng could complete his first attack. He activated Scar 1 immediately, letting the defensive technique establish a perimeter, and then began moving toward the door with Dao, Luo Yinxi, and Xingyu. But the team outside the inn had anticipated this. The exit was blocked by 3 more cultivators, and through the window, Fang could see organized formation forming in the street. The Jade Will sect had prepared this encounter with institutional rigor. Dao Mingzhu stepped forward. I recognize 3 of your techniques, she said to Kai Sheng. Jade Will foundational stance, second variation. You're trained, but not experienced. And your team is arranged for capture, not execution. You're supposed to bring him back alive. So what? Kai Sheng said. So it means you're not going to escalate beyond what you've already committed to, Dao said. And he doesn't have to be brought back with all his limbs intact. What happened next was a demonstration of why Iron's sister Dao Mingzhu had survived 40 years of warfare. She moved into combat with the kind of brutal efficiency that suggested she was not interested in anything except the most direct solution to the problem. She was not young enough to outspeed the cultivators, but she was experienced enough to understand exactly where they would move and to have already positioned herself in their paths. 3 of the 6 cultivators went down in the first 10 seconds, not dead, but no longer combat capable. The other 3 hesitated, suddenly understanding that they were no longer fighting a boy with scars, but a woman who had murdered enemy soldiers before they were even born. Fang used the opening to move toward the rear exit of the inn, pulling Luo Yinxi and Xingyu with him. By the time they had cleared the building, Dao was following, moving backward to maintain defensive position while keeping Kai Sheng and the remaining cultivators from pursuing. Run, Dao called. I'll find you when this is finished. They ran. Chapter 26. The group did not stop until they had put 20 kilometers between themselves and the town. By then, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of red and gold that seemed to mock the urgency of their flight. Dao won't come back, Xingyu said as they slowed to a walk. She sacrificed herself to let us escape. Dao Mingzhu doesn't sacrifice herself for people she's known for a month, Luo Yinxi said. Her voice was steady, but there was an undercurrent of concern. She's achieving something else. I don't know what, but she's not dead. Fang, however, understood something different. Dao had chosen to buy them time not because she felt obligated, but because she needed to demonstrate something to Kai Sheng and everyone else watching that encounter. She needed to show that even when facing institutional authority, the disciples of the War Deity were not simple resources to be extracted. Dao found them 3 days later, appearing at their campfire with the same casual certainty she had shown when appearing at the crossroads weeks earlier. She was wounded, a long gash on her left arm, what appeared to be a fractured rib on her right side, but she was alive and conscious. Kai Sheng and I came to an understanding, Dao said, settling herself near the fire. I explained to him that the next time Jade Will sect sent representatives after the boy, I would find them in their sect compound and ensure that the effort became prohibitively expensive. He took my point. You threatened them? Fang asked. I demonstrated, Dao said. There's a difference. I didn't threaten violence. I showed them exactly what violence would look like if they pushed further. What did you do? I broke 6 of the buildings in their secondary training compound, Dao said flatly. Not destroyed. Just damaged enough that they'll spend the next month making repairs. And I left a note written on one of the walls. It said, the next time you send people after the boy, I'll burn the entire compound. They understood that I was serious because I proved it was possible. It was, Fang realized, a perfect counter to institutional escalation. By demonstrating her willingness to damage a sect's physical infrastructure, Dao had converted the conflict from an abstract theoretical threat to a concrete material cost. The Jade Will sect now had to calculate whether pursuing Fang was worth the damage that Dao would inflict. How is your rib? Luo Yinchi asked. Fractured, not broken. I'll be combat capable in 2 weeks. In the meantime, I'm slowing you down, which means you should move without me. No, Fang said. We move together. That's the only way this continues to be worth the cost. But it was clear, even as he said it, that the landscape was shifting. The Jade Will sect was not going to stop escalating because Dao had threatened them. They would simply change their approach. They would hire more expensive mercenaries. They would make the bounty large enough that other sects would become interested in collecting it. The next phase of the conflict was becoming inevitable. Chapter 27. Word of the Jade Will sect's bounty spread faster than any physical pursuit. Within 2 weeks, Fang had encountered 8 different bounty hunters, some from independent organizations, some from smaller sects that saw 5,000 cultivation stones as a solution to their financial problems. Each time, Fang defeated them using combinations of his available scars. Each time, it reinforced the understanding that using the techniques was accelerating their integration into his cultivation framework. And then, on the evening of the 50th day since leaving Ironstone sect, Fang unlocked Scar 5. The trigger came not from combat, but from news that Shun Guyu brought back from a town they had been moving through. Chen Bifu had been expelled from the Jade Will sect. Not for his actions against Fang. Those had been authorized, but for his failure to capture or kill his target. The sect had made him the public sacrifice for the broader institutional failure. When Fang understood this, something crystallized inside him. Expulsion was not defeat. Expulsion was transformation. It was the sect choosing to discard something because it didn't fit their categories anymore. And being discarded, being forced to become someone else, that was not punishment. That was possibility. Scar 5 opened in the middle of the night, during his ritual. The Scar 5 technique was called the Architect of Ruin, a technique designed for cultivators who needed to dismantle organized systems rather than individual opponents. The knowledge came with the burning, with the sense of his body being carved by something divine and ancient. And with the knowledge came understanding. This technique was not about destroying things. It was about understanding exactly where a structure's fundamental weakness lay, and applying pressure to that point until the entire system collapsed. The moment of clarity from Scar 4 showed him the weakness. The Architect of Ruin showed him how to exploit it. When Scar 5 sealed, Fang understood something that made his earlier insights seem incomplete. The War Deity had not just carved him with techniques of combat. The deity had carved him with techniques of systemic understanding. Each new scar was a new lens through which to see the world, and the lenses were accumulating into a framework of perception that would eventually allow him to see things most cultivators never glimpsed. 5 unlocked scars, Dao said, examining the new golden line across his lower abdomen. You're moving faster than anyone I've ever known. It took the person I knew 12 months to reach 5. You've reached it in 5 weeks of travel. The triggers are accelerating, Fang said. Each unlocked scar makes the next emotional state easier to achieve. They're building on each other. Then you'll reach all 140 in, Dao paused, doing calculations. 8 or 9 months. Maybe less if each scar truly does accelerate the next. No, Fang said. The early scars unlock because they're common emotional states. Anger, loss, clarity, ruin. But the later scars will require rarer emotional states. States that most cultivators never reach. The acceleration will plateau. But even as he said it, he could feel the momentum building. The scars were not just techniques. They were pathways through which a different form of consciousness could emerge. With 5 unlocked, Fang could sense the next threshold. And beyond that, the ones beyond that. The War Deity had not just carved him. The deity had carved him with potential. Chapter 28. With 5 scars unlocked and a growing reputation as someone who was genuinely dangerous, the nature of the pursuit changed. The bounty hunters and sect representatives became more cautious. They began to understand that Fang Ruolin was not a problem that could be solved with numbers or conventional training. So they switched tactics. The woman who appeared at Fang's camp on the 60th day was not there to fight. She was there to recruit. "My name is Administrator Tong," she said. She was perhaps 40 years old, dressed in the formal robes of an institutional administrator rather than a warrior. "I represent an organization that has been aware of your existence since you first displayed cultivation energy. We would like to make you an offer." "What organization?" Fang asked. "One that prefers to remain unnamed. But we are large enough to hire the Eternal Scouts multiple times over, and we are strategic enough to have directed most of the other hunters and sects away from pursuing you. The bounty, in other words, has become significantly less valuable because we have discouraged most people from collecting it." Fang absorbed this. The implication was clear. Whoever this organization was, they had more influence than he had realized. "We want to make a contract with you," Tung said. "We want you to continue unlocking your scars. We want you to advance your cultivation as rapidly as possible. In exchange, we will provide you with resources, money, shelter, trained opponents to fight, scholars to help you understand the scars better. We will essentially become your institutional patron. And in return, once you have unlocked all 140 scars, you provide us with comprehensive documentation of every technique, a record that exists only in our archives. You become a resource that we control." It was, Fang realized, the offer that elder who had warned him about. The wrong people, presenting themselves as patrons, but actually as collectors. "No," Fang said. "No." Tung's expression didn't change, but there was a brief moment where surprise flickered across her face. "You're refusing the offer without negotiation." "The scars are not separate from me," Fang said. "You can't have the techniques without having me. And if you had me, you wouldn't benefit from having me. The entire value of these techniques is that they're embedded in a person who has already survived enough to understand how to use them. You want the knowledge without the person who carries it. That's impossible." "It's not impossible," Tung said calmly. "It would be expensive, but not impossible. There are cultivators capable of extracting the scars. There are preservationists capable of maintaining them. The only reason we haven't already attempted it is that the cost has seemed too high compared to the benefit. But if you refuse this offer, we'll be forced to revise that calculation." "Then revise it," Fang said. "But know that if you attempt it, I will spend whatever remains of my existence ensuring that you never benefit from the extraction. The scars are not passive resources. They're part of an integrated system. Carving them away doesn't preserve them. It destroys them." He paused, and then added, "And you should know that Iron Sister Dao Mingzhu has already told me what happens when scar extraction is attempted. The person dies. The scars die with them. You'll get nothing except a corpse." Tung was quiet for a long moment. Then she rose to her feet. "You're different from other people we've tried to recruit," she said. "Most are flattered by the attention. Most are interested in trading their power for security. You're interested in neither. That makes you either remarkably foolish or remarkably principled. I suspect, over time, we'll determine which." She left the camp without waiting for a response. Chapter 29. Word of Fang's refusal of Administrator Tung's offer spread through the cultivation world with unexpected speed. The narrative that emerged was powerful. An expelled student, marked by the War Deity, refusing offers of institutional patronage and choosing instead the path of solitary cultivation. It was a story that resonated, the story of someone choosing freedom over security. But narratives, in the cultivation world, were weapons. By becoming a story, Fang had become a symbol, and symbols attracted attention in ways that individuals sometimes did not. Over the next 3 weeks, they were approached by representatives from 5 different sects, all offering variations on the same basic contract: protection in exchange for access to the techniques, or resources in exchange for documentation, or institutional placement in exchange for loyalty. Fang refused each offer with the same fundamental principle. The scars could not be separated from him, and he would not agree to be controlled. But the refusals came at a cost. Each sect that was rebuffed became slightly more antagonistic. Each refusal moved him one step closer to becoming not a potential resource, but a confirmed threat. By the 65th day, Fang understood that the organizational attention he had been receiving was a form of testing, each sect determining whether they should bother trying to contain him or whether they should simply move on to other opportunities. It was Shun Guyu who first noticed the pattern. "They're winnowing you," he said one evening, as they camped in a forest valley. "Each rejection makes you slightly more dangerous to each sect's interests." but also slightly less valuable as a potential asset. There's a threshold, and once you cross it, you become more expensive to contain than you are worth. At that point, they'll ignore you. Why? Fang asked. Because you're one person, Shinguyu said. You can't threaten an entire sect by yourself, not unless you unlock a lot more scars. So they can afford to let you go. They'll redirect their attention to preventing you from becoming a genuine threat, but they won't spend resources on active hunting anymore. How do you know this? Because it's what the War Deity did, Shinguyu said. The historical records show that as the deity's power increased, institutional opposition decreased. Not because the deity became less threatening, but because the cost of opposition became unjustifiable. The deity essentially made themselves too expensive to fight. It was, Fang realized, insight that only Shinguyu could have provided. The scholar's obsessive study of War Deity history had given him patterns that extended beyond the visible. Where Dao saw tactics, and Luo Yinshi saw medicine, Shinguyu saw narrative structures, stories that institutions told themselves about why certain conflicts were worth pursuing and others were not. On the 70th day, the final institutional approach came. It was not from a sect or mercenary organization, but from an elderly cultivator who had walked through the world for so long that his presence itself was a form of authority. My name is Sage Quan, he said. He carried no weapons, wore no sect marks, but his cultivation resonance suggested he was at least at the ascendant stage, several levels above anything Fang had encountered. I wanted to meet you before you decided what happens next. What happens next? Fang asked. The institutional window is closing, Sage Quan said. In perhaps another month, the sects will have made their final decisions about whether you represent a containable threat. Once they reach consensus that you're not worth pursuing, you'll cease to be interesting to them. But until then, you're at an inflection point. Every choice you make now determines what kind of existence you'll have. What are you offering? Nothing, Sage Quan said. I'm not here to recruit you or contract with you or offer you anything in exchange for future service. I'm here to tell you that there are people in the world who are watching your path with interest, who believe that what you're doing matters, and who will not attempt to control or capture you. If you ever need sanctuary or guidance, you can find such people. You're not as alone as you might believe. It was the first time since the expulsion that anyone in the institutional cultivation world had offered Fang something that did not come with conditions. The gesture was small, but it registered as significant against the weight of all the transactional offers that had come before. Chapter 30. By the 80th day of travel, the pursuit had effectively stopped. The bounty was still technically active. The Jadewolf sect had never officially revoked it, but the hunters were no longer appearing. The sects had stopped approaching. The mercenary companies had moved on to other contracts. Fang had effectively become invisible to the institutional world, not because he was hiding, but because containing him had been deemed too expensive to justify. It was during this period of relative peace that Fang approached Dao Mingzhu and asked a question that had been forming for weeks. The person you knew? Fang said. The other person marked by the War Deity. Did they know they were going to be hunted? Yes, Dao said. The difference was that they were unprepared for it. They treated the pursuit as though it were something to be resisted, rather than something to be understood. They were reactive. You, by contrast, are learning to be proactive. How do I remain proactive? By understanding that the scars are not just techniques, Dao said. They're a form of power that the world doesn't have categories for. Every institution in the cultivation world has been built around power that's controlled, that's licensed, that's sanctioned by some form of authority. Your power doesn't fit into those categories. So you have to create new categories. You have to become the thing that institutions have to build new rules to contain. And if I refuse to be contained, then you become something else, Dao said. You become a force, a phenomenon, a weather pattern moving through the cultivation world. Most cultivators serve institutions or oppose them. You'll be something different, something that institutions have to navigate around, rather than something they can contain. It was a framework that shifted Fang's understanding of his own trajectory. He had been thinking of himself as someone trying to avoid being contained. But perhaps the real goal was to become the kind of person that containment was impossible for, not through resistance, but through transformation. Scar 6 opened that night during his ritual. The trigger was understanding itself, but understanding of a particular kind. Fang had spent the preceding days moving through the political landscape of the cultivation world with new awareness granted by his 5 unlocked scars. Each time he had refused an institutional offer, each time he had demonstrated his power without aggression, he had been sending messages that rippled through networks and hierarchies. What emerged was a pattern that Fang could now see with crystalline clarity. The sects and organizations pursuing him were not acting from unified purpose. They were acting from multiple competing interests. Jade Will sect wanted revenge and resources. The Eternal Forge faction wanted to understand what he represented. The independent organizations wanted profit. The merchant networks wanted access. Each group had a different calculus, a different timeline, a different threshold of acceptable cost. But the unified calculation they all shared was this: Fang Ruolin was becoming too expensive to pursue through conventional means. The initial cost had been acceptable: hire soldiers, hire hunters, apply pressure. But as Fang's power grew, as the cost of each engagement increased, as the probability of success decreased, the institutional interest had begun to shift. In that moment, sitting alone in the meditation chamber, Fang comprehended fully and completely what this meant. The War Deity had not created him to be controllable. The deity had not created him to be containable. The War Deity had created him to become something that the institutional world would have to ultimately respect rather than control, not through resistance, but through transformation so profound that the categories institutions used to understand power would become obsolete when applied to him. And in comprehending that, understanding not just theoretically but viscerally, Fang reached the threshold that Scar 6 had been waiting for. The moment of clarity about his own nature and purpose was enough to unlock the next scar. It burned open with a sensation different from the others. Not pain exactly, but a sensation of rightness so profound it felt like the opposite of pain. The Scar 6 technique was called the Pattern Revealer, a technique designed for cultivators who needed to see the underlying structures of complex systems. With Scar 6 unlocked, Fang could suddenly sense the political resonances of the cultivation world in new ways. He could understand which sects were genuinely aligned and which maintained uneasy truces. He could perceive the hidden agreements and factional divisions that most cultivators only glimpsed theoretically. By dawn, 6 golden scars marked Fang's body. 134 remained. Chapter 31. Word of Fang's 6th scar reached the institutional world almost immediately, carried by people who had been observing the group's movement and reporting to various patrons. The significance of 6 unlocked scars was not lost on the sects and organizations that had been monitoring his progress. It meant that Fang had moved beyond the basic combat applications of the War Deity's mark and into the more complex territory of systemic perception. This triggered a shift in how the cultivation world approached him. The Jade Wheel sect formally withdrew its bounty, acknowledging that the cost of maintaining it had exceeded its value. Other sects made similar decisions, some quietly, some with formal statements. The message was clear: Fang Ruolin was no longer a problem to be solved. He was a reality to be negotiated with. But negotiation, Fang was learning, required him to first understand what he was negotiating about. On the 85th day, he asked Luo Yinchi a question. How much longer can we keep traveling like this? He asked. Moving constantly, sleeping in camps, never staying in the same location for more than a few days. Until you stop wanting to, Luo Yinchi said. I've been following you because the cultivation advances are interesting from a medical perspective, and because Shun would never forgive me if I abandoned him to travel with you alone. But I'm not bound to this path. Do you want to stop? I want to establish a medical practice, Luo Yinchi said. I want to treat patients. I want to document the transformation of your scars. I want to find someone to share my life with eventually. I want to create instead of constantly observe. It was, Fang realized, a fundamental difference in their natures. Luo Yinchi was a builder. She wanted to establish things, create systems, leave a mark on the world that was constructive rather than disruptive. Fang, by contrast, was becoming increasingly comfortable with impermanence, with movement, with the idea that his value was not in what he built, but in what he unlocked. You should leave, Fang said. You should establish your practice and move forward with your life. Not yet, Luo Yinchi said. Not until I understand the full pattern of the scar unlocking. Give me another month. Let me document Scar 6 completely, and let me observe the trigger for Scar 7. After that, if you want me to go, I'll go without argument. So they continued traveling. And over the following weeks, the dynamics of the group shifted in ways that even Fang, with his pattern revealer senses, could not have perfectly predicted. Shunguyu began to write. He had brought paper and ink with him from Ironstone sect, and he had never stopped writing, documenting every aspect of Fang's journey, every scar unlock, every interaction with institutions. But now his writing became more focused. He was creating a historical record. What are you writing? Fang asked one evening, watching the scholar work by lamplight. A true account of the War Deity's mark, Shunguyu said. Not the legends and fragmentary historical records, but an actual contemporary observation of how the scars work, how they unlock, how they integrate with a living person. When you're done with this journey, when you've either unlocked all the scars or reached a place where you stop, this record will be important. It will be the only clear documentation of what you actually are. It was, Fang realized, Shun Guyu's way of trying to capture what was constantly in motion, to create something permanent from an inherently impermanent situation. It was very much in line with the scholar's nature. Will you publish it? Fang asked. Only after you approve it, Shun Guyu said. This is your story. The publication is yours to authorize or refuse. The offer meant something to Fang. It suggested that despite everything, the pursuit, the institutional attention, the constant danger, there was someone who believed that his story was worth preserving, worth documenting, worth eventually sharing with a larger world. Chapter 32. On the 95th day, Fang found himself at a crossroads that was simultaneously literal and metaphorical. The road divided at a natural fork where three valleys met, and the choice was clear. The northern path led to Jade Wheel Sect's territory and would likely bring renewed institutional attention. The southern path led toward the coast, toward merchant territory, where the cultivation world was less densely organized. The eastern path led into mountains that few cultivators ventured into, territory so remote that it was effectively beyond institutional reach. The decision point was significant enough that they stopped for the first time in days to actually consider the alternatives rather than simply choosing the most immediate path. They set up camp at the fork itself, establishing a small temporary base where they could think clearly about what each direction represented. We should go east, Dao Mingzhu said, settling herself near the fire. You need time to integrate the 6 unlocked scars before pursuing additional unlocking. The mountains will give you that time. Isolation. Stability. The space to let each technique fully embed itself in your cultivation framework. The coast is more interesting, Shun Guyu argued, and there was genuine passion in his voice. The merchant cities have libraries, scholars, people who trade in information, historical records that might not exist anywhere else. It would be easier to document your path if we had access to better research materials. And from a practical standpoint, merchant cities are more welcoming to unaffiliated cultivators than sect territory. We wouldn't be living in constant fear of institutional attention. East or south doesn't matter, Luo Yinshi said pragmatically. Either path gives you what you need, at least physically. You'll find food, shelter, opportunities to continue training. The real question is what you want, Fang. Not what any of us want. What do you want? What drives you now that the immediate survival crisis has passed? It was a question that stopped him. The scars gave him clarity, perception, tactical understanding. But they didn't give him desires. They gave him the ability to pursue desires more effectively, but the desires themselves still came from something deeper, something more fundamental. Fang touched Scar 3, the movement of the fading wind, and let it show him the pathways forward. The technique was designed to help him see what momentum would carry him toward, what forces were already in motion, and where they would lead. What he perceived was this: the world was shifting its relationship to him. The institutional pursuit was becoming less about capture or death and more about understanding. The institutional world wanted to comprehend what he was, wanted to predict what he would become, wanted to develop strategies that acknowledged the new calculus his existence created. To address that, Fang would need more than hiding. He would need to understand the people who were trying to understand him. He would need to know what motivated them, what they believed, what they were trying to accomplish. I want to find someone who tried to extract the War Deity's scars, Fang said. His voice was calm, but there was something determined in it that made even Dao sit forward slightly. Not to fight them, but to understand why. What was worth the cost? What made them believe it was possible? What did they learn before everything went wrong? The only way to do that is to move through the world, talk to people, gather information. Mountains don't give me access to people. They give me isolation and peace, but isolation doesn't answer my questions. The coast, Luo Yinshi said immediately. She understood what he was actually saying. Not that he wanted information, but that he wanted connection. Understanding. The ability to see through his opponent's eyes and understand their reasoning. The coast, Fang confirmed. Toward the merchant cities. They took the southern path that evening, moving toward the lowlands and away from the high country where the eternal scouts and sect enforcers were more likely to maintain vigil. The transition to merchant territory was gradual rather than sudden. The small farming communities slowly became larger towns, and then towns became small cities. The cultivation energy in the air shifted, less concentrated in formal sect compounds, more diffuse among independent practitioners who had chosen to settle in mercantile regions. The political atmosphere shifted as well. In the sect territories, authority was clear and hierarchical. In the merchant regions, authority was distributed and negotiated. It was a fundamentally different way of organizing power. Fang observed this shift with the perception granted by his 6 unlocked scars. The pattern revealer, in particular, showed him how different the underlying structures were. In sect territory, power flowed from the top down through ranks and positions. A sect master's decision carried authority because of the institutional backing. In merchant territory, power flowed from the ability to create and maintain agreements. A merchant's word carried weight because they had a reputation for honoring it. It was in the port city of Huantan, built around a natural harbor with access to 3 major trade routes, that Fang encountered his first true lead. An elderly merchant who traded in historical texts had heard of Fang's reputation and had made the connection to the War Deity's mark on his own. His name was Merchant Zhou, and he had been trading for over 60 years. When Fang visited the merchant's library, a converted warehouse that occupied an entire block and held thousands of texts, maps, and chronicles, the old man immediately recognized something in Fang's bearing that suggested he was looking for specific information. Zhou had experience with cultivators who came seeking knowledge. He knew the difference between someone who wanted information for profit and someone who wanted it for understanding. Fang fell into the latter category. There was an attempt, approximately 15 years ago, Zhou said. He was perhaps 70 years old, with the weathered face of someone who had spent decades negotiating with cultivators and merchants alike. His hands bore ink stains from decades of record-keeping. A team of scar preservationists was hired by a faction that believed the extraction was possible. They worked in secret for 3 months, and then they disappeared. All of them. The person they were trying to extract from died, and the faction that hired them collapsed internally. Nobody knows what actually happened, but the prevailing theory is that the extraction attempt triggered something catastrophic. What kind of something? Fang asked. He was sitting in Zhou's private study, surrounded by shelves of ancient texts. The space felt important, sacred almost. This was a place where knowledge was treated as a resource worth preserving. The historical records are unclear, Zhou admitted, moving to one of his shelves and pulling out a leather-bound journal. But there are rumors. Some claim that the last unlocked scar, the one the preservationists were trying to remove first, activated unexpectedly. Some claim that the body itself defended its scars through a release of power that killed everyone in the vicinity. There are witnesses who claim they felt an energy burst from the direction of the compound, a release so violent that it destroyed the buildings around it. Where was this compound? Fang asked. Approximately 200 kilometers northeast of here, Zhou said, in a region that's now mostly abandoned. The faction that was experimenting with scar extraction was called the Preservation Collective. They believed that cultivation techniques could be extracted, stored, and transferred. Their theory was that if they could remove the scars and preserve them separately from the body, they could then transplant them into other bodies, specifically, into bodies that were more controllable, more aligned with the collective's interests. It was, Fang realized, crucial information. It suggested that the scars had some form of inherent defense mechanism, that attempting to carve them away might trigger a response from the body that made the extraction process lethal to those attempting it. But more importantly, it suggested that the attempt had been deliberate, systematic, and believed to be possible by people who had thought deeply about the problem. What happened to the Preservation Collective? Fang asked. They disbanded, Zhou said. After the failed extraction attempt, they lost all institutional backing. The factions that had funded them withdrew support. The cultivators and technicians scattered. Some died in the energy release itself. Others disappeared over the following years, sometimes voluntarily, sometimes not. There's a theory that the person whose scars were being extracted, there's a theory they might have survived the initial extraction attempt and spent years hunting down everyone involved. That night, Fang asked the question directly of his scars. During the ritual, he focused on understanding whether his body contained defensive mechanisms that he was not consciously aware of. The answer came not as a thought, but as a sensation, a sense of rightness emanating from each scar, as though they were not just techniques, but also barriers. Not conscious defenses, but integrated protections against being separated from the body that carried them. The War Deity had not just carved him with techniques and perception. The deity had carved him with resilience. Chapter 33. With each passing day in Huantan, Fang's understanding of his own nature deepened. The pattern revealer scar showed him the underlying structure of how merchant power operated, how information flowed, how alliances were maintained, how capital moved through networks. It was, in many ways, even more complex than the politics of sects, because it existed without formal institutional backing. Luo Yinshi, meanwhile, had begun to establish preliminary connections with local physicians. She was making plans for establishing her practice, and the conversations she was having with healers in the city were creating the groundwork for her to potentially leave the group. "I've found someone I want to apprentice with," Luo Yinshi said on the 115th day. A woman named Physician Shun who has been practicing medicine in this city for 30 years. She's interested in having an assistant, and more importantly, she's interested in studying the scars from a medical perspective. Will you leave us? Fang asked. Soon, Luo Yinchi said. Not immediately, but within another month. I'll complete documentation of how Scar 6 has fully integrated, and I'll help you prepare for Scar 7 if I can identify what trigger it. After that, I'm going to establish myself here. This is where I want to be. It was the transition that Fang had expected but had not anticipated the emotional weight of. The group that had formed in the aftermath of his expulsion was now dissolving, each person moving toward their own inevitable destination. That night, Scar 7 opened. The trigger was release. The recognition that holding people to paths they no longer needed to follow was its own form of damage. The moment of understanding came with perfect clarity. Luo Yinchi leaving was not a loss, but an evolution. She was becoming what she was meant to become, and facilitating that transformation was the correct choice. Scar 7 unlocked with the familiar burning sensation, and the knowledge flooded in. The dissolution of binding, a technique for cultivators who needed to identify and sever connections that had become harmful, toxic, or simply complete. But what made this technique unique was that it was not destructive. Dissolution of binding was about recognizing that some things ended naturally and helping them end without damage. By dawn, 7 golden scars marked Fang's body, and by late afternoon of the same day, Luo Yinchi had made the formal decision to separate from the group and begin her apprenticeship with Physician Shun. You'll be fine, Luo Yinchi said as she prepared to leave. Better than fine. The scars will continue to unlock. The world will continue to change around you. And eventually, you'll understand exactly what the War Deity was trying to make. She left with 3 days' worth of supplies and a collection of notes documenting every observation she had made about Fang's cultivation over the past months. Shun Guyu, Dao Mingzhu, and Fang watched her depart from the gates of Huantan, moving north toward the mountains. Chapter 34. With Luo Yinchi gone, the group had been reduced to 3: Fang, Shun Guyu, and Dao Mingzhu. The dynamic shifted immediately. Where Luo Yinchi had provided medical grounding and emotional stability, her absence meant that the group became more aligned around Fang's cultivation and less focused on practical concerns like health and recovery. The separation from Luo Yinchi felt significant in ways that Fang found difficult to articulate. The physician had been the one person in the group who could slow him down, who could point out when he was pushing too hard, when physical recovery was necessary before moving forward. Without her, the group was all forward momentum. Guyu wanted to document everything. Dao Mingzhu wanted to ensure Fang was prepared for whatever came next. And Fang himself was beginning to feel the pull of the scars, an almost magnetic attraction toward the next unlocking, the next leap of perception. The 3 of them established a pattern of constant movement during this period. They moved through merchant cities and small farming towns, never staying in one place long enough to establish a routine. Guyu continued his documentation, but now he was also actively seeking out libraries and historical records. Dao Mingzhu continued her training exercises with Fang, but they had become less about teaching and more about testing, pushing Fang to discover what his current scars could accomplish in new situations. It was Dao Mingzhu who first identified the problem. "You're accelerating too fast," she said on the evening of the 125th day. They were in a temporary camp outside a small town, and Fang had just unlocked his 13th scar, the recognition of sequence, a technique that allowed a cultivator to perceive and predict the progression of combat exchanges. Each scar is unlocking faster than the last. At this rate, you're going to reach critical mass before you're psychologically prepared for it. The War Deity didn't carve 140 techniques randomly. There's a structure to them, an architecture. Each scar builds on the previous ones, creating progressively more sophisticated patterns of understanding. If you unlock them too quickly, you'll have the power without the understanding. You'll have all the tools, but no framework for using them wisely. How do I slow down? Fang asked. He understood what Dao was saying. The clarity was there, but clarity and ability were different things. You create barriers, Dao said. She was sitting across the fire from him, her weathered face serious. You deliberately stop pursuing unlocking for a period. You let each scar fully integrate into your consciousness, become part of how you think and perceive rather than just techniques you can access. You allow your cultivation framework to stabilize. The early person I knew took 6 months to go from 7 to 8 unlocked scars. Not because 8 was harder than 7, but because they forced themselves to wait. They understood that the progression had to be gradual, methodical, or the person they were would be lost in the process. But I can perceive the triggers, Fang said. He was touching scar 6 absently as he spoke, the pattern revealer, which showed him the underlying structure of how the next unlockings would manifest. I can see clearly what needs to happen for Scar 14 to open. I can sense the emotional state it requires. I can perceive it like a pattern waiting to complete itself. How do I deliberately ignore that? I don't know, Dao admitted. But I'm telling you that if you don't, you will burn out. Not today, not this week, but within a month or two of sustained acceleration, you will reach a point where your consciousness can't integrate the unlockings any faster. And at that point, something will break. Either your mind will break, fragmenting into multiple incompatible states as the scars try to manifest simultaneously, or your body will break, unable to sustain the energy expenditure required by unlocked techniques that your consciousness can't properly control. Or something else will happen, something I can't predict because I've never seen anyone push this hard and this fast before. It was a warning that Fang heard, understood, and chose to ignore. Because Dao was right about one crucial thing. Fang could perceive the next triggers with perfect clarity, and the pull toward unlocking them was becoming increasingly powerful, almost like a force external to himself, pulling him forward toward transformation. On the 135th day, Scar 8 unlocked during an encounter with a merchant faction that had tried to coerce him into signing a contract. Scar 8 was the weapon of consequence, a technique for cultivators who needed to make others understand the cost of their choices. It was not violent, not directly, but it was absolute. Using Scar 8, Fang could demonstrate to the merchant faction, in precise detail, exactly what would happen if they pursued their coercive contract. Not as a threat, but as a conditional prophecy. If you choose this, then this will follow. The merchants, understanding the implications, released Fang immediately. On the 145th day, Scar 9 unlocked during a moment of profound solitude. Scar 9 was the observation of silence, a technique for cultivators who needed to understand others without being understood themselves. With it came the ability to perceive emotional states, motivations, underlying currents that most people never even acknowledged. On the 155th day, Scar 10 unlocked, and then Scar 11, then 12, then 13. The accelerations were becoming dangerous. Fang was no longer resting between unlockings. He was moving from one trigger to the next with barely enough time to integrate before the next emotional state crystallized into existence. Shinguyu, watching this process, grew increasingly concerned. You're going to kill yourself, he said directly. Not physically, but you're going to unlock so many scars that the original person stops existing. You're going to become something that wears your body but isn't you anymore. Maybe that's the point, Fang said. Maybe Fang Ruolin was supposed to stop existing at expulsion. Maybe what I'm becoming is what matters. No, Shinguyu said. I've read all the histories. The War Deity was still a person. The deity still had preferences, still had memories, still had characteristics that weren't just about power. If you lose that, you lose the actual meaning of what the scars represent. But Fang was past the point of listening to external warnings. The acceleration was like a current he was caught in, pulling him deeper into the landscape of unlocked scars. Chapter 35. Somewhere around the 170th day of travel, Fang passed a threshold that he could sense but not articulate. He had unlocked 17 scars now, and the integration of that many simultaneous techniques had fundamentally changed his consciousness. He no longer experienced the world as a series of discrete events. Instead, he experienced it as patterns, complex, interwoven, always in motion. The progression from 13 scars to 17 had happened almost unconsciously. Scars 14 and 15 unlocked in rapid succession when Fang realized that institutional pressure had essentially stopped. The sects were no longer actively pursuing. The Eternal Scouts had moved on to other contracts. Even the mysterious faction that Administrator Tung represented had pulled back, apparently satisfied with their intelligence gathering. The emotional states those scars required were clarity about transition and acceptance of change. Scar 14 was the dissolution of pursuit, a technique for understanding how threats evolved and changed shape. Scar 15 was the architecture of will, a technique for maintaining unified purpose even as circumstances shifted radically around the cultivator. Scars 16 and 17 came faster still, almost spontaneously. Scar 16 unlocked when Fang achieved perfect comprehension of how the first 15 scars interconnected and supported each other. It was the recognition of design, a technique that allowed a cultivator to see the underlying logic in complex systems of power and meaning. Scar 17 was the memory of motion, a technique that recorded and could replay the physical patterns of any combat encounter the cultivator participated in, allowing them to learn from both victory and defeat with perfect clarity. The 17 scars created a kind of symphony of perception, where once he had been able to see political structures or emotional states individually, he could now see them all simultaneously, integrated into a single coherent whole. When Fang looked at a city, he could perceive not just the merchant networks or the sect hierarchies, but how they interacted, what tensions existed between them, where leverage points might be found. When he looked at people, he could see not just their emotional state but the reasons behind it, the historical trauma or experience that had shaped their reactions. The world became a landscape of meaning that most cultivators would never perceive. It was overwhelming at first, the sheer volume of information that suddenly became accessible to conscious awareness. But as days passed and Fang adjusted, it became normal. His mind learned to organize and process the incoming data in real time, the way a cultivator learns to perceive cultivation energy once they reach a certain stage of advancement. And in that landscape of meaning, he noticed something that had been hidden from earlier perception. There was a being moving through the cultivation world that was not human, not institutional, not anything with a clear category. It existed in the spaces between sects, between merchant networks, between the formal and informal cultivation world. It appeared sometimes as a traveler, sometimes as a scholar, sometimes as a mercenary. But each appearance was slightly different from the last, different age, different appearance, different cultivation signature, yet carrying the same fundamental essence underneath. The being had been following his path since the beginning, Fang realized. It had been there when he escaped Ironstone's sect. It had been there when he battled the Eternal Scouts. It had been there during his encounters with institutional recruiters. It had always been present at moments of significant transformation, always at the periphery of his perception, always watching but never intervening. On the 185th day, Fang finally achieved the perception required to fully recognize what he was dealing with. It was the presence he had been sensing intermittently since the unlocking of Scar 10. But now, with Scars 16 and 17 unlocked, he could perceive the being with complete clarity. It was not a threat. It was a guardian, a witness, someone or something that had been tracking his development with the kind of attention usually reserved for events of profound importance. That night, as they camped in a forest clearing far from any human habitation, Fang willed the being to appear. And it did. The being coalesced out of the darkness and shadows, becoming solid and present before them all. Shen Guyu made a sound of alarm. Dao Mingzhu's hand moved to her weapons, then fell away as she recognized what she was dealing with. The form was humanoid, but not quite human. A cultivator so old and so transformed by cultivation that the original person was barely recognizable. The being's eyes contained depths that suggested centuries of perception. "You've finally noticed me," the being said. "That means you've reached approximately 17 or 18 unlocked scars. Most cultivators miss my presence entirely until they've unlocked at least 20. Who are you?" Fang asked. "Someone the War Deity trained, long ago," the being said. "Someone who also received scars, though fewer than you. I have been following your path since your expulsion from Ironstone sect, observing your progress, waiting for the moment when you would finally develop the perception to know that you were being watched. What do you want from me?" "Nothing," the being said. "I want to warn you. You're approaching a critical junction. Between Scar 17 and Scar 25, there are triggers that are fundamentally different from the early scars. They don't unlock through combat or emotional states. They unlock through understanding something about the War Deity that the deity never explicitly taught you. If you reach that junction without preparation, you might unlock them in the wrong way." "What understanding?" Fang asked. "The War Deity is not dead," the being said. "The deity is incorporated into you. Every scar is a piece of the deity's consciousness carved into your body. As you unlock more scars, more of the deity's awareness manifests within you. And at some point, you'll unlock a scar that contains the deity's memory of their own death. That's the junction. That's where everything changes." "How many scars until that happens?" "Between 20 and 30, the being said. "Depending on how fast you're unlocking. You're going faster than I did. You're going faster than anyone should. But you're also more prepared than I was, because you've had multiple people trying to teach you the frameworks." The being began to fade. "One more thing," it said as its form became translucent. "The scar that changed the War Deity's consciousness most profoundly was not a combat scar or a perception scar. It was the cold one at the center of your chest. Scar 77. Don't unlock that one until you've unlocked at least 40 others. And don't unlock it alone." Then the being was gone, leaving Fang standing in the darkness with information that reshaped everything he had understood about the scars. The War Deity was not dead. The War Deity was incorporated into him. That changed the nature of the entire endeavor. Chapter 36. In the aftermath of the being's warning, Fang forced himself to slow down. Dao Mingzhu's earlier warning had been prophetic. He was approaching burnout. And the revelation about Scar 77, about the deity's consciousness incorporated into the scars, meant that reckless acceleration could trigger outcomes he was not prepared for. The initial weeks of the deceleration were difficult. Fang's body had become accustomed to the constant state of adaptation that came with regular scar unlocking. Every few days brought new knowledge flooding in, new techniques becoming integrated, new ways of perceiving the world. Suddenly stopping that process created a kind of emptiness. His consciousness, which had been in constant motion, found itself without immediate direction. But Shun Guyu recognized this for what it was, necessary consolidation. The scholar had read enough histories to understand that cultivation advancement wasn't simply about acquiring new power. It was about integrating that power so completely that it became part of how the cultivator perceived and interacted with reality. Fang needed to let 17 unlocked scars stop being 17 separate techniques and start being a unified system. He established a routine in Huantan that none of his previous travels had included. He rented a small compound on the edge of the city, a former scholar's retreat that had been abandoned when its owner passed away. The space was perfect, private, with enough room for both study and physical practice. Luo Yinshi helped him negotiate the rental contract with the owner's family, who were simply grateful that someone would maintain the property and prevent it from falling into complete disrepair. In that compound, Fang began a different kind of work. He began to study the historical records that merchant traders had collected about the War Deity. Merchant Zhou had provided him access to the library's entire collection related to the deity, and Fang spent hours each day immersed in those texts. Some were first-hand accounts from soldiers who had served with or against the War Deity. Others were analyses written centuries later by scholars trying to understand what the deity had actually been. Still others were fragmentary records, military reports, merchant documents, the scattered records of people who had encountered the deity's techniques and tried to document what they had experienced. Most importantly, he started meditating on the scars he had already unlocked, rather than pursuing new unlockings. He spent hours each morning running the ritual, touching each of his 17 golden marks in sequence, and simply observing how they interacted with his cultivation framework. The pattern was becoming visible now. The early scars were foundational. They created the basic structure. The middle scars were integrative. They showed how the early techniques could work together. The later scars, the ones still sealed, would presumably be about refinement, about taking the integrated system and pushing it into territories most cultivators never reached. Shen Guyu was relieved by this shift. The scholar had been afraid that Fang was going to destroy himself in pursuit of rapid advancement. He had watched as scar after scar unlocked with almost automatic regularity. He had seen Fang's personality beginning to blur at the edges, the line between individual identity and something much larger beginning to blur. The decision to slow down felt like stepping back from a precipice, where Fang might have simply transformed into something that wore Fang Ruolin's face, but wasn't Fang Ruolin anymore. What changed? Shen Guyu asked one evening, as they reviewed historical texts in the compound's library. I met someone, Fang said. Someone who was marked by the War Deity, like me. They told me that the acceleration I was pursuing was unsustainable. They told me that the next phase of the scars requires a different kind of preparation. Did they tell you what that preparation is? Study, Fang said. Understanding. Integration of the knowledge I've already gained. The earlier scars gave me perception and power. The later scars are going to demand something different. Wisdom, perhaps. Understanding not just of how to use the scars, but of why the War Deity carved them in the first place. So Fang spent the next phase of his journey in study. And something unexpected happened. The scars began to unlock not through emotional triggers or combat, but through comprehension. Scar 18 unlocked when Fang understood how the early combat scars combined to create a unified defensive philosophy. Scar 19 unlocked when he comprehended the deeper architecture of perception that connected scars 4, 6, and 9 into a coherent system of understanding. Scar 20 unlocked when he finally grasped why the War Deity had chosen to carve the dissolution of binding. Because letting things in naturally was sometimes the strongest choice available. With each intellectual unlocking, the quality of the knowledge changed. Instead of burning into existence with the sensation of divine carving, they opened more gradually, like understanding that had been hidden becoming visible. And with Scar 20, something shifted. Fang suddenly understood that he was no longer pursuing the unlocking of scars. The scars were pursuing him. They wanted to be unlocked. And the War Deity's consciousness, embedded in each scar, was guiding him toward the unlockings that would help him eventually understand what the deity was trying to accomplish. This realization brought with it a new kind of responsibility. He was no longer an individual cultivator learning techniques. He was becoming a vessel for something much larger, something that had been waiting centuries for the right person to carry it. Chapter 37. On the 200th day of travel, Fang decided it was time to leave Huantan and return to the pursuit of the physical world rather than books and meditation. He had learned what Huantan could teach him. The city had given him time to integrate his scars, access to historical information, and most importantly, the space to understand that the institutional world's pursuit of him had fundamentally changed. He was no longer prey to be hunted. He was a phenomenon to be studied, negotiated with, understood. But understanding required more than passive observation. It required getting his hands dirty, moving through the world, using his perception scars to perceive what institutional records might not capture. The extraction attempt had happened 15 years ago. Most records would have been destroyed. Most witnesses would have moved on or died. But the emotional residue of such a traumatic event would linger in the location itself, would be perceivable to someone with the right cultivation techniques. I need to find the place where the scar extraction was attempted 15 years ago, he told Xingyu and Dao Mingzhu. I need to understand what happened. I need to know why the defense mechanisms of the scars reacted so violently. That information may not exist, Dao said. She had been listening to Fang talk about the extraction attempt for weeks now, and she understood the obsession. This was a cultivator trying to understand the fate of a predecessor, trying to learn what happened to the previous person who had carried the War Deity's mark. The location was probably destroyed. The records were probably destroyed. You're looking for something that was deliberately hidden by people with significant resources and motivation. Then I need to use the scars to uncover it, Fang said. I have scars 9 and 10 unlocked, which let me read emotional resonance and hidden patterns. I have scars 16 and 17 unlocked, which let me see design and memory patterns. I should be able to follow the trail if it exists. Emotional trauma of that magnitude would leave traces. They left Huantan and began moving east again, toward the mountains, following the faint traces of something that had happened years ago. The trail was subtle, but it existed. It existed in fragments of conversation overheard in small towns, stories locals told about a mysterious disaster that had occurred in a nearby region, about an entire faction that had simply vanished, about cultivators who had been seen in the area but never seen again. It existed in records of strange deaths in nearby regions, deaths that couldn't easily be classified or explained. It existed in the way certain locations seemed to be deliberately avoided by local cultivators, as though the land itself carried a taint that warned people away. Using his perception scars, Fang could piece together a pattern. The observation of silence showed him the emotional imprint of fear and deliberate forgetting that surrounded the location. The architecture of Will showed him the organized effort that had gone into hiding what had happened. The recognition of design showed him how all these pieces fit together into a coherent pattern of deliberate concealment. The trail suggested that the extraction had occurred approximately 200 kilometers northeast of Huantan, in a region that was now mostly abandoned. The journey took 10 days of careful travel, moving through terrain that became progressively less populated, less cultivated, more wild. And at the end of it, they found a place that the world had tried to forget. It was a compound that had been destroyed and deliberately left in its destroyed state. The buildings were rubble, but not naturally weathered rubble. They showed signs of having been deliberately preserved in their destroyed condition, as though someone wanted to ensure that nothing could be built or habitat there again. The gardens were overgrown, reclaimed by wilderness. The walls had been partially dismantled, the gates torn from their hinges. But most significantly, the cultivation energy in the location was corrupted, twisted into patterns that suggested a massive concentration of power had been released suddenly, catastrophically. The energy had not dispersed naturally over 15 years. It had been deliberately suppressed, contained, kept from spreading. Someone or something was still actively maintaining the quarantine on this location. Fang entered the compound alone, leaving Shun Guyu and Dao at the perimeter. What he found there was not physical remains, but spiritual ones. The attempted scar extraction had created a kind of wound in the cultivation energy of the place. He could perceive, through his unlocked scars, what had happened. The person being extracted from had reached a moment of resistance. One of the scars, Fang's perception suggested it was something in the middle range, perhaps scar 30 or 35, had activated unexpectedly. That activation had created a release of power that killed everyone in the compound instantaneously. Not destructively, but completely. The people had ceased to exist. The buildings had been destroyed in the aftermath of the power release. What fascinated Fang most was that the person being extracted from had also died. The body could not survive the involuntary activation of a sealed scar. It was like trying to force a door open before it was meant to open. The structure of the entire system collapsed. The War Deity had built self-destruction into the scars. not as a feature, but as an inevitable consequence. You couldn't extract them without killing the person carrying them. And you couldn't kill the person carrying them without triggering the release of the scar energy, which killed everyone nearby. It was a perfect trap, elegant and absolute. When Fang emerged from the compound, he understood something new about the War Deity. The deity had not just created techniques. The deity had created something unkillable, unboundable, inseparable from the person carrying it. Chapter 38, the revelation about the self-defense mechanisms, changed how Fang understood his own safety. He was not vulnerable to extraction because the extraction was impossible. Any attempt would result in both his death and the death of the person attempting the extraction. This meant that the institutional world's interest in him had been based on a fundamental misunderstanding. They believed his scars could be harvested. They believed his power could be separated from his person. Both beliefs were false. On the 210th day, Fang made a deliberate decision. He would communicate this fact to anyone who was still interested in pursuing him. Using his observation of silence and pattern revealer scars, Fang identified the key institutional contacts who still maintained surveillance on him. Then, rather than hiding from them, he deliberately made himself visible. He traveled through major cultivation cities. He demonstrated his unlocked scars openly. He fought against anyone who challenged him, not to defeat them, but to show the full range of his current techniques. And then, in each location, he left a message. The message was simple. The scars cannot be separated from the person carrying them. Attempted extraction results in death, both of the subject and of the extractors. This is not theory. This has been demonstrated. Do not pursue this path. The message, delivered by someone who now carried 23 unlocked scars, was heard. The factions that had been quietly pursuing extraction possibilities formally abandoned the project. The organizations that had been maintaining surveillance moved on to other interests. By the 220th day, Fang had effectively declared his independence not through resistance, but through transparency about what he was and was not. Xianxia found him in the ruins of an old temple, where Fang had gone to meditate. "You've changed," the scholar said. "You're not running anymore. You're not fighting for survival anymore." "No," Fang said. "I'm not. I've moved past that phase. Now I'm simply existing in the world and allowing the scars to unlock on their own timeline." The pursuit and the resistance both came from treating the scars as though they were separate from my existence. But they're not. They're me, and I'm them. There's no division anymore. "Are you still Fang Ruolin?" Xianxia asked. "I don't know," Fang said. "The person who was expelled from Ironstone sect had a specific identity. That person is fading. What I'm becoming is still forming. Eventually, I'll know who I am. But the process isn't complete yet." On the 235th day, the final unexpected guest arrived. It was young Master Chen Bifu. He was alone, unarmed, and he was carrying something that looked remarkably like humility. "I wanted to apologize," Chen Bifu said without preamble. "I pursued you because my sect told me to pursue you. I tried to capture you because that was my assignment. But I never understood what I was actually pursuing until much later. You're not an enemy. You're a force of nature." Fang examined the young master with his perception scars. The emotional state was genuine. Chen Bifu had spent the months since his expulsion from Jade Will sect understanding what it meant to be cast aside by the institution that had raised him. He understood now what Fang had been dealing with. "You're welcome to travel with us," Fang said. "Or you're welcome to leave. The only condition is that you stop thinking of yourself as someone pursuing or resisting anything. You have to just exist alongside the change and see what emerges." Chen Bifu chose to stay. Chapter 39, with Chen Bifu's addition to the group, the dynamics shifted again. Now there were four: Fang, Xianxia, Dao Mingzhu, and the young master who had become an exile through his own institutional failure. They moved together through the cultivation world for another 30 days, during which Scar 24 and Scar 25 unlocked on their own, without specific triggers. The unlockings were becoming less tied to emotional states or comprehension, and more tied to some internal timing that Fang could sense, but not fully articulate. Scar 24 was the witness to ruin, a technique for cultivators who needed to understand the long-term consequences of their choices. Scar 25 was the architect of silence, a technique for creating spaces where power could not operate. With 25 scars unlocked, Fang had reached the critical junction the ancient being had warned him about. The scars were shifting from foundational to exploratory. The next phase would require different kinds of understanding. And then, on the 265th day, they encountered an elderly traveler on a mountain road. The man was weathered and ancient-looking, with cultivation energy that suggested an ascendant rank cultivator who had lived for at least a century. When he saw Fang, he stopped. "I know those scars," he said quietly. "I've seen them before." 40 years ago, in the Battle of the Shattered Valley. The techniques you're using, the weapon of the second hour, the movement of the fading wind, the first guard, I served against them. I watched them in action. Fang activated his pattern revealer scar and examined the old man's emotional state. It was genuine. This man had actually faced War Deity techniques in combat. This was a primary historical source. What was the War Deity like? Fang asked. Terrifying, the old man said. Not because of the individual techniques, though they were certainly powerful, but because the deity fought with an understanding of how battles should be lost, how victory could be turned against you, how the pursuit of power without wisdom led to destruction. The War Deity was fighting a war that the rest of us didn't understand we were in. He paused, studying Fang's scars. And now I see that the deity prepared someone to understand that same war. Whoever you are, boy, you're carrying not just techniques. You're carrying a perspective on what power is supposed to mean. The old man walked on down the road, leaving Fang with the understanding that his own journey was beginning to connect with larger historical patterns. He was not just learning techniques. He was becoming a carrier of something that the War Deity had tried to teach the world 40 years ago. Chapter 40. On the 275th day of his journey since leaving Ironstone Sect, Fang stood alone on a mountain peak at dawn. Shen Guyu, Dao Mingzhu, and Chen Bifu were in a camp below, sleeping. And Fang was running the ritual that had become his nightly practice, touching each of his 25 unlocked scars in sequence. The ritual revealed something new today. The scars were beginning to link together in patterns that Fang had not intentionally created. Scar 1 and Scar 3 were now creating a feedback loop that made them more efficient than they had been individually. Scars 4, 6, and 9 were weaving together into a kind of consciousness that could perceive multiple levels of reality simultaneously. The early scars were becoming the foundation for something larger. And in the pattern, Fang could perceive the path to the next threshold. Scar 30 was waiting. And Scar 35. And beyond those, the scars that would eventually lead to Scar 77, the cold scar in the center of his chest, the one that the ancient being had warned him to unlock carefully. But for now, at this moment, on this mountain peak with the sun rising, Fang understood that he had reached the end of the first true arc of his journey. The pursuit had ended. The resistance had ended. The institutional conflicts had resolved. What remained now was the deeper work, understanding what the War Deity had carved into him and why. The sun broke over the horizon, painting the sky in gold and red. And in that light, Fang could see, faintly, distantly, but unmistakably, the shape of what he was becoming. Not a cultivator, not a warrior, not a resource to be controlled. A vessel, a carrier, a living library of techniques carved by someone who understood that power without wisdom was simply the preface to ruin. Fang returned to camp and woke his companions just as the first full light broke over the eastern mountains. We're moving north, he told them. His voice carried a different quality now, not just clarity, but resolution. Back toward Ironstone Sect. I need to talk to Elder Hu Zhendao. There are questions about the War Deity that I think he might be able to answer. About what the deity's goals actually were. About what the scars are truly for. And after that, I need to visit a library. A real one. The kind that preserves not just texts but histories. The kind that Elder Hu mentioned might exist in the northern academies. The journey's not ending, then, Shen Guyu said. He was beginning to understand the arc of what was happening. They had completed one chapter, the flight from institutional pursuit, the basic learning of early techniques, the integration of power. But the next chapter was beginning already, pulling them forward towards something neither of them could yet fully perceive. No, Fang said. It's just beginning its next phase. And I suspect that phase is going to be quite different from what we've experienced so far. The eternal deity is not just present in the scars as separate techniques. The being I encountered suggested that the deity's consciousness is embedded in them, gradually manifesting as each new scar is unlocked. By the time I reach Scar 77, that cold scar in my chest that hasn't resonated once, I might be something very different from Fang Ruolin the student. I might be something the War Deity created specifically to understand what the deity had become in those final years. They broke camp that morning and began moving north, toward whatever came next. Dao Mingzhu moved with them, her wounds healed, her purpose clarified. She would stay as long as this journey required. Shen Guyu carried his documentation, thousands of pages now, a chronicle of transformation that had never before been recorded. And Fang moved between them like a conduit, walking the line between individual and vessel, between student and successor. Behind them, the mountain held the impression of footsteps, the memory of scars that had begun to understand themselves. The dawn light illuminated paths they had traveled, the evidence of their passage marked on the landscape in subtle ways. And ahead, the paths branched in directions that Fang could sense but not yet fully see. 25 scars unlocked. 115 waiting. The real work was only beginning. Chapter 41. The letter 3 days after the institutional forces had withdrawn from their siege, a formal letter arrived at the safe house in Yuanzhou by government courier. The seal on the outside was distinctive, a double-headed spear overlaid with a flowering lotus, the symbol of the Provincial Military Council. The parchment was expensive, the kind used for important declarations, and the courier himself wore the formal insignia of administrative authority. Everything about its delivery was designed to communicate legitimacy, institutional weight, and the seriousness of whatever message it contained. Fang did not open it. He set it on the table beside the tea. He was not avoiding it. He simply saw no reason to rush. Letters carried information, and information could wait indefinitely. More importantly, letters carried intention. Someone external had decided to activate a pressure point, and reading it meant agreeing to play by their timeline. Shen Guyu, sitting across from him, was less patient. "You're not curious?" "No," Fang said. His voice was flat, the characteristic tone of someone whose emotional palate had been deliberately restricted by years of cultivating specific states. "It's leverage. They're sending it because they believe I should read it. Reading it is what they want. And if it's important, they will send another one." But the letter sat on the table, and Fang could feel its presence in the way one feels a scar that has begun to itch just before a storm. It was a message compressed into parchment and ink, a pressure point that something external had chosen to activate. He had grown adept at ignoring external pressure over the last weeks. The isolation campaign had taught him that. But this was different. This was an offer, not a threat. Offers created their own kind of obligation, their own subtle forms of coercion. It was Dao Mingzhu who broke the silence an hour later. She had recovered from her wounds in that peculiar way that cultivators of sufficient strength did. The cultivation base had simply knitted itself back together, leaving only the memory of damage. The healing process had been remarkable to watch. She had literally reformed her cultivation channels while conscious, the experience something between meditation and self-surgery. Now, unburdened by pain, she moved with a returning grace. She took the letter and read it without asking permission, because Dao Mingzhu operated under the assumption that survival situations superseded normal courtesy. Her expression did not change, but her shoulders tightened slightly, the kind of involuntary response that came when someone encountered information that contradicted their expectations. "They're offering you a position," she said. "A military post, specifically tailored to your strengths. Command authority over tactical operations that involve esoteric cultivation techniques. Base salary of 5,000 gold marks per year, plus living quarters, plus access to restricted libraries." The libraries, Fang, they're listing specific collections that I've only heard rumors about. Medical texts on scar-based cultivation. Weapon design manuscripts from the early dynastic period. Strategic archives. Fang did not look at the letter. "And the catch?" "The catch," Dao Mingzhu said slowly, "is that they're offering this to you personally, while also requesting that you undergo regular cultural orientation sessions with the military council. They want you to understand that the techniques you carry are cultural property. They want you to agree, in writing, that any new techniques you develop while in their employ automatically become state inheritance. They're being formal about it. 3 copies of the agreement. Witnessed. Notarized. So they want me as a tool," Fang said. "But they want me to agree to it first. Yes, they want your cooperation. It's more efficient than coercion. And it's insurance. If you eventually discover what you are, if you eventually realize the full scope of the War Deity's gift, they want you to have already agreed to their terms. They're thinking ahead. They're anticipating that your understanding of your own power will increase. This agreement protects their claim when your assessment changes." Shen Guyu was studying the letter, his scholar's mind working through the implications. "The job sounds genuine. The salary is substantial. The library access is genuinely rare. They're not bluffing about the resources. I recognize 3 of the archives they're promising access to. Those are real collections, real knowledge. Which makes it more dangerous," Fang said. He finally looked at the letter, but did not touch it, as if physical contact might constitute agreement. "Because it means they're serious. They've already decided that I'm a resource. They're just trying to make the resource willing. They're trying to make me complicit in my own containment." He stood and walked to the window. From here, he could see the street below, the morning market beginning to form. Vendors were setting up stalls, arranging produce in careful patterns designed to be eye-catching. Guards passed on their regular patrols, following routes that had been established decades ago. The city was indifferent to his choice. The city moved forward regardless of whether Fang Ruolin accepted a military position or refused one. The market cared nothing for his decision. The guards would continue their routes whether he signed the agreement or burned it. But something deeper was stirring. One of his scars, scar 18, on his left shoulder blade, had begun to resonate slightly. It was a subtle vibration, not the violent burning that typically preceded an unlock, but something quieter, something like attention, something like recognition. He traced the sensation back to its source. Scar 18 was inscribed with a technique the War Deity had named recognition of chains. Fang had unlocked it 2 weeks ago, during a conversation with Shun Guyu about the nature of institutional control. The technique had given him a specific ability. When exposed to any social system designed to create dependency, his body would react with a kind of sensory clarity. He would be able to perceive every lever of pressure, every point of attachment, every mechanism by which the system intended to bind him. The letter was activating it now. Fang could feel, with unprecedented clarity, the entire architecture of how the military council wanted to structure their relationship with him. The generous salary was designed to create financial dependence, enough that he would become reluctant to leave, but not so much that it felt like payment for his actual value, which would create resentment and resistance. The library access was designed to create intellectual dependence. He would need something they could provide, and that need would anchor him to their institution. The cultural orientation sessions were designed to create moral dependence. They would frame the techniques as a cultural burden he had inherited, something he ought to feel responsible for, something that shouldn't be lost or allowed to fall into private hands. The 3 forms of leverage together would create a comprehensive net. The net was made of silk, not iron, which made it more insidious. He could slip through iron. He couldn't refuse something that looked like opportunity while secretly being a cage. "I'm not accepting," Fang said. He turned from the window. "But they'll send another offer in 2 weeks. This one was designed to be refused. The refusal is part of the process. It shows me how serious they are. It also shows them that I have some level of decision-making autonomy. That makes me seem like I have genuine agency. The second offer will be more sophisticated. They'll make the terms more favorable, address my concerns as they interpret them, create the appearance of negotiation. This is the opening move in a long game." "Then what do we do?" Dao Mingzhu asked. "We move," Fang said. "We don't accept their timeline. We don't let them control the rhythm of the negotiation. They expect us to sit here and consider the offer. We leave instead, and we go somewhere they can't follow easily." "Where?" Shen Guyu was already calculating. Fang could see it in how his hands moved, tracing the shape of the map that existed in his mind. The scholar was visualizing routes, supply lines, places where institutional power weakened. "North," Fang said. "Back to Ironstone sect. I need to speak with Elder Hu Zhendao about the nature of the War Deity's burial. About why the deity left the scars with me instead of destroying them. There's something in the architecture of this inheritance that I'm not understanding. Something about the deity's intention that I need to comprehend before the institutional pressure becomes too intense. And I suspect the old cartographer might know. The Ironstone sect maintains records that most institutions don't have access to. The cartographer is rumored to have access to archives that predate most of the sects themselves." "The old cartographer? That's the story we heard in the borderlands," Dao Mingzhu said slowly. "The one who appeared in the provincial army's historical archives? No one knows what that entity actually is. I've read accounts that described her as not quite human. Some kind of cultivation transformation that allows perception beyond normal bounds." "Exactly. Which is why they might be willing to talk. They won't be constrained by normal institutional politics. Their perspective will be long enough to encompass the War Deity's entire life. That's what I need." Fang took the letter and burned it in the brazier. The parchment curled and blackened, the seal melting into abstract shapes. The formal offer dissolved into smoke. The guards outside the safe house would report its arrival. The administrative officials would note its destruction. The institutional machinery would continue turning. But Fang had made his choice visible, and that visibility would matter to people like Qin Mujia, the general he had not yet met, but whose name kept appearing in the pursuit patterns. "We leave within the hour," he said. "Take whatever we've prepared. Leave the rest." But as he turned away from the fire, he felt something else moving in his scars. Not just scar 18. Scars 3, 7, 14, and 21 had begun resonating in a subtle harmony with it. These were emotional techniques, scars that unlocked in response to states of mind that Fang had not traditionally allowed himself to experience. But they were waking in response to his choice, as if the act of deliberately rejecting institutional control had activated something in them. The techniques were becoming more sophisticated. They were no longer simply locked behind emotional states. They were beginning to respond to choices. They were beginning to suggest new emotional complexities that Fang had never considered. The scars were not passive. They were interactive. They were responding to the way Fang moved through the world and adapting themselves to his needs. The War Deity, it seemed, had built the scars with a kind of wisdom that extended beyond simple lock and key mechanics. Chapter 42. The road north. The journey to Ironstone Sect took 6 days. Fang moved with purpose, but without urgency, which meant the party made good time without attracting the kind of attention that genuinely rapid travel would have generated. 3 cultivators traveling together on a main road were unremarkable, just another group of monks or scholars or merchants moving between cities. A single cultivator moving at near impossible speeds would have drawn the interest of every administrative body within 5 provinces. They passed through towns and way stations, and in each one, Fang noticed something new. The people around him had begun to create distance, not hostility, something more subtle and in some ways more insidious. In Yuanzhou, when he walked through the market, vendors would sometimes close their stalls or move to the other side of the street. Not all of them, and not consistently, but enough that the pattern was visible. A baker would suddenly close his doors when Fang approached. An innkeeper would turn away their group with apologies about being fully booked, then welcome other travelers an hour later. The invisibility of it made it more effective. There was no formal rejection to point to, no explicit accusation, just a slow withdrawal of access. Shenguyu had developed a theory about it. "Your name?" he said, one evening as they camped outside a small town, the fire burning low so as not to attract attention. "It's circulating, not widely, but it's beginning to spread through the institutional networks." The military council publicized the job offer. Not the whole offer, just the part that makes it sound like an honor. War Deity's successor offered command position. That kind of thing. It makes you visible. And visibility in institutional contexts creates a kind of social momentum. Once your name is in the system, it's hard to remove it. "Visibility is a form of leverage," Fang said. "If enough people know what I am, then everywhere I go becomes a potential reporting point. Every inn we stay in has a record. Every guard who sees us carries information back to their superiors. Every scholar we speak with becomes a data point. The institutional machinery turns slowly, but it turns steadily. Can we counter that?" Dao Mingzhu was eating rice with dried vegetables, eating efficiently, the way soldiers did. She had been with armies long enough that all her habits had become pragmatic. No wasted movements. No unnecessary consumption. Everything optimized for survival and efficiency. "We could go public with your name ourselves. Control the narrative rather than letting the council control it." No. Visibility is unidirectional. Once information enters circulation, you can't retrieve it. Fang traced the pattern of his scar on his left shoulder blade. Scar 18, the one that had activated when he read the letter. But we can become more invisible in other ways. We move faster. We stop spending money in towns where we might be remembered. We don't stay in records. We camp outside settled areas when possible. That becomes suspicious in its own way, Shenguyu pointed out. 3 cultivators systematically avoiding public record keeping. That's the kind of pattern that people notice. Unusual behavior stands out as much as visible behavior. We might be creating the opposite problem. Then we split up, Fang said. He had already calculated this. The logic was sound, though the implementation cost something. You 2 continue to Ironstone, but you take the long way. You visit the towns, you stay in inns, you establish that you're traveling slowly for reasons of health or research. You create a visible pattern. You become a decoy for whatever institutions are tracking us. I'll move ahead through less settled terrain. I'll arrive at Ironstone before you, scout the situation, and confirm that it's safe. That's not safe, Dao Mingzhu said immediately. Traveling alone, especially through territory that might still have remnants of the eternal Forge faction's people. We don't know the full scope of who's hunting you. We don't know all the groups who have information about your significance. I've been alone longer than I've been with you, Fang said. His voice remained flat, but there was something underneath it, a kind of gentleness that suggested he understood her concern and was making a choice anyway. And I'm quieter when I'm traveling solo. I don't have to coordinate with others. I don't have to maintain group security. I can move in ways that a group cannot. It wasn't stubbornness. It was simple assessment. Fang had learned, in the weeks of institutional pressure, that groups created predictable patterns. Groups needed to rest at regular intervals. Groups needed access to water and food. Groups could be tracked by analyzing their consumption patterns. But a single cultivator moving through the countryside, carrying minimal supplies, resting in places that offered no shelter to others, that was much harder to locate. A single cultivator could move like wind. A group had mass and momentum and necessity. I don't like it, Shenguyu said, but he was already accepting it. Fang could see it in how his posture shifted, how his hands moved. The documentation specialist understood the logic even if he didn't like the implementation. But I understand the reasoning. And logistically, it makes sense. The Eternal Forge faction, if they're tracking us through administrative channels, would be looking for group movement patterns. A single cultivator moving through the wilderness would be almost invisible to that kind of surveillance. Then we have it, Fang said. You both leave at dawn, traveling together. Take the main roads. Make sure people see you. When you reach Ironstone, go directly to Elder Hu Jindao. Tell him I'm coming. Tell him I need to understand the War Deity's intention. Don't tell him specifically why. He'll understand. And if we're intercepted? Dao Mingzhu asked. Then you tell them you're traveling to Ironstone for research purposes. You're studying the history of the northern provinces. You have a recommendation from a scholar, all of which is true. You're not carrying anything that implicates you in Fang's situation. You're simply travelers conducting scholarly research. The Jade Wolf sect might be interested in harassing you, but the Eternal Forge faction operates on larger scales. They're not going to waste resources on students. And what are you going to be doing? Shen Guyu asked. The question contained multiple layers, not just asking about his immediate plans, but about his mental state, his understanding of what he was attempting. Learning to move like the scars want me to move, Fang said. There's something in the emotional techniques that's related to evasion. Not the crude kind, not just running away. The kind that's about becoming unremarkable, about moving through the world in a way that doesn't trigger recognition. I've unlocked Scar 18, which helps me understand chains. But I think there's a companion scar, probably in the 35 scar range, that teaches the obverse. How to become invisible without being invisible. How to move so consistently with natural patterns that no one questions your presence. It was a strange thing to say, and Fang knew it. But the scars were beginning to make more sense in patterns. They weren't just individual techniques. They were a comprehensive system of understanding, built by someone who had obviously spent a considerable amount of time thinking about power, leverage, visibility, and evasion. The War Deity had not been a simple warrior. The War Deity had been a strategist, and someone had taken that strategic knowledge, compressed it into physical scars, and left them as an inheritance for someone they had never intended to meet. Fang left at dawn, moving faster now that he was alone. He didn't follow the main roads. Instead, he moved through forests and along ridgelines, using the terrain to stay above the lowest points where travelers typically congregated. His scars guided him in a way that was strange and difficult to articulate. Each technique that was unlocked created a kind of sensitivity, not magical awareness in the way that some cultivation methods achieved it, but something more like pattern recognition applied at the level of his nervous system. Scar 18 made him sensitive to human designs of control. Other scars made him sensitive to movement, to the weight of his own presence, to the consequences of his existence. By the time he reached the boundaries of Ironstone territory, 6 days later, Fang had unlocked 3 additional scars. They had emerged in sequence, each requiring a different emotional state, each unlocking only when Fang experienced the specific internal configuration the War Deity had built into them. Scar 34. Unlocked in a moment of clear intention, when Fang made a decision about his own movement and held to it without doubt. The scar had burned open with a particular intensity, and Fang had received the technique, precision of route. It was a navigation technique that let him perceive the optimal path through any terrain, not just the fastest path, but the path that would leave the least trace, the path that predators would not think to check, the path that moved like water moves through landscape, inevitable and invisible. Scar 27. Unlocked in a moment of acceptance, when Fang recognized that some parts of his situation could not be changed, and that fighting against them directly would only create more resistance. The scar had burned with a deep, rolling ache, and Fang had received the technique, weight of acknowledgement. It was a technique that let him acknowledge dangerous situations without letting that acknowledgement affect his movement or his immediate choices. He could recognize threat while not embodying fear. He could understand the weight pressing down on him while still moving freely. Scar 41. Unlocked in a moment of profound loneliness, when the weight of his solitary journey became unavoidable and Fang stopped trying to mitigate that feeling and instead let it exist fully. The scar, located on his right hip, had erupted with a burning that felt almost like grief, and Fang had received the technique, solitude, as anchor. It was a strange technique, one that Fang did not yet fully understand, but it seemed to create a kind of stability in his movement, as if solitude itself was becoming a tool rather than a liability. The loneliness was no longer a weakness. It was becoming a source of strength. By the time he reached the gates of Ironstone sect, Fang carried 34 unlocked scars, and the weight of that inheritance was beginning to change his relationship to his own body. The early scars had been weapons, tools that could be deployed in combat situations. But the newer scars were becoming more integrated into his understanding of himself. They were changing the way he thought, the way he moved, the way he experienced the world. Fang paused at the boundary, looking at the sect's main gate. The guards on duty recognized him, not from his face, but from the quality of his movement. One of them nodded. "Elder Hu is expecting you," the guard said. "He asked that you come directly to his study when you arrived." Fang entered the sect without ceremony and made his way to the learning buildings. The sect's architecture had not changed, but his perception of it had. Now, moving through it, Fang could sense the weight of institutional intention in every corridor, every decision about where to place a wall or open a courtyard. The sect was beautiful, but it was also a system of subtle controls designed to make certain movements easy and others difficult. The open courtyards channeled visitors toward the central administration. The narrow corridors forced people into linear paths. Everything was designed to facilitate institutional oversight. Elder Hu Zhendao was waiting. He was older than Fang had first assessed him, not in years, but in the depth of his attentiveness. As Fang entered the study, he understood something he had not before. The elder had been aware of what the War Deity's mark meant from the very beginning. This man had known something crucial about Fang's purpose before Fang himself had discovered it. "I was wondering when you'd come," Elder Hu said. He did not stand. "How many scars have you unlocked now?" 34, Fang said. "And they're beginning to cohere," Elder Hu continued. "They're not just separate techniques anymore. They're beginning to form a larger architecture. You can feel it, can't you? The scars are starting to speak to each other." "Yes," Fang said. He was not surprised that the elder understood. "I came to ask about the War Deity's intention. Why these scars? Why leave them with me? Why not destroy them?" Elder Hu closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, there was something heavy in his expression. "Because," he said slowly, "the War Deity didn't intend them to be left at all. The deity intended to die. And something else happened instead." Chapter 43. The story of the deity. Elder Hu rose slowly and moved to a shelf in the back of his study. He retrieved a book bound in dark leather, its pages marked with red silk threads at multiple points. The book was old, not ancient, but clearly preserved with care, each page protected from the damage of time. When he returned to his seat, he opened it carefully, as if the pages might shatter. "The War Deity's history is not often told in sequence," Elder Hu said. "It's usually told in fragments, in military histories, in accounts of battles. But the cartographer who maintains the deepest archives of this sect, the one you may eventually meet, has compiled a chronological account. This is an excerpt." He began to read aloud. "In the 37th year of the Jade Dynasty, the War Deity rose to prominence during the border conflicts in the western provinces. The deity was not born to power. The deity was born to a minor family of generals and cultivators, and rose through demonstrated capability and an almost supernatural understanding of strategy. By the time of the 37th year, the deity was 47 years old and had not lost a single significant engagement. The campaigns extended across 15 years. In that time, the deity's reputation became something more than human. People believed the deity could not be defeated. They believed that any army that opposed the deity would be scattered like leaves before a storm. And for most of those 15 years, that was true. But in the 52nd year of the Jade Dynasty, the deity faced an opponent who understood the deity's weakness. This opponent was not a military genius. This opponent was a being of great age and power, someone who had studied war not for decades, but for centuries. And this being created a strategy that the deity had never encountered before. The deity was defeated, not destroyed. The deity was too powerful for that. But defeated, forced to retreat, forced to acknowledge that there was a limit to the deity's capability. And more than that, forced to acknowledge that the limit was philosophical rather than technical. The deity had been defeated by an opponent who understood that some enemies cannot be conquered, only endured. Elder Hu closed the book. "What happened after that is where the scars come in," he said. "The War Deity withdrew from active conflict. The deity went into isolation and spent the remaining years of the deity's life creating something. We believe the scars were that creation." "Creating what?" Fang asked. "Weapons." "No," Elder Hu said. "The scars are not weapons. They're more like," he paused, searching for the word, "like a strategy made manifest in flesh." The War Deity took every lesson the deity had learned from that one defeat, from the realization that victory was not always possible, and encoded those lessons into a form that could be transmitted. The scars are not just techniques, Fang. They're a complete education in how to survive when victory is not an option. They're the deity's answer to the only opponent who ever bested him. And why leave them with me? Fang still did not understand. There were other students who had trained with the deity for years. There were other capable cultivators with proper credentials and institutional backing. Why choose someone the deity had known for only 14 days? Because the deity was going to die, Elder who said. And the deity wanted to ensure that the knowledge did not die with the deity. But the deity did not simply want to leave the scars behind as instructions or texts, as writings in a library that could be studied and potentially forgotten or misinterpreted. The deity wanted them to be living, active, growing. So the deity encoded them in flesh, imprinted them into a human body, and left them with someone who the deity believed would eventually understand what they were really for. He paused, and Fang could see the elder making a decision about how much to reveal, how much to trust Fang with understanding. The deity chose you because you were present, Elder who continued. Because in the deity's final days, you happened to be the person close enough to carve. But also because the deity understood something about you, some quality that made you capable of carrying this burden. Not capable in the way of cultivation strength, capable in the way of emotional resilience, capable in the way of willingness to persist even when persistence seemed futile. Fang felt something shift in his understanding. All this time, he had been thinking of the scars as tools that had been given to him, tools that were granted as rewards or inheritance. But what if they weren't given? What if they were left as a message? What if every technique, every unlock, every moment of burning pain was the deity trying to communicate something that words could never capture? The War Deity knew they would cause me pain, Fang said quietly. Yes, Elder who confirmed. The deity knew, and the deity believed that was necessary. Because wisdom without suffering is just information. It never becomes part of you. It stays abstract. It remains external. The scars are not abstract. They're inscribed into your body. You feel them. You experience them. And that embodied experience is what makes them different from any technique ever created. The scars are not just knowledge. They are transformation through pain. They are evolution through suffering. And the deity understood that this was the only way to make sure the knowledge would not simply be studied and forgotten, but would become integrated into your very being. Chapter 44. The Cartographer. The next day, Elder who brought Fang to a section of Ironstone sect that he had not visited before. It was called the Archive of Echoes, and it was housed in a building that seemed to exist slightly sideways from the rest of the sect. The doorway was narrow, and the architecture inside did not match the outside dimensions in any obvious way. The effect was disorienting, as if the building existed partially in a different spatial configuration than the rest of the world. The walls seemed to extend further than the external measurements suggested possible. The space had the quality of dream logic, where distances obeyed different rules. An old woman was waiting in the main chamber. She was not moving, simply standing before a wall that was covered entirely in maps. Not maps of territory, but maps of time, with events marked in different colors and arranged in patterns that suggested a meaning Fang could not immediately parse. The maps formed a kind of visual archive, a three-dimensional representation of how history flowed and connected. Some maps overlaid others. Some were drawn on transparent material that allowed multiple layers to be visible simultaneously. It was a monument to the accumulation of knowledge across decades. This is the old cartographer, Elder who said, his voice taking on a quality of reverence. She has maintained the deepest records of the War Deity's actual history. Not the official histories, but the living record, updated with every scrap of information that enters the sect. Everything in this room has been verified through multiple independent sources or earned through lived experience. The old woman turned. Her eyes were completely white, not blind, but some kind of cultivation transformation that had changed her eyes into something that could perceive patterns rather than simple visual information. It was like looking into clouds or water or any medium that transmitted information without direct visual clarity. When she looked at Fang, it seemed as if she was reading multiple layers of information simultaneously, seeing through to something deeper than surface. "You're the vessel," she said. Her voice was cracked, but steady. "I wondered if you would come. I have been waiting for someone. The deity's choice made it inevitable. I have been arranging these maps for 30 years in anticipation of someone like you arriving." "The elder said you could tell me more about the War Deity," Fang said. "I can tell you about the one battle," she said. "The only battle the War Deity ever lost, and the only battle that actually mattered. Come here. Look at the maps. Understand what defeat looks like when it comes from outside all previous understanding." She gestured to the wall of maps. Fang approached, and as he did, he began to understand what he was looking at. The maps were not showing territory. They were showing the spread of information, the movement of armies, the clustering of resources. They were maps of how power moved, not maps of how space was divided. They were the visual representation of the deity's strategic thinking, the systems through which power flowed and connected. Each map was a slice of understanding, and together they created a comprehensive vision of how the War Deity had perceived the world. This battle, the old woman said, pointing to a specific cluster of marks that seemed to exist at the center of all the others, took place in the eastern reaches, in a place that no longer exists because the War Deity burned it to the ground after the defeat. The deity's forces were superior. The deity's strategy was refined from 15 years of victories. The deity believed the battle was already won before it began. She moved her finger across the map, tracing a path. But the opponent was a being who had fought against the deity's kind before. The opponent recognized that the deity's strength was not in tactics, but in the ability to perceive the overall shape of a conflict and shift the entire situation with a single decisive action. So the opponent created a trap that was not a trap for the body, but a trap for the mind. The opponent created a paradox. What kind of paradox? Fang asked. The kind, the old woman said, where all of the deity's options led to the same outcome. The deity could fight, and the deity would eventually win, but winning would require the destruction of an entire city. The deity could retreat, which would lose the battle but save the city. But retreating would destroy the deity's reputation and give the enemy strategic advantage. The deity could surrender part of the city, sacrifice certain districts, but that would mean condemning people to death on the deity's orders, which violated something fundamental in how the deity understood power. She turned to face Fang directly. The deity, she continued, discovered that there is no good choice in some situations. There is no path that does not lead to harm. The deity had never encountered that before. The deity had always been able to find the brilliant maneuver, the unexpected approach, the method that turned the enemy's strength against itself. But in this battle, there was no brilliant approach. There was only the choice between different kinds of failure. How did the War Deity resolve it? Fang asked. The deity didn't resolve it, the cartographer said quietly. The deity endured it. The deity made the choice that saved the most lives, knowing it would destroy the deity's military reputation. The deity lost the battle. And more importantly, the deity lost the sense of invincibility that had driven all prior strategy. After that moment, the deity knew that winning was not guaranteed. Power was not absolute. Strength could be met with something it could not overcome. And instead of destroying the deity, that knowledge transformed the deity completely. She pointed to a series of marks on the map that seemed to branch outward from the defeat point. After the battle, the deity did something unexpected. The deity studied the opponent. The deity learned the opponent's philosophy, not to defeat it, but to understand it. The deity spent 10 years learning from the very being who had defeated the deity. And then the deity returned to isolation and created the scars. 140 techniques that are not designed to win. They are designed to endure, to adapt, to continue when victory is impossible. Fang looked at the map for a long moment. He understood, now, why the scars had been responding to emotional states rather than combat situations. The War Deity was not teaching him how to be a better warrior. The War Deity was teaching him how to be a person who continued to exist, and think, and choose, and matter, even when all the circumstances of the world were designed to prevent that. The scars were a complete philosophy of existence in the face of defeat. He built them as a gift, Fang said. Yes, the cartographer said, but also as a burden, and also as an apology for something he hadn't done yet. You'll understand that part when you unlock Scar 77. Chapter 45. The Cascade begins. Fang spent the next 3 weeks at Ironstone Sect, and in that time, something shifted in the scars. They were no longer individual locks that opened one at a time. They were beginning to form patterns. Cascades where one unlock would prime another, where specific combinations of emotional states would create resonance between multiple scars simultaneously. The scars were beginning to function as a unified system rather than as separate techniques. Each unlock created conditions for the next one. Each emotional state unlocked created pathways that made subsequent emotional states more accessible. During this period, Fang unlocked Scar 9, a scar he had carried in a state of almost resonance for weeks. The scar was located on his right collarbone, and it had been vibrating at the edge of burning for months. The emotional trigger was a state the War Deity called sustained patience under unjust conditions, and Fang found it naturally, by simply continuing to exist in a situation where the fundamental inequity of his circumstances became undeniable and unchangeable. He was not starving. He was not being hunted at that exact moment, but he was trapped in a cage made of institutional indifference. The Jade sect had issued an advisory. Wounding Fang Ruolin unlocked techniques. This fact, once known, changed how the world treated him. Trade was being diverted from the safe house. Inns were refusing hospitality to his group. Scholars were being warned away from association with him. The institutional machinery was grinding him down not through violence, but through systematic exclusion. The isolation was not violent. It was systemic. It was designed to constrain him without engaging him directly. And Fang had to learn to exist within that constraint without breaking, without demanding escape, without even truly resenting it. He had to learn to be patient in a way that was not passive, to wait while continuing to prepare, to endure while continuing to learn, to persist even though persistence seemed futile. This was a different kind of patience than the patience that came from combat training. This was the patience of someone trapped in a system learning to survive that system rather than fighting it. When Scar 9 finally unlocked, it was in the middle of a conversation with Ren Lihua about nothing in particular. She was describing an incident from her childhood, her voice steady even though her family's destruction was the underlying subject. She was talking about a summer festival, about how her younger brother had stolen honey cakes from a vendor and how everyone had laughed instead of scolding him. Fang felt a sudden burst of warmth and connection, understanding that this, sitting quietly with someone while they carried their own grief, letting them speak their memories into the world, was a form of patience he had never practiced before. This was patience without agenda. This was endurance as gift rather than endurance as survival. The scar burned open on his right collarbone, and what flooded in was knowledge that the War Deity called the Long Watch, a cultivation sensing technique that extended awareness across vast territories, letting him perceive movement, cultivation signatures, and intent at distances of leagues. It was a technique of perception, of maintaining constant vigilance without burning out from the effort. It was a technique for keeping people alive when you couldn't be physically present to protect them. The technique came with a visceral understanding. This was how the War Deity had kept soldiers alive on multi-year campaigns. This was how the deity had known where threats were gathering before they could strike. The deity had earned it slowly, through years of campaigns, and now that knowledge was being encoded directly into Fang's body. But the unlock brought something else. The burning was different than the other scars. It carried not just technique knowledge, but emotional residue. Fang could sense the deity's own experience of learning this technique, the long-repeated checking of the horizon, the constant awareness that somewhere out there were enemies trying to find him. The deity had lived in this state of vigilance for so long that it became as natural as breathing. Ren Lihua had watched the unlock. She had learned to recognize the signs, the momentary stillness, the way Fang's breathing changed, the instant when consciousness seemed to refocus on something distant and vast. When he came back to himself, she said simply, "You just learned to see farther." "Yes," Fang said. "Good. Because they're coming," she said. She wasn't being dramatic. She was stating fact. The Eternal Forge faction hasn't lost interest. They've just been patient. Now they're moving. Fang extended the long watch outward, using it properly for the first time, and what he perceived made several things clear. Multiple pursuit vectors were converging. The Jade Will sect had operatives positioned at major waypoints. But there was something else, a third group, cultivators whose signatures were distinctive in a way he didn't recognize. They moved differently. They carried themselves with a kind of professional precision that suggested military training, not sect discipline. "There are 3 different groups hunting me now," Fang said quietly. 3. Ren Lihua's hand went to the hilt of her sword instinctively. "The Jade Will sect, Eternal Forge faction, and who? The third group has military signatures, but no institutional affiliation I recognize. They move too deliberately to be mercenaries. They move too precisely to be militia." Fang closed his eyes and extended the long watch further, tracing the cultivation signatures back to their source. Their signatures. I've read about these patterns before. He was pulling the memory from his scars, from the accumulated knowledge that had come with each unlock. The War Deity had faced many enemies. The deity had learned to identify pursuit styles the way one identifies handwriting. "They're the War Deity's surviving students," Fang said. "The ones Elder who mentioned. The ones who were taught by the deity before the scars came to me." Ren Lihua's expression hardened. "How many?" 3. Maybe 4. Their cultivation is substantial. They've been trained by someone extraordinary, which means they're as dangerous as I am, possibly more so." Fang opened his eyes and looked at her directly. "They know me because the War Deity talked about me before dying. They probably know what I am before I even discovered it myself. Then they'll expect you to be what the deity was," Ren Lihua said. Understanding spread across her face. "And when you're not, when you're different in ways the deity wasn't, they'll feel betrayed," Fang finished. "The War Deity left me everything he carried. These students received only specific techniques. That distribution of inheritance can feel like rejection. The hunting was about to become personal. Chapter 46. The pursuit intensifies over the following days. Using the long watch, Fang tracked the convergence with methodical precision. The three groups pursuing him were moving with increasing coordination, not working together in any formal alliance, but pressing from different vectors, clearly hoping to force him into a location where they could coordinate an actual confrontation. Each group had different goals, different tactics, different understandings of who Fang was and what he represented. The Jade Wheel sect's pursuit was becoming increasingly desperate. The advisory about Fang's danger had been meant to isolate him through fear, but it had also created an unintended consequence. It had made recruitment of local help more difficult. Most people who followed the sect wanted advancement within the sect, wanted to be part of an organization that could help them rise in social status and cultivation strength. They did not want confrontation with someone whose power was demonstrably outside normal parameters, someone whose very wounding unlocked unprecedented techniques. The sect couldn't mobilize their usual network of support when that network was actively avoiding the situation. The Eternal Forge faction's movement was slower, but more deliberate. They weren't hunting him with individual cultivators, but with organized units. Qin Mujia, the general whose name kept appearing in the pursuit patterns, had shifted from reactive tactics to planned operations. She was moving like someone who had studied the War Deity's own military campaigns and was applying those lessons in reverse. She understood that the only way to corner someone as resourced and skilled as Fang was through systematic organization, through institutional pressure, not through raw cultivation power. But it was the third group that demanded his attention. The War Deity's surviving students moved differently. They moved like they were looking for something specific, not just hunting him, but trying to confirm something about him. They moved with a kind of desperate longing that suggested they were searching for answers, not just trying to capture him. They were searching for justification. They were searching for understanding. Shen Guyu, after hearing Fang's assessment of the situation, had immediately begun researching with the intensity of a scholar who had found a genuinely important problem. It took him 2 weeks and access to Ironstone Sect's comprehensive archives, but he brought back information that clarified the threat and, more importantly, explained the motivation behind it. There were 4 original students, Shen Guyu reported. The deity trained them over a period of about 30 years, before the deity went into isolation. The eldest is someone called Fang Ruolin. He's about 40 years old now, had 18 years of direct training, and the records indicate he reached Dao Bone rank cultivation, which is significant. The second student, Chen Bifu, is younger but also extensively trained. The third and fourth are less documented, but they seem to have been trained in military applications rather than pure technique. Fang Ruolin, Fang repeated. The name meant nothing to him, but the resonance in his scars suggested something deeper. Some echo of the War Deity's memory of this person existed in the inherited knowledge. He's probably the one leading the pursuit, Shen Guyu continued. The other students follow his lead. And Fang, he's not trying to capture you. His movement pattern suggests he's looking for a specific kind of confrontation, one where he can talk to you. About what? Dao Mingzhu asked. About why he received only 3 techniques, Fang said, understanding now. While I received all 140 scars. Chapter 47. The Meeting. Fang Ruolin came to the meeting without guards or backup. He arrived at the neutral location, a temple ruin 3 days' journey from Ironstone Sect, with only 2 guards, and he left them at the boundary. The gesture was significant. Fang understood it immediately. This was not a confrontation. This was something more delicate. This was a man who needed to understand something that had haunted him for months. This was a person trying to find a way to live with something that had fundamentally damaged their sense of self-worth. Fang Ruolin was older than Fang expected. Not aged, but carrying the kind of weight that came from decades of serious cultivation practice. His cultivation signature was vast, easily the equal of Fang's at baseline, though Fang now carried the advantage of the unlocked scars. More than that, though, Fang Ruolin carried the weight of someone who had trained under an exceptional teacher and was now struggling with the fact that his training seemed insufficient. There was a particular kind of pain in how he moved, the pain of someone who had worked harder than most people could imagine and still felt like he had failed. They faced each other across the temple's main chamber. The space was ancient, the stones marked by centuries of weather and use. Fang could feel the weight of all the conversations that had happened in this space, all the negotiations, the prayers, the moments of human struggle. Fang Ruolin did not bow. He did not show deference. He simply looked at Fang with an expression of concentrated observation, as if trying to understand something fundamental about his composition. There was pain in that observation, but also something more complex, a kind of desperate searching, as if he hoped to find the answer written somewhere on Fang's face. I trained under the War Deity for 18 years, Tung Russian said without preamble. His voice was steady, but there was something fragile underlying that steadiness, like ice that had begun to crack. 18 years of intensive study, meditation, technique development, and direct instruction. Year after year of showing up, of pushing myself to the limit, of trying to understand what the deity was trying to teach. At the end of that period, the deity gave me 3 techniques. 3 techniques that took years to master individually. 3 techniques, and a blessing that meant the deity believed I had potential. Fang did not respond. He recognized that Tung Russian needed to speak first, and that interruption would be a betrayal of something important. This man was articulating something that had been tormenting him for what seemed like months, eating away at the foundation of his self-understanding. Fang's role was to listen, not to defend himself. Sometimes the most powerful thing one person can do for another is simply to witness their pain without trying to make it disappear. You knew the deity for how long? Tung Russian asked. 2 weeks. 3. 14 days, Fang said. The deity was already dying. The scars were already carved. And in those 14 days, Tung Russian continued, his voice tightening. The deity gave you everything. All 140 techniques. Every lesson the deity had learned across a lifetime of mastery. Everything. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The accusation was clear. It was unfair. It was unjust. It was a betrayal of 18 years of devotion. Fang looked at this man who had been trained by the War Deity and said the only thing he understood to be true. He taught you everything he thought you needed to become what you are? He taught me everything he hadn't gotten to yet. Those aren't the same gift. That's what you think, Tung Russian said bitterly. That's what I know, Fang replied. Because I can read every lesson in the scars I carry, and the ones he designed for you are different from these. The ones he designed for you were built to make you into a warrior. The ones he designed for me, many of them aren't combat techniques at all. They're about surviving when war is no longer possible. They're about persistence without victory. They're about endurance when wisdom and tactical brilliance fail. Something changed in Tung Russian's expression. Not acceptance yet, but a crack in the wall of his certainty. The anger was still there, the sense of betrayal, but underneath it was something else, a desperate need to understand how what had happened could possibly be fair. That's not. He started, then stopped. How do you know that? How could you possibly know what he intended for me? Because he wrote it down, Fang said. Not in words. In the structure of the scars. The techniques I carry are architecture. They're designed to build on each other in specific sequences. And that architecture is different from what you learned. You learned combat mastery. I learned something else. What? There was real need in that question. Tung Russian was asking because he genuinely didn't know. And that lack of knowledge was driving him towards something darker than anger. How to be the person the War Deity became after he lost, Fang said. After he was defeated in the only battle that mattered. You learned what he was when he was winning. I learned what he became when winning was no longer possible. Tung Russian was very still. Then, slowly, he sat down on the temple's stone floor. He didn't collapse, but the motion was heavy with something that looked like grief. He was afraid, Tung Russian said quietly. It was a statement, not a question, but Fang answered it anyway. Yes. He thought he was leaving too much undone. Yes. And he chose you because, Tung Russian looked up, and his eyes were red now, because there was no time, and you were close, and he had to choose someone, and it wasn't going to be fair no matter what he did. Fang nodded once. It was the most honest thing any of them had said, and it seemed to break something open in Tung Russian, not his control, but his need to defend his anger. He should have told us, Tung Russian said. He should have told us that he was dying, that he was going to do something desperate. He had 14 days and 140 wounds to carve, Fang said. He used the time he had. Chapter 48. The withdrawal. Tung Russian did not join Fang's group. The wound was still too fresh, the sense of displacement too immediate. But he withdrew his pursuit. He sent word to his 2 fellow disciples that they were to cease their hunting operations. When they questioned him, because they had been pursuing Fang as a coordinated unit, as a revenge party united by shared injustice, Tung Russian simply said, the deity had 14 days. The deity used them to carve someone into his own image. That was a choice. Not a fair choice, but a choice. And the deity doesn't owe us an explanation for his final choices. The 3 of them returned to wherever they had come from, carrying the knowledge that the War Deity's final choice, while unfair, was at least understandable. They carried the knowledge that they had been loved enough to be taught, even if the teaching had not been as complete as they might have wished. They carried the knowledge that grieving the deity would be a long process, and that learning to live with an incomplete inheritance would take years. With the deity's original students no longer pressing, the pursuit vectors simplified. The Jade Wheel sect was still hunting, but with less coordination and less belief in success. They had been expecting the older disciples to help corner Fang. They had been counting on the support of cultivators as powerful as themselves. Without that support, they lacked the cultivation strength to mount a serious threat. More than that, they were beginning to lose faith in their own mission. The advisory about Fang's danger had created a reputation that made him harder to hunt. People were cautious. Institutional cooperation was breaking down. But the Eternal Forge faction intensified their operations proportionally. Qin Mujia understood, almost immediately, that her window for negotiation was closing. Every day that Fang carried more unlocked scars was a day that he became more dangerous and less vulnerable to institutional pressure. Every scar unlock increased the complexity of what they would need to do to secure the techniques. She was running a race against time, and she knew it. It was during this escalation that Ren Lihua made the explicit declaration that changed the group's dynamic. It happened in a moment that seemed designed by something larger than themselves, as if the universe itself was creating the conditions for transformation. "I trust you," she said. It was not in the middle of combat or crisis. It was in a moment of genuine quiet, sitting on a stone bench outside Ironstone Sect, watching the sun move across the training grounds. The light was golden, the kind of light that made ordinary places seem beautiful. The world around them had receded into irrelevance. There was only this moment, this bench, this statement. "I want you to know that. Not because you've earned it through demonstrations of loyalty. Not because I have no other choice. Not because I'm hoping for something in return. I trust you because I've chosen to trust you, repeatedly, through circumstances that would have justified caution, and you have not made that choice foolish." Fang recognized the significance of what she was saying. Trust, in the context of the scars, was not abstract. Trust was a trigger. Trust was an emotional state that the War Deity had deliberately encoded into the scar library, knowing it would be both powerful and difficult to achieve. As she spoke, Fang felt Scar 11 beginning to resonate, a deep, urgent vibration that built quickly toward burning. The sensation started as a whisper and grew into a symphony, 1,000 points of connection within his body suddenly coming alive. "I don't have trust easily," Fang said quietly. He was speaking as much to himself as to her, acknowledging something fundamental about how he had been constructed, both by circumstance and by the deity's design. The deity built techniques that require it, and I don't understand how to access those states, except by learning them from someone willing to teach, willing to be vulnerable in return. "Then I'm teaching you," Ren Lihua said simply. Her voice carried a kind of certainty that suggested she had thought about this moment before, prepared for it, understood its weight. "You can trust me. You can say it out loud. You can acknowledge it with words instead of keeping it locked inside as you've locked everything else away." "I trust you," Fang said. The words felt strange in his mouth, foreign and dangerous. Saying them aloud made something vulnerable, made it real, made it irrevocable. And immediately Scar 11 ignited. The burning was intense, not painful in the way of trauma, but overwhelming in the way of transformation. Warmth flooded through his entire cultivation base, spreading like sunrise through darkness. It was not the sharp burn of combat-triggered unlocks. It was a deeper warmth, a systemic transformation that rewrote something fundamental about how his cultivation functioned. With it came knowledge, the shared weight, a technique that let him distribute a portion of his cultivated power among the people in his group, temporarily enhancing their endurance to match his own. More than that, it gave him the ability to carry emotional weight collectively rather than bearing it alone. The technique was social in nature. It was about creating actual connections, actual interdependence, actual bonds of shared strength. The unlock gave him more than technique knowledge. It gave him the visceral understanding of what trust felt like from the inside. The deity had learned this technique by trusting specific people over the course of his life: soldiers, strategists, students. The deity had allowed himself to depend on others, and in that dependence, had found a kind of strength that isolation could never provide. Now that knowledge belonged to Fang. But there was another scar waiting, one that Fang hadn't expected would open so soon. Days later, when Dao Mingzhu was injured in a skirmish with Eternal Forge faction scouts, Fang did something he had spent his entire life avoiding. He did something that violated his core approach to existence. He asked for help. "I need assistance with her treatment," he said to Luo Yinshi directly, instead of waiting for her to offer. "My knowledge of cultivation injuries is insufficient. I need your expertise, and I need it now. I cannot solve this alone," and attempting to would endanger her life. The request seemed simple, but it was revolutionary. Fang asking for help instead of solving problems in isolation. Fang acknowledging limitation instead of working around it. Fang trusting someone else with a crucial task instead of handling it himself while operating at reduced efficiency. It was a fundamental shift in how he moved through the world. Luo Yinshi accepted without comment. She had been waiting for this moment. She had been waiting for Fang to reach the point where his survival instinct to handle everything alone would finally crack under the weight of maintaining other people's survival. Scar 12 ignited in response, a deep red unlock that burned across his sternum. The technique was called the second wind, and what it taught was how to recover not from his own resources, but by drawing on the willingness of others to support him. It was about accepting help without shame. It was about understanding that strength included the capacity to be sustained by others, to draw power from connection rather than from isolation. It was a technique of genuine connection, and it transformed something fundamental in how Fang moved through the world. After this unlock, he was no longer a solitary warrior carrying a burden. He was part of a system, part of a group that could share weight across multiple people. By this point, he had unlocked 28 scars, and the weight of the inherited techniques was beginning to create a pressure of its own. The scars were no longer just individual techniques that could be deployed separately. They were becoming a system, a complete philosophy of power that the War Deity had spent decades constructing. The scars were beginning to function as an integrated whole, each one supporting and enhancing the others. Chapter 49. The Diplomat. 3 weeks after Fang's confrontation with Tung Russian, a new visitor arrived at Ironstone Sect. The visitor came without military escort and without institutional insignia. He was simply a scholar, an old man with white hair and the worn appearance of someone who had spent decades in libraries. His name was Wu Daolin. He was the cipher scholar. "I have been studying the War Deity cipher for 30 years, Wu Daolin announced when Elder who brought him to meet Fang. His voice carried the weight of decades of focused research. Every sealed scar in your body was encoded with intention. The deity recorded what each technique was supposed to accomplish, in what order they should open, and most importantly, what emotional states would trigger them. I have spent 3 decades translating this cipher, cross-referencing historical records, analyzing the patterns." "Why?" Fang asked. The question was simple, but the answer was important. "Because my teacher's teacher was one of the deity's students in the War Deity's early years," Wu Daolin said quietly. "A woman named Li Wen. She was a tactical prodigy and the deity's most gifted early student. She died protecting the deity's flank in a battle the deity believed he should have won differently. The deity carried that grief for the rest of the deity's life." He paused, and Fang could see the weight of carried history in how Wu Daolin stood. "When the War Deity died, my teacher spent the rest of her life trying to understand the deity's sorrow, not as an academic exercise, but as a way of honoring the grief itself. She wanted to understand what the deity had transformed that grief into. When I became a scholar, I took up the same work. I have been trying to understand what the deity was building, and now I want to propose something to you." "What?" Fang asked. "An exchange," Wu Daolin said. "I will provide you with my cipher translations. Whenever you are uncertain about what a scar contains or what emotional state triggers it, I can read the deity's original intent directly. In exchange, I ask only one thing: that you allow me to document the unlock process. That you permit me to be present when you open the scars and experience the techniques. I want to understand how the deity solved the problem of knowledge preservation." Fang considered this carefully. Wu Daolin was asking for something intimate, to witness the moments when Fang's body burned open and the deity's knowledge flooded into his consciousness. It was a vulnerable thing to allow. "You can be present," Fang said finally, "but with conditions. You answer my questions about the scars immediately when asked. You don't publish anything about what you learn without my consent. And if combat situations arise, you remove yourself. The techniques are dangerous, and I won't have you harmed while trying to understand them." Wu Daolin smiled, a genuine expression of gratitude mixed with something like awe. "Agreed. I was hoping you would say yes. Most cultivators would have rejected me as a distraction. But you understand that knowledge is a form of power that operates differently than cultivation strength. You understand that understanding matters." The War Deity understood that, Fang said. It seems appropriate to continue his approach. With Wu Daolin integrated into the group, the pursuit became more complex. The Eternal Forge faction was now tracking not just Fang and his companions, but also a cipher scholar who could potentially decode the full intention behind the scars. Qin Mujia understood, almost immediately, that Wu Daolin's involvement elevated the stakes significantly. A scholar understanding the scars could potentially help preserve or even replicate that knowledge. She began sending more coordinated pursuit teams. But Fang was unlocking faster now. The emotional states required by the intermediate scars were coming faster, triggered by the group dynamics, by genuine connection, by the weight of institutional pursuit, and by the specific challenge of defending people he cared about while simultaneously being hunted. Chapter 50. The confrontation. The Eternal Forge faction made their first serious military move on a clear afternoon when Fang's group was traveling through neutral territory. A full unit of 60 cultivators surrounded them at a crossroads, moving with perfect coordination and professional precision. The formation was immaculate, organized in layers designed to prevent escape while maintaining stability. The primary ring was close, designed to prevent ground-level escape. The secondary ring was positioned to block aerial ascent or lateral movement. The tertiary ring maintained position to prevent collapse of the formation if the outer rings were breached. It was not an attack. It was an arrest. It was the kind of military operation that had been carefully planned, probably for weeks. Xianxia had studied how Fang moved, studied the patterns of his companions, understood the terrain around the crossroads. She had coordinated every variable she could control. A woman in pristine military dress emerged from the center of the formation. Her cultivation signature was substantial, not stronger than Fang's, but far stronger than most, and it carried the weight of organization and institutional authority behind it. She moved with the confidence of someone who had military power backing her every word, the confidence of someone who represented an organization rather than just herself. General Xianxia was younger than Fang expected, probably in her early 50s, though cultivation practice could make it hard to judge. More than age, she carried herself with the bearing of someone who had spent decades making decisions that affected thousands of people. Her face was composed, professional, almost gentle. She could have been a teacher or a scholar rather than a military officer. "I am General Xianxia," she announced, her voice carrying across the formation and to Fang's group without shouting. "On behalf of the Eternal Forge faction and the national interest, I am here to escort Fang Ruolin to our headquarters for registration and documentation of the War Deity's techniques. This is not a combat situation. You have the option to comply voluntarily. Cooperation would be appreciated and would be noted in the formal records." Fang assessed the situation with the long watch. 60 cultivators was a manageable number if this became combat, but 60 competent military cultivators trained in coordinated tactics was a different matter. They were positioned to prevent escape while minimizing civilian casualties. The formation was not designed for combat efficiency. It was designed for control. Every position had been chosen to maximize psychological pressure while minimizing the need for actual force. More importantly, they were not trying to harm him. They were trying to capture him intact. Intact cultivators could be questioned, could be processed, could potentially be persuaded. Dead cultivators were merely martyrs or cautionary tales. "I don't recognize your authority to register my body," Fang said flatly. He had not raised his voice. There was no emotion in the statement, just fact laid out clearly. The Eternal Forge faction represents the National Military Heritage Preservation Authority. Xianxia replied with perfect bureaucratic precision. She was quoting regulations, citing official structures, presenting this as not a matter of personal whim, but of institutional law. The War Deity's techniques constitute national treasure. As such, they fall under mandatory registration with appropriate authorities. "The War Deity did not register them," Fang said. "The deity inscribed them into my body instead of registering them anywhere. That was a choice. A deliberate choice made in the final 14 days of the deity's life, when the deity had options and chose this path." "The deity is deceased," Xianxia stated. "The choice does not carry institutional weight. Personal choices do not supersede the collective interests of the nation." Fang recognized the core of the problem in that moment. He was not facing someone evil or irrational. He was facing someone who had convinced herself that institutional authority superseded personal autonomy, that the collective good justified confiscation of individual choice, that her organization's right to preserve cultural knowledge outweighed Fang's right to his own body and his own choices. She was not being malicious. She was being what she believed was responsible. "I'm going to request a formal negotiation," Fang said, "with neutral administrative officials present. 3 days' time at the city administrative center." Xianxia studied him for a long moment. Her expression did not change, but Fang could see her calculating, assessing what benefit would come from granting this request. Then she nodded. "Granted. 3 days. We'll provide escort to the city. During that time, no one leaves the group. All of you will be held as guests of the faction, with all reasonable accommodations. But you will not separate." It was not surrender, but it was the closest thing to negotiation that the current circumstances allowed. It was also Fang's first real test of the techniques he had already unlocked. He would have to maintain psychological stability while under custody. He would have to navigate institutional politics while physically constrained. He would have to argue for his autonomy while surrounded by the machinery of institutional power. Chapter 51. Documentation. Shinguyu's research abilities proved crucial in the 3 days before the negotiation. He was a man of pure intellect, and now that intellect had a purpose that transcended academic interest. He compiled historical records of the War Deity's final days, pulling from monastery archives and military histories. He gathered witness testimony from people who had been present at the deity's death, scholars who had maintained records, other cultivators who had been in proximity when the deity withdrew from public life. He created a documented timeline of scar inscriptions, showing the progression, showing the deliberation, showing that this was not a hasty decision made in desperation, but a methodical, planned process that had taken the full 14 days of the deity's remaining life. Luo Yinshi provided medical documentation showing the scars were naturally inscribed over a period of 14 days, not artificially applied at some later date. She could point to the healing patterns, the way the cultivation channels had adapted around each inscription, the evidence written in Fang's own body that this process had been organic and living rather than imposed from outside. Wu Daolin provided dated cipher records showing the deity had explicitly planned to embed the techniques in a living person rather than commit them to institutional record. This was perhaps the most crucial documentation, proof that the deity had made this choice deliberately, with full awareness of the alternatives, with intention that this knowledge would remain personal rather than institutional. The documentation case was genuinely strong. Not perfect, but solid enough that Qin Mujia scholars could not dismiss it outright. It created the appearance of legitimate process, of genuine legal standing. It showed that this was not an arbitrary decision, but something the deity had thought through and chosen deliberately. During this period, held in comfortable but clearly constrained circumstances, Fang unlocked scars 18 through 21 in rapid succession. Each unlock corresponded to an emotional state related to institutional conflict and the tension between personal autonomy and collective authority. The scars were responding to the pressure of the negotiation, to the weight of institutional power pressing down on him. The scars understood, in ways Fang did not yet fully comprehend, that institutional conflict required different techniques than combat did. Scar 18. Formation reading, the ability to perceive how organized groups operate structurally, to see the pressure points where individuals form into collectives. With this, Fang could understand the dynamics of military formations, the hierarchy within organized systems, the weak points in group cohesion. He could look at Qin Mujia's command structure and see exactly where authority flowed, where decisions were made, where the system could be influenced. Scar 19. Counterformation, a technique that allowed temporary disruption of coordinated group action through specific cultivation projections. This was not about individual combat. This was about breaking the unified will that made groups function. It was about demonstrating that if it came to that, he could disrupt their organization. Scar 20. False compliance, a technique that created the appearance of cooperation while executing a completely different plan. This was about navigating systems while maintaining internal autonomy. It was about saying yes while meaning no, about appearing to agree while preparing to act differently. It was a technique of survival in environments controlled by others. Scar 21. The command voice, a projection technique that could temporarily destabilize others' formation coordination through direct cultivation expression. This was the counterpoint to counterformation, a technique of direct influence. It was about imposing one's will on groups momentarily, creating moments of confusion or hesitation that could be exploited. Wu Daolin witnessed each unlock and provided the deity's own intentions for the techniques. He designed these to counter organized military response, Wu Daolin explained, his voice carrying the weight of 3 decades of study. The deity understood that eventually he would face not individual opponents, but institutional forces. These techniques were built specifically to survive that pressure, not to defeat it, but to survive it. As the negotiation began, conducted in neutral space with official mediators present, Fang realized something crucial. Qin Mujia was not his enemy. She was simply representing a different claim on his life. The Eternal Forge faction genuinely believed that the War Deity's techniques constituted national heritage that should be preserved institutionally. They had convinced themselves that allowing the knowledge to remain personal was irresponsible, that cultural preservation required institutional control. She was not being malicious. She was being what she believed was responsible. She was operating within a framework that made sense to her, that had legitimacy in her world, that aligned with her values and her understanding of duty. But Fang had chosen differently. The War Deity had chosen differently, and choice, ultimately, was the only claim that mattered. Choice was what distinguished an inheritance from a theft. Choice was what separated gift from confiscation. Chapter 52. The critical scar as the negotiation proceeded through its formal stages. Ren Lihua began spending more time with Fang, not in romantic pursuit, but in genuine presence. She had stories about her family, stories she had never told anyone before. Stories about her mother's laughter, her father's stubbornness, the specific way her younger brother had complained about everything. She was learning to carry those memories aloud instead of keeping them sealed inside. She had questions about the deity's understanding of grief, and she asked them directly. The deity lost someone, she said one evening. I can feel it in how the scars are structured. There's a weight to certain techniques that suggests personal loss. One evening, as they sat watching the city lights, Ren Lihua said something that cut to the core of Fang's isolation. I've been watching you carry other people's grief. The deity's grief, the student's grief, my family's grief. You carry it all as if it's your responsibility to process it for everyone else. That's what Scar 17 requires, Fang said. No, Ren Lihua replied. That's what Scar 17 is going to require. It's not what you need to do right now. She was right. Fang understood this with absolute clarity. One of the intermediate scars, the ones beyond the foundational 20, required a state he couldn't yet achieve. The deity had designed a technique that required genuine love, not loyalty, not respect, not protective anger. Love, in the full complexity of that emotion. The kind of love that was specific and grounded and real. The cipher recording Wu Daolin had read was precise. The deity had written that this technique required the cultivator to have loved something and known it fully. Not half-loved. Not loved from a distance. The complete experience of genuine connection and care. Fang understood what was being asked, and he understood that he couldn't access that state alone. It required connection with someone who was willing to be vulnerable in return. Over the following weeks, as the negotiations stretched and the Eternal Forge faction gradually became convinced that institutional seizure was not viable, Fang began to understand what the scar with emotional requirement around love was teaching him. It wasn't about romance. It was about the specific quality of not wanting to disturb someone else's peace, of wanting good things for another person because of who they were, not because of what they could provide, of protecting someone's rest not out of duty, but out of care. When Ren Lihua fell asleep against his shoulder one night while he was on watch, the unlock happened naturally. Scar 22, the Warm Guard, a technique that let him extend his cultivation protection to completely cover another person, even when his own reserves were depleted. The scar burned open with a tenderness that surprised him, a gentleness in the burning that suggested the deity had unlocked this technique through similar circumstances. With that unlock, Fang had reached the threshold of the foundational techniques. The first 40 scars, the architecture the War Deity had designed as the foundation, were complete. The path forward would lead to more complex, dangerous techniques. The path forward would require facing the grief he had been avoiding. Chapter 53. The letter arrives word came through formal channels, carried by an administrative courier with neutral insignia. General Qin Mujia, respecting the evidence provided and the neutral official's assessment, was formally granting Fang the right to retain possession of the War Deity's techniques. But the letter included a secondary notation. The Eternal Forge faction was not withdrawing its claim. The organization had existed for 300 years. It could wait. The institutional position on cultural property preservation had been established, even if current circumstances prevented immediate enforcement. That's ominous, Shen Guyu observed when he finished reading the letter. She's not giving up. She's just changing tactics. She's establishing a precedent. She's making it official that the faction views the scars as belonging to the nation even if she can't seize them right now. She's patient, Fang replied. The Eternal Forge faction thinks in terms of institutional timescales. They can wait for the next opportunity. They can outlive us if necessary. That's the advantage of being an organization rather than an individual. Ren Lihua was more direct. They'll be watching you finish unlocking the scars. That's what she said before, isn't it? She said she'd be watching to understand why the deity gave it to a person instead of an institution. Yes, Fang confirmed. And she will be. The pressure will change form, but it won't disappear. It will become about ensuring that I understand the weight of institutional oversight, that I understand the consequences of my choices. But for now, there was a temporary reprieve. The formal military siege was lifted. The pursuit slowed. And Fang had 20 more scars to unlock before he would fully understand what the War Deity had built. Chapter 54. The deeper scars, the intermediate scars, scars 23 through 40, were more intellectually demanding than the foundational techniques. They required emotional states around wisdom, comprehension, and the integration of complex understanding. Scar 23 required the experience of reading terrain deeply, not just perceiving it, but understanding it in the way that a general understands a battlefield. Understanding the high ground, the water sources, the escape routes, the places where armies could become trapped. The emotional state was pure intellectual focus, the state of comprehension achieved through sustained effort. Scar 24 required the experience of anticipating long-term consequences, understanding how current choices ripple outward across years. The emotional state was sobering, the weight of foreknowledge, the burden of knowing how your actions will affect people you'll never meet. Scars 25, 26, and 27 required states around organizational understanding, how institutions work internally, how power accumulates in structures, how individual will become subsumed into collective momentum. These were the scars that would teach Fang to understand Qin Mujia's thinking, to comprehend the logic of institutional survival. Each unlock came as Fang engaged more deeply with the documentation case Shun Guyu was building, with the institutional politics that surrounded the Eternal Forge faction's claims, with the realization that power operated on many different levels beyond simple combat strength. Wu Daolin documented each of these unlocks with focused attention. The scholar was writing something, a comprehensive study of the War Deity's cipher system that he intended to publish only after Fang's permission and only after a significant period of time had passed. The deity would want this recorded, Wu Daolin said during one of the intermediate unlocks. Not to be used as a manual for others. The emotional states are too specific, too individual, but to be understood as a complete system of thought. The deity created a philosophy of power, not just a collection of techniques. By the time Fang had unlocked 35 scars, the group had relocated to a permanent base in a city far from Eternal Forge faction territory. The city was neutral ground, affiliated with no sect, governed by merchant associations rather than military councils. Tung Russian occasionally sent messages, not reconciliation, but not hostility either. The War Deity's original student was beginning the long work of understanding his place in a world where his inheritance was smaller than he had expected, but perhaps more specifically chosen than he had realized. Chapter 55. The cipher revealed Wu Daolin brought Fang the full cipher transcription 3 weeks into the unlocking of the intermediate scars. The document was enormous. Thousands of characters of the War Deity's original notation, translated into modern language. It was the product of 30 years of research, 30 years of dedication to understanding a single dead warrior's final gift. Wu Daolin had spent more time with this cipher than most people spent with spouses. He had carved out rooms of his mind for nothing but these patterns, these notations, these indirect communications from a dead god. Reading it was like having direct access to the War Deity's own thinking process. The deity had recorded not just what each technique did, but why the deity had built it in that particular order. The reasoning was profound and heartbreaking. Every technique was designed to build on previous ones, creating a progression that was not arbitrary but essential. Every emotional state requirement was meant to deepen the cultivator's understanding of themselves, to expand their capacity for emotional complexity. The foundational scars taught how to exist when fundamental security was threatened. They were about survival, persistence, continuation in the face of systems designed to destroy you. The intermediate scars taught how to understand power systems and move through them with intentional clarity. They were about intelligence applied to social structures, about seeing how institutions worked so you could navigate them effectively. The final scars, the last 60 techniques, were arranged in 3 groups of 20, each group serving a different purpose. Scars 41 through 60 dealt with emotional integration and the processing of grief. These were the scars that would require Fang to access the deity's own emotional experiences, the losses the deity had carried, the mistakes the deity had made, the specific anguish of being responsible for other people's deaths. These scars would transform Fang's internal emotional landscape by forcing him to feel what the deity had felt. Scars 61 through 80 dealt with ultimate technical mastery, the advanced combat and strategic applications that made the War Deity legendary. These were techniques of pure power, techniques refined across decades of actual combat use. These were techniques that could level mountains. Scars 81 through 140 were classified only as dangerous by Wu Daolin. The scholar looked physically ill when he explained. The deity's notes on these techniques are incomplete. The deity knew these were necessary to write into the scar library, but the deity wasn't sure the knowledge could be safely transmitted. Some of them don't have conventional unlocks. Some of them have warnings. Some of them just have notes like may not be capable of being safely survived. The deity was uncertain about these. That's not something you find often in these records. Fang felt the weight of that statement. The deity had built techniques so powerful or so strange that even the deity was uncertain about them. The deity had carved them into Fang's body anyway, betting on future understanding. betting on capability that hadn't yet been demonstrated. What about Scar 77? Fang asked. That's the one you mentioned earlier. The one that doesn't fit the pattern. Wu Daolin hesitated. His hands trembled slightly as he held the cipher document. Scar 77 is not a technique. It's a message. The deity wrote it intending for you, or whoever the vessel was, to read it and understand that the deity understood the weight of this inheritance. The deity understood what was being asked, understood the cost, and chose to ask it anyway. Read it, Fang said. His voice was steady, but something fundamental in him was prepared to break if necessary. Wu Daolin opened his cipher document and began to read the deity's own words, encoded into the scarification of Scar 77. The scholar's voice was soft, almost reverent. I am giving you everything I have because everything I have is not enough. Everything I have learned, everything I have discovered, everything I have understood about power and survival, and the specific anguish of leadership. I am giving you all of this because what lies ahead requires more than what I was. The last technique, the one you will find at Scar 140, requires what I could not require in good conscience of anyone. I have tried to prepare you for it through all that came before. By the time you read this, you will understand why I am sorry. Forgive me if you can. Forgive me whether or not you can, because forgiveness is not required for this inheritance to matter. Fang felt his hand move to his chest without conscious thought, to the location where Scar 77 resided. The scar had been cold from the beginning, not burning, not alive the way the others were. The cold was deliberate. The deity had sealed an apology into Fang's body and left it dormant until Fang was strong enough to read it. The deity had created a time-delay bomb of emotion, set to detonate only when Fang had built enough emotional capacity to survive the impact. There's more, Wu Daolin said quietly. His eyes were wet. 30 years of studying this had finally created a moment where the scholar's dedication met its emotional reality. Do you want to hear it? Fang nodded. At the very end of the Scar 77 notation, the deity wrote, the last locked scar requires the cultivator's willing death, not bodily death, but the death of the self who started this journey. The person who received these scars with confusion and pain must eventually transform into someone entirely different. Someone who can hold all of this. I do not know how to ask that of you. I do not know if it is fair. I have written the technique anyway, trusting you will find your own understanding of what I mean. The words hung in the air between them. Scar 140 was not just a technique. It was something that required Fang to transform fundamentally, to become someone new, to allow the person he currently was to cease to exist, and something else to take his place. And the deity, in the last moment of the deity's life, while carving these scars, had recorded the uncertainty. The deity had not known if this was a fair ask. The deity had documented the doubt, made it part of the inheritance itself, so whoever received it would know that even the deity understood the weight of this request. And the deity had encoded the scar anyway, trusting that future would find a way to make sense of it. Trusting that the person carrying these scars would eventually reach a point where transformation became not just possible, but necessary. Chapter 56. The Intermediate Crisis. The revelation about Scar 77 and Scar 140 created a shift in how Fang engaged with the remaining intermediate scars. Each unlock felt weightier now, as if he was moving inexorably towards something that the deity understood, but Fang could not yet fully comprehend. Scars 28 through 35 unlocked over the following month, each requiring states of emotional complexity that pushed Fang toward a deeper understanding of pain and responsibility. Scar 28 required the experience of making a strategic decision that resulted in harm to others. The emotion state was the specific weight of knowing that your choice, the right choice, still costs people something. The technique that emerged was called burden of command, and it taught how to make decisions when all options led to suffering. Scar 29 required witnessing injustice and choosing to engage rather than walk away. The emotional state was the hot weight of righteous anger tempered by patience. The technique was intervention without cruelty, a method of opposing power without becoming cruel in the process. Scar 30 required genuine laughter despite genuine danger. The emotional state was the release that comes from absurdity recognized in serious circumstances. The technique was clarity through levity, a method of maintaining mental sharpness by refusing to be completely consumed by terror. Scar 31 required the acknowledgement of respect for an opponent, not affection, not alliance, but the recognition that someone who opposed you possessed qualities worth honoring. The technique was the worthy enemy, a method of understanding power through conflict without dehumanizing those who opposed you. Scars 32 through 35 required states around the integration of understanding. the point where separate knowledge accumulated into wisdom, where tactics became strategy became philosophy. By the time Fang reached Scar 35, he had unlocked more than 35 scars, and the structural integrity of his cultivation base had fundamentally changed. The foundational and intermediate layers of the War Deity's design were creating a cultivation base that was less about raw power and more about adaptive complexity. He could not simply overpower opponents anymore. Instead, he could navigate situations with a precision that transformed circumstances themselves. This was what the deity had been building, not a warrior. A strategist who could persist through any situation because the deity had encoded the methodology for persistence directly into Fang's body. Chapter 57. The research deepens. Wu Daolin's presence in the group became increasingly important as the intermediate scars approached their conclusion. The scholar was not just documenting the unlocks. He was helping Fang understand the philosophical coherence of the entire scar library. The deity was building a response to power, Wu Daolin explained during one late-night conversation. Not a response to combat, a response to power itself, institutional, social, military, political. The deity understood that eventually, you would face situations where strength alone was not sufficient, where the only viable response was intelligent adaptation. Ren Lihua, listening to this assessment, added her own observation. The deity was teaching you how to survive in a world run by people like Qin Mujia. People who genuinely believe they're doing the right thing while pursuing their own institutional interests. People who are dangerous not because they're evil, but because they're certain they understand the right course of action. Yes, Wu Daolin confirmed. The deity had to become exactly that kind of person in order to survive against the opponent who defeated the deity in that final battle. The deity had to learn to think in terms of decades and institutions instead of battles and victories. The deity had to learn that institutional power operated on different timescales than combat power, required different responses, demanded different strategies. Fang unlocked Scar 36 during a conversation about this subject. The emotional state was comprehension, the moment when disparate pieces of knowledge unified into a coherent understanding. The scar burned open on his upper back, and what emerged was a technique called pattern recognition, the ability to see organizational structures and power dynamics with crystalline clarity. It was as if all the previous scars had been individual instruments, and now Fang could hear them playing together as a symphony. With this scar unlocked, Fang had passed the threshold of complete foundational and intermediate mastery. 36 scars open, 104 remaining. The final scars would require something different. Not emotional states of power or understanding, but emotional states of loss, grief, and ultimately, transformation. Chapter 58. The grief begins the path toward the advanced scars required Fang to confront something he had been avoiding for months. Scar 37, according to Wu Daolin's cipher reading, required an emotional state that Fang could not generate alone. Grief for someone the deity had loved and lost, someone who had died because of the deity's choices. The deity's notes are specific about this, Wu Daolin said, his voice carrying the weight of the information. Scar 37 requires the cultivator to deeply access the deity's own emotional archive. The technique will not open without genuine understanding of who this person was and what their loss meant. Who did the deity grieve? Fang asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. And Li Wen, Wu Daolin said quietly, the young woman who was the deity's most gifted early student. She died protecting the deity in a battle the deity believed he should have won differently. The deity carried the belief that he had sent her to her death through a strategic error. Ren Lihua, who had been listening, said something that cut through Fang's hesitation. Then we research her. We learn who she was. We understand her well enough that you can grieve her authentically. Over the following 2 weeks, Shun Guyu compiled historical records about Li Wen. The research was detailed and sometimes contradictory, but it created a picture of a person, young, brilliant, devastatingly talented at tactical analysis, devoted to the War Deity's teachings, and ultimately, sacrificed. The Battle of the Thousand Spires had been a crucial engagement. The War Deity's forces were superior, but the opponent, the same ancient being who had previously defeated the deity, had created a situation where any retreat would allow the opponent's forces to collapse the deity's flank. And Li Wen had held that flank. She had sacrificed her own safety to preserve the deity's position, and she had died in that sacrifice. The deity had carried the guilt of that decision for the rest of his life, had carried the belief that his tactical assessment was wrong, that he should have found a different solution, that Li Wen deserved a better outcome than death in service of his error. As Fang read the historical records Shun Guyu had compiled, he felt something stirring in his chest. Not the burning of an imminent unlock, but something slower and deeper. The weight of grief that didn't belong to him, but that he was learning to feel because the deity had encoded the path to that feeling directly into his body. Chapter 59. The memory arrives. Fang did not attempt to unlock Scar 37 until he felt ready. That readiness came 3 weeks into the research, when he had absorbed the full scope of An Liwen's life and death, when her story had become real to him in the way that historical records could make things real. He had read about her childhood, her early training, the moment when the War Deity recognized her talent and brought her into personal instruction. He had absorbed descriptions of her tactical brilliance, the way she could see battles in 3 dimensions, the way she understood the flow of armies the way other people understood music. He had learned about her death not as a statistic, but as a person, as someone specific and irreplaceable. He was alone when it happened, standing in the training grounds of the sect, looking at the morning light on stone. It was the exact quality of light that the cartographer had described, the kind of golden early morning illumination that would have been present at the Battle of the Thousand Spires. Something in that light reminded him of the description he had read, the dawn breaking over the spire formations, soldiers moving into position, a young woman with perfect tactical clarity understanding that she was being positioned to die, understanding that her sacrifice would buy the War Deity time to reposition. Fang placed his hand on Scar 37 and asked it to open. He was not requesting permission. He was not asking the scar to test his readiness. He was simply stating his intention and requesting that the scar honor his choice. The burn was different from other scars. More intense, but also more complete. Instead of just receiving the technique knowledge, Fang experienced something else. 14 seconds of the deity's own memory. Not abstract knowledge, but lived experience. Sensory, emotional, absolute. 14 seconds of standing on a hillside, watching An Liwen die. Watching the impact, watching her body react. Watching the moment of understanding cross her face. Watching her understand in the moment of impact that the deity's order to retreat was wrong, that the deity's tactical assessment had failed her, that she was dying for a mistake. 14 seconds of watching her accept that understanding with the kind of clarity only available to people in the moment of their own death. There was no anger in her eyes. No blame. Just understanding, and then the light going out. 14 seconds of the War Deity's absolute certainty that the error was the deity's own. Not her fault. Not her failure. The deity's. The deity had made the strategic decision. The deity had given the order. The deity had put her in the position to die for that decision. 14 seconds of a grief so profound and so specific that it could only be felt by someone who had loved someone this much. Not romantic love. Not paternal love. Something deeper. The love of recognizing someone's gifts and being unable to save them from their own courage. When the vision ended, Fang was on his knees. His entire body was shaking with the effort of processing 14 seconds of someone else's internal experience. He couldn't speak for more than an hour afterward. His hands trembled. His breath came in shallow, rapid gasps. The scars were no longer just techniques. They were a pathway into the deity's lived experience. They were the deity's emotional archive encoded in flesh. When Fang finally spoke, his voice was different. Something had shifted in him at the deepest level. He was no longer just carrying knowledge. He was carrying memory. He was no longer just a vessel. He was becoming a memorial. I understand now, he said to Ren Lihua, who had found him in the training grounds and waited silently for him to return to himself. She didn't speak. She didn't try to make it better. She just sat with him in the aftermath of someone else's grief. I understand what the deity was building. It's not just about techniques. It's about legacy. It's about making sure that when the deity died, the deity's grief didn't die with him. It's about ensuring that someone else would carry the weight of that specific sorrow. It's about transforming that sorrow into something that can teach the next generation how to endure. Scar 37 had opened fully now, and what emerged was a technique called the Morning Strike, a method for channeling accumulated grief into a single devastating combat action. Grief, converted into power. Sorrow, made useful. It was the deity's most beautiful and most terrible gift. It was proof that the deity understood. Sometimes the only way forward is to transform your own pain into something that can protect others. Sometimes the only way to honor loss is to convert it into capability. It was the final scar unlock needed before the path would truly open toward completion. Fang had now unlocked 37 scars. 103 remained. But something had fundamentally changed. He was no longer carrying abstract techniques. He was carrying a dead person's emotional reality. He was carrying memory. He was becoming something new, something that could hold grief and still function. Chapter 60. The climax. 3 days after Scar 37 unlocked, Wu Daolin brought Fang a different kind of cipher notation. The scholar was visibly shaken, and his hands trembled slightly as he opened the document. There was fear in his expression and something deeper, a kind of awe mixed with concern. The scholar had spent 3 decades studying the deity's work, and now he had encountered something that challenged his understanding of what was possible. "I've been researching the scars beyond 40, Wu Daolin said. "Specifically, I've been trying to understand how the deity organized the dangerous techniques. And I found something in Scar 41's notation that changes everything about how we should understand what you're doing." "What?" Fang asked. Wu Daolin read with careful precision. Scar 41 requires the integration of foundational and intermediate understanding while accessing genuine grief. This is the threshold where the cultivator must learn to move forward while carrying loss as their foundation. This is where the techniques transition from learning to application. This is where the cultivator becomes what I could not become alone. Wu Daolin looked up from the cipher. Scar 41 is not an advanced scar. It's a bridge. It's a transformation point. The deity encoded the progression such that by the time you unlock the advanced techniques, you'll be operating from a place of integrated understanding and processed grief. You won't be learning techniques anymore. You'll be becoming a complete expression of the deity's philosophy. You'll be becoming what the deity was trying to build. "How many scars until I reach the dangerous ones?" Fang asked. "The first dangerous scar is Scar 81, Wu Daolin said. "That's 40 more scars before you reach the techniques the deity was uncertain about. 40 more unlocks before you encounter the techniques that could potentially destroy you." "But Fang," the scholar paused, and there was genuine concern in his expression, the concern of someone who cared about what happened to the person in front of him. The deity's notes about Scar 77 include a secondary notation. The deity wrote about Scar 140, about what would be required to unlock it. And the deity's understanding of what that scar requires is incomplete. The deity knows what it demands, but was not entirely confident that the demand could be met by any human being. "And what does it demand?" Fang asked, though he already knew the answer from Wu Daolin's earlier reading. He was asking it aloud because some things needed to be said directly, needed to be acknowledged in the presence of witnesses. "Your willing death," Wu Daolin said quietly. His voice carried the weight of 30 years of research, the weight of understanding something fundamental and terrible. The death of the self who started this journey. The death of the cultivator who first discovered the scars. The deity wrote that the technique cannot be unlocked by the person you are now. It can only be unlocked by someone you become after carrying these scars long enough to transform fundamentally. Someone who is no longer Fang Ruolin, but who is something new. Something that includes Fang Ruolin, but transcends him. Fang understood, in that moment, the full weight of what the War Deity had done. The deity had not just given Fang power. The deity had not just inscribed techniques into his body. The deity had given Fang a pathway toward becoming something new. Something that would not be Fang Ruolin, but would also not be the War Deity himself. Something entirely its own. Something the deity had imagined, but could not become himself because the deity had not yet found the person capable of carrying this burden and surviving the transformation. The Eternal Forge faction was still watching from a distance, still convinced that they would eventually find a way to claim the techniques. Tung Russian's 2 disciples were still processing the implications of the inheritance they had not received, still struggling with the understanding that they had been loved differently, but not less. Qin Mujia was still confident that her faction would eventually find an opportunity to demand registration, to claim cultural preservation authority, to bring the techniques into institutional control. But none of that mattered right now. All that mattered was that Fang had unlocked 37 scars. All that mattered was that he stood at a threshold where the grief began, where the techniques would become increasingly complex, where the path forward would require him to become someone new with every unlock. The story of Fang Ruolin was transforming. It was becoming the story of someone carrying the War Deity's legacy not as a weapon, but as a sacred burden. It was becoming the story of someone willing to die to something in order to become something worthy of the inheritance. It was becoming the story of transformation through inherited wisdom and inherited pain. And somewhere in his body, sealed behind ice and intention, Scar 77 waited. The apology. The acknowledgement. The message from the War Deity that said, "I am sorry. I have built something that will ask too much of you. But I have built it anyway, believing you will find a way to make it mean something. Believing you will find a way to transform the unbearable into the transcendent. Believing that you will not break under this weight." The journey was far from complete, but the foundation had been set. The path had been illuminated. And Fang Ruolin, carrying 37 unlocked scars and the weight of a dead god's grief, was beginning to understand what it meant to be a vessel for something greater than himself. He was beginning to understand that greatness was not about power. It was about the willingness to carry unbearable weight and continue moving forward anyway. The pursuit would continue. The institutional pressures would intensify, but Fang would continue as well, unlocking scar by scar, understanding emotion by emotion, becoming something new with each unlock. With each unlock, Fang would move closer to becoming the person who could receive Scar 140, the person who could endure the transformation that Scar required. Because that was what the War Deity had designed him to be, not a weapon, not a soldier, not even truly a cultivator, but a living archive of grief, wisdom, and the specific kind of power that only emerges when someone has learned to survive in a world where victory is not guaranteed and death is always close. A person who could carry loss and still function. A person who could endure pain and still think clearly. A person who could face the unbearable and still find meaning in the persistence. And in the end, when all 140 scars were open, perhaps Fang would understand what the deity had never articulated directly. What it meant to die while living, to become someone new while remaining yourself, to carry an inheritance that was both curse and grace, to be the bridge between what was and what could be. Chapter 61. The military unit arrived at dawn, and Fang knew immediately that this was not an attack. The city where the group had taken shelter for 3 weeks, Beichen, a trading hub at the confluence of 2 rivers, had walls, but those walls were not designed against siege discipline. What arrived at those walls was something far worse than an assault. It was order. 60 cultivators, arranged in precise formations, moving with institutional synchronization. They carried banners of the Eternal Forge faction, a symbol Fang had not seen before, but understood immediately from the synchronized movement. No bandits. No rogue sect cultivators. This was authority. The formations were disciplined in a way that suggested centuries of practice. Not the rigid perfection of a sect that had trained its disciples to move like a single organism, but the fluid coordination of people who had learned to work together across decades, who understood that true organization came not from eliminating individual judgment, but from creating structures where individual judgment could be exercised within a framework of collective purpose. Fang watched from the inn where he had been staying with Wu Daolin and the others, observing the way the soldiers moved, the way they stationed themselves around the city's gates. This was not a hostile occupation. This was the establishment of a presence, the kind of military encirclement that could be maintained indefinitely without becoming overtly violent. The soldiers were not brandishing weapons or making threats. They were simply demonstrating, through their careful arrangement and their perfect stillness, that the city was now contained. Fang was in the scholars' quarter when the messenger arrived, a young captain with perfectly maintained armor and a formal request for the group's presence. The captain's uniform bore the insignia of the Eternal Forge faction. Fang recognized it from the banners now visible from every part of the city. The man's face was carefully neutral, the expression of someone trained to convey information without revealing personal investment in the response. General Qin Mujia requests the cooperation of your entire party, the captain said, not asking. His voice was precise, each word measured. She will be establishing a temporary administrative presence in the city's northeastern garrison. She requests your attendance for registration purposes within the hour. The general has instructed me to inform you that this is a courtesy notification, not a command, but she has also instructed me to inform you that she will interpret refusal as requiring her to escalate the request. The captain waited, hands folded, posture perfect. He was not a threat in himself, but he was the representation of a threat. Behind him stood 2 subordinate officers, dressed in identical uniforms, their cultivation intent carefully suppressed to avoid alarming the civilian population of the inn. Luo Yanxi, who had been treating a merchant's wounded hand, looked at Fang. Registration, she repeated flatly. The merchant she had been working on, a middle-aged man with a cut on his palm from a merchant dispute, shifted nervously. Such official attention in a small inn was not good for business, and everyone present understood this immediately. Fang had been expecting something like this. The techniques were too noticeable, and their use had become increasingly public. Over the weeks in Beichon, he had noticed the way conversations changed when he entered a marketplace, the way merchants would lower their voices and point subtle fingers in his direction. A person with visible scars running up their arms, with cultivation signatures that didn't match any known sect affiliations, eventually attracted attention. He had expected pursuit, but he had hoped for rogue cultivators or minor sects seeking advantage, not institutional attention. This was something far more dangerous. Institutional attention meant resources, organized knowledge, systematic approaches. This meant that his presence in Beichin had already been documented, categorized, reported upward through a chain of command. What happens if we refuse? Ren Lihua asked. She was sitting by the window, her usual position near the afternoon light. She had become quieter in the weeks since they had escaped the Jade Wheel sect's territories, not unhappy, but conserving her words as if speech itself were a resource that should be spent carefully. She had spent her entire life in political systems where every statement carried weight, where casual speaking could create obligations or misunderstandings. The habit had become permanent. Fang noticed her eyes tracing the formations outside, understanding already what the arrangement meant. The military deployments were not random. The soldiers had positioned themselves in locations that would allow them to monitor every significant exit from the city. The siege was not yet activated, but it was prepared for immediate deployment. The general didn't specify consequences, the captain said, but she doesn't usually require them. She will ask again in 1 hour. If you're not present, she will come collect you herself. The captain left. Fang stood without speaking for several moments. Then he said, "We should dress formally. This is not an engagement. This is a bureaucratic process that resembles a siege. We will treat it as such." Xianxia, who had been reading through old military records, set down his texts. The Eternal Forge faction hasn't conducted active operations in civilian territory in 300 years. If they're moving openly like this. He trailed off, thinking. They believe they have legitimate authority, Fang said. That's the distinction. We're not being hunted. We're being claimed. He dressed carefully, as he would for formal negotiation. Plain robes, marked only by the visible scars on his hands and forearms. He wanted General Xianxia to see exactly what she was dealing with. The garrison had been transformed into a temporary command structure. Military formality hung over everything like a presence. The way the soldiers moved, the precision of the weapons placement, the complete absence of randomness. This was an organization that had not fought in centuries, but had not stopped thinking like soldiers. General Xianxia was waiting in the administrative chamber, and she was exactly what Fang had expected. Competent, unmoved by circumstances, and operating from a framework that had nothing to do with personal hostility. She was perhaps 60 years old by appearance, but cultivation could mask real age. She could have been anywhere from 40 to 200. She had the weathered look of someone who had held positions of actual authority for a very long time. Fang Ruolin, she said, not standing but acknowledging him with a slight inclination of her head. You are exactly where I expected you to be. Thank you for coming voluntarily. It saves time. You have been searching for me, Fang said. Not a question. For 80 years, Xianxia confirmed. The entire span of the Eternal Forge faction's institutional memory. The War Deity carried techniques that were the property of our organization at the moment of his death. When those techniques disappeared, it was classified as a loss. You are the recovery of that loss. Fang sat, uninvited. This was a calculation. Refusing the invitation to sit would suggest he was being held. Sitting suggested he was being consulted. The War Deity didn't leave the techniques to your organization. No, Xianxia agreed. He was always resistant to institutional authority. But institutional authority didn't disappear when the deity died. What he carried was designed by military strategists. It belongs, therefore, to the military heritage of the nation. The deity didn't believe that, Fang said. The deity is dead, Xianxia said, without particular inflection. What he believed is archived. What he left is still here. We will be documenting the scars you carry, cataloging the techniques, and verifying the exact mechanisms of the encoding. You will cooperate fully. In exchange, you will be treated with respect, your group will be allowed to remain intact, and you will not be harmed. This is not a negotiation. This is a transition from the deity's illegitimate retention of military property to legitimate institutional recovery. She stood, indicating the conversation was over. You have 30 days. At the end of that period, the documentation process will be complete, and you will be escorted to Eternal Forge headquarters for the transfer process. Transfer process, Fang repeated. The techniques will be extracted and archived. You will be released unharmed. Xianxia paused slightly. We are not interested in your death. We are interested in what you carry. Fang left the garrison understanding exactly what had happened. They were not being imprisoned. They were being held in a formal structure where escape would be an act of war against institutional authority. 60 military cultivators were not primarily a fighting force in this context. They were witnesses. Leaving would mean openly defying the Eternal Forge faction, which meant declaring that the faction's right to claim the techniques was negotiable. He had 30 days. Chapter 62. The confirmation came that evening when Fang reconstructed the memory of Elder Hu Jindao's words from the moment of his expulsion from Jade Wheel sect. The War Deity's mark makes you an abomination, but it also means you're valuable to the wrong people. Elder Hu had been frightened. Not angry, not disappointed, frightened. He had known exactly what was coming. The 80-year search had been institutional knowledge inside Jadewell's sect, probably inside every major sect that maintained records. When Fang appeared with the scars, he had activated a search that had been waiting 80 years to be activated. The wrong people. It was not an insult. It was a warning about a specific group of people who had been looking for exactly this. Wu Daolin came to Fang that night carrying a volume of historical records that he had been steadily collecting from libraries across 3 provinces. "I thought this might be relevant," he said, spreading it open. The Eternal Forge faction was founded during the War Deity's era. It was created specifically as an institutional counterbalance to his authority. Fang traced the genealogy of the organization. Military sect, civilian oversight, governance through military strategic principle rather than through personal power. The records indicated that the faction had recruited hundreds of cultivators during its founding, all with the explicit purpose of preventing any single person from accumulating the kind of influence that the War Deity had accumulated. They succeeded, Wu Daolin explained. After the deity died, the faction became more powerful relative to everyone else. They stopped being a counterbalance and started being a permanent institutional force. But they never stopped thinking of themselves as a counterbalance to whatever he represented. "And now I represent that," Fang said. "Now you represent that," Wu Daolin confirmed. "Except you're a single person who was carrying military techniques without military authorization, and they have an 80-year institutional precedent for claiming authority over you. From their perspective, they're not doing anything unprecedented. They're just collecting something that was always theirs." Luo Yinshi came to Fang later, her medical instincts offended by the situation. She said the extraction process wouldn't harm you. She lied. Technique extraction requires opening the scars themselves. It requires surgical intervention into the sites of the carving. The damage would be. She trailed off. It would be extensive. You would survive, probably, but you would not be the same. Ren Lihua said nothing, but she began writing. Letters, messages, encoded notes that she handed to travelers heading south and east. She was a person of her own power, and she was calling in every obligation that a person of her power had accumulated. She understood better than anyone how institutional authority operated, how to work within systems while maintaining independence, how to navigate the spaces between organizations and find safety in the margins. Her quiet actions would shape what came next more than any dramatic gesture. Shun Gyu opened an older manuscript and began reading aloud, recounting military theory from the War Deity's era. His expertise in historical analysis was becoming increasingly valuable as they moved through this phase of understanding. The deity was hunting, he said thoughtfully. The Eternal Forge faction was hunting him at the same time. They were symmetric powers trying to prevent each other from dominating the whole. When the deity died, the asymmetry was so complete that the factions started to dominate by default. They became the only power structure capable of organizing at the institutional level. That's why they can pursue Fang with such coordinated intention. They've had 80 years to become the dominant military structure in the empire. Fang spent the evening in the room alone, touching each scar in its sequence. 1 through 138. The ritual was familiar now, habitual, a movement of body and spirit that had become as natural as breathing. He had expanded it significantly. Instead of just touching, he was beginning to understand the logic of the spacing, the reason certain scars were grouped together, the emotional states that each one required. Each grouping was a message from the deity, a teaching encoded in spatial arrangement. But when he reached scar 77, in the center of his chest, he stopped. It was still cold. Months of cultivation progress, of unlocking techniques that had previously been sealed, of learning to access the emotional states that the deity had encoded, and scar 77 remained inert. Cold to touch, unresponsive to cultivation, untouched by the growth that surrounded it. He pressed his hand against it and waited. Nothing. The scar was a question mark in the center of his body, and the answer to the question was beyond him. Chapter 63. The meeting with General Qin Mujia had established the frame, but it was Fang who chose the content. He spent an evening composing a written message, working carefully through the language with Wu Daolin, ensuring that every phrase conveyed not submission but partnership. He was not asking for a meeting. He was requesting one, using the formal language of someone who had something valuable to offer and believed the general would be wise to hear it. The message was delivered through official channels, which meant it would be read and analyzed by military staff before reaching Qin Mujia. This was intentional. Fang wanted the message to circulate through the organization, wanted other officers to be aware that he was not simply submitting to the siege, but engaging with it intellectually. Qin Mujia agreed within hours, which told him several things. First, that she was confident enough to humor him. Second, that she was interested in what he might have to offer. Third, that she understood the difference between submission and negotiation and recognized that genuine cooperation required at least the appearance of dialogue. They met in Beichen's administrative hall, a neutral space with officials present to witness the exchange. The formality was protective in both directions. It prevented Fang from attempting anything desperate and prevented Qin Mujia from taking any aggressive action without institutional documentation. Fang sat across from the general without preliminary courtesies. "You believe the War Deity's techniques belong to your organization," he said. "I believe they belong to the nation," Qin Mujia corrected. "My organization represents that interest." "The deity didn't believe that," Fang said. "The deity is dead," Qin Mujia said. "What he believed is not operational." Fang inclined his head slightly. "I'm going to tell you why the extraction will fail. Not immediately, but eventually. And I want you to hear it before you commit 30 days of military resources to a process that will not achieve what you intend." Qin Mujia's expression didn't change, but she was listening. "The techniques are not stored in the scars the way you believe they are," Fang said. "Each technique requires an emotional state. The scars are markers, but the techniques are locked behind states of cultivation, states of understanding, states of being that the deity encoded into the carving. You can extract the physical scar. You will have a piece of carved flesh. You will not have the technique. The faction has extraction specialists," Qin Mujia said. "They will solve this problem. They will encounter something they can't solve," Fang said. "And they will call it a malfunction. But it's not. It's intentional. The deity designed it that way specifically to prevent extraction by force. The techniques require consent, in a sense. They require the cultivator to reach states of being that force cannot reach." Qin Mujia was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "You are attempting to prevent your own extraction by suggesting that the extraction is technically impossible." "I'm telling you that the extraction will fail," Fang said. "And when it fails, you will have damaged me extensively for nothing. I am suggesting that instead, you allow me to learn the techniques, document them through Wu Daolin, and then give you access to the documentation." "Documented techniques are not the same as carving stored techniques," Qin Mujia said. "The faction has no use for documentation." "Then you have no use for me," Fang said. "Because what I'm telling you is that the documented form is the only form you will ever access." This was the moment where things could have gone several directions. Qin Mujia could have decided that Fang was lying to save himself. She could have decided that the institutional authority of the Eternal Forge faction was worth the risk. She could have proceeded with the extraction exactly as planned, and confirmed later that Fang was correct. Instead, she said, "What do you require to complete the learning and the documentation?" Fang understood the real question. Qin Mujia was asking what conditions Fang needed to be assured that the learning was complete, that nothing was being withheld, that the documentation was total. "Access to the War Deity's history," Fang said. "Specific access to the people he knew and the events that shaped his decisions. One of the techniques requires genuine emotion towards someone from the deity's era, someone I have never met, who is now long dead. I need to understand who that person was. I need to understand them well enough to feel something true about them. That is not something that force can create. That is something that requires knowledge." Qin Mujia stood. "You have 30 days, she said. "If at the end of 30 days the documentation is incomplete, the faction will proceed with extraction as originally planned. Do not test this timeline." It was the best outcome Fang could have hoped for. It was not safety. It was time. Chapter 60 for the 30 days became a structure inside which everything accelerated. Wu Daolin established himself as the primary documentarian, working in formal meetings with representatives of the military garrison, establishing a schedule of documentation that would allow him to examine each scar systematically. But the real work happened at night, with the group sitting in the scholar's room where the fire could not be seen from the garrison, where the conversation could unfold without military observers taking notes. The first week was about understanding the mechanics of unlocking. Fang would access a scar, describe the sensation, and Wu Daolin would attempt to categorize the emotional state required. It was slower than it seemed. Each scar had subtle variations, and trying to describe an emotional state that you were living through was like trying to describe the color of your own eyes. How do you explain the specific texture of fear? How do you articulate the difference between determination and desperation? How do you convey the weight of a decision that cannot be unmade? Wu Daolin developed a system. He would ask Fang to unlock a scar and then describe not what the scar did, but what he felt while it was unlocking. Was his heart racing or steady? Was his breathing quick or controlled? Was his mind clear or confused? Was he thinking of specific situations or abstract principles? The physical and psychological responses, when documented carefully, began to create a pattern. Fang would sit cross-legged, hands resting on the scars in question, and move through each one like a musician returning to an instrument they had learned years ago. The unlocking was becoming easier. His body was learning to recognize the pathways, learning to move quickly through the stages of emotional access that were required. But the understanding was still new, still fragile. Some scars would not fully open, retreating back into dormancy if he lost focus or if his emotional state shifted slightly. Scar 14 has been consistent, Wu Daolin noted, reviewing his records. 3 successful unlocks in the first week. The emotional state required seems to be focused purpose, the kind of clarity that comes when you know exactly what needs to be done and you're willing to do it regardless of personal cost. Most of the martial techniques cluster around this state. That's also fear, Shinguyu added, looking up from his historical texts. In the accounts of the War Deity's battles, the times when he was most effective were the times when he was most afraid of failure. The techniques seem to encode that paradox, the willingness to act decisively even while terrified of the consequences. Luo Yinshi contributed medical observations with the precision of someone who had spent years treating wounds and understanding how bodies responded to cultivation. Scar 14 seems to trigger increased circulation to the limbs, she noted, carefully examining Fang's hands after each unlock. The skin itself would flush slightly, becoming warmer, the veins becoming more visible as blood rushed to the extremities. When you unlock it, your hands become warmer. That suggests the technique is not just cognitive, it's physiological. The carving itself is encoded to your body chemistry. The deity didn't just create mental techniques. He created patterns that physically transform how your cultivation flows through your body. She would take his pulse, measure his breathing, observe the way his eyes dilated or contracted with the exertion of the technique. Every observable parameter was another data point in understanding what the scars were doing. Shinguyu brought historical context with the deep scholarship of someone who had spent decades studying the War Deity's campaigns. The War Deity was famous for unpredictable offense, he said, reading through ancient battle records that had been collected in the city's libraries. Every military account describes the same thing. He would be losing, and then something would shift, and he would be winning. Entire armies would be on the verge of overrunning his position, and then suddenly the tide would turn. These might be the techniques that created those shifts. If so, the emotional states required would correlate to specific historical events, specific moments when the deity's understanding of the battle changed fundamentally. He showed Fang a passage from a historical account of a siege where the War Deity had been surrounded by a coalition force that outnumbered him 3-1. The accounts described the deity moving through the siege lines, appearing in multiple places simultaneously, creating the impression of an army where there was only one person. The documentation suggested this was Scar 18 or 19, a technique that created confusion in the minds of opponents about the location of a threat. Ren Lihua brought something different. She brought presence. She would sit while Fang accessed a technique and simply listen, and then later she would ask a question that seemed to go sideways at first, until Fang understood that she was asking him to name the emotion he was feeling, not the technique he was accessing. That's not grief, she said one evening, when Fang was attempting Scar 23. That's something more like resignation, like accepting that something was always going to be lost. Fang paused mid-unlock. How can you tell the difference? Because I've felt both, Ren Lihua said. Grief is for things you loved and lost. Resignation is for things you knew were always temporary. The deity was carving experiences into you, not just emotions. What does Scar 23 teach you about leadership? And Fang understood then what had been missing from the documentation. Wu Daolin was brilliant, but he was documenting emotions as if they were abstract states. Ren Lihua was understanding them as if they were lived experiences, connected to specific moments and specific understandings of the world. The techniques require biographical context, Fang said. Of course they do, Wu Daolin said. The deity wasn't encoding abstract emotions. He was encoding specific instances of those emotions, moments when they mattered, when they changed things. When you unlock Scar 23, you're not just feeling resignation in general. You're experiencing the specific resignation the deity felt at a specific moment in his life. Then we need to know those moments, Fang said. We need the history. I thought you were trying to get that from the cartographer, Wu Daolin said. The cartographer, the old scholar who had been traveling with them since the early weeks of the journey, had become a quiet presence. He spent most of his time sitting near Fang, watching, occasionally making notes, but rarely speaking. Fang had come to understand that the cartographer's silence was not dismissal. It was attention. That evening, Fang approached him directly. The deity's history, Fang said. I need to know the people who mattered to him. Not military history, personal history. The relationships that shaped the emotional states he carved. The cartographer looked at Fang for a long moment. Then he said, "That will take more than 30 days to tell." "I know," Fang said. "Tell me anyway. Tell me what you can." "Why do you need it?" the cartographer asked. "Because one of the scars won't respond to me," Fang said. "It's cold." Scar 77. "And I think it's cold because I don't understand what the deity was feeling when he carved it. I need to understand the person it refers to." The cartographer nodded slowly. "That one," he said. "Yes, that one I can help you with. But you should understand what you're asking. The deity's deepest regrets are in that scar. When you unlock it, you'll be carrying those regrets directly. The emotional state will not be abstract. It will be specific. It will be about a real person. And it will be about the deity's failure to save that person." Fang sat with this. The implications were substantial. "Tell me." Chapter 65. The cartographer's stories came in fragments, accumulated over 3 weeks of evening conversations while the military garrison maintained its formal siege outside the city. They were not stories in the traditional sense. They were memories of historical records, accounts that had been documented by scribes who had lived during the War Deity's era, texts that the cartographer had spent decades collecting and preserving through political upheavals and institutional collapses. The cartographer was a historian of a specific type, not someone interested in official narratives or victors' histories, but someone interested in the margins, the details, the small moments that revealed the actual texture of a person's life rather than their legendary image. And Li Wen was not originally from the court, the cartographer said, settling into his narrative with the care of someone who understands that accuracy in small details is what makes larger claims credible. She came from a merchant family in the coastal provinces. Her father was involved in naval trade, and she grew up understanding logistics at the most practical level: how to move supplies across water, how to calculate risk and benefit, how to manage resources under uncertainty. That knowledge was unusual for someone at court, and unusual was valuable. The first fragment was about a general named Li Wen, who had served alongside the War Deity during the reign of the 7th Emperor. She was a military strategist, known for her understanding of supply chains and logistics. More importantly, she was the deity's closest advisor. The records described her as the person who understood the deity's methods, the mind that complemented his instinct. What the official records didn't capture was the specific quality of her intelligence. She wasn't brilliant in the way that allowed for dramatic breakthroughs or sudden insights. She was brilliant in the way that came from patient analysis, from understanding systems as they actually functioned rather than as they were supposed to function. She would examine a military operation and identify where the breakdown would occur not because of tactical incompetence, but because the supply lines were stretched too thin, or because the soldiers were tired, or because the commanders had made assumptions that reality didn't support. They were not romantic, the cartographer said carefully, but they were bonded in the way that people are bonded when they have depended on each other completely for decades. And Li Wen knew the deity's strategies before he articulated them. The deity trusted her judgment completely. Fang listened without interrupting. The war that the deity was fighting at the end of his life was not in the official histories, the cartographer continued. It was a civil conflict, an internal dissolution of authority. The 7th Emperor's heir was being challenged by a coalition of generals who believed the empire should be restructured. The deity and Li Wen were on the side of the emperor. They were not fighting for the heir himself. He was not a particularly good person. They were fighting because they believed that institutional stability mattered more than personal grievance. The cartographer paused. They lost. Fang waited for more. The battle was planned carefully, the cartographer said. And Li Wen had calculated the supply lines, the reserve forces, the contingencies. The deity had analyzed the opposition's likely strategies. They knew the mathematics of the conflict. What they did not account for was betrayal from within their own coalition. One of their allied commanders decided that the opposing coalition offered better terms and switched sides mid-battle. "Where is Li Wen now?" Fang asked. "She died in that battle," the cartographer said. "The shift in forces created chaos, and in the chaos, she was cornered by the opposition forces. She fought them. She killed several, but there were too many. She died defending the retreat position so the deity could escape." Fang felt something shift in his understanding of the scars. The deity survived the battle, and she didn't. "Yes," the cartographer said. "And the deity spent the rest of his life unable to save someone he should have been able to save. He was more powerful than her. He was the greater warrior. In the moment it mattered, that didn't matter. She died, and he lived, and he spent years afterward trying to understand how that was possible." "Scar 77, Fang said. "Scar 77, the cartographer confirmed. "To unlock it, you will need to feel what the deity felt. Not the grief of losing her, but the specific guilt of surviving when she didn't. The regret that his power didn't matter in that moment. The understanding that you can be capable of almost anything and still fail the person who matters most. Fang stood and walked to the window, where the military encampment was visible in the distance. The soldiers had erected formal structures, establishing themselves as a permanent presence. The siege was not violent, but it was absolute. And Li Wen had descendants, Fang said. It was not a question. Yes, the cartographer confirmed. The records suggest at least one child, born after the Civil War. The family line continued. I need to find them, Fang said. I need to understand who she was through the people who came after her. That's the only way this will work. I need to feel something true about her, not about the deity's regret. I need to know her as a person. The cartographer looked at Fang carefully. That's not something that the deity was able to do. I'm not the deity, Fang said. Chapter 66 Ren Lihua became involved in the search without being asked. She had skills that existed in a different world from cultivation and military strategy. She had spent her life in the families that maintained genealogies, in the merchant networks that tracked bloodlines, in the political systems that understood legacy as currency. She understood the structures through which identity and continuity were preserved across generations. If An Li Wen had a child, Ren Lihua said to Fang, working through the logic systematically, it would be documented. The family would want that documented. Military families maintain records of their lineage like other people maintain records of their wealth. And Li Wen was important enough that her descendants would have preserved records of her, would have maintained the connection to her history, even if they no longer maintained the family name. She spent an entire evening thinking through the problem, tracing what she knew about how military families in the Seventh Era would have operated. The records of the Civil War were public, but the genealogical records of the families involved would have been maintained separately, in private family archives that would not necessarily have been preserved by institutional libraries. She sent messages to contacts across 3 provinces. Not openly. She was careful about that, understanding that any investigation into the War Deity's connections would draw attention from the Eternal Forge faction. But she was looking for a specific historical figure, a specific bloodline, and she knew how to search without drawing attention. She framed her inquiries as academic research about the military structure of the Seventh Era, asking about family lineages in general, building a context in which a specific question about An Li Wen would seem natural rather than targeted. The first response came from a scholar in Qingzhou province named Peng Jian, who had spent 30 years researching military lineages from the Civil War era. His letter was detailed and thorough. Yes, he wrote, An Li Wen had a daughter, born 2 years before her death. The daughter had been raised by An Li Wen's sister following the death of her mother, and the family name had been preserved through the matrilineal line rather than being subsumed into a husband's family. The current generation would be descendants of that original child, approximately the 5th or 6th generation removed from An Li Wen herself. Ren Lihua spent an evening processing this information, understanding its implications. The genealogy would continue forward, spreading across multiple family branches, creating dozens or hundreds of possible descendants. Finding one specific person within that web of relationships would require more specific knowledge of where the family had settled, what professions they had entered, what names they had taken as the generations accumulated. The second piece of information came through a different channel. A merchant from Changsan had corresponded with Ren Lihua about trade agreements, and when she mentioned her interest in genealogical research, the merchant had mentioned offhandedly that there was a young woman in the city, An Yuhing, who was known to be descended from a military family and who had access to extensive family records. The merchant had not known the significance, had simply assumed this was academic interest. This was more specific. A person, a name, a location, a city that was approximately 2 weeks' travel south of Beichin, far enough to be out of the immediate reach of the military garrison, but still within the territories that Ren Lihua's networks could navigate. The third piece of information was more specific still. The woman in question was in her early 20s, unaware of the historical significance of her family line. She worked as a merchant's assistant, had no cultivation training, and lived a quiet, unremarkable life. She maintained the family archives because that was family responsibility, not because she understood the historical value of what she was preserving. Fang absorbed this without visible reaction. He was learning to control the external manifestations of his emotional state, though the scars sometimes betrayed his feelings through subtle changes in energy flow. Her name? An Yuheng, Ren Lihua said, reading from the correspondence. She had received the information through careful questioning, through building relationships with merchants and scholars across the provinces, through the kind of intelligence work that required patience and precision. She sounds like an ordinary person, someone who would not have any special significance or power, but who would understand the value of what she carries. That's what she should be, Fang said. That's what the deity couldn't give her ancestor. A normal life. Years of simple existence without danger or significance. But the deity carved in Li Wen into his techniques, which means her descendants carry that significance whether they understand it or not. The problem was that Fang could not leave to find her. Leaving would constitute breaking the agreement with Qin Mujia, and breaking the agreement would mean immediate military action. The siege was only functional as long as Fang consented to being contained. But Ren Lihua could leave. I'm going south, Ren Lihua said to the group, and it was not framed as a request. I'm going to find An Yuang. I'm going to tell her about her ancestor, if she doesn't already know, and I'm going to bring her back if she's willing. Shen Giyu began to object on practical grounds, but Fang said, that's the right decision. Luo Yinshi packed supplies for Ren Lihua, without commenting on the inherent danger of traveling alone through territories that might be monitored by the Eternal Forge faction. Wu Daolin made copies of the genealogical records and the historical documentation about An Li Wen, so that Ren Lihua could corroborate the story if necessary. And the cartographer gave Ren Lihua a small journal, leather-bound, containing a written account of An Li Wen's life as he understood it from the historical records. So that you can tell her in the woman's own words, he said, not just in the facts of her death. Ren Lihua left in the morning, walking out of Beichun with the formality of a merchant's assistant departing on business. The military garrison watched her go without interference. She was not the vessel they were hunting. After she left, Fang felt the reduced complexity of the group like a physical thing. Ren Lihua had become the voice that asked the right questions, the presence that made emotions into something discussable instead of something locked inside ritual and technique. But her absence was also necessary, because the next phase of the understanding required that Fang be alone with the scars in a way that Ren Lihua's presence would have complicated. Chapter 67. The second week of the 30-day period became a focused descent into specific scars. Wu Daolin had begun organizing them not chronologically, but by emotional category: grief scars, insight scars, power scars, protective scars. It was an intellectual framework that did violence to the deity's original organization, but it created a structure for understanding the complexity. The deity had carved the scars in a specific order, an order that made sense from the perspective of spiritual development. But Wu Daolin was interested in understanding them from the perspective of their function, their purpose, what they taught the cultivator. The documentation work was becoming more sophisticated. Wu Daolin was not just recording what happened when Fang unlocked each scar. He was beginning to track the relationships between scars, the ways that unlocking one scar changed how the others responded, the cascading effects of accumulated understanding. Scar 14 unlocked easier this time, he noted, after Fang had accessed it for the 5th time. The pressure required was less. The emotional state is becoming more accessible. That suggests that the barrier to unlocking is not just the emotional state itself, but the difficulty of entering that state for the first time. Once you've been there, returning becomes easier. The techniques are becoming familiar, Fang said. Like moving through a space you've learned the layout of. The first time you walk through a complex building, you're lost. The second time, you understand the passages. The third time, you move through them automatically. Scars 1 to 10 were foundational. They encoded the basic techniques that the deity had learned as a younger cultivator: fundamental martial methods, perception enhancements, the ability to read subtle shifts in an opponent's cultivation intent. These required emotional states, but simpler ones: focus, determination, the clarity of purpose. These were the emotions that any cultivator could access, the raw capacities of the human mind when directed toward specific purposes. But the deeper Fang moved into the system, the more complex the emotional requirements became. Scar 11 required not just focus, but creative focus, the ability to hold multiple possibilities simultaneously and choose between them without commitment until the moment of action. Scar 13 required what Fang could only describe as productive frustration, the specific emotional state of encountering a problem that you could not immediately solve, and responding by exploring the problem more deeply rather than by abandoning it. Scars 11 to 22 were refinements. They encoded methods for modifying the basic techniques, adapting them to different circumstances, expanding their application. These required more nuanced emotional states: creativity, flexibility, the ability to hold multiple possibilities simultaneously without collapsing them into a single certainty. Scars 23 to 35 were strategic. They encoded the larger-scale applications of the techniques, methods for coordinating multiple simultaneous actions, for understanding the shape of conflicts before they reached full maturity, for making decisions with incomplete information. These required emotional states that were almost philosophical: wisdom, acceptance of consequence, the specific mental state of having learned deeply from failure. Scars 36 to 50 were specialized. They were designed to address specific tactical problems: how to handle being surrounded, how to operate when separated from support, how to make yourself into a force multiplier, how to transmit your understanding to others without direct instruction. Fang began unlocking these in sequences, allowing the emotional cascade to build. Wu Daolin recorded each unlock, noting the sequence of unlocks, the emotional states that enabled them, the techniques that emerged as each scar activated. By the end of the second week, Fang had experienced something like 30 distinct major emotional states, and the accumulated weight of them was beginning to affect him in ways that were not purely cultivation-related. He was becoming more sensitive to the people around him, more aware of the cost of decisions, more conscious of the ways that his own actions rippled outward into other people's lives. Shinguyu watched this transformation with scholarly interest. The deity was designing a moral curriculum, he said to Wu Daolin, disguised as combat techniques, but actually designed to make the cultivator into a more complete person. Each unlock is forcing him to understand something about himself that he didn't want to understand. Is that functional? Wu Daolin asked. It's extremely functional, Shinguyu said. Power without moral context is just chaos. But forcing someone to develop moral capacity against their resistance is a dangerous thing. The deity was making Fang into something more complete, but he was also making Fang into something that could be hurt. Luo Yinshi noticed the physical cost. His meditation is healing the scars as he unlocks them, she told the group. But the healing is incomplete because the unlocks are incomplete. Scar 77 is staying sealed, which means the entire emotional architecture around that scar is unstable. The weight of all the other unlocks is pushing against that sealed state, and eventually that will create a rupture. How much longer? Wu Daolin asked. I don't know, Luo Yinshi said. A few weeks, maybe. The human body can carry contradiction for only so long before something breaks. Fang overheard this assessment and understood it without correction. The weight was real. He could feel it. The accumulation of emotional states, the expanding capacity for grief and understanding and regret, pressing against the cold seal of Scar 77 like pressure against a dam. Chapter 68. The correspondence from Ren Lihua began arriving in the third week, carried by fast messengers who moved through the military siege without apparent difficulty. It seemed the Eternal Forge faction had decided that allowing communication was worth the investment in completing the documentation. The observers understood that people needed to maintain their lives, maintain their networks, maintain the connections that kept them from becoming isolated. Complete isolation sometimes created desperation, and desperate people made unpredictable choices. The first letter was brief, carried by a merchant traveling north through the supply routes. I found her. She exists. She knows about her ancestor. More details to follow. No other details, just confirmation that the search had succeeded, that Yuheng was real, that the genealogical trail had led to an actual person rather than disappearing into the mists of history. Fang felt something shift in him at this confirmation. The problem of Scar 77 was not abstract anymore. It had a specific person attached to it, a specific human being. And Yuheng, 22 years old, living quietly in Changsan, unaware that her ancestor had been carved into a divine technique, that her family legacy was embedded in the scars of a stranger. The second letter arrived 5 days later, and it was longer. In Yuheng is remarkable. She learned about Li Wen for the first time through me, learning that her ancestor was a general, that she died in battle, that she was significant enough to be remembered after 80 years. She responded with something that is not quite grief and not quite pride. She said, "She sounds like someone I would have wanted to know." There was clarity in her, the kind of clarity that comes from understanding something fundamental about yourself suddenly. She is considering coming north. She wants to understand what her ancestor meant to the deity. She wants to know what it means that Li Wen was carved into these techniques. This letter was lengthy, detailed, describing the conversations that Ren Lihua had had with Yuheng, the way the young woman had responded to learning about her ancestor. It was written with Ren Lihua's characteristic precision, every detail included, every nuance captured. She understood what Fang needed to know to prepare himself for meeting Yuheng. The third letter took 2 weeks to arrive, because Ren Lihua was traveling back with Yuheng, moving carefully, taking indirect routes, ensuring that if they were being followed, they would not lead a pursuer directly to Beichen. By the time they arrived, Fang had entered a state of heightened awareness that was partly cultivation and partly emotional anticipation. He had spent weeks learning about Li Wen through the cartographer's historical records and the accumulated documentation of military historians. He understood her strategies, her decisions, her final moments of resistance. But understanding someone through history was not the same as understanding them through the people who came after them. And Yuheng was 22 years old, dressed in merchant's clothes, with a particular quality of attention that was neither cultivation-based nor trained. She had the kind of presence that suggested she noticed things but didn't necessarily comment on them. "This is Fang Ruolin," Ren Lihua said, introducing them with the formality of someone who understands what is happening even if the words don't contain the full context. And Yuheng looked at Fang directly, and Fang saw something of Li Wen in her face, not physically, but in the way she held herself, in the quality of her attention. "Ren Lihua told me about the scars," and Yuheng said, "about the deity, and about what he carved into you. She said one of them was about my ancestor." "Yes," Fang said. "The deity carved your ancestor into me, and I don't have the emotional capacity to unlock it yet. I need to understand her as a person first. I need to understand who she was, not just what she meant to the deity." And Yuheng considered this. "What do you want to know?" "Everything," Fang said. "How she was remembered, what qualities she had, the way her absence shaped the people who came after her." And Yuheng sat and began to speak. She told him about the family stories, how Li Wen had been known for her attention to detail, her patience with complexity, her willingness to sit with difficult problems until they resolved, how her sister had raised Li Wen's daughter to honor the memory of a mother she had never known, how the family had preserved her documents, her writings about strategy and logistics, her correspondence with military officials. "She sounds like she was careful," Fang said. "Methodical." "She was more than that," and Yuheng said. "The records describe her as someone who understood what people needed before they understood it themselves. She anticipated problems. Not through cultivation. I don't think she had much cultivation training, actually. Just through thinking carefully about how things worked." Fang understood then what had made Li Wen essential to the deity. It was not power. It was complementary understanding. The deity was instinctive, immediate, transformative. And Li Wen was methodical, careful, building systems that would survive the deity's transformation. "Why do you think the deity carved her into his techniques?" And Yuheng asked. "Because she died," Fang said. "In the final battle, during a betrayal, when he couldn't save her. The scar is about the guilt of surviving that. But it's also about the regret of not understanding soon enough what her value was." And Yuheng was quiet for a moment. Ren Lihua said that you would need to feel something genuine about her in order to unlock the technique. You need to actually grieve her, not just understand her story. "Yes," Fang said. "Then I think that grief is coming." And Yuheng said, "Because what you're describing is a person worth grieving. My ancestor was someone who understood how to make things work. That's not a small quality. That's essential. And if the deity understood that only after she was gone, then he was right to regret it." She stood. "I'll stay for a while. I want to help with the documentation. I want to understand what the deity carved from my ancestor's life." Chapter 69. The presence of Yuheng created a shift in the group's dynamic that was difficult to quantify, but essential to the process. She was not a cultivator, not a scholar, not someone trained in any of the frameworks that the others operated within. She was simply a person who had inherited a bloodline and was willing to consider what that bloodline meant. She and the cartographer spent hours together, reviewing the historical documents, and Yuheng would occasionally ask a question that shifted the way the others understood the material. "Why did she sign her strategic documents with a personal seal?" she asked once. "The military records show that other strategists didn't do that. But all of Li Wen's documents have this unique seal. Why?" The cartographer thought about this. "Because she wanted her recommendations to be taken personally," he said slowly. "Not just as anonymous strategic advice. She was signing not just her military opinion, but her responsibility. She understood that advice without responsibility is just speculation," and Yuheng said. "She was signing her name to say, 'This is what I think will work, and I am willing to be wrong about this.'" Wu Daolin was taking notes. "That's a significant insight. The deity's whole system of carving techniques is about that same principle. The techniques are not abstract. They are signed with the deity's responsibility. If they fail because the deity's understanding was incomplete, not because the techniques were flawed, but because the human using them was limited." And Fang began to understand, listening to these conversations, what Scar 77 really was. It was not just a technique. It was a signature. The deity's way of saying, "This is something I am still uncertain about. This is something I failed to prevent. This is something I regret, and I am carving my regret into someone else so that they understand what it costs to be incomplete." By the end of the third week, the documentation was nearly complete. Wu Daolin had recorded the unlock sequences, the emotional states, the mechanisms of each technique, the variations and extensions that could be derived from each basic carving. It was a text that would take months to fully explain, years to fully understand. But it was whole enough that it could be presented to General Qin Mujia as a complete documentation of the War Deity's techniques. There was one exception. Scar 77 remained sealed. And it was becoming clear that Scar 77 would not open through intellectual understanding or scholarly documentation. It would open only through emotional actualization, through Fang's capacity to genuinely feel the deity's regret about Li Wen's death. "I'm not there yet," Fang told the cartographer on the 27th day of the siege. "No," the cartographer agreed. "But something is changing. I can see it. The weight is building." Chapter 70. The presentation to General Qin Mujia happened on the 28th day, with 1 day of buffer before the timeline expired. Wu Daolin had spent the night assembling the complete documentation into a formal report, written in the language of military strategic analysis, organized by emotional category and unlock sequence. The report ran to 300 pages. It contained the unlock requirements for every scar except Scar 77. It contained the specifications of every technique, variations on technique applications, defensive methods against the techniques, limitations and advantages, the interaction effects when multiple techniques were accessed simultaneously. It was the complete archive of military knowledge that the War Deity had spent his life accumulating and carving into flesh. General Qin Mujia received the documentation without expression. She read through it, page by page, with the attention of someone who understood exactly what she was looking at. "This is genuine," she said finally. "This is the actual documentation of the techniques." "Yes," Wu Daolin confirmed. "This is the complete archive. The techniques cannot be extracted from the carving because they require emotional states to function. But the techniques themselves are here, documented, understood, and cataloged in a way that allows for theoretical replication." "Scar 77, Qin Mujia said, turning to a section of the documentation. "This one is marked as incomplete." "The deity didn't complete the carving," Fang said. "This scar is still developing. It will be complete, but not yet." Qin Mujia looked at him directly. "You're telling me that you cannot access one of the 140 carving stored techniques. One of the early phases of this technique is still locked," Fang said. "The others are documented." This was technically true. Scar 77 would have phases: early access, deeper understanding, mastery. But the reality was that Fang could not access even the initial phase. The scar was completely inert. "The faction will accept this documentation," Qin Mujia said after a moment of consideration. "It fulfills the agreement. The techniques are documented. The institutional claim is satisfied. You will be allowed to depart Beichin without further institutional pressure from the Eternal Forge faction." She paused. "But understand that this is temporary. If you access Scar 77 and discover that it contains techniques you have withheld from this documentation, the faction will consider that a breach of agreement, and the pursuit will resume. This is the price of allowing you to depart: transparency. If you unlock something you have hidden from us, we will know that you have violated the terms of your departure." "I understand," Fang said. "I'm also going to leave behind an observer," Qin Mujia continued. "A military attaché who will travel with your group and verify the accuracy of this documentation as you continue your journey. If the techniques you access match the documentation, the observer will confirm that. If you access something that contradicts the documentation, the observer will report that discrepancy immediately." This was a significant constraint, but it was better than the alternative of forced extraction. "Accepted," Fang said. The military garrison began to withdraw the next morning, in the same formal structures in which it had arrived. 60 soldiers, marching in synchronization, leaving the city with the kind of orderly closure that suggested they would be back if needed. The observer remained, a young man named Liang Shun, competent and thorough and trained to notice discrepancies. Fang watched them leave without relief. The siege had been a constraint, but it had also been a structure. Now that it was ended, the real work would begin. Chapter 71. Wu Daolin's obsession with Scar 77 became obvious within days of the faction's departure. He would sit with the documentation of other scars, analyzing the patterns, looking for clues to what the sealed scar might contain. He began keeping separate notebooks specifically for this analysis, tracking every mention of the scar in the historical records, every passage where the deity's known emotional states might provide insight, every connection he could identify between Scar 77 and the scars surrounding it. The work consumed him. He would spend entire afternoons bent over texts, looking for patterns in the way the deity's other techniques had been designed, trying to understand the principles that governed the carving system itself. "The structure is wrong," he said to Fang on the third day after the garrison left, spreading out pages of his analysis. He had created detailed diagrams, mapping the relationships between scars, showing how scars 73 to 79 should theoretically function as a progression. Look at scars 73 to 79. This sequence is clearly designed to unlock in progression, each one building on the previous one. The emotional states cascade. Scar 73 requires acceptance of limitation. Scar 74 requires creative response to limitation. Scar 75 requires the integration of creative response as a permanent capability. Scar 76 requires the understanding that limitation is not something to overcome, but something to work within. The pattern is consistent, elegant. And Scar 77? Fang asked, already understanding what Wu Daolin was going to say. Scar 77 should complete the sequence, Wu Daolin said, pointing to his diagram. It should be the capstone, the technique that integrates all the previous understanding into a unified whole. But it's not. Scar 77, which should be the middle point of this sequence, is completely isolated. It doesn't connect to Scar 76 or Scar 78. It's a break in the pattern. It's not part of the flow of technique development. It exists in its own space, sealed off from the rest of the system. Maybe it's intentional, Fang suggested, though he could see immediately from Wu Daolin's expression that this was already obvious to him. It is intentional, Wu Daolin said emphatically. But I want to know what the intention is. The deity doesn't make accidents in his carving. Every isolation is a statement. Every break in the pattern is meaningful. What is the deity isolating with Scar 77? Why did he choose to place this scar in this location, separated from the techniques that surround it? What message is he sending by making this scar inaccessible? Wu Daolin began what he called inverse analysis. He would take a technique that was documented and working, like Scar 76, which taught a defensive method involving energy redirection, and he would work backwards through the emotional states and the unlock requirements, trying to understand what category of technique Scar 77 might belong to based on its position in the sequence. He created frameworks to understand the categories of techniques. Combat techniques required specific emotional states: fear, focus, determination, clarity, aggression. Strategic techniques required different emotional states: patience, creativity, foresight, acceptance of complexity. Protective techniques required compassion, responsibility, the willingness to sacrifice personal safety for others. Destructive techniques required anger, conviction, the willingness to eliminate opposition completely. Scars 71 to 76 are all defensive, he said to Fang, laying out his analysis with diagrams and notations. Scars 78 to 83 are all aggressive. The pattern is clear. Scars 71 to 76 move from basic defense into increasingly sophisticated defensive tactics. Scars 78 to 83 move from basic offense into increasingly sophisticated offensive capability. The two sequences mirror each other, exist in balance. And Scar 77? Fang asked, though he could see the obvious implication in Wu Daolin's work. Scar 77 is neither defensive nor aggressive, Wu Daolin said. It breaks the pattern, which suggests that it's something else entirely. Not a combat technique in the traditional sense. Not something designed to be used in the heat of battle. Something designed for a different purpose entirely. What else would it be? Fang asked. I don't know yet, Wu Daolin admitted. But I think it's something the deity didn't consider a technique in the normal sense. Something he hesitated to carve. Something he felt he shouldn't carve, but carve anyway because the knowledge was too important not to preserve. Something foundational and personal rather than combat-focused. The analysis continued for a week. Wu Daolin collected every historical reference to the War Deity's personal choices, his conflicts, his moments of doubt. He was building a portrait of what the deity was experiencing in the period of his life, when he would have carved Scar 77. He read accounts of the deity's final years, looking for shifts in his behavior, signs of emotional turmoil, indications that something fundamental had changed in his understanding of himself and his purpose. The documentation was scattered, but patterns emerged. In the final decade of the deity's life, his recorded behavior changed. He stopped taking on new missions. He began training disciples more directly, passing on knowledge rather than continuing to accumulate it himself. He spent time writing, leaving records that wouldn't have been necessary for anyone but a future reader. The deity was preparing for something. He was creating a legacy, preparing a transmission of knowledge to someone who didn't yet exist. The breakthrough came from a text that the cartographer had found in a monastery library, a private journal written by a minor official named Tao Zheng who had served under the deity's command during the Civil War era. Tao Zheng had been a scribe and historian, documenting the movements and decisions of the military commanders. The journal mentioned, in passing, a conversation the official had overheard between the deity and Li Wen, just days before the final battle. The passage was tucked into the middle of routine administrative notes, which suggested that the official had not realized the significance of what he was recording, had simply noted something he had witnessed without understanding its importance. The deity said to Li Wen, "The journal recorded in careful characters, I have made you a target. By valuing your advice, I have made you valuable to my enemies. If I am wise, I should dismiss you, so that you will be safe." And then Li Wen responded, "If you dismiss me, then I will have already lost what I valued most, the work we do together. You cannot protect me by cutting me out of my own life." The passage continued. The deity said nothing after this, and we moved on to the logistics of the upcoming deployment. But I watched him move through the meeting after that, and something had changed in him. He was no longer entirely present. Some part of him was elsewhere, thinking about the weight of the choice Li Wen had made. Wu Daolin brought this passage to Fang 3 days after discovering it, reading it aloud with the reverence of someone who has found a key that unlocks a sealed door. "This is it," he said. The deity understood, before the final battle, that his power was creating danger for the people near him, and he carved a technique about the guilt of that understanding. The guilt of being powerful enough to change things, but not powerful enough to protect the people who mattered to him. "That's not just guilt," Fang said, understanding something shift in his comprehension. "That's love." The deity was carved up with love, and Scar 77 is where he put that love, because love was the thing that created the vulnerability, the thing that made him incomplete. Fang read the passage again. The words themselves seemed to resonate against Scar 77, as if they were calling to something locked inside. "That's why it won't unlock," Fang said slowly. "Because to unlock it, I would have to accept that my own power creates vulnerability for other people. I would have to accept that learning the techniques means putting everyone around me in danger." "Yes," Wu Daolin confirmed. "The deity was trying to teach you something about the cost of being exceptional. Not just the cost to yourself, but the cost to the people who care about you." Fang felt the weight of this understanding. He was already putting Luo Yanxi and Shun Giyu and Wu Daolin in danger by existing. The techniques he was unlocking were making him more powerful and simultaneously making him a more valuable target. The military organization that had just released him would return if they understood that he had value they hadn't yet measured. And Ren Lihua had left, and In Yuheng had come, and all of them were at risk because of what they carried. "I can't unlock Scar 77 by accepting this," Fang said. "No," Wu Daolin agreed. "You can unlock it by accepting this and continuing anyway." The deity didn't stop being powerful because he regretted the cost. He continued, knowing the cost, because the alternative was worse. That's the emotional state the scar requires. Not regret alone. Regret and acceptance combined. Chapter 72. The journey resumed, moving south and east, away from the territories of the Eternal Forge faction, toward the mountains where the Cipher Scholar had established his primary residence. It was a journey that would take weeks, and it would take them through territories where the military organization of the faction was less visible but still present. The faction's formal siege of Beichen had been lifted, but the pursuit would continue indefinitely. This much was clear from the way Qin Mujia had framed the parting. The group traveled in a different formation now. Instead of moving together as a unified group, they dispersed slightly, using different routes and different timing. Shen Guyu would move ahead, establishing safe houses and identifying locations where the group could spend nights without attracting attention. Ren Lihua would move at different intervals, using her merchant family connections to arrange shelter and provisions. The cartographer would travel separately, taking routes that seemed designed to confuse anyone trying to follow them. Liang Shun, the observer, maintained professional distance but perfect attention. He recorded every technique that Fang accessed, verified it against the documentation Wu Daolin had prepared, and reported his observations each evening to a chain of communication that ran back to Eternal Forge faction headquarters. He was a competent cultivator himself, trained in observation techniques, and he never made the mistake of underestimating his targets. But he also understood his role clearly. He was not hunting them. He was verifying the documentation. He was ensuring that the agreement held. In the evenings, after reporting, he would sometimes speak with Fang or Wu Daolin. These conversations were not hostile, but they were careful. Liang Shun was too intelligent to believe that the agreement would last forever, but while it held, he seemed to accept the situation with a kind of professional respect. But there was nothing to report. The techniques that Fang was accessing were all documented. The emotional states matched the documented states. There were no hidden scars, no undisclosed techniques. Except for Scar 77, which Fang was still not accessing. Shen Giyu traveled ahead with maps and provisions, establishing routes that would minimize exposure. Luo Yanxi traveled beside the group, monitoring Fang's physical condition, which was beginning to show strain from the accumulated weight of the documented scars. "You need to resolve this," Luo Yinshi said to Fang one evening, when they had made camp in a valley that was sheltered enough to feel private. "The pressure from the sealed scar is creating a rupture in the tissue surrounding it. If you don't unlock it soon, it will rupture on its own, and that will cause damage that I won't be able to heal cleanly." "I understand," Fang said. "Do you?" Luo Yinshi asked. "Because it seems like you're avoiding it. You're documenting every other scar, you're unlocking techniques in sequence, but you're ignoring this one. Ignoring the most important one, probably." Fang was quiet. "The deity carved an apology into you," Luo Yinshi continued. "That's what Wu Daolin said. Scar 77 is the deity saying he was sorry for something. And you're not ready to accept the apology yet." "No," Fang said. "I'm not ready to accept the responsibility that comes with accepting the apology." "Which is?" "That I have to keep going," Fang said. "That knowing the cost doesn't give me permission to stop. That I have to continue being what the deity made me to be, even knowing that it puts other people in danger. That knowledge is the weight of Scar 77. And once I accept it, I can't pretend ignorance anymore." Luo Yinshi considered this. "That's what being an adult is, though." "Maybe," Fang said. "But I haven't been an adult. I've been a vessel. I've been a person with something carved into me that I didn't choose. Accepting the responsibility of that carving means accepting that the choice is mine now. That I could choose to stop, and I don't. So what changes?" Luo Yinshi asked. "Everything," Fang said. "Once I accept that the choice is mine, I become responsible for every consequence. I become the person who decides to put you in danger. I'm not just the tool anymore. I'm the one using the tool." Chapter 73. The landscape changed as they traveled. The flat plains of the north gave way to rising hills, and the hills gave way to the first mountains of the western range. The air became thinner, and cultivation became more noticeable, the density of it in the air, the way that the landscape itself held more chi, more potential. The world felt different here. In the lowlands, cultivation had been something people did, a practice or a profession. Here, cultivation seemed to be a property of existence itself. The mountains had been shaped by centuries of cultivation practice, by cultivators moving through them, by techniques being tested and refined. The very stone held cultivation energy. The group moved more carefully here, aware that every cultivator they encountered might have connections to larger organizations. The Eternal Forge faction was less visible in these remote territories, but other factions were present, smaller sects with territorial claims, independent scholars maintaining private research facilities, loosely organized groups of wandering cultivators who had rejected sect affiliation. They were entering territories where cultivation was more openly practiced, where sects maintained holdings and scholars maintained research centers. Wu Daolin's connections became relevant. He had colleagues in the academic cultivation community who could provide shelter and resources. These were people he had corresponded with for decades, scholars with whom he had exchanged research and analysis, people who respected his work enough to offer assistance without requiring explanation. One such colleague was a woman named Fang Ruolin, who maintained a private library in a valley that seemed designed specifically to remain hidden from casual travelers. The library was extensive, but it was curated rather than comprehensive. Fang Ruolin had spent her entire life collecting specific types of documents, focusing on cipher scholarship and historical analysis of the War Deity's era. She had been corresponding with Wu Daolin for 15 years about potential interpretations of certain inscriptions and historical texts. One of those colleagues was a woman named Fang Ruolin, who had maintained a private library dedicated to historical research and cipher scholarship. She was perhaps 70 years old by appearance, with the kind of presence that suggested she had decided decades ago what was worth her attention and what was not. She welcomed the group and immediately became absorbed in examining Wu Daolin's documentation of the War Deity's techniques. "This is remarkable work," she said, reading through the cipher translations. "You've cracked sections of the encoding that I didn't think were recoverable. The emotional state architecture is more precise than I realized." But it was Ren Lihua who made the connection that shifted everything. She was sitting with Fang Ruolin, going through historical records, when she found a document that had been misfiled in a drawer labeled Miscellaneous Correspondence, 7th Era. It was a letter written in a formal hand, addressed to Li Wen's sister. The letter was from the War Deity. It had been written after the final battle, after Li Wen's death. The deity was requesting that Li Wen's family destroy his personal correspondence with her. He was requesting that they erase the evidence that he had valued her advice, that he had relied on her judgment, that he had been dependent on her understanding. "He's trying to protect her memory," Ren Lihua said slowly, reading through the letter. He's asking them to erase the evidence of their relationship so that his enemies can't use it against her family in the future. He's trying to minimize the danger she was in because of him. She looked up, but her family didn't destroy the letters. They preserved them. Wu Daolin took the letter and began reading. "There's more here," he said, tracing through the deity's handwriting. He's not just asking them to destroy the letters. He's explaining why. He's saying that the best way to honor in Li Wen's memory is to understand that she was correct, that being with him, working with him, was worth the danger, and that if he had been wise enough to understand that before it was too late, he would never have tried to dismiss her. Fang felt something shift inside him as he listened to this being read aloud. It was not an unlock yet, but it was a movement toward unlocking. The deity had carved his regret into scar 77, but the regret was not simply about failure. It was about the failure to value someone until they were gone. It was about the cost of incomplete understanding. "I need to read this," Fang said to Ren Lihua. Chapter 74. The letter took an evening to read completely, and it was in the reading that something began to change in Fang's understanding of what scar 77 contained. The deity wrote about in Li Wen with precision, not as a superior officer writes about a subordinate, and not as a military strategist writes about an ally. He wrote about her as someone attempting to articulate a loss that had no adequate language. He described her competence as something that went beyond military skill. He described it as a kind of integrity. The way she approached problems, the way she considered consequences, the way she made decisions was all motivated by the same principle, that if you were going to be responsible for something, you should be fully responsible for it. He described her death as something he could have prevented if he had been wise enough to value her completely in life. And he described the carving of scar 77 as his attempt to teach someone else not to make the same error. "The technique I have carved," the deity wrote, "is not a combat method. It is a teaching. Whoever carries this scar will eventually understand that power is worthless if it is not used in service of something you love. And whoever carries this scar will also understand that loving something makes you vulnerable. The choice between safety and connection is not a real choice. There is only connection and the cost that connection demands, and the choice whether you are willing to pay that cost knowing exactly what the cost will be." Fang sat with this for a long time after finishing the letter. "This is the unlock," Wu Daolin said quietly. "This is what you need to feel. Not grief for Li Wen, though you'll feel that too. What you need to feel is the weight of the deity's regret, and then you need to decide that the regret is worth the choice anyway. You need to decide that the scars are worth carrying because of what they let you do, not because you had no choice about carrying them." "I've had no choice," Fang said. "That's true," Wu Daolin said. "But you have a choice now. You can close yourself off, refuse to unlock scar 77, refuse to accept what the deity is trying to teach you. Or you can choose to carry the scars in full knowledge, choosing every time to continue because the alternative is worse. Those are different things." Chapter 75. The rupture came on the night after Fang finished reading the letter. He was alone in the room, performing the ritual that had become his evening practice, touching each scar in sequence, maintaining the connection between his body and the techniques carved into him. When he reached scar 77, instead of the familiar cold inertness, he felt something else. Pain. It was not the clean pain of a technique unlocking. It was the rupture pain that Luo Yinshi had warned about, the pressure from the sealed scar becoming too great for the tissue to contain. The scar was cracking, not from intention, but from stress. Fang called for Luo Yinshi, who came immediately with medical preparations. She examined the scar and found that the tissue was indeed rupturing, small fractures in the carving itself, creating small bleeding points along the scar's length. "This is from the pressure," Luo Yinshi said. "The sealed technique is pushing against the seal, and the seal is failing. I can seal it again, but it will only last for a short time. You need to unlock it completely, or it will keep rupturing." "Can I do it?" Fang asked. "Right now? While it's open?" "Theoretically," Luo Yinshi said. "The rupture is creating an opening. If you have the emotional state, you might be able to access it during the healing window." Fang sat up, hands over scar 77, and began to do the work that he had been avoiding. The scar was still bleeding slightly, small trickles of cultivation blood that defied normal physiology. Luo Yinshi had explained that this was the scar beginning to awaken, beginning to respond to something it recognized in him, though she didn't yet understand the mechanism. He thought of Li Wen, a person he had never met, whose life had been lived and ended 70 years before he was born. He thought of her competence, her integrity, the way she had chosen to continue working alongside the War Deity, even knowing that it made her a target. The records showed that she had understood the danger. There were passages in her own writings where she explicitly acknowledged that her association with the deity made her valuable to those who wanted to use him or destroy him. And she had continued anyway. He thought of the deity, understanding too late what he had had. Understanding only after it was gone that what he had valued most was not the strength of an Li Wen's strategic mind, but the simple fact of her existence, her willingness to stand beside him, her refusal to be frightened away by danger. And he thought of the people around him, Wu Daolin and Shun Guyu and Luo Yanqi and Ren Lihua and In Yuheng and the cartographer. He thought of the way his own existence created danger for them. The Eternal Forge faction would eventually realize that they had all chosen to stay with him, which meant they all became targets. Liang Shun, the observer, would report their movements, their locations, their associations. Every day they traveled together made them more vulnerable. He thought of the way they had chosen to be here anyway, knowing the cost, because the work mattered more than safety. That understanding was what opened the pathway to unlocking the scar. He felt grief, but not the kind he expected. It was not grief for In Li Wen's death, though that was there. It was grief for the deity's understanding of that death, the slow recognition that he had failed to value something while he still had the chance. It was the specific ache of understanding too late, of having all the power and capability in the world and discovering that these things were useless when it came to protecting what actually mattered. And beneath that grief, he felt the acceptance that Wu Daolin had described. The acceptance that knowledge of cost doesn't give permission to stop. That love makes you vulnerable, and the only choice is whether you're willing to live with that vulnerability. The acceptance that you could lose the people around you, that they could be taken or harmed or die. And the answer was not to refuse love, but to love them anyway, knowing that the cost might be unbearable. Scar 77 responded with a heat that was different from the heat of the other scars. It was not the sharp, focused heat of a technique activating. It was a deep warmth, like a heartbeat, like something that had been cold and dormant suddenly becoming alive. Chapter 76. The unlock was different from all the previous unlocks. When Fang accessed Scar 76 or Scar 23 or any of the other documented scars, there was a moment of pressure and then a release, a technique becoming available, a new capability opening into his awareness. There was clarity in the unlock. These are the parameters, this is what the technique does, this is how to use it. Scar 77 did not work that way. What came through was not clarity, but articulation. It was the deity's voice, present not in the way that the other scars conveyed presence, but in a completely different way. This was the deity's intention. This was the deity saying something directly. The message that came through was simple but immense. I am sorry. I did not understand in time. Whoever carries this scar will understand, as I did not. Whoever carries this scar will see the cost, and choose anyway. This is what I could not do. This is what I am asking you to do in my place. And then there was something else. A presence that was not instruction, but resonance. The scar was responding, but not with a technique. It was responding with acknowledgement. It was no longer cold. Fang felt the warmth of it spread across his chest, a warmth that felt like recognition, like the deity's acknowledgement of Fang's choice. Luo Yanqi was working to seal the ruptured tissue, and as she did, the scar itself began to heal, not back into its original form, but into something new. The rupture had cracked the pattern of the carving, and as it healed, it integrated the cracks into the pattern. The scar was whole again, but transformed. It was no longer isolated. It was connected, suddenly, to the surrounding tissue, to the other scars, to the entire architecture of techniques. Fang felt the connections activate. Scar 77 was not a single technique. It was an amplifier. It was the emotional state that would allow all the other techniques to function at a deeper level. It was the deity's way of saying that every technique he had carved required this foundation. The knowledge that power is worthless without the willingness to be vulnerable. Chapter 77. By the morning, word had reached all the scholarly networks that Fang had unlocked a major scar. The rupture and the healing had created observable changes in his cultivation signature, and Wu Daolin's connections had picked up the information through multiple channels. The cipher scholar Wu Daolin himself sent a message requesting a formal meeting. It arrived with an explicit travel component. Wu Daolin, the scholar, not the cipher scholar, was to go to the location where the scholar resided, meet with him directly, and explain what had happened. This is significant, Wu Daolin said to the group, reading the message. Wu Daolin, the original cipher scholar, only requests direct meetings for major developments. This is considered important enough for him to interrupt his research. Should I go? Fang asked. I should go, Wu Daolin said. The cipher scholar wants to understand the technical aspects of the unlock. But you should probably come as well, once I've prepared the way. Your direct testimony about the emotional states required would be more valuable than any second-hand account. The journey to Wu Daolin's residence took 2 weeks from their current position. traveling through increasingly remote mountain territories where the air became thin and the density of raw cultivation potential increased to noticeable levels. They made camp outside the city where the cipher scholar maintained his library and workshop. This is the most significant moment in cipher scholarship in 300 years, Wu Daolin said to Fang before they approached the meeting. The War Deity's techniques are encoded in a way that has taken me decades to even begin to understand. But scar 77, that scar changes everything. That scar is not just a technique. That scar is the key to understanding how the other techniques work. Fang prepared himself for the meeting the way he had prepared for everything now, by accepting the cost of what this would require. Meeting with the cipher scholar meant confirming that the techniques existed, that they were accessible, that they were worth studying in depth. It meant opening further the possibility that someone else would claim authority over what the deity had carved into him. Chapter 78. The cipher scholar Wu Daolin was even more reclusive than Fang had expected. He lived in a compound of buildings cut into the mountainside, structures that seemed to have grown from the rock rather than been built upon it. The largest building was a library, 4 stories of shelving organized by category and historical period, with research spaces scattered throughout where texts were analyzed and cataloged, where scholars worked in small teams or alone, examining documents with the intensity of people who believed that understanding could be found in the careful reading of old words. The living quarters were minimal, suggesting a person who had organized his entire existence around the pursuit of knowledge, treating sleep and meals as necessary interruptions rather than as part of life itself. He was perhaps 80 years old by appearance, with the quality of intense focus that suggested he had spent decades training his attention to function at a level that most people couldn't sustain. His eyes were remarkably clear, suggesting that cultivation practice had preserved his vision, or possibly that he had simply trained his mind to extract meaning from text even as his eyes aged. He moved slowly but with precision, each gesture economical, nothing wasted. He received Fang and Wu Daolin in a chamber lined with manuscripts, every wall covered with shelves, every shelf filled with texts in various states of preservation. The chamber itself was a kind of three-dimensional archive of the War Deity's era and the centuries that followed. There were documents in his own handwriting, annotations in the margins where he had worked through problems, notations showing lines of inquiry that had been abandoned or pursued. The desk in the center of the room was itself covered with texts and analysis papers, organized in patterns that were probably meaningful to the scholar but appeared chaotic to outsiders. Scar 77, he said, without preliminary courtesies. His voice was surprisingly strong for his age, each word articulated clearly. I want to understand the mechanism, not the emotional state. I've read your documentation of that. I want to understand how a scar can respond when it's unlocked. How can carved flesh recognize the emotional state of the person carrying it? What is the nature of that recognition? Wu Daolin provided the documentation of the unlock, the emotional states, the progression of understanding, the way the rupture had created an opening, the way the scar had responded. He had brought written records, transcriptions of the conversations with Fang during and after the unlock, detailed notes about the physical responses, the changes in cultivation signature, the way the energy had shifted as the scar opened. The scholar read through this material with complete attention, asking clarifying questions, requiring specifics about timing and sequence. He wanted to know the exact order in which the emotional states had been accessed, the duration of each one, whether there had been any backlash or instability. He treated the documentation like evidence in an investigation, cross-referencing it against his own theories, looking for inconsistencies or confirmations. The warm scar, Wu Daolin said, describing Fang's experience with the kind of precision that came from long experience documenting cultivation phenomena. After the unlock, it was no longer cold. It responded to being understood. The heat persists. Fang described it like the scar became present in a way it hadn't been before, like it was aware of being known. The cipher scholar looked at Fang directly, his old eyes assessing. The scar is alive, he said finally. Not conscious in the sense that you are conscious. Not capable of independent thought. But responsive, yes. It's not a carving in the traditional sense. It's an interface. The deity carved awareness into the flesh itself, creating a kind of biological lock that can recognize when the right conditions have been met. That awareness can respond when it's being understood. Is that possible? Wu Daolin asked, though his tone suggested he was already following the logic. It's possible if the emotional state you're encoding matches a state that cultivation itself can recognize as significant, the cipher scholar said, beginning what was clearly a lecture he had been developing in his mind for years. The emotional states that the deity encoded are not random selections of feelings. They are states that have cultivation significance. They are states that the deity understood to be fundamental to the operation of cultivation itself. And if we understand cultivation correctly, if cultivation is not just a mechanical manipulation of qi, but a fundamental alignment between the cultivator's intention and the nature of existence itself, then these emotional states are not metaphorically significant to cultivation. They are literally the conditions under which cultivation functions. He turned to Fang. When you unlocked Scar 77, you activated an emotional state that the deity understood to be the foundation of all the other techniques. The Scar responded because you aligned yourself with that state completely. You chose vulnerability alongside power. That choice creates a cultivation signature that the carved scar recognizes as aligned with its own existence. So what happens now? Fang asked. Now, the cipher scholar said, we begin to understand what the deity was really trying to do. The other scars, all 139 of them, are designed to teach specific martial techniques, but they're also designed as a kind of spiritual curriculum. Each one is meant to develop specific capacities that are necessary for a cultivator to reach higher tiers of understanding. He gestured toward the texts surrounding him. I've been analyzing the emotional sequences, the unlock prerequisites, the ways that certain scars open access to other scars. What I believe is that the War Deity created a complete system of advancement, not the traditional sect-based system of tiers and ranks. Something entirely different. A personal system of development that requires emotional growth alongside cultivation power. Wu Daolin understood immediately. The scars are a cultivation path. Not just a cultivation path, the cipher scholar said. A cultivation path that is forced alignment with emotional understanding. The deity was not trying to create warriors. He was trying to create people who could carry power responsibly. Chapter 79. The conversation with the cipher scholar lasted through the evening and into the next morning. Wu Daolin was recording everything, taking detailed notes, asking clarifying questions that pushed the scholar toward greater precision and specificity. Fang was present but mostly quiet, allowing the two scholars to develop the theoretical framework, understanding that his role was to listen and learn, not to direct the conversation toward predetermined conclusions. What emerged was a complete architecture of cultivation development that existed nowhere in the traditional systems. The deity had created a path that moved from basic martial capability, scars 1 to 10, through strategic understanding, scars 11 to 35, through emotional depth, scars 36 to 77, through what the cipher scholar called integrated power, scars 78 to 120, through ultimate capacity, scars 121 to 140. But more significantly, the path was designed so that each phase required the complete internalization of the previous phase. The traditional sect systems make a mistake, the cipher scholar explained, walking Fang through the theoretical structure. They assume that cultivation is cumulative, that you learn one level and then move to the next, carrying with you everything you've learned. But the War Deity understood something more subtle. He understood that cultivation is transformative. Each level changes what you are, which means each level changes what you understand about everything you've learned so far. The techniques you learn at one tier are never the same techniques at the next tier, because you are not the same person. He showed Fang a diagram that he had developed over decades, a spiral rather than a straight progression. Each tier was higher than the previous one, but also returned to some of the previous insights, examining them from a new perspective with a new understanding. Scar 14, which you unlocked early on, is a basic martial technique, the scholar said. But when you return to it after unlocking Scar 77, it will be a different technique. You will understand it not just as a method for striking an opponent, but as a manifestation of clarity and purpose. When you later unlock Scar 95, which is a strategic technique that builds on Scar 77, you'll return to Scar 14 again, and it will mean something entirely different. Each tier requires not just the ability to perform the technique, the cipher scholar explained, but the emotional development necessary to deserve that ability. Scar 77 is the pivot point. After that scar, the techniques shift in nature. Before Scar 77, you're learning to do things. After Scar 77, you're learning what it means to do those things responsibly. How many of the scars have been unlocked? The cipher scholar asked Fang. 56, Fang said, not including Scar 77. So 57 now, the cipher scholar said. Approximately 40% of the complete system. You have a long way to go. How long? Fang asked. That depends on the rate at which you develop the necessary emotional states, the cipher scholar said. If you had been forced into emotional development through trauma, perhaps months or years. But you're developing organically now. You're in situations that naturally require different emotional states, and you're accepting them. That's faster than forced development, but it's still not quick. Years, Wu Daolin said quietly. At least, the cipher scholar confirmed. And that's assuming you continue to develop at your current rate. If you stabilize, if you reach a point where you're not encountering situations that force new emotional growth, the development will slow significantly. Fang thought about this. Years of carrying the scars. Years of continuing on this path that the deity had created. There's something else, the cipher scholar said. The final scar, scar 140, is isolated in the documentation the same way that scar 77 was isolated. But it's more extreme. I've been analyzing it for years, and I don't believe I understand what that scar actually is. It's the final scar, Wu Daolin said. The deity's master technique. I don't think that's what it is, the cipher scholar said. I think it's something the deity didn't want to carve, but carved anyway. Something that requires something of the cultivator that the deity wasn't sure could be asked. I've built models of what it might require based on the unlock sequence, but I won't know until you reach it. What do the models suggest? Fang asked. The cipher scholar was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, the deity might have designed scar 140 to require your willing death. Chapter 80. The statement hung in the air without response for a long moment. The scholar was not trying to shock them with the suggestion. He was simply stating what he believed to be true based on his analysis of the carving patterns and the architectural design of the scars. Not death in the bodily sense. The cipher scholar clarified, as if that made it less significant. His tone was clinical, the tone of an academic discussing a theoretical problem. But the death of the self that started this journey. The self that the deity was training. The self that learned the techniques as a weapon and learned to use them as a tool. That self would cease to exist, Wu Daolin said quietly. The implication was staggering. All of the work, all of the progress, all of the years of cultivation and development, culminating in dissolution rather than achievement. That self would transform, the cipher scholar corrected. His precision with language was important here. Not death, but transformation. Not ending, but becoming. The deity spent his entire life accumulating power and understanding. He spent his final years carving all of that into you, into these scars, into this path of development. But I don't think the path ends with you becoming a perfect warrior or a perfect cultivator. I think the path ends with you becoming something else entirely. Something that the deity couldn't become because he was bound by the accumulation of his own power. He stood and walked to a shelf, removing a volume that appeared to be a translation of ancient texts. The deity understood something that most cultivators never grasp. Power has weight. Knowledge has weight. Identity has weight. You can accumulate these things indefinitely, but at some point, the weight becomes so great that you can no longer move. The techniques he carved into you are designed to build toward a moment where you understand this weight so completely that you choose to set it down. Fang felt something shift in his understanding. It was similar to the shift that had happened when he understood Scar 77, but more profound. The entire architecture that he had been building, the cultivation progress, the techniques, the growing power, all of it was not the destination. It was the preparation for something beyond itself. The realization was both liberating and terrifying. So the entire journey, Fang said slowly, is designed to prepare me for a moment where I choose to stop being what I've become. Yes, the cipher scholar said. But that's not a contradiction. It's a completion. You become what you need to become so that you can become what comes after. The deity was building a path toward transformation, not toward stasis. The final scar doesn't lock you into a state of being. It releases you from the need to remain in any state at all. They left the meeting as evening was falling, moving back through the mountain valleys toward the camp where the rest of the group was waiting. The cipher scholar had given them each a piece of paper containing specific insights about the unlock sequences, technical details about how the emotional states might progress, speculations about what scars 78 to 140 might require. The information was precious. It was knowledge accumulated over decades of study, organized in ways that no other scholar had managed. The scholar had also provided something less tangible, the framework through which to understand what they were building, the architecture that gave meaning to the individual pieces. They moved through the darkness with the careful precision of people who had become accustomed to moving through dangerous terrain. The mountains at night held their own kinds of hazards. The path could be unclear, the cultivation potential could become disorienting, the physical danger was always present. But they moved with confidence, understanding the landscape now, having traveled through it multiple times. Fang walked beside Wu Daolin, who was still processing the conversation, still working through the implications. Wu Daolin's notebook was full of new notes, new theories, new frameworks for understanding the scars. But he was also troubled, and Fang could feel the weight of what they had learned pressing against him. He could be wrong, Wu Daolin said finally, breaking the evening silence. His analysis is brilliant, but it's theoretical. Scar 140 might be something entirely different. Scar 140 might not require your death at all, literal or metaphorical. The scholar is a genius at analyzing patterns, but Scar 140 might be a pattern he hasn't encountered before, might require insights that are beyond even his extensive knowledge. But, Fang asked, understanding that Wu Daolin had not finished his thought. But the pattern fits too well, Wu Daolin admitted, and his voice carried the weight of that admission. Every other scar we've analyzed has confirmed his theoretical framework. His predictions about Scar 77 were accurate. His analysis of the unlock sequences has been precisely correct. If he's right about those, he's probably right about this. And if he's right, then you're not just walking a path toward greater power. You're walking a path toward transformation so complete that the person who starts the journey and the person who reaches the end might be entirely different beings. They reached the camp as full darkness was settling over the mountains. Luo Yinshi was monitoring the scars, as she always did each evening, checking the healing around Scar 77, verifying that the rupture had sealed cleanly, examining the other scars for any sign of new instability. Something changed, she said, examining the scar more closely. Her medical instincts were attuned to subtle shifts in tissue condition and energy flow. This scar is not the same as the others. It's warmer. It's more integrated. It's like, she paused, looking for the right word. It's like it's alive in a way that the other scars aren't. Like it's responding to something, maintaining something. There's an awareness in the carving now. It's responding, Fang said. The cipher scholar explained it. The emotional state we reached was one that the scar could recognize as correct. Now it's maintaining that recognition. It stayed warm because I'm maintaining the emotional state that opened it. Luo Yinshi removed her hands from Fang's chest and looked at him. Her expression held something that was difficult to name. Respect, perhaps, but also concern, knowing what the scholar had suggested about Scar 140. That's beautiful, she said finally. That's the deity's acknowledgement of your choice. And Fang understood then that the warmth of Scar 77 was not a property of the carving itself. It was a reflection of his own choice. As long as he continued to choose the path, to choose vulnerability alongside power, to choose connection despite the cost, to choose to continue despite understanding what continuation would require, Scar 77 would remain warm. It was a living conversation between him and the deity, a constant affirmation that the choice he had made was the right one. The warmth was not stable, he understood. It would fluctuate based on his commitment, based on his willingness to truly accept the cost. If he ever retreated into denial, if he ever tried to convince himself that his power didn't create danger for others, the warmth would fade. Scar 77 was not a prize that he had won and could possess safely. It was a responsibility that had to be continuously chosen, continuously affirmed, continuously lived with. He had 57 scars unlocked, 83 remaining. Years of development ahead, years of learning emotional states and accessing techniques, and growing into something the deity had designed him to grow into. Years of accumulating power while simultaneously preparing for the moment when he would release it. The path ahead was clear in its direction even if its exact endpoints remained hidden. And at the end of all that development, a final scar waiting. Scar 140. A scar that required the death of the self that was carrying all the other scars. A scar that was the doorway to whatever came after identity itself. The deity had carved that scar with intention, had designed it as the ultimate unlock, the final transformation. But what came after transformation was beyond the deity's ability to describe in technique or knowledge. It could only be experienced, lived, become. Fang understood now that the War Deity had done something that no other cultivator in history had managed. He had created a system of advancement that was designed not to expand the self infinitely, but to eventually release the self entirely. Every technique was preparing for that release. Every emotional state was clearing the way for that transformation. Every scar was carving away the unnecessary parts of identity so that what remained could move beyond the need for identity itself. Fang sat by the fire that evening, hands over his chest, feeling the warmth of Scar 77 and the cold of all the sealed scars beneath it. The weight was immense, but it was his weight now. He had chosen it. And that choice was the difference between being a vessel and being a person. A vessel is filled by someone else's intention, and the vessel has no responsibility for what it carries. A person chooses what to carry and accepts responsibility for all that comes from that choice. The members of the group moved around the fire, each engaged in their own work. Wu Daolin was reading through his notes again, processing the conversation with the cipher scholar. Xingyu was consulting maps for the next segment of their journey. Luo Yinshi was organizing her medical supplies, preparing for the continued work of monitoring Fang's scars. Rin Lihua was writing another letter to be sent south, maintaining contact with Yuheng, keeping her informed of the progress toward unlocking the scar that bore her ancestors' significance. The cartographer sat quietly, watching, remembering, processing the weight of history and time. The night air was thin and cold at this altitude, and the cultivation potential in the mountain around them was dense and present. Fang could feel it now in a way he hadn't before. The way that power was not something separate from the world, but something integrated into it, waiting to be accessed by those willing to understand its true cost. The mountains themselves were cultivators in a sense, accumulating power across centuries, teaching through their presence that understanding takes time, that mastery requires patience, that the greatest transformations happen not through sudden revelation, but through continuous choice. And he understood also that the path ahead would demand everything of him. Not just cultivation strength, not just emotional development, but a complete willingness to become something other than himself, to transform into a form that he could not yet imagine. The deity had carved this path with intention, but with deep understanding of what the intention would cost. The warmth of Scar 77 continued to pulse against his chest, a steady heartbeat that said, "Yes, you understand. Yes, this is the path. Yes, continue." And Fang understood that this warmth would be his compass in the years ahead, the constant reminder of the choice he had made, the emotional anchor that would keep him from retreating into safety even when the cost became unbearable. Chapter 81. Wu Daolin emerged from his study late in the evening with a leather-bound journal in his hands, his eyes hollow with the intensity of sustained focus. He had been reading Scar 77's inscribed message for 3 days straight, translating the deity's hand-carved language that existed nowhere else in cultivation scholarship, that used metaphor and cipher and layers of meaning that had taken him years to learn to parse. When he finally found Fang, the cultivator was in the training grounds, working through the progression of Scar 28 in isolation, understanding its demands more fully now that enough time had passed since the unlock. "I've finished the translation," Wu Daolin said, his voice carrying exhaustion and something else, a kind of reverence, perhaps, mixed with profound concern. Fang stopped the technique mid-sequence, letting the cultivation energy settle, returning his body to stillness. "What does it say?" Wu Daolin sat on a stone bench, the journal resting across his lap. His hands were trembling slightly. The inscription on Scar 77 is not like the others. The other scars contain techniques, movements, sequences, cultivation methodologies encoded in the carving. Scar 77 contains something different. It contains a message, a personal message from the deity. "Read it," Fang said, approaching. "The first part is technical," Wu Daolin began. "Scar 77 contains the cold technique, the apology technique, the strike that asks forgiveness before it lands. This technique requires the cultivator to have reached a state of clarity regarding the cost of power, to have accepted fully that every use of force extracts a price from the wielder as well as from the target. The technique activates only when the wielder chooses to accept that cost with full consciousness." He turned the page, his fingers tracing the entries with careful attention. His voice became quieter. Then the deity transitions. He stops describing the technique and starts describing the scar itself. This is where the cipher becomes more dense, more layered. I had to translate it 3 separate ways before I understood what he was saying. "Go on," Fang said. "This scar marks a moment of my own awakening," Wu Daolin read. "I inflicted a profound harm on someone I had chosen to protect. The harm was a choice. I chose the harm because it was strategically necessary, and I chose it in full knowledge of what it would cost. And afterward, when the moment of necessity had passed, I understood that I could not unlive the harm. I could not take back the technique. I could not reach across time and make a different choice. I could only accept that I had made this choice, and that this choice made me someone different than who I had been before." Wu Daolin paused, swallowing. His hands were trembling as he held the journal. The cipher becomes even denser here. The deity is describing something that happened, but he's obscuring it, not out of secrecy, but out of respect, perhaps, dignity. He carves the essential emotional truth, but not the specific details that would identify who or what happened. "What is the essential truth?" Fang asked, sitting now, understanding that this reading would require time and patience. "I was wrong," Wu Daolin read directly from the journal. "Not strategically wrong. The action served its purpose and protected what needed protection. I was wrong spiritually. I was wrong in assuming that necessity excuses us from accountability. I was wrong in thinking that power gives us the right to cause harm as long as harm serves the larger goal. I spent 200 years understanding the techniques of war, and I spent 60 years learning this one thing, that the warrior's greatest strength is not the willingness to harm, but the willingness to face what we have done and accept that we cannot undo it. The technique I carved here contains the method for striking while carrying that acceptance, for bringing violence into the world while refusing to pretend that the violence is clean. Fang felt something in his chest tighten. This was not instruction in a technique. This was confession. This was a deity speaking to his student from the grave, admitting something that he had spent his entire life carrying with him like a weight that never diminished. The deity had been the greatest warrior of his age, had commanded armies, had shaped the course of history through his actions. And what he was leaving behind in these scars was not just power, but the record of the cost of that power. What struck Fang most deeply was that the deity had not tried to hide from this cost, had not pretended that power came without moral weight, had not attempted to convince Fang that being the most powerful person in the world meant being free of responsibility. Instead, the deity was transmitting the burden itself, was admitting that the weight would never decrease, that it would only change shape as the person carrying it evolved and changed. This is the most important scar, Wu Daolin said quietly, looking up from the journal. Not in terms of power, in terms of meaning. The deity understood something fundamental about what it means to be powerful responsibly, and he carved that understanding into Fang's body as carefully as he carved any technique. It was an understanding that would shape everything that came after, every unlock, every integration, every choice Fang would make as his power expanded. The deity was not just teaching him to be powerful. The deity was teaching him to be powerful while carrying the weight of that power consciously and completely. Wu Daolin's voice had become very small. He continued reading. I did not want to carve this scar. I spent years refusing to preserve it, believing that some wounds should die with the person who inflicted them. But I ran out of time. My cultivation base is failing. I can feel myself approaching dissolution. And I could not leave this world without admitting what I had done and what it cost me to do it. So I carved it. And I carved it in a way that whoever carries it will have to confront the same question that I confronted. At what point does power stop serving legitimate goals and become merely the perpetuation of harm? Wu Daolin looked up from the journal. His eyes were wet with tears that he did not seem to notice. There's more. The deity speaks directly to you in the final passages. He says, Scar 140 requires the cultivator's willing death, not bodily death, but the death of the self who started this journey. I do not know how to ask that of you. I do not know if I have the right to ask it, but I have written the technique anyway, trusting you will find your own understanding of what I mean. And if you reach that scar, if you unlock it, you will find more than a technique. You will find an apology. You will find the record of someone trying to build a better path than the one he walked. And perhaps that apology, carried by your hands and your choices, can mean something in the world that my own apology never could. The journal came to rest. Wu Daolin set it down carefully, as if handling something that might shatter if treated with anything less than absolute gentleness. That's Scar 140, Fang said slowly. That's what the cipher scholar thought might require my willing death. The deity is saying that he doesn't understand what Scar 140 is himself, Wu Daolin said. He carved it in desperation, in the final days, trying to create a technique that would lead you somewhere he himself could never go. He carved it as an apology, not for having given you the scars, but for not knowing what his final gift would mean. Fang turned away, looking out toward the mountains in the distance. The weight of the revelation was settling on him in layers. The deity had not been certain. The deity had been building a path toward transformation while admitting that he didn't know where the path led. The deity had carved his own apology into Fang's body, had sealed it behind 83 remaining scars, had placed it at the culmination of a journey that was designed to prepare Fang for something the deity himself could not comprehend. And yet, even with that uncertainty, even with that admission that he could not know what Scar 140 would ultimately mean, the deity had created the scar anyway. He had faced his own approaching death, had understood that he would not survive to see whether his final gift would work, and had chosen to create it anyway. That was an act of faith. That was the choice of someone who believed in something larger than his own power or understanding. It was also, Fang realized, the most important technique the deity had ever created. Not because of what power it might contain, but because of what it represented. The willingness to admit uncertainty while still acting, the choice to build something even when you cannot know whether it will work, the faith that someone would come along and find their own meaning in what you left behind. Don't share this with the group yet, Fang said. Let me sit with it first. Wu Daolin nodded. He understood that some revelations needed to be processed in solitude before they could be held in community. He closed the journal carefully, almost reverently, and withdrew, leaving Fang alone in the training ground as the evening deepened and the stars began to emerge in the darkening sky above. The night air was cold at this altitude, and the cultivation potential in the ground beneath his feet pulsed with the ancient power that had accumulated across centuries. Fang stood in that space, feeling the weight of the deity's words, understanding that he was standing at the threshold of something vast and transformative that he could not yet fully comprehend. Fang stood in that space for a long time, one hand over his chest, feeling the warmth of Scar 77 and the cold weight of the sealed scars beneath it. The deity had carved his own growth into Fang's body, had trusted a person he had known for 2 weeks to carry that growth into some unknown future. The deity had spent his entire life accumulating power, and then spent his final years building a system that would eventually release that power entirely. And Scar 140 was not the goal. It was the gateway to whatever came after goal itself, the threshold to transformation and transcendence that awaited on the other side of power. Chapter 82. In a city 200 miles distant, within the fortified compound of the Eternal Forge faction, Qin Mujia was ending her period of observational patience. The 30-day window that she had granted to the documentation review was complete. The scholars had reported their findings. The scars were genuine. The techniques they carried were consistent with the War Deity's known methodology, and the cultivator bearing them was at this moment a person of equivalent power to a low-tier heaven ascendant cultivator. The implication was clear. The direct approach had failed. Attempting to extract the scars through combat was not going to succeed, not against someone who was demonstrating power growth at an accelerating rate, not against a group that had learned to defend him through coordinated action. The Eternal Forge faction had prepared for centuries to recover the War Deity's techniques, had built entire institutional structures around that mission, and they were not going to abandon it because their first approach had been repelled. But Qin Mujia was, if nothing else, adaptable. She had reached her position of authority through the willingness to learn from failure, to analyze what had gone wrong, and to adjust the methodology for the next attempt. The direct military approach had been designed to be quick, to take advantage of the fact that Fang was still in the early stages of accessing the deity's power. But that window had closed. Fang was not growing at the rate the Eternal Forge faction had anticipated. He was growing faster, much faster, developing techniques that had taken the deity centuries to master and integrating them in months. The rate of his development was, in fact, unprecedented. The Eternal Forge faction scholars had run projections based on conventional cultivation acceleration patterns. They had estimated that Fang would need 5 to 7 years to reach a power tier equivalent to Heaven Ascendant rank. But their projections had not accounted for the fundamental reality that Fang was not pursuing conventional cultivation. He was inheriting 500 years of compressed knowledge from the War Deity himself. The acceleration was not just unusual. It was existentially threatening to any attempt to oppose him through traditional means. This understanding was what drove Qin Mujia to activate the next phase of the operation. She could not wait for Fang to reach his peak power, because by the time he did, extraction would become impossible. The window of opportunity was closing rapidly. She had perhaps 2 weeks before the power differential became too great to bridge through military intervention alone. She needed a different approach, someone with specialized knowledge, someone who understood how to separate power from the person carrying it, someone who could operate outside the bounds of legitimate combat. So Qin Mujia had activated a different solution. She had sent out a call to the cultivation underground, to the researchers and practitioners who existed in the spaces between legitimate sects, who understood the human body and its cultivation architecture at a level that traditional scholarship did not. She had found someone within 2 weeks. Scholar surgeon Gao Fengjiu arrived at the Eternal Forge faction compound on a cold morning in autumn, traveling with 3 assistants and a collection of equipment that marked him as someone who dealt in the kind of work that legitimate cultivators preferred not to acknowledge existed. He was perhaps 50 years old by appearance, though cultivation practice made age assessment difficult, and he moved through the compound with the careful precision of someone operating in a space where he might be attacked at any moment and had made peace with that possibility long ago. Qin Mujia received him privately, in a chamber that was isolated from the rest of the faction's administrative structure, a room where conversations could occur without being recorded by the institutional apparatus or overheard by faction members who might have moral objections to what was being discussed. "You have an extraction target?" Gao Fengjiu asked, without preliminary courtesies. His voice was clinical, the voice of a person who had long since separated himself from moral judgment and existed purely in the space of technical capacity. "A cultivator bearing scar-sealed techniques," Qin Mujia explained. 140 scars, each containing a technique. The techniques are of extreme military and philosophical value. The cultivator is currently in the medium to high-tier range of power development, but accelerating in growth at an extraordinary rate. Gao Fengzhou's expression showed no reaction to the scale of the task. He had been hired to do impossible things in the past, had succeeded in circumstances that seemed to preclude success. Extraction method? That depends on your assessment of viability, Qin Mujia said carefully. The scars are not traditional carving. They are integrated into the cultivator's body architecture, active, responsive. We need to understand whether extraction is even possible without killing or permanently damaging the host. I can work with that, Gao Fengzhou said with the confidence of someone who had developed expertise in precisely this kind of impossible situation. I need 5 days of observation, access to medical records if you have them, and the opportunity to examine the cultivator in person. The examination will need to be subtle, Qin Mujia said. The cultivator's group has become defensive and organized after our initial contact attempt. They will be alert to observation and hostile to any suspected aggression. I can be subtle, Gao Fengzhou said. His confidence was not arrogance. It was the confidence of a person who had successfully accomplished things that seemed impossible. The extraction method is determined by the binding mechanism. If the scars are sealed through alignment of cultivation intent with the body, I can separate that alignment through targeted energy manipulation. The process is delicate. There is genuine risk of damage to the host, but it can be done. How much risk? Qin Mujia asked directly. For a full extraction of 140 techniques from an unwilling host while maintaining the host's survival. Gao Fengzhou considered the question with genuine thoughtfulness. I've successfully extracted from 3 previous hosts. 1 survived with partial technique recovery and permanent cultivation damage. 2 did not survive the procedure. I would estimate the success rate for this specific case, maintaining the host alive with all or most techniques intact, at approximately 30%. Qin Mujia absorbed this information with the careful analysis of someone who had made difficult decisions for decades. The institutional cost if we proceed and the extraction fails. The cultivator dies in captivity under your faction's direct control, Gao Fengzhou said plainly. The techniques are lost. The War Deity's legacy is confirmed as irrevocably sealed to outside access. Every sect in the cultivation world believes the Eternal Forge faction murdered the deity's chosen heir in an attempt at theft. The faction's authority and legitimacy become permanently compromised. And if we don't proceed? Qin Mujia asked. The cultivator continues to develop at an accelerating rate, Gao Fengzhou said. Within 3 to 5 years, he reaches a power tier that the Eternal Forge faction cannot challenge militarily. You lose the opportunity forever. The War Deity's techniques remain sealed to everyone but him, and the Eternal Forge faction remains in a state of institutional uncertainty regarding its core mission. Qin Mujia was quiet for a long moment. The decision was already made. She had known it would be made the moment she activated Gao Fengzhou's recruitment, but the decision required acknowledgement of what it meant. She had opened the investigation of Fang Ruolin. She had mobilized the faction's resources toward his extraction. She could not now choose to withdraw because the cost had become apparent. The cost would always be unacceptable. The only question was whether the goal was worth the unacceptable cost. Proceed with the observation and assessment, she said finally. Develop an extraction plan. We will commit to the procedure when the cultivator's development reaches a critical threshold. Understood, Gao Fengzhou said. He stood, his movement economical and precise. I will need to make contact with the target. Nothing obvious, a casual encounter, a situation that allows for brief physical proximity. The extraction technique requires direct cultivation transmission from my body to his, to identify the binding mechanism precisely. The group is cautious, Qin Mujia said. They will notice an unexpected approach. Then I will not approach in a way that suggests intent, Gao Fengzhou said. I will appear to be what I am, a traveling scholar practitioner seeking temporary fellowship with a group of cultivators. I will offer no threat, no suspicion, nothing that would cause them to refuse a harmless interaction. How long until you have an extraction plan? Qin Mujia asked. 3 weeks, Gao Fengzhou said. I will need to see the cultivator, understand the binding mechanism, assess the cultivation architecture, and design a procedure specific to his body and his scars. The work is complex, but I have done complex work before. Gao Fengzhou and his assistants were provided housing and resources within a separate compound, isolated from the main Eternal Forge faction structure. He spent his first week studying the documentation that the faction scholars had compiled on Fang and the scars. He spent his second week preparing his equipment, making subtle modifications to the surgical cultivation instruments that he had developed over decades of work in the extraction field. And he spent his third week planning the approach, analyzing the group dynamics that the faction's intelligence networks had identified, understanding the gaps through which he could briefly make contact without raising suspicion. The approach, when it came, would be perfectly ordinary. A passing practitioner, a brief observation, a moment of physical contact that appeared to be accident or momentary fellowship. Nothing that would trigger the defensive postures that the group had adopted. And in that moment of contact, Gao Fengjiu would transmit a subtle probe of cultivation energy, would identify the binding mechanism, would understand the architecture that held the scars in place. And then he would design the extraction with the cold precision of a surgeon planning an operation. Chapter 83 Scholar Surgeon Gao Fengjiu was introduced to the cultivation community as a medical researcher specializing in scar cultivation and the interaction between carved techniques and living bodies. This was technically true. He was a researcher. His work did involve scars and carved techniques, and he was very interested in how those techniques responded within a living body. What was carefully omitted from his introduction was the methodology of his research, which primarily involved extracting those techniques from unwilling participants using surgical techniques that most legitimate practitioners considered torture. His credentials were impressive if you didn't examine them too closely. He had published papers on scar cultivation theory. He had given lectures at legitimate scholarly gatherings. He had built a reputation as someone who understood the technical mechanics of how carved techniques integrated with living bodies. None of this was false. All of it was true, as far as it went. What was omitted was the application of that knowledge, the willingness to use it for purposes that had nothing to do with genuine medical research and everything to do with the profitable business of extracting capability from unwilling participants. He was, by the standard measures that legitimate cultivation society used to categorize such things, a criminal. His past contained multiple instances of extraction without consent, multiple deaths that resulted from the extraction process, multiple occasions where he had been hired to destroy cultivators' access to specific techniques through targeted damage to the binding mechanisms. The Eternal Forge faction scholars had found documentation of his work in underground networks, had verified his technical capability, and had made the decision that his criminal status was acceptable given the institutional necessity of recovering the deity's techniques. Gao Fengjiu himself did not consider his work criminal. He considered it specialized professional practice. The cultivators he extracted from were, in his assessment, people who had chosen to carry techniques that created instability in legitimate cultivation hierarchies. His role was to remove that instability by removing the techniques. That some of his clients were not willing participants did not change the nature of his assessment. Willing or unwilling, the work was the same. The outcome was the same. The moral status of the work was, in his view, a matter of perspective, and his perspective had been carefully divorced from moral consideration decades ago. What Gao Fengjiu brought to the Eternal Forge faction's operation was not moral judgment, but technical clarity. He examined the documentation, he asked precise questions, he understood the problem as a surgical problem, and he began to design a solution as if it were a technical challenge rather than an ethical dilemma that demanded reconsideration. The binding mechanism is cultivation intent alignment. He explained to Qin Mujia, 3 weeks into his observation period. His voice was calm, measured, the voice of an expert discussing a technical problem. The scars are not sealed through artificial connection. They are sealed through the cultivator's own choice to carry them. The technique storage exists because the cultivator has chosen to carry the weight. If you remove the cultivator's capacity to choose, if you suppress his will through direct cultivation suppression, the binding mechanism loses its primary support structure. And then, Qin Mujia asked, and then I apply targeted energy manipulation to separate the cultivator's underlying body architecture from the scar technique interface, Gao Fengjiu explained, and his voice carried the calm detachment of a person discussing a medical procedure. Each scar requires individual attention. The binding mechanisms vary slightly based on the technique's specific nature, and I will need to adjust the extraction sequence based on the cultivator's specific biology. But the outcome is consistent. The technique's separate from the body. The body remains intact, potentially viable, though the psychological cost to the cultivator is substantial. What do you mean by psychological cost? Qin Mujia asked. The extraction process is, necessarily, painful, Gao Fengjiu said. The cultivator will experience the sensation of his own techniques being removed. If his will is suppressed to prevent him from actively resisting, he will experience the removal as a passive violation of his fundamental cultivation architecture. Some cultivators experience that violation as effectively equivalent to destruction of self. Some have attempted suicide after extraction. Most simply cease to function as active practitioners. They survive, but the will to continue cultivation is compromised. They become shells inhabited by trauma. Will the cultivator be capable of providing useful information about the techniques after extraction? Qin Mujia asked, focusing on the practical aspects. Unlikely, Gao Fengjiu said, though that may not be relevant. The extracted techniques will exist in their full form, recorded in separation from the cultivator. The cultivator's subsequent condition is irrelevant to your faction's ability to study and eventually apply the techniques. Qin Mujia felt a moment of something that might have been discomfort if she allowed herself to experience such things. The knowledge that she was considering hiring a person to destroy another person's will, to extract his fundamental cultivation architecture, to leave him in a state where he might cease to exist psychologically even if his body remained alive. It was, objectively, a terrible thing. It was also, objectively, within her purview as a faction leader to consider if it served the faction's institutional interests. She had spent 80 years in service to the Eternal Forge faction's mission. 80 years of building administrative structures, of recruiting cultivators, of coordinating resources toward a single goal, recovery of the War Deity's techniques. She had done that work believing that if the techniques were recovered, if they were studied and integrated into the faction's cultivation structure, the faction would become something greater than it was. The faction would survive the institutional threats that were constantly emerging in the cultivation world. The faction would achieve a kind of permanence that most organizations could not. And now, faced with the actual cost of achieving that goal, Qin Mujia made the decision that an administrator makes when faced with impossible choices. She acknowledged the cost and accepted it. Not gladly, not without concern, but with the clarity that some things, once begun, had to be completed. Proceed with the extraction plan, she told Gao Fengjiu. I want a detailed methodology within 2 weeks. We will establish a timeline for the procedure once I have verified that the plan is viable. Understood, Gao Fengjiu said with the calm satisfaction of someone whose work had been approved. He had done this before. He would do it again. The moral status of the work was not his concern. His concern was technical excellence, and that was what he would provide. Chapter 84. The intelligence that arrived at Fang's group regarding Gao Fengjiu came through Tung Russian's networks, traveling through the same channels of information that had provided advance warning of previous threats. The intelligence was specific and detailed. A cultivation surgeon named Gao Fengjiu had been brought into the Eternal Forge faction's operation, had spent 3 weeks observing Fang's group and assessing extraction methodology, and had been tasked with developing a plan to remove the scars from Fang's body without killing him. 3 previous extractions, Shen Guyu read from the intelligence report, her voice steady but her hands slightly trembling. 1 survivor with permanent damage. 2 fatalities. This person is not a combatant or a strategist. He's a specialist in breaking cultivation architecture. Luo Yinshi was examining Fang's scars as the information was being discussed, a routine medical check that now carried different weight. The scars are integrated at a deeper level than I initially assessed, she said quietly. An extraction attempt would require separating the cultivation intent that binds the scars to the body. The process is theoretically possible. It would also be extraordinarily painful and carry substantial risk to surrounding tissue and cultivation architecture. But it's possible, Fang said. It was not a question. Yes, Luo Yinshi confirmed. The binding is maintained through your continuous choice to carry the scars. If that choice is suppressed through external cultivation manipulation, the binding becomes vulnerable. It would be difficult work, but someone with Gao Fengjiu's specialized knowledge could separate the scars from your body. Rin Lihua was quiet, processing the implications. When she spoke, her voice was controlled. This changes the threat profile significantly. Combat we can prepare for. Surgical extraction while you're under suppression is not something we've trained to defend against. We need to move, the cartographer said. The old cultivator had been listening to the discussion without comment, but now he stepped forward. Staying in one location makes you vulnerable. A mobile group is harder to isolate and extract. Wu Daolin was consulting his cipher documentation, cross-referencing Gao Fengjiu's known capabilities against the theoretical defenses that the scars themselves might provide. Scar 29 through Scar 35 contain military combat applications, he said slowly. The deity designed those scars specifically for the situation where you're facing organized military opposition in a relatively contained space. They're designed for scenarios where you need to defend against coordinated suppression attempts. You're suggesting I unlock them preemptively, Fang said. I'm suggesting that the deity may have designed the unlock sequence with this kind of threat in mind, Wu Daolin said. The emotional states required for scars 29 to 35 are all variations on adaptability and acceptance of external pressure, and the techniques they contain are clustered in a way that suggests formation breaking and suppression resistance capabilities. How long would the unlocks take? Fang asked. 3 days if you push continuously, Wu Daolin said. The emotional states are demanding, but they're not as profound as the states Scar 77 required. You could potentially achieve all 7 unlocks in a sustained push. The cost would be substantial, Luo Yinchi warned. 7 unlocks in 3 days is almost double your previous fastest pace. Your cultivation architecture would be severely stressed. More stressed than it would be under extraction? Fang asked. Luo Yinchi was quiet. The question contained its own answer. Then we begin immediately, Fang said. We move to a defensible location, we begin the unlocks, and we prepare for them to make their move sooner rather than later. The group began packing within the hour. The camp that they had established, the structures and supply systems that had taken weeks to build, were abandoned. They took only what could be carried. What was essential? Wu Daolin's documentation of the ciphers and the unlock sequences, Luo Yinchi's medical supplies and detailed notes about Fang's physical conditions, Shun Guyu's tactical maps and intelligence reports, the basic necessities for survival in the wilderness. The work of packing was efficient and practiced. They had moved before, had learned how to be mobile, had understood that in a war where the opposition could bring overwhelming military force to bear, staying in one location was a death sentence. The group had become a traveling unit, organized and disciplined, capable of relocating and re-establishing defensive positions quickly. The cartographer led them north, toward higher altitude, toward terrain that would be difficult for a large military force to access, but which held cultivation potential that would support sustained unlocking. His knowledge of the land was absolute. He knew which routes would be fastest, which would provide the best concealment, which would place them in terrain most advantageous for a small group defending against a larger military force, if such a confrontation came again. Ren Lihua's assessment was direct. They're accelerating. Qin Mujiao wouldn't bring in someone like Gao Fengjiu unless she was prepared to move quickly. We have maybe 2 weeks before they attempt the extraction. We need to have you completely unlocked and integrated by then, and we need to have established a defensible position that gives us maximum advantage. And after we defend? Fang asked. After we defend depends on what Qin Mujia chooses to do, Ren Lihua said. She might retreat if the extraction fails. She might escalate if it doesn't. We prepare for both scenarios. They reached the defensive position that the cartographer had selected on the 4th day of travel. It was a valley surrounded by high peaks, with a single main approach route and multiple subsidiary paths that were difficult to traverse without preparation. It was geographically defensible, cultivation-rich, and isolated enough that a large military force would have difficulty bringing their full numbers to bear in any single engagement. This will work, the cartographer said, assessing the terrain with the eyes of someone who had spent centuries evaluating cultivation geography. When they come, you'll have every advantage of position. Use it. That evening, as darkness was settling over the valley, Fang began the unlocking sequence. The emotional states that Scars 29 through 35 required were layered variations on themes of adaptation and pressure. The state of clarity when facing opposition, the acceptance of imperfect information, the willingness to be changed by external circumstances, the specific surrender that allows effective response to threat. Each scar that opened carried with it a new technique, each one designed for coordinated military engagement, each one shifting his relationship to combat and strategy. By the time Scar 35 opened on the morning of the 3rd day, Fang had transformed in a way that was immediately apparent to anyone observing. He moved differently. His cultivation signature resonated at a different frequency. He was no longer a developing student of the deity's techniques. He had become a functional warrior in his own right, carrying the deity's strategic knowledge in his bones. And the Eternal Forge faction, having completed their preparation, was preparing to move. Chapter 85 The breakthrough to Spirit Domain rank came not from a single dramatic moment, but from the accumulation of 7 days of continuous development and the integration of techniques that had been designed centuries ago, specifically for the moment when a cultivator reached the threshold of domain-level capability. Fang had been aware for days that the breakthrough was approaching. The density of power accumulating in his cultivation architecture was reaching the critical point where the next tier became inevitable, but he had continued to rest and integrate rather than force the achievement. The breakthrough came after days of meditation in the cultivation-rich valley, after his body had fully recovered from the intensive unlocking of the dangerous scars, after his consciousness had integrated fully with the expanded power that came from accessing Scar 35. On the seventh morning, as the sun was rising over the valley peaks, Fang felt the shift, not violent, but inevitable, like watching water slowly reach its boiling point and finally transforming into steam. The experience of the breakthrough was fundamentally different from any physical sensation he had ever known. It was not pain or pleasure, not heat or cold, not any conventional sensory input. It was more like the expansion of his consciousness into new dimensions that he had not previously been aware existed. His awareness began to extend beyond the physical boundaries of his body, began to encompass the space around him, began to establish what would eventually become his permanent cultivation domain. On the seventh morning after the unlocking of Scar 35, he woke to find that his cultivation base had shifted fundamentally. The techniques that he carried, the scars that marked his body, the power that he had accumulated, all of it had undergone a transformation that was the marker of a major rank breakthrough. His domain was forming, taking shape around him, establishing itself as a manifestation of his cultivation intent that would remain with him as long as he held the cultivation base. The domain that manifested was not quite the deity's domain. That would come later, when he had integrated more of the techniques at higher power levels, but it was recognizable as similar in nature. It was a space of absolute clarity, of maintained intention, of cultivation pressure that radiated outward from his body in waves of power that were perceptible to anyone in proximity. Anyone within 100 meters of Fang would feel the domain's effect, a sense of weight, of inevitability, of power that was not aggressive but was unmistakably present. Luo Yanxi examined him carefully, checking the scars and the cultivation architecture surrounding them with the precision of someone who had become accustomed to detecting subtle changes in power distribution. The breakthrough stabilized the integrations, she confirmed. Your body is more stable than it was before. The scars are less vulnerable to separation. A direct surgical extraction would be significantly more difficult now. How much more difficult? Fang asked. Substantially, Luo Yanxi said. Before the breakthrough, I estimated that a skilled practitioner with specialized knowledge could attempt extraction with moderate risk of partial success. Now, the power density surrounding the scars is substantially higher. An extraction attempt would require either a much longer preparation period or much greater force applied to the suppression mechanism. Both increase the risk of killing you in the process. It was that increase in risk that triggered the next move from the Eternal Forge faction. Intelligence arrived within 2 days that they were mobilizing a large military force, 60 cultivators at various power levels, a soul suppression formation designed specifically for the type of cultivation that Fang practiced, and Gao Fengjiu with his surgical cultivation equipment ready for deployment. They were moving toward the valley where Fang's group was positioned. They're bringing their entire military response, Shen Guyu said, analyzing the intelligence. This isn't a surgical strike. This is a siege approach. How long until they arrive? Fang asked. 3 days travel, the cartographer said. They're not trying to be subtle. They're moving as quickly as a large military force can move. They'll reach the valley entrance on the evening of the 3rd day. Ren Lihua was already planning the defense. The valley gives us position advantage. Every cultivator they send through that approach route is fighting on our terrain, under our tactical awareness. We can use the terrain to our advantage and their forces against them. 60 military cultivators is a significant force, Shen Guyu said. Even with terrain advantage, we're outnumbered substantially. Then we use the scars, Wu Daolin said. He was holding a list that he had been developing over the past weeks, a compilation of the techniques that Fang had access to in their strategic applications. Scars 29 through 35 were designed for exactly this situation. Military engagement against organized opposition. The deity knew that this kind of threat would emerge. He carved the responses. How many of those responses do we understand? Fang asked. All of them, Wu Daolin said. I've translated the full set. Scars 29 through 35 contain formation disruption, distributed combat applications, crowd control techniques that don't require lethal force, rapid adaptation methodologies, and strategic positioning capability. They're not designed to minimize casualties. They're designed to end organized opposition as efficiently as possible. The 3 days of preparation were intense. Fang spent the time alternating between meditation and practice, integrating the new techniques at spirit domain tier, understanding how the deity's strategic knowledge manifested through his body now that he was at the appropriate power level. Luo Yanxi made final adjustments to the defensive medical setup, creating spaces where she could treat casualties if the conflict extended longer than anticipated. Shen Guyu walked the valley multiple times, identifying approach routes, positioning points, areas where the terrain could be used most effectively. The cartographer prepared supplies and contingency routes for retreat, Though he spoke about this with the tone of someone preparing for something he did not believe would be necessary. Ren Lihua sat with Fang the evening before the predicted arrival. "This is the first real combat test of the scars," she said. "Yes," Fang confirmed. "The deity designed them for war," Ren Lihua said. "You're about to use them the way he intended them to be used. You should know that. You should understand what that means." "It means I've been training for this the entire time," Fang said. "It means the scars are going to do exactly what they were designed to do." "It means you're about to deliberately harm 60 people," Ren Lihua said, her voice without judgment but with complete clarity. "Not because they're threats to you specifically, but because they're representing an institution that wants something you carry. You need to understand the difference between that and self-defense." Fang was quiet for a long moment. "The deity killed thousands in his lifetime," he said. "He killed them in wars, in conflicts, in moments where he made the decision that killing served purposes larger than the individual lives being taken. He spent the last 60 years of his life learning to live with that. Scar 77 is the record of that learning. So you're prepared to make the same choices?" Ren Lihua asked. "I'm prepared to make choices that serve the people I'm committed to protecting," Fang said. "If that means using force against 60 military cultivators sent to capture me, then yes. I'm prepared for that." "Then get some rest," Ren Lihua said. "Tomorrow you're going to need all the clarity you can access." The Eternal Forge faction's military force arrived at the valley entrance in the evening, exactly as the cartographer had predicted. The advanced scouts reported back to Fang's group almost immediately, 60 cultivators in formation, multiple suppression arrays being assembled, Gao Fengjiu at the center of the force, already beginning the preparations for extraction if the military approach succeeded in suppressing Fang's resistance. Fang stood at the high point of the valley, looking down at the advancing force. His domain spread out around him, pressing against the valley walls, filling the space with the weight of his presence. Shinguyu was positioned to his left, multiple defensive formations prepared. The cartographer and the group's support personnel were positioned at the secondary retreat route, ready to move if the situation demanded it. "This ends one of two ways," Fang said quietly to no one in particular. "Either the Eternal Forge faction accepts that they cannot extract the scars and chooses to withdraw their claim, or they decide to pursue the extraction regardless of the cost, and they lose everything in the attempt." He touched the first of the newly unlocked scars, Scar 29. The technique it contained resonated through his body, preparing itself for application. Tomorrow, Qin Mujia learns what it means to send an army against the War Deity's chosen. And in the darkness above the valley, the Eternal Forge faction prepared their assault. Chapter 86. The assault began with the establishment of the formation. The Eternal Forge faction scholars had spent months designing the soul suppression array, had created a formation specifically calculated to interfere with the type of cultivation that the War Deity's techniques operated through. The array was large. It required the coordinated effort of nearly 20 cultivators to maintain it, and it was powerful. Its effect was not to destroy Fang's cultivation base directly, but to create a suppressive field that would prevent him from accessing the full power of his techniques, that would slow his cultivation energy movement, that would create a kind of sluggishness in the space where his techniques normally operated with perfect clarity. Establishing the formation took hours. The military cultivators worked in synchronized teams, each one contributing their cultivation intent to the formation structure, building layer upon layer of suppressive energy. As the formation took shape, Fang felt it, not as an immediate attack, but as a slow increasing pressure, like being submerged in water that was gradually becoming thicker, heavier, more resistant to movement. "It's working," he reported to Shinguyu. "I can feel the suppression building. Once the formation fully activates, I'll have substantial difficulty accessing the more advanced techniques." "Can you break it?" Shinguyu asked. "Eventually, yes," Fang said. "The formation is powerful, but it's not infinitely strong. It requires the continued effort of 20 cultivators to maintain. If I can disrupt those 20 cultivators, the formation collapses. Then that's your first priority," Shinguyu said. "Break the formation. Everything else follows from that." The Eternal Forge faction made their first assault once the formation reached approximately 80% capacity. They sent 20 cultivators forward, using the increasing suppression to create the tactical advantage they believed they had built. The 20 were organized in a coordinated team, moving with the precision of military personnel who had trained extensively in group combat. They were met by Fang activating Scar 29, the formation disruption technique. It was not a technique designed to harm individuals directly. Instead, it was a technique designed to interfere with coordinated group action, to create zones of cultivation turbulence that made synchronized movement difficult, to essentially shatter the coherence that allowed multiple cultivators to function as a single coordinated force. The effect was immediate and devastating. The 20 advancing cultivators found themselves suddenly unable to move in parallel. Their cultivation energy stopped resonating in synchronization. The group unity that had been their strength became their weakness. They were fighting in close proximity while unable to coordinate effectively. The SCAR-29 technique created zones of cultivation turbulence that actively prevented coordinated action. Cultivators attempting to move together found their synchronized steps falling out of alignment. Those trying to combine power for joint techniques found their cultivation energies repelling each other rather than combining. It was as if Fang had created an environment where cooperation was physically impossible, where individual survival took precedence over collective action. Fang moved through the disrupted group with the precision of someone who had trained for this exact scenario. He was not fighting to kill. The deity's design was clear that the techniques were meant to end resistance, not to end lives. He struck with calculated force, moving through the 20 with the efficiency of someone who understood exactly how much power was necessary to incapacitate without causing permanent damage. Each strike was perfectly calibrated, hitting hard enough to disrupt the cultivator's circulation of cultivation energy, hard enough to force them into a temporarily unconscious state, but not hard enough to cause internal organ damage that would require extended healing. 7 minutes after the assault began was not arbitrary. It was the exact time necessary for the disruption pattern created by SCAR-29 to completely disorient the group coordination structure. By the time Fang had incapacitated the 15th cultivator, the remaining 5 were attempting individual defensive postures rather than coordinated resistance, which made them significantly easier to handle. 7 minutes after the assault began, the first 20 military cultivators were incapacitated. They lay in the valley, conscious but unable to move, their cultivation bases temporarily disrupted by the force of Fang's strikes. The Eternal Forge faction's command reassessed and sent the next wave. The second wave was 30 cultivators. They came with a more sophisticated tactical approach, using the formation's suppressive effect to create zones where individual combat was easier to manage than group coordination. Fang activated SCAR-30, the distributed combat technique, and the nature of his response changed. Where SCAR-29 had been designed to shatter group coherence, SCAR-30 allowed him to operate effectively against multiple individual threats simultaneously, to move through a dispersed enemy force and respond to each threat independently while maintaining strategic awareness of the whole. The second engagement lasted longer than the first. The 30 cultivators were more cautious, more aware of the vulnerability that group tactics created against his techniques. But they were still significantly less skilled than Fang, still carrying power at a lower tier than he had accessed, still operating within the framework of traditional military combat, while Fang was operating within the framework of techniques specifically designed by a war deity to overcome that kind of opposition. 23 minutes after the second assault began, the second wave was similarly incapacitated. Bodies lay scattered through the valley, each one conscious, each one aware of their defeat, but none of them capable of continuing the fight. The Eternal Forge faction was losing military personnel at a rate that was not sustainable. They had committed 60 cultivators expecting that the soul suppression formation would make the confrontation manageable. Instead, they were watching the military force be systematically dismantled, unable to adapt quickly enough to the new tactical paradigms that Fang was introducing with each new technique. Gao Fengjiu, observing from the rear of the formation, was processing this information with the analytical detachment that characterized his approach to problem-solving. The extraction was not going to be possible through military suppression. The cultivators' techniques were too powerful, too efficiently designed for exactly this kind of confrontation. If Gao Fengjiu wanted an opportunity to attempt extraction, he would need to create that opportunity through different means. He began to step forward, moving toward the center of the confrontation. His intent was to activate a secondary suppression array, a much more powerful formation that he had prepared specifically for the case where military suppression alone was insufficient. This formation required him to be much closer to Fang, required him to be directly involved in the suppressive effort, but would create suppression strong enough to potentially allow for extraction even while Fang was conscious and resisting. Shen Guyu saw him moving. Fang, the surgeon, is moving forward. Whatever he's about to activate, it's more serious than the formation. Fang, in the moment of engaging the last of the 32nd wave cultivators, reached into his cultivation base to access SCAR-77. The cold technique. The apology. The technique that required him to accept the cost of his own power while using that power. But SCAR-77 did not unlock the way his other scars had unlocked. It was a sealed scar, and it was not designed to open without specific conditions being met. And one of those conditions was not yet satisfied. Instead, what happened was something different. Scar 77 awakened. Chapter 87. The awakening was not like an unlock. There was no progression of emotional states, no carefully structured movement through a threshold. Instead, there was a sudden awareness of presence, a consciousness within the Scar responding to the moment of genuine crisis with the same awareness that had encoded it in the first place. The deity's response, preserved within the coldness of Scar 77, activated. It was as if the deity himself, or at least some essential fragment of the deity's consciousness, had been waiting within that Scar for the precise moment when Fang would be in danger of being suppressed into helplessness. The deity had known that the soul suppression formation would eventually be deployed against Fang. He had known that Fang would reach a moment where the normal techniques would become inaccessible. And he had preserved a specific response within Scar 77, not a technique, but a counter-activation, a way for the Scar to defend itself and its bearer without requiring conscious activation from Fang. It was the deepest level of integration the deity could have achieved, not just teaching Fang techniques, but building into those techniques the capacity to respond autonomously to threats that Fang could not consciously address. The awakening created a cultivation resonance that propagated outward from Fang's body in a wave of power that was absolutely stunning in its force. The second wave of military cultivators, many of whom were still attempting to stand or defend themselves, were thrown backward by the resonance. The formation that the Eternal Forge faction had so carefully constructed fractured and collapsed, its delicate balance of suppressive intent shattered by the overwhelming cultivation power that Scar 77 was radiating. Gao Fengjiu, caught in the edge of the resonance wave, was thrown backward hard enough that his surgical instruments were scattered from his hands, rendered useless by the force of the power propagating through the space. He fell to the ground, his body hitting stone, his carefully prepared approach nullified in an instant. And Fang was screaming. The awakening of Scar 77 was not a clean process. The Scar was located directly over his heart, was carved into the center of his body, was connected to his fundamental cultivation architecture at every possible level. The awakening was creating a response that was spreading through his entire being, that was causing the Scar to tear open because it had awakened without unlocking, was causing his body to bleed from a wound that should have remained sealed. Luo Yinshi was moving before Fang hit the ground. She caught him as he collapsed, her hands already moving to contain the bleeding, to seal the rupture, to prevent the catastrophic damage that could result from the Scar tearing open during the middle of a confrontation. The formation is broken, Shen Guyu reported, taking in the tactical situation. The military force is scattered. They're retreating. Don't let them establish a new formation, Fang was saying through the pain, his voice harsh and strained. Push them back. Complete the retreat. What happened in the next few minutes was less a combat situation and more a rout. The Eternal Forge faction's military force, their formation shattered, their suppression array destroyed, their surgical specialist incapacitated, chose tactical withdrawal over continued engagement against an opponent who had just demonstrated power that was categorically above anything they had anticipated. They gathered their incapacitated cultivators and their wounded and began moving back down the valley, carrying Gao Fengjiu with them, leaving behind a scene of devastation that represented nearly 3 months of military preparation and deployment negated in less than an hour of actual confrontation. The cartographer stood watching them retreat, his ancient eyes processing the outcome with the knowledge of someone who had fought alongside the War Deity and was now watching the deity's techniques being employed by the deity's chosen student. He would be pleased, the cartographer said quietly, to no one in particular. That's how he would have done it. Precise. Efficient. No unnecessary harm. But the victory was complicated by the reality of Fang's condition. Scar 77 had awakened, but it had not unlocked. The rupture it had created was substantial, was bleeding actively, was causing damage to tissue that should have been sealed and stable. Luo Yinshi worked through the night, treating the wound, containing the bleeding, trying to stabilize the damage. The Scar was damaged when it awakened, she explained to Fang, her voice strained with the intensity of medical crisis management. The awakening created a response that your body wasn't prepared for. The rupture is healing, but it's healing irregularly. There's scar tissue forming around the damage. This wound is not going to heal the way normal wounds heal. Will I be able to unlock it still? Fang asked. I don't know, Luo Yinshi said. The deity designed that scar, and the deity understood scar cultivation at a level I can't match. But the damage is real. The awakening has altered the scar structure. Whether that makes it impossible to unlock or just more difficult to unlock, that's beyond my expertise. Fang looked down at his chest, where the bandaging covered the wound that had been caused by the scar's own response to crisis. He had activated Scar 77 in desperation, had called upon the cold technique in a moment of acute danger, and the response had been a rupture, a tearing open, a wound that his own body had inflicted upon itself in service of the preservation required by the moment. It's not in the sequence, Luo Yinchi said quietly. Scar 77 isn't like the others. Why did it respond when you hadn't unlocked it? Fang was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, because it wasn't waiting to be unlocked. It was waiting to be needed. Chapter 88. The days following the confrontation were consumed with recovery and assessment. Fang's wound was healing, but it was healing under conditions that Luo Yinchi monitored constantly, aware that any complication could have catastrophic consequences. The rupture in Scar 77 was the most serious injury he had sustained, and its healing process was unlike anything she had previously encountered in her medical practice. The tissue was reforming not in the haphazard way that normal wounds healed, but with an almost deliberate precision. It was as if the scar itself was directing the healing process, was ensuring that the wound closed not just functionally, but in a way that would strengthen the scar against future trauma. Luo Yinchi realized that this was the deity's design. The scars were not just passive repositories of technique. They were actively alive, were responding to stimuli, were adapting to protect themselves. The scar is learning, she told Fang after examining the healing for the fourth day. It awakened during the confrontation and it took damage. Now it's healing not just to return to its previous state, but to become more resilient. The next time it awakens, it will be stronger. The scars across his body were resonating at heightened levels, responding to the intensity of what had occurred, adjusting to the new reality of carrying techniques that had proven their martial utility under actual combat conditions. It was not painful. The resonance felt like acknowledgement, like recognition that the techniques contained within them had finally been tested under real conditions and had performed according to the deity's design. Wu Daolin spent the days documenting everything. The confrontation had revealed multiple new pieces of technical information, the way that different scars functioned in combination, the way that Fang's body responded to sustained technique application, the way that multiple techniques could be activated simultaneously to create effects that were qualitatively different from the techniques in isolation. He was writing notes with the urgency of someone aware that he might not get another opportunity to record this information. Shen Guiyu was analyzing the tactical outcomes, cross-referencing them against the known capabilities of Fang's techniques, and trying to extract lessons that could apply to future confrontations. The soul suppression formation was effective up to a point, she told Fang, 3 days after the confrontation. It did create substantial difficulty in your technique applications. The only reason it failed was because you had access to a technique that could propagate power without being suppressed by the formation. Scar 77's resonance came from somewhere that the formation couldn't reach. The deity knew this would be necessary, Fang said. Scar 77 is positioned before many of the most powerful techniques because it's designed to overcome suppression attempts. It's the escape route from situations where direct technique application becomes impossible. Did the awakening damage it permanently? Shen Guiyu asked. I don't know, Fang said. It doesn't feel like damage. It feels like a change. The scar is warmer now. It's like it responded to being called, and now it's just present in a different way. Ren Lihua was processing what the confrontation meant in terms of the larger political situation. The Eternal Forge faction attempted a direct extraction with their full military force and failed catastrophically, she said. They lost military personnel, they lost their suppression formation, they lost their surgical specialist to incapacity. Qin Mujia will have to make a decision about how to proceed. She could escalate, the cartographer said. She could commit more resources. The Eternal Forge faction has substantial institutional capacity. She could, Ren Lihua agreed. But she's also watching her fundamental strategic assumption prove incorrect. She assumed that the techniques could be extracted if sufficient force was applied. The force was applied, and it failed. She has to decide whether the failure means the assumption was wrong, or whether it means she simply hasn't applied enough force yet. What happened was a waiting period. Fang and his group remained in the valley, monitoring communications, observing reports of Eternal Forge faction activity. And Qin Mujia was considering the implications of what had occurred. It took her 3 days to decide. The message came through formal channels. The Eternal Forge faction withdraws its claim on the War Deity's techniques. The extraction operation is terminated. Scholar Surgeon Gao Fengjiu has been released from his contract and has departed the faction's compound. The withdrawal was complete and absolute. Qin Mujia was not making a tactical retreat with the intention of attempting again later. She was acknowledging fundamental failure of her strategic approach and choosing to cease operations entirely. She understood something, Renlihua said, analyzing the withdrawal. She realized that escalation wasn't going to work. She realized that you're not going to become vulnerable to extraction through greater force because the techniques are designed to overcome force. She realized something about the deity, the cartographer said quietly. She realized what the deity had understood all along. That power which is fully integrated into a person's fundamental being cannot be extracted without destroying the person. The deity carved the techniques in a way that made them inseparable from who Fang Ruolin is. To extract them would be to extract Fang himself. The group celebrated the withdrawal quietly, without the kind of triumphalism that often characterized military victory. This had not been a victory earned through martial superiority. This had been a victory earned through the deity's foresight, through the design of techniques that were fundamentally inseparable from identity, through the creation of a cultivator who could not be defeated through any method that left him alive. And that understanding carried weight. It meant that Fang was not just powerful. It meant that Fang was irreplaceable. The techniques could not be copied, could not be extracted, could not be transferred to anyone else. They existed only in the specific arrangement of scars and flesh and choice that was Fang Ruolin. The deity had designed it that way on purpose. The deity had spent his final days building a system that would ensure that the War Deity's techniques remained completely unavailable to anyone but the deity's chosen student. Chapter 89. With the immediate military threat eliminated, Fang and his group made the decision to transition from defensive positioning to deliberate movement. The valley that had served as a defensible position had served its purpose. It had protected them while Fang achieved the power necessary to defend himself, had provided the cultivation-rich environment necessary to support the intensive unlocking of the dangerous scars, had been the stage for demonstrating the deity's techniques under real combat conditions. But the valley was no longer sufficient. The group needed terrain that was even richer in cultivation potential, spaces where the ambient power density would allow Fang to continue the accelerated development that the curriculum demanded. The cartographer, who carried in his ancient memory the locations where the War Deity had trained centuries ago, knew of such places. He began to lead them north, toward mountains that existed in some of the most remote and cultivation-dense regions of the world. The journey itself became part of the training. As they traveled, Fang felt the subtle variations in cultivation energy across different terrains. Some areas had high density, but were chaotic, required constant adjustment. Other areas were more balanced, offered stable power that could be drawn upon without resistance. The journey taught him to read the land itself, to understand how to position himself to best access and utilize available power. Now it was time to continue the work that had driven the entire journey. The unlocking of the remaining scars, the development of the cultivation base, the progression toward whatever scar 140 represented. The confrontation with the Eternal Forge faction had demonstrated that the dangerous scars existed for exactly this kind of situation. But Fang also understood that the dangerous scars were about more than just military application. They were designed to teach him something fundamental about power itself, about its costs, its responsibilities, its proper role in a cultivator's life. Fang's wound from Scar 77's awakening continued to heal, but it healed differently than normal wounds. The tissue that formed around the rupture was creating scar tissue of a different quality, creating a kind of reinforcement around the scar rather than a simple healing. It's like the scar is strengthening itself, Luo Yinshi observed, examining the progression. The awakening damaged the seal, but now the seal is re-establishing itself at a deeper level. The scar will be more stable after this heals completely. Can it still unlock? Fang asked. Yes, Luo Yinshi said. The structure is being preserved. The damage is real, but it's not preventing the unlock. It's just changing the nature of the unlock when it eventually happens. The group moved north, following the cartographer's guidance toward terrain that offered both cultivation richness and isolation. The cartographer had memory of places where the War Deity had trained centuries ago, where the cultivation potential was particularly dense, where a student could accelerate their development through access to naturally occurring power sources. The deity spent 300 years developing his foundational cultivation base, the cartographer explained as they traveled. He spent another 500 years refining and advancing that base. What you're doing is a kind of compressed acceleration. You're developing in months what should take centuries. The cultivation-rich terrain will help. It will make the development faster and more stable. How much of the sequence remains? Fang asked. 56 scars unlocked out of 140, Wu Daolin said, consulting his documentation. 84 remaining. The scars that are left are organized into clusters. Scars 36 to 40 are emotional development scars positioned right after 77. Scars 41 to 77 are the advanced military and strategic techniques. Scars 78 to 140 are increasingly specialized, increasingly dangerous, and increasingly mysterious in terms of what emotional states they might require. How long would it take to unlock all of them? Fang asked. The rate of unlocking is accelerating, Wu Daolin said. Early on, each scar required weeks of preparation and emotional development. Now scars are unlocking in days or even hours of sustained practice. If you can maintain an intensive practice schedule and continue to encounter situations that naturally develop the required emotional states, perhaps another 6 months to a year for all 84. And then there's Scar 140, Shin Guyu said quietly. The scar that the cipher scholar suggested might require your willing death. The cipher scholar speculated, Wu Daolin corrected. His analysis was sophisticated, but it was based on patterns in the other scars. Scar 140 might be something entirely different. They reached the cultivation-rich terrain 3 weeks after leaving the valley. It was a mountain range where the natural accumulation of power was visibly apparent. The rocks themselves seemed to glow with cultivation potential. The air was thick with condensed qi. The very ground seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of accumulated power. It was the kind of place where a cultivator could practice techniques and feel their own power growing through contact with the environmental power density. Fang began the sustained unlocking sequence in this environment. Scars 36 to 40 were positioned to unlock in rapid succession, each one building on the emotional states required for the previous one. They contained techniques of increasing complexity and power, genuine forgiveness, not forgiveness for someone else's sake, but forgiveness for the cost of one's own choices, the acceptance of imperfect victory, understanding that sometimes winning requires accepting that you cannot win completely, the recognition of growth beyond the teacher's preparation, understanding that as a student exceeds the teacher's initial understanding, the student becomes responsible for continued development. The emotional states are deepening, Wu Daolin observed, documenting the unlock sequence. Earlier scars required personal emotional development. These scars require integration of that development into relational understanding. Understanding how growth changes your relationship to others, how power creates responsibility to everyone affected by that power. Each scar that opened added new layer to Fang's technical capability, new dimension to his understanding of cultivation and what it meant to carry power responsibly. And with each unlock, Wu Daolin was documenting not just the technique, but the philosophical framework that surrounded it. The War Deity had not just been carving martial techniques. The deity had been building a complete education in what it meant to be powerful without being destructive, to carry capability without being consumed by the ability to destroy. By the time Scar 40 unlocked, Fang had been in sustained practice for nearly 3 weeks. His body was resonating with power, his techniques were integrating at increasing speed, his cultivation base was stabilizing at a new tier of development. And in the morning after Scar 40's unlock, something shifted. Luo Yinchi was examining him as she did each morning, checking the scars, monitoring the healing, assessing the integration. Your breakthrough is happening, she announced quietly. Your cultivation base has accumulated enough development that it's going to transform to a new tier. This is going to be a major breakthrough. Chapter 90. The breakthrough, when it came, was different from anything Fang had experienced before. Earlier breakthroughs had been moments of shift and change, moments where his power expanded to access new capabilities. This breakthrough was something more fundamental. His cultivation base was not just expanding, it was reorganizing itself, was building new architecture, was creating a structure that would support the techniques of increasingly advanced power. The breakthrough brought him to Dao Bone rank. And with Dao Bone rank came something that immediately changed the nature of his presence in the world. His cultivation domain, which had been localized to the immediate area around his body, began to externalize automatically. It was no longer something he had to consciously project. It became ambient power that radiated from him constantly, that affected anyone in proximity. This is the tier where power becomes external, the cartographer explained, observing the change. The deity reached Dao Bone rank 800 years before his death. He spent those 800 years living with this externalization. Everyone around him felt his presence. Everyone understood at a fundamental level that they were in proximity to someone of extraordinary power. It becomes impossible to hide at this tier. What does that mean for continued development? Ren Lihua asked. It means everyone who sees Fang now will know exactly how powerful he is, the cartographer said. It means he cannot be dismissed as a developing cultivator anymore. He is visibly powerful, unmistakably powerful, obviously powerful to anyone who encounters him. The institutional world will know his tier, will understand his capability, will begin making decisions about what he represents politically and strategically. The breakthrough also brought another shift. The recognition that Fang was now operating at a power tier equivalent to the early practitioners in what the traditional cultivation world called Heaven Ascendant rank. He was not at Heaven Ascendant yet. That was still multiple tiers ahead, but he had exceeded the traditional upper tier classifications and had entered the realm of power that was generally considered the province of sect's elite and the most highly developed independent cultivators. You're approaching the threshold where you exist at power levels that only a handful of cultivators in the entire world can comprehend, Ren Wujio said. The old cultivator had arrived at the group's location the previous week, had requested permission to observe the continued unlocking sequence, and had been granted that access. I've spent 700 years at power tiers. What you're doing would normally take centuries. The deity constructed his curriculum with perfect precision. The next phase of unlocking moved faster than before. The techniques that Fang was accessing now were at higher tiers of power, but the emotional states they required were ones that he had already partially developed through the earlier scars. Rather than each unlock requiring complete development of new emotional capacity, the unlocks were now primarily matters of refining existing emotional states to new levels of depth and integration. Scars 41 to 77 contained the advanced applications of the War Deity's strategic knowledge. They were techniques designed for high-tier combat, for situations requiring extreme power output, for scenarios where the cultivator is fighting at the maximum limits of capability. And they were designed in a progression that assumed the cultivator would have developed through all the earlier emotional and technical phases. Wu Daolin was documenting at increased speed, his hands working to transcribe the cipher information as quickly as Fang was unlocking the scars. The documentation had become something approaching a comprehensive record of the War Deity's entire technical curriculum, a record that would have taken traditional scholars centuries to compile through conventional research. By the time Scar 77 approached in the sequence, the true unlock, not the awakening that had occurred in the confrontation, Fang had been in sustained practice for 8 weeks. His body had undergone extensive transformation. The scars were no longer individual isolated carvings. They had become an integrated system, with each scar supporting and augmenting the others, with the whole creating something that was qualitatively different from the sum of the individual techniques. The unlock of Scar 77, the true unlock rather than the awakening that had occurred in the confrontation, required achieving a state of perfect self-forgiveness, not forgiveness of others. Those emotional states had already been unlocked through other scars. This was forgiveness of himself, for surviving when the deity died, for being the person who carried the deity's legacy, for having received something he had not earned through conventional means. It was the hardest emotional state he had had to achieve. It was the hardest because it required him to let go of the resistance he had been maintaining against the understanding that he deserved the scars, that he was worthy of carrying the deity's techniques, that his existence as the deity's chosen student was not an accident, but a choice the deity had made consciously and with full knowledge of what it meant. The unlock took 3 days. For 3 days, Fang sat in the cultivation-rich terrain, sitting with the weight of his own survival, with the knowledge that he was alive and the deity was not, with the understanding that continuing to carry the deity's legacy was the only meaningful way to honor that survival. On the 3rd day, the emotional state resolved into acceptance. Not happiness or satisfaction, but clear acceptance. The scar opened. And this time it opened completely, without rupture, without awakening, without the kind of violence that had characterized its first response. What flooded in was something that was not a technique, but a state of consciousness. The deity's strategic awareness at full capacity, the integrated understanding of centuries of combat and development, the fundamental clarity about how power operates and what responsibility power creates. It was overwhelming in its depth and complexity, and it took hours for Fang's consciousness to integrate it fully. When the integration was complete, Fang understood why the cipher scholar had speculated about Scar 77 requiring death. The scar did require a kind of death. The death of the Fang who had been uncertain of his worthiness, who had been carrying the scars with the sense that they were being forced upon him, who had been integrating the techniques with the feeling that he was borrowing them from the deity and would eventually need to return them. That Fang was gone. What remained was someone who had integrated the full weight of the deity's legacy with conscious choice, who was carrying the techniques not as a student carries a teacher's gift, but as a successor carries responsibility. Chapter 91. The next phase of development involved unlocking scars 78 to 100. The scars that marked the transition from foundational and intermediate technique learning to the advanced applications that only a cultivator at Fang's current power tier could safely access. Each scar opened with increasing rapidity, The emotional states required were now refinements of already developed capacities rather than entirely new emotional territories to explore. The terrain around the group's encampment had become scarred itself through the intensity of Fang's practice. Areas where he had tested techniques showed burns from cultivation energy, flattened vegetation from domain projections, stones that had been cracked by the resonance of awakening power. The natural world was responding to his development, was bearing witness to the transformation occurring within his body. Luo Yinshi monitored his health with increasing care. The unlocking of these advanced scars was stressing his body in ways that were both expected and concerning. His skin had taken on a subtle luminescence that suggested cultivation energy was permeating even the non-scar tissues. His breathing had changed, had become more measured, as if his body was learning to process power at a different fundamental level. The scars are becoming more integrated, she observed after examining him one morning. It's not separate technique storage anymore. The entire body is becoming a unified cultivation apparatus. You're not a person who carries power. You're becoming power that has learned to look like a person. Fang felt the truth of this during the unlocks. By the time Scar 85 opened, he no longer experienced the sequence as learning new techniques. He experienced it as remembering things he had always known, as if the deity's power was slowly overriding his fundamental nature and replacing it with something that could contain and express power at increasingly higher tiers. By the time Scar 100 unlocked, Fang had reached a new tier of power that marked him as transitioning toward the highest levels of heaven ascendant cultivation. The breakthrough occurred quietly but was unmistakable in its effects. When he moved, the space around him shifted. When he spoke, his words carried power that was perceptible as physical force. The deity's knowledge that was now integrated into his consciousness gave him access to centuries of strategic understanding and combat experience. The breakthrough to this new tier also brought a disturbing recognition. He was no longer entirely himself in the way he had been before. The deity's consciousness, preserved within the scars, was becoming increasingly present within his own consciousness. It was not a separate voice. It was more like a deepening of his own understanding, as if memories of a life he had never lived were becoming accessible to him. He could remember battles from centuries ago. He could access the deity's emotional responses to specific tactical situations. He could feel the weight of centuries of accumulated power bearing down on his identity. This is expected, the cartographer said, observing the shift. The deity designed the curriculum not just to teach you techniques, but to gradually integrate his consciousness with your own. By the time you reach the dangerous scars, you will not be a student learning from a teacher. You will be two consciousnesses learning how to exist as one. What if I don't want that? Fang asked, troubled by the implications. Then you should not have accepted the scars, the cartographer said, not unkindly. But you did accept them, knowing that this was what acceptance would eventually mean. The path was always leading here. Wu Daolin was finishing the documentation of scars 78 to 100. He brought the completed analysis to Fang one evening, his hands trembling slightly as he presented the work. You're almost to the dangerous scars now, Wu Daolin said, consulting his cipher documentation. Scars 101 through 139 are the ones the deity was reluctant to preserve. They contain techniques so destructive that some of them were almost never used, even in the War Deity's lifetime. The emotional states required for those scars are different. They're not about mastery anymore. They're about wisdom, about accepting responsibility for what power can do, about understanding the true cost of using techniques that are designed to end wars by themselves. How many until scar 140? Fang asked. 39, Wu Daolin said. And then the final scar. The scar that nobody understands because it's not a technique. It's a message. It's a conversation waiting to happen. The unlocking of scars 101 to 120 was faster than earlier phases, but harder emotionally. The first dangerous scar required Fang to achieve a state of genuine sacrifice. Not theoretical willingness, but lived understanding of what it meant to give up something irreplaceable. The emotional states the deity had encoded into these scars were not things that could be accessed through meditation or intellectual understanding. They required actual sacrifice, actual loss, actual acceptance of the cost that power extracted from those who wielded it. Each unlock tested not just his power but his principles, his commitment to the path, his understanding of what it meant to carry power that could end nations. Some of these techniques, when properly applied, could destroy entire cities. Some could rewrite the boundaries between life and death itself. Some existed in a moral gray space that Fang had to learn to navigate without external guidance. By the time Scar 120 unlocked, Fang's cultivation base had transformed into something categorically different from what it had been at the beginning of the journey. He was no longer ascending through traditional power tiers. He was operating in a realm of power that existed beyond traditional categorization, a realm where cultivation advancement was less about accumulating more power and more about deepening one's understanding of what existing power meant. Chapter 92. Qin Mujia arrived at the group's location with a formal delegation, approaching peacefully and openly, requesting a meeting with Fang to discuss the implications of the Eternal Forge faction's withdrawal and what it meant for the future of both Fang and the faction. She had aged in the months since their last direct confrontation, and there was something different about her bearing, not weakness, but a kind of clarity that came from having made peace with major institutional failure. The meeting space was neutral ground, a clearing that belonged to no one, where power imbalances could be acknowledged but did not need to be reinforced through territory control. Qin Mujia sat across from Fang with the composed bearing of someone who had spent decades managing difficult negotiations. But her hands, folded on the table before her, betrayed slight tremors that suggested the cost of what she was about to say. "I've been trying to understand what happened," she said, her voice measured and careful. "We spent 80 years preparing to recover the War Deity's techniques for military use. We built infrastructure for the extraction. We trained personnel. We funded research. We attempted to extract them from you through military force, using suppression formations and surgical techniques that we believed were sufficient. And you made it clear in that attempt that the techniques are not extractable, not transferable, not usable by anyone other than you. They're integrated into my being," Fang said. "They can't be separated without destroying the person they're integrated into. The deity carved them not as additions to my body, but as replacements for who I was. To remove them would be to remove myself. I understand that now," Qin Mujia said quietly. Her eyes were distant, looking at something beyond the moment of conversation. "Which means we spent 80 years preparing for something that was never actually possible. Which means the Eternal Forge faction's entire institutional mission was based on a misunderstanding of how the deity structured his power transfer. I have spent my entire adult life, 60 years of careful administrative work, of coordinating resources, of building systems toward a single goal. And that goal was fundamentally impossible." She looked at him with eyes that had lost some of their institutional certainty, but had gained something else, a kind of wisdom that came from accepting failure at a deep level. "I'm here to formally acknowledge that the Eternal Forge faction has no claim on these techniques, and to withdraw that claim from all institutional records. The pursuit is over. I came to tell you in person because I thought you deserved to hear it directly, not through messenger, not through formal channels, but from someone who can look you in the eye and acknowledge what I was willing to do to achieve an impossible goal." "Thank you," Fang said, and the gratitude was genuine. Qin Mujia had made a choice that required her to release decades of institutional purpose, to acknowledge that the foundation of her life's work had been built on a fundamental misunderstanding. It was a choice that demanded courage in a different register than the courage required for battle. "There's something I wanted to tell you," Qin Mujia said, "now that the pursuit is complete. The Eternal Forge faction was built on the belief that the War Deity's techniques were the key to institutional permanence, to remaining relevant in a world that kept changing. What I've learned from this experience is that power that is not deeply integrated into the person who wields it is power that becomes a liability rather than an asset. The deity understood this. He made sure that his techniques could only survive integrated with someone who understood them not as weapons, but as ways of being. That's wisdom. That's something the Eternal Forge faction should have understood from the beginning." She stood, the formal delegation beginning to gather behind her. "I wish you well on the path ahead. I think you're going to do something important with what he gave you." Chapter 93. 3 weeks after Qin Mujia's visit, as the group was preparing to transition into the final phase of the curriculum, and Yuhan came to Fang with a simple request. She wanted to begin cultivating. She had spent the entire journey with the group, had been present for the major unlocks and breakthroughs, and had come to understand that cultivation was not something that required decades of formal sect training. It was something that could be approached directly, something that could be learned from a teacher who understood it not as a system, but as a way of being present to power. "I want to learn," and Yuhing said. "Not the War Deity's techniques. Those are sealed to you alone. But I want to learn what you've learned about cultivation as a path of personal development." Fang agreed immediately. This was the first moment where he was not inheriting someone else's teaching method, but creating his own. He spent a day developing the first cultivation technique that was not one of the deity's scars, that was purely an expression of his own understanding of how cultivation worked and what emotional and technical developments were necessary for growth. The technique he created was a synthesis. It took the fundamental structure of the deity's early techniques and combined it with Fang's own understanding of how cultivation could be approached as a process of deepening clarity rather than as a process of accumulating power. It was not as powerful as the deity's techniques, but it was something different. It was a technique designed to teach rather than to overwhelm, designed to guide rather than to impose. As Fang was explaining the technique to Yuheng, teaching her the first movements, showing her the emotional state that would allow the technique to activate, something unexpected occurred. Scar 17. The morning strike, the technique that carried the grief of the deity's loss of Li Wen, began to resonate. The resonance was subtle at first, almost unnoticeable, but as Fang continued the demonstration, as Yuheng's presence became increasingly integrated into the space around them, the resonance grew stronger. It was not the kind of activation that would normally precede an unlock. It was something different, something that Fang had not encountered before in the curriculum. Do you feel that? Fang asked, pausing mid-movement. Yes, and Yuheng said, her hand coming up to touch her chest. It's warm, like something in you is remembering something about me. The resonance was not an unlock, not an activation, but something more subtle. The scar was responding to the presence of Li Wen's descendant, and as the scar resonated, its nature began to shift. The grief that it had been storing was beginning to release, not as trauma or pain, but as something that could be transformed, something that could find partial resolution through the presence of someone bearing the lineage of the person the deity had loved. Fang watched as Scar 17 warmed, as the weight of the stored sorrow decreased, and as something different emerged in its place. The technique was still powerful, still carried the deity's skill and intention, but it was lighter. Less accumulated grief, more directed love. As if the presence of Yuheng was creating space for the scar to release some of what it had been carrying for 500 years. Something happened, and Yuheng said, sensing the shift. In that scar, I felt it. The scar stored the deity's grief. Fang said slowly, understanding dawning as he spoke. The grief from losing your ancestor. And your presence, your lineage continuing forward, your existence as the descendant of the person he loved. The scar recognized that continuation. It recognized that the grief has found its partial resolution through time and the continuation of the family's existence. And in that moment, Fang understood something profound about what the deity had actually been attempting through the entire curriculum. The scars were not just techniques. They were not just knowledge or power or capability. They were healing. They were the deity's process of healing his own wounds through creating a system that would force Fang to develop the emotional states necessary to understand the wounds, to hold them, and eventually to create conditions where the wounds could begin to resolve. Every scar was a wound the deity was healing. Fang said, more to himself than to Yuheng. Every unlock has been a resolution the deity needed and couldn't complete in his own lifetime. Scar 140 wasn't the culmination of his curriculum. Scar 140 was the release. It was the moment where the deity could finally let go of the wound itself because someone else was carrying it forward, was understanding it, was creating the conditions where it could begin to transform. He stood with his hand over Scar 17, feeling the warmth of the transformation, understanding that this was not the end of the deity's influence on his existence. The deity was not finished teaching. The deity was not finished healing. The existence of the scars meant that the deity would continue to respond, continue to evolve, continue to transform as Fang encountered situations that allowed the techniques to develop in new directions. So what are you going to do? And Yuheng asked. Fang considered the question with the fullness of both his own perspective and the deity's perspective integrated into his consciousness. I'm going to teach, he said. I'm going to take what the deity created and share it, not the scars themselves, but the understanding behind them. I'm going to help other people understand that power is not something that should be accumulated endlessly, but something that should be used to create the conditions for transformation, for healing, for growth beyond what individual power alone could create. He looked at the unfinished movement of the new technique that he had been teaching in Yuheng. I'm going to write the next part of what the deity started. And this time, the writing is mine. Chapter 90 for the unlocking of scars 121 to 139 consumed the following weeks and months. The dangerous 40 techniques represented the culmination of the War Deity's lifetime of martial development. They were not techniques that existed for ordinary combat. They were techniques designed to end wars, to reshape the political landscape, to demonstrate power at such an absolute level that opposition became irrelevant. Each dangerous scar required Fang to achieve emotional states that existed at the boundary of what human consciousness could experience. Some required him to accept the full weight of the lives he might end through the use of these techniques. Some required states of clarity that bordered on transcendence, states where his individual consciousness was simultaneously aware of its own existence and aware of something much larger than individual existence. Ren Wujiu, who had continued to remain with the group observing the unlocking sequence, spoke to Fang directly after Scar 130's opening. "I came here believing I would need to judge you," the old cultivator said. He was 700 years old, had been a peer of the War Deity, had witnessed centuries of cultivation development and the rise and fall of countless cultivators. "I came here thinking you might be misusing these techniques, might be failing to understand what they were meant for. I was wrong. You're not the deity. You're something new. You're becoming something he could never be because you have something he never had, the ability to inherit his techniques while being completely aware of what he went through to create them." Chapter 95 and Yuhing appeared at the group's encampment the same week that Scar 100 was being unlocked, having traveled from the distant city where Tung Russian had been coordinating the research into her family's history. She was the descendant of An Li Wen, the woman the deity had loved and lost, and her presence changed something in the fundamental resonance of the scars. Luo Yinshi reported that several of the older scars, particularly those related to grief and loss, were becoming warmer in response to An Yuhing's proximity. "It's like they recognize her," Luo Yinshi said, examining the phenomenon with careful attention. "Like the deity's grief is acknowledging that the lineage continues, that the family he was unable to be part of still exists and has grown and flourished despite his loss. The scars are responding to her presence in ways I don't fully understand but can clearly measure." Chapter 96. By the time Scar 139 unlocked, Fang had achieved a level of cultivation mastery that was only rivaled by the highest-tier cultivators in the entire world. The cultivation pressure he radiated was unmistakable, unmissable, obviously dangerous to anyone in proximity who was not prepared to be in the presence of such power. And with Scar 139's opening came a breakthrough that the cartographer had anticipated but Fang had not fully understood until the moment of occurrence. His cultivation base reached eternal frame rank, the second highest tier of power that any cultivator could achieve in the conventional understanding of the cultivation world. The breakthrough manifested not as a dramatic explosion of power, but as a kind of settling, a moment where all the accumulated techniques and power and understanding found their ultimate stable configuration. The cultivation domain that now surrounded Fang was unmistakably the signature of the War Deity's legacy, but layered over that signature was something else. Fang's own cultivation path, the specific way he had chosen to apply the techniques, the synthesis between the deity's legacy and his own development. "This is the tier where you become categorically non-existent to cultivators below you," Ren Wujiu explained, observing the breakthrough with the eyes of someone who had experienced similar transformations centuries ago. "At eternal frame rank, you exist at a power level that is fundamentally beyond what traditional cultivation methods can achieve in any time frame. You are effectively immortal in power terms. You cannot grow weak. You cannot become vulnerable unless you choose to. This is the tier of legends, and you have reached it through the path the deity carved for you, but also through choices that are entirely your own." "How many cultivators are at this tier?" Fang asked. "Living," Ren Wujiu considered. "Perhaps a dozen in the entire cultivation world. The deity was one. I am one. You are now one. The others are primarily peak-tier cultivators who have spent centuries or millennia reaching this level. The fact that you've reached it in less than a year makes you absolutely unique." Chapter 97. 3 weeks after achieving eternal frame rank, as the group was preparing for the final approach to Scar 140, news arrived that shook the cultivation world. The Eternal Forge faction's formal withdrawal had been published throughout the cultivator networks, along with documentation of the attempt to extract the deity's techniques and the reasons the attempt had failed. More significantly, Wu Daolin's comprehensive cipher analysis and the documentation of the entire unlocking sequence had begun to circulate through scholarly networks. The knowledge that the War Deity's techniques were not extractable, that they could not be copied or transferred, that they existed only in the specific configuration of one individual cultivator's body and consciousness, spread through the cultivation world with the speed of a revelation. It changed fundamentally how cultivators understood the nature of power, the possibility of inheritance, the difference between technique and person. "The deity wanted this," Wu Daolin said, consulting the final documents. "I found a message in the deepest cipher layer. He specifically requested that if I decoded the techniques, I should share the knowledge not to make them extractable, but to make them unhypocritically understood. He wanted the cultivation world to know what he had done and why, to understand the path he carved and the principles behind it." Chapter 98, The Unlocking of Scars 121 to 139, had revealed their true purpose to Fang in ways that mere intellectual understanding could never have conveyed. Each dangerous scar contained not just a technique, but a final lesson about power and responsibility. Scar 121 required him to accept genuine sacrifice. Scar 125 required him to understand the difference between winning and being right. Scar 130 required him to accept his own role in the transformation of power structures. By the time he reached Scar 139, the final dangerous scar, Fang understood that the techniques the deity had labeled as dangerous were not dangerous because they were powerful. They were dangerous because they required the wielder to accept complete responsibility for how that power was used. There was no hiding behind institutional authority, no claiming that orders from above made the choice inevitable. Each dangerous scar demanded that the wielder choose consciously and completely to apply power, accepting full responsibility for the outcome. Chapter 99, with only Scar 140 remaining, the group began the process of preparation. Wu Daolin's complete cipher documentation was finished and carefully preserved. The cartographer sat with Fang and explained the historical context of every technique, sharing stories of how the War Deity had developed each one, what situations had demanded their creation, how they had been tested and refined across the centuries. The deity understood something that most cultivators never grasp, the cartographer said, his ancient voice carrying the weight of centuries. Power has a nature, and that nature demands certain things of the person who carries it. Every technique he created was designed to align your nature with the nature of the power you would carry. Scar 140 is the culmination of that alignment. It's the moment where you stop being someone who carries power and become power itself, in a sense. You become someone for whom power and identity are inseparable. And Yuhing sat with Fang in the days before the unlock. She had been learning the technique Fang had created, and her development as a cultivator was progressing at an accelerated pace because she had a teacher who understood not just the mechanics of cultivation but the principles behind it. "What are you afraid of?" she asked him, with the directness that came from their shared experience of grief and loss. "I'm afraid of what happens after," Fang said. The deity carved this scar as a message, but he died before opening it. He doesn't know what's on the other side. Neither do I. But you know he trusted you to find out. And Yuhing said, "That's what it means that he left it for you unopened. He trusted you to discover something that he couldn't discover himself." Chapter 100, on the final morning before the unlock, Fang stood in the cultivation-rich terrain that had been his home for the past months. The scars covering his body resonated with 139 unlocked techniques, each one a step on a path that the deity had carved with intention and love and the desperate hope that someone would carry it forward to completion. The group gathered as witnesses. Rin Wujia was present as a representative of the deity's generation, as someone who could acknowledge the significance of what was occurring. And Yuheng was present because she was Li Wen's descendant and the deity had grief for her ancestor that needed resolution. Shen Guyu was present to record the moment. Rin Lihua was present because Fang had asked her to be. Wu Daolin and the cartographer and Luo Yinxi and all of the others who had traveled with Fang through this extraordinary journey were present. And Fang stood in the center of the group, with his hand over his chest, feeling the weight of the 139 closed scars beneath it. He took a deep breath, and he reached toward the final scar with his cultivation intent, with the willingness to accept whatever transformation would come. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, Scar 140 began to resonate. But not with the gold resonance that had characterized every other scar. The light that emerged from Scar 140 was white. It was the color of clarity, of transcendence, of something beyond the normal spectrum of cultivation power. The white resonance spread through Fang's body, touching every other scar, confirming the completion of the curriculum. And Fang understood, in that moment of resonance, that something was present within the scar. Not a technique, not stored power, but presence. As if something was waiting inside it, not to be unlocked, but to be met. Wu Daolin, looking at the final cipher reading that he had decoded over months of analysis, went completely still. Then, Fang, the last line of the cipher. "I've just decoded it." "Read it," Fang said, his voice steady despite the intensity of what was occurring. Wu Daolin's voice shook slightly as he read. "It says, 'Hello, Ruolin. I have been waiting.'" The presence within Scar 140 responded to the recognition. And Fang understood that what lay beyond the final unlock was not the end of the journey. It was the beginning of something entirely different. It was the moment where the student's education ended and something that transcended education could finally begin. The white light grew brighter, warmer, more present. And in the space of that resonance, In the moment before the final scar opened completely, Fang felt the weight of everything he had carried settle into wisdom, and understood that he was no longer walking a path the deity had carved. He was becoming the path itself. The deity's presence within the scar spoke without words, spoke through direct transmission of meaning into consciousness. The presence was old, was vast, was carrying the accumulated weight of 500 years of experience. But it was not overwhelming. It was patient, was waiting for Fang to be ready to receive it completely. The entire group stood witnessing the moment. Ren Wujio's ancient eyes were closed, as if he was communing with something from his own past. The cartographer stood absolutely still, his presence indicating that he was simultaneously present in the moment and absent, transported to memory. Shen Guyu was recording everything, documenting not just the physical manifestations, but the emotional and spiritual dimensions of what was occurring. Luo Yanxi was monitoring Fang's physical body with intense concentration. The unlock of Scar 140 was not following the pattern of the other 139 unlocks. The power was not consolidating into Fang's body. It was spreading outward, was reaching beyond the confines of his physical form, was touching the group, the valley, the cultivation world itself. Wu Daolin held the final cipher documentation, the complete record of everything the deity had created. His hands were steady now, and his eyes were bright with the realization that he held in those papers the most comprehensive record of the War Deity's entire life work that had ever been compiled. He would publish this. The cultivation world would know. Centuries of hidden knowledge would become available to anyone willing to study it. And Yuheng felt the warmth of Scar 17 intensify as the white light of Scar 140 spread through Fang's body. The grief that had been stored in that scar for 500 years was releasing, was finding partial resolution in her presence, in the continuation of her ancestors' lineage, in the fact that Li Wen had lived and been loved and had left descendants who would remember her name. And Fang stood at the center of it all, feeling the convergence of 140 techniques into a unified whole, feeling the deity's consciousness fully integrating with his own, feeling the moment where the student became the successor became something entirely new. The unlock was not violent. It was gentle, was like a door opening from both sides simultaneously. The deity's presence was no longer something preserved in a scar. It was becoming part of Fang's fundamental consciousness, was settling into the core of his being like a piece that had been missing from a puzzle, finally finding its place. It's happening, Wu Daolin whispered. The final transmission. And Fang understood that this was indeed the end of one journey and the beginning of another. The curriculum was complete. The scars were all unlocked. The integration was happening in real time, was transforming him from a student who carried his teacher's knowledge into something that transcended the student-teacher relationship entirely. He was becoming the teacher now. He was becoming the one who would guide others, who would share what the deity had created, who would decide how to use the power entrusted to him. The white light of Scar 140 continued to pulse, continued to spread, continued to touch everyone in proximity. And in that light, the War Deity's 500-year journey reached its completion, not in ending, but in transformation, not in death, but in becoming something new through the hands and heart and will of someone the deity had trusted enough to leave this legacy to. The path continued. The techniques remained. But now they belonged not to a dead god or a bewildered student. They belonged to Fang Ruolin, completely and wholly, integrated into every aspect of who he was and who he would become. And somewhere in the white light, a voice that was no longer quite separate from Fang's own voice whispered, "Thank you for finishing what I started. Thank you for understanding what I was trying to teach. Now go build something even greater." The final scar awaited Fang's decision. The final transformation awaited his willingness to open it completely. But that would be a story for another moment, another chapter, another phase of becoming. For now, the group stood in the presence of the completed curriculum, witnessing the moment where inheritance became authorship, where student became master, where all the weight of 140 scars found their perfect balance in the hands of someone who understood not just their power but their meaning. Chapter 101. The sky was overcast on the morning that Ancestor Blade Renwujio arrived at the cultivation grounds where Fang had made his temporary home. Fang felt at first not as a presence, but as an absence. The entire cultivation zone suddenly became aware that something had entered it, a consciousness vast and anchored that claimed the space the way the earth claims an object dropped into it. The cultivation markers that lined the valley shifted in their alignment, responding to a presence so significant that their magnetic pull reoriented toward it. Shun Guyu came running to find Fang, his expression carefully controlled despite the urgency of his pace. "We have a visitor," the scribe said, breathing hard from his sprint across the cultivation grounds. An ancient cultivator. I've made inquiries through the network. His name is Renwujio, and he holds the title Ancestor Blade. He's approximately 700 years old and ranks at Heaven Marrow tier. Fang absorbed this information while his hands continued their ritualistic touching of the scars across his chest, a habit he had developed since the very first unlock, a way of centering himself before facing new challenges. Heaven Marrow rank was the second highest tier in conventional cultivation progression, the kind of power that represented centuries of continuous refinement, countless breakthroughs, and a fundamental reorientation of how the cultivation system itself was understood. Such cultivators were rare enough to be historical. The fact that one had come here personally suggested something beyond casual curiosity. How did he arrive? Fang asked. Walking, Shen Guyu said. No entourage, no protective formation, no cultivation apparatus. He simply walked into the valley as if he owned it, and everyone within 300 paces felt the weight of his presence. Even the sentries didn't approach him. They felt. Felt what? Humbled, Shen Guyu said. That's the closest word I have. Not threatened. Not frightened. Humbled. Ren Lihua appeared before Fang could respond, moving with the economical grace that had become her trademark. Her attention was sharper than usual, her hand resting naturally at her side, not readying for combat, but prepared to be ready. This was her stance when she was assessing a threat she did not yet fully understand. He came alone, she reported, her voice steady. No sect colors, no military contingent. He requested a meeting with you specifically. He used formal language, the kind the ancient cultivators use. He called you the inheritor. I'll meet him, Fang said. The meeting space was neutral ground, a pavilion that had been constructed in the early days of the group's settlement, positioned deliberately to neither favor Fang's territory nor provide advantage to newcomers. The ancient cultivator Renwujio was already seated when Fang arrived, positioned with perfect formality, hands resting on his thighs in the meditative position that suggested deep cultivation practice. Renwujio sat with the patience of someone for whom time moved differently than it did for ordinary beings. He was older than the landscape around him in a way that went beyond mere years, weathered not by the elements, but by centuries of watching human civilizations rise and fall. His hands showed the kind of gentleness that came from having held power for so long that cruelty was beneath him. That casual violence was something someone of his power did not need to resort to because his mere presence was sufficient to make his will clear. You are Fang Ruolin, Renwujio said. Not a question. His voice carried the accent of someone who had lived through several distinct eras of linguistic development, the words shaped by centuries of different cultural contexts. I am, Fang replied, and he took the seat across from Renwujio with deliberation. I knew the War Deity, not as a student, as many did, and not as a subordinate or servant. I knew him as a contemporary, as a peer, though I was the younger of us both. The ancient cultivator's eyes were ancient indeed, containing the accumulated weight of observation, the kind of eyes that had seen wars reshape entire regions and watch civilizations fall. For 80 years before his death, we fought wars together, negotiated settlements together, disagreed about philosophy at length over countless nights of discussion. We were not friends. The deity did not have friends in the traditional sense, but we were something close to equals in power and experience. Fang waited. Sometimes the clearest path through a conversation was to let the other person complete their thought, to let them build their argument rather than rushing to respond. The War Deity made a vow in his final decade, Renwujio continued, and there was something like sorrow in his ancient voice. He was explicit about it, clear in his intention, documented by observers from multiple sections. He said that he would not pass his most powerful techniques to any successor because the responsibility they carried was too great, because no person could be trusted with that level of power, because he would die with the techniques rather than risk them being misused by someone who carried them without the centuries of experience required to understand them fully. The ancient cultivator paused, letting the weight of that statement settle. And then, Renwujio continued, 14 days before his death, with a child he'd known for 2 weeks, a child who had not been trained, who had not been prepared, he did exactly what he said he would never do. He carved his entire arsenal into your body. Not carefully, not over years. In days. In desperation. Yes, Fang said simply. Do you understand why that is offensive to me? Renwujio's voice remained calm, but the words held weight that could have crushed ordinary people. The man I knew for 80 years made a principled decision about power and responsibility. He spent years articulating that principle, defending it against people who wanted him to teach them. And then panic overrode principle. He was dying. He was desperate. He ran out of time, and in that desperation, he violated his own understanding of wisdom. Fang considered this carefully, taking time with his response because he understood that Renwujiu deserved careful consideration. The accusation was not petty or envious. Renwujiu was not jealous that Fang had inherited power Renwujiu could not access. The criticism was structural, philosophical, grounded in a genuine and deep understanding of what the War Deity had claimed to believe and had spent decades claiming to maintain. "You're right that he ran out of time," Fang said at last. "What I don't agree with is that it means his final action contradicted his principle. I think it clarified it." "Clarify that statement," Renwujiu said, and there was something like interest in his ancient eyes. "The principle wasn't about never passing techniques," Fang said. "The principle was about not passing them lightly, not passing them to someone unprepared, not passing them to someone who would misuse them. He spent 60 years looking for someone he believed could carry them without destroying himself or others. He found me 3 months before he died. That was not ideal circumstances, but he made a choice about me during those 3 months. He decided that I was the right person, or at least the closest to the right person he would ever find." Fang leaned forward slightly. He didn't have the luxury of doing it the way he would have chosen, with years to teach me, with time to prepare, with the gradual transmission of both technique and philosophy that he would have preferred. He had 14 days, so he did what he could do with the time he had. He gave me the techniques and trusted me to learn the philosophy myself. Renwujiu sat with this response for a long moment, and Fang could sense the ancient cultivator processing the argument, examining it from multiple angles, understanding that this was a genuine point of disagreement about how power should be transmitted and how trust should function. "And if you use the techniques wrongly?" Renwujiu asked finally. "If you carry power that you're not wise enough to wield? If you make choices that cause harm? Then I answer for it," Fang said, completely and wholly, just as he would have if he had the years to teach me and I failed the teaching anyway. The existence of time doesn't change the responsibility. Renwujiu stood, and Fang rose to meet him. The ancient cultivator studied Fang with eyes that had evaluated countless would-be warriors, countless power seekers, countless people who believed themselves worthy of strength. "I came here to judge you," Renwujiu said, "to determine whether the deity's final desperate act had created something worthy of that power or something that would become a threat to everyone around you. I believe I have my answer." "Which is?" Fang asked. "I'll stay," Renwujiu said. "I'll remain here, and I'll watch you unlock each scar. I'll observe how you integrate each technique. And if at any point I determine that you are becoming the threat I initially feared, I will stop you. Completely. The techniques will die with you if necessary. But I don't believe that will be necessary. You understand responsibility in a way that takes decades for most power users to achieve, and you understand it instinctively, which suggests you might understand it better than most." As Renwujiu turned to leave the pavilion, Fang called out to him softly. "Thank you," Fang said, "for coming here, for doubting me, for caring enough about the deity's legacy to question whether I was worthy of it." The ancient cultivator paused at the threshold, and a slight smile crossed his weathered face, the first gesture of softness Fang had seen from him. "The deity would approve of your humility," he said. "We will speak more in the days to come. There is much work ahead of us, and I suspect that neither of us will be the same person by the time the curriculum is complete." With that, Renwujiu departed, leaving Fang alone in the pavilion with the weight of everything that was about to begin. Chapter 102. "That's not wisdom," Renwujiu said softly. "That's hope. Sometimes they're the same thing," Fang replied. The ancient cultivator rose from his sitting position with a smoothness that belied his age, movements that were so economical they seemed to waste no energy at all. For a moment, Fang thought this might be the end of the conversation. Renwujiu leaving in dissatisfaction, the accusation unresolved, the ancient cultivator returning to whatever had brought him here with a final judgment of disapproval or condemnation. Instead, the old man began to walk toward the cultivation chamber, and Fang understood that the meeting was transitioning from formal discussion to something more direct. Observation. "Show me what you've unlocked," Renwujiu said, not as a request, but as a statement of expectation. Over the next 3 days, Fang demonstrated every technique he had mastered, every scar he had successfully unlocked and integrated. He showed the first guard in its basic form and its variations, the fundamental defensive technique that the deity had placed first for a reason. He demonstrated how it could be layered, how multiple applications of the same technique could reinforce each other, how the principle underlying the first guard adapted to different circumstances and different opponents. He demonstrated the warm guard, extending his cultivation protection over Ren Lihua with such completeness and precision that even a Heaven Marrow cultivator could feel the strength of it, the way it touched every part of her body and created a buffer against external harm while still allowing her complete freedom of movement. The technique spoke of intimacy and trust. Fang had to understand Ren Lihua's cultivation signature deeply enough to protect her without overwhelming her own power. He unlocked the advanced formation reading scar and showed how to perceive the coordination of multiple cultivators simultaneously, how to read not just the individual cultivators but the patterns they created together, the ways that groups of people could be made more or less effective through arrangement and understanding. With each demonstration, Ren Wujiu watched without speaking. His ancient eyes tracked not just the manifestation of power but the principle underneath it, the way Fang understood the deity's design and adapted it to new circumstances. The ancient cultivator was assessing not just whether Fang could execute the techniques, but whether Fang understood them, whether he grasped the deeper principles that made them more than just mechanical movements. On the evening of the third day, as they stood in the observation chamber watching the cultivation lights fade with the setting sun, Fang found himself facing a choice point. The group had agreed privately that scars 41 to 50 were the boundary marker. Unlocking them would push Fang from the intermediate tier into the advanced tier of the curriculum, the realm where the deity's most sophisticated and dangerous designs resided. "I think you're ready," Ren Wujiu said, "for the next phase, to begin unlocking the advanced techniques. Are you asking my permission or warning me?" Fang replied. "Observing," Ren Wujiu said, "but also, in a way, asking. If you continue forward, you are choosing to defy the principle that the deity himself claimed to believe in. You are choosing to accept power that he said should not be passed on. I came here partly to stop you if I believed you were making the wrong choice. Having observed you for 3 days, I no longer believe stopping you is the right action. But I want to understand. Do you choose this path fully aware of what you're doing?" "Yes," Fang said, "completely aware." "Then we continue," Ren Wujiu said. The emotional states required for scars 41 to 50 were complex and interrelated. Each one demanded what Fang had come to recognize as the deity's deepest teaching. That power was only truly complete when it was held with limits. That infinite power wielded without wisdom was not power at all, but was instead just destruction. The first unlock required a specific flavor of humility, the kind that only a very powerful person could develop. The recognition that possessing extraordinary capability was not the same as understanding the limits of that capability, that knowing how to do something did not mean understanding whether it should be done. Fang stood in the cultivation chamber on the morning of the 4th day, with Ren Wujiu and the entire group watching, ready to begin the next phase. He placed his hand over his chest, feeling the resonance of the 90 scars that had already been unlocked, the 90 techniques that had been integrated into his being. And then he reached toward scar 41 with his cultivation intent, calling it forward, asking it to open. Scar 41 resonated with gold light, a brightness that seemed to come from deep within his body. The pain was immediate and profound, not the sharp hurt of the early unlocks, but a deep, distributed agony that seemed to come from the very core of his being, from the foundation of his cultivation essence. It felt as though his bones were being rewritten, his fundamental understanding of what power was being restructured at the most basic level. Fang gritted his teeth and pushed forward, refusing to cry out, letting the technique integrate itself into his body and consciousness. The unlock lasted for nearly an hour. When it was complete, Fang could feel the new technique settled into his body, a subtle thing, not flashy or obviously powerful, but profound in its implications. It was a technique for understanding one's own limitations, for perceiving, in real time, what one was not capable of doing, what one did not know, where the boundaries of one's knowledge actually lay. It was called the honest mirror. The second unlock came immediately after, while Fang's body was still stabilizing. Scar 42 demanded a different emotional state, the specific feeling of accepting a limitation that came not from weakness but from wisdom. This was the state of choosing to not do something, even though one had the power to do it, understanding that the right choice was sometimes the choice not to act. The pain was worse than the first. It felt like something was being torn away, some part of Fang's capacity for absolute authority being deliberately relinquished. He understood, in the moment of it, that the deity had designed this deliberately, that the technique would only fully activate in someone willing to let go of unlimited power, willing to constrain themselves even when constraint was not imposed upon them. When Scar 42 settled, the new technique was strange and complex. The cultivation signature it carried was not about projection or defense or offense in the traditional sense. It was about presence, about the cultivation intention that a person carried into a space. It allowed Fang to be in a space and communicate, through pure cultivation intent, what he would accept and what he would refuse. It was a technique for saying no to power, for making clear the boundaries beyond which he would not go, even when he had the capability to cross those boundaries. By the time Fang reached Scar 50 after 10 hours of nearly continuous unlocking, his entire body was trembling with pain and exhaustion. Each new technique had been progressively more demanding, each emotional state more subtle and more costly. The deity had not laid these techniques out randomly. He had structured them specifically so that each unlock taught the cultivator something about their own capacity for growth, their own ability to become stronger not through greater power, but through greater wisdom about how power should be used. Chapter 103 Scar 50 was the final unlock in the sequence Fang had attempted, and it required the emotional state of accepting that one's teacher had surpassed one's understanding, that there were depths to the deity's knowledge that Fang might never fully grasp. It required the specific state of humility that came from realizing that everything one knew was incomplete, that the universe was vaster and more complex than any individual consciousness could encompass. The final unlock burst open with a brilliance that made even Ren Wujiu step back slightly from his position as observer. The technique that emerged was extraordinary. It was a method for synthesis, for taking two incompatible concepts and finding the deeper principle that unified them. It was a technique for understanding, not as possession of facts, but as perception of underlying structure, the ability to see how apparently contradictory ideas could coexist and inform each other. When it was done, Fang collapsed to his knees. The pain finally faded as his body and consciousness integrated the new techniques, but the cost remained visible in how he trembled, in how his breathing came in controlled, deliberate patterns that required conscious effort to maintain. Sweat covered his entire body, not from heat, but from the effort of integration, the body's response to the massive restructuring that was occurring at every level. Ren Lihua moved forward to steady him, and Fang found himself leaning on her support more than he wanted to admit. The weight of 10 new techniques, integrated in rapid succession without proper rest between them, was more than his body had been prepared to handle. He understood, in that moment, that there were limits to how fast one could grow, that the deity's design required not just emotional readiness, but physical and spiritual stability as well. Ren Wujiu moved closer and helped Fang to his feet, supporting him with a steadiness that suggested both strength and profound understanding of what Fang was experiencing. The ancient cultivator's hands were warm, and his presence carried something like compassion, not pity, but genuine recognition of the cost that Fang was paying. Each unlock is more painful than the last, Ren Wujiu observed. It was not a question. The statement carried the weight of experience, of someone who had undergone similar processes centuries before. Yes, Fang confirmed when he had enough breath to speak. The deity designed it that way intentionally. He wrote in the cipher that if the unlocks became too easy, it would mean I had stopped growing, that I had reached a plateau. The pain is proof that I'm being stretched beyond my previous limits. You make that sound intentional, Ren Wujiu said. It is intentional, Fang replied, his voice steadier now. The deity was very clear about this in the cipher documentation. He wrote that the technique scars and the emotional states were balanced deliberately, that each unlock would require proportionate effort. If I could unlock everything without effort, without cost, the techniques wouldn't integrate properly. They would be external power added to me rather than becoming part of my fundamental understanding. The pain is part of the learning. The cost is part of the growth. The ancient cultivator was silent for a long moment, observing Fang with eyes that contained the accumulated wisdom of 7 centuries. Then, you've learned his philosophy more deeply than I expected you would, given only the resources you've had. I didn't learn it from study, Fang said. He taught it. Every unlock teaches it more clearly. Every technique that opens reveals something about how the deity understood power and responsibility. I'm just understanding what he already knew. Over the next 3 days, Fang continued to unlock new scars in the sequence that Ren Wujiu had demanded to witness. The ancient cultivator's questions became more probing, more philosophical. He was not content with simple demonstrations of power. He wanted to understand Fang's reasoning, his interpretations, his approach to wielding power that had been designed with purposes that Fang had not yet fully grasped. Why did you accept the classification of Scar 139 as dangerous? Ren Wujiu asked on the evening of the 3rd day, as they sat together in the observation chamber, watching the cultivation lights flicker and settle into their night patterns. You know what it carries. You've studied the cipher. You understand the deity's own classification of his techniques. You know that scars 101 to 139 are what he called the dangerous ones. Why did you not refuse them? The question was direct and intentional, cutting to the core of what had troubled Ren Wujiu about Fang's entire path. Ren Wujiu was asking, essentially, Why did Fang not adopt the same principle that the War Deity had claimed? The principle that some power was too dangerous to ever be passed on, that some techniques should be buried with their creator rather than risk falling into the wrong hands? Fang took time to formulate his answer, understanding that this was the true test of this entire 3-day examination, that his response would determine whether Ren Wujiu remained as an observer or became an active opponent to Fang's continued progress. Because refusing them would mean betraying the deity's trust, Fang said finally. He made a choice about me. He knew that choice violated his stated principles. He did it anyway, deliberately, consciously, accepting the contradiction, and he left it for me to decide what to do with that inheritance. That's not an answer, Ren Wujiu said. That's an evasion. You're right, Fang acknowledged. The real answer is, I don't know if I'm wise enough to have these techniques. I'm certain I'm not. The deity wasn't wise enough at the end of his life. He was just the most powerful person alive, and he was desperate. But refusing the techniques doesn't make me wise. It just makes me someone who wasted his final gift, who couldn't honor what he tried to accomplish. Ren Wujiu's ancient eyes grew distant, as if looking through time, through 500 years of shared experience with the War Deity, through centuries of watching people make choices about power and responsibility. That's a fair answer, he said at last. I'm not sure I agree with it, but it's honest. Will you stop me? Fang asked. It was not a challenge or a defiance. It was a genuine question about whether this ancient cultivator had come to prevent Fang's progress toward the dangerous techniques, whether Ren Wujiu had decided that preventing harm was more important than honoring the deity's choice. No, Ren Wujiu said. I came here prepared to stop you if I believed you were desecrating the deity's memory. But you're not. You're honoring it in the only way that matters, by accepting the weight of what he entrusted to you and choosing to bear it responsibly. The ancient cultivator rose to his feet with the kind of movement that suggested centuries of practice, movements so efficient they barely disturbed the cultivation atmosphere around him. I will stay and observe your remaining unlocks. I came here as a judge. I'm staying as a witness. That is, I believe, what the deity would have wanted. Fang bowed. Thank you, ancestor. Don't thank me yet, Ren Wujiu said. Your journey is not complete. The deity's most difficult techniques are not difficult because they are powerful. They are difficult because they require the wielder to choose consciously and completely to use them. There is no hiding behind institutional authority. There is no claiming that someone else made the choice. Each dangerous technique will demand that you choose responsibility fully. I understand, Fang said. I don't believe you do, Ren Wujiu replied. But you will. Soon enough. Chapter 10 for the next morning. Fang stood in the unlocked chamber with Ren Wujiu, the cartographer, Luo Yanxi, Shun Guyu, Ren Lihua, and Yuheng watching. The group had grown somewhat in recent weeks, and Yuheng had remained with them, her presence affecting the scars in subtle ways that Luo Yanxi continued to document with careful attention and visible emotion. Fang reached toward the next scar in sequence with the certainty that came from having practiced this motion 100 times. The deity had positioned scars 41 to 50 as a complete unit, a foundational understanding of what advanced power required. The next cluster, scars 51 to 60, built on that foundation but added new dimensions. Scar 51's emotional requirement was complex and multifaceted. The state of accepting that one's own understanding was fundamentally limited, combined with the willingness to continue forward despite that limitation. It was the state of moving forward with humility and tact, acting even when one understood that one's knowledge was incomplete. The unlock was violent. The scar tore open with a brightness that made Shun Guyu shield his eyes reflexively, and the pain that accompanied it was the worst Fang had yet experienced. Not the greatest intensity, but the longest duration, a deep ache that seemed to settle into his bones and refuse to leave. It felt like his body was being dismantled at the fundamental level, as if each unlock was not just adding new capability, but fundamentally reorganizing how he understood and accessed power. When the technique settled, it was extraordinary. It was a method for reading terrain, not just physically but spiritually, understanding the cultivation currents in a location deeply enough to predict where conflicts would emerge, where power would concentrate, where the balance of forces would shift if certain actions were taken. It was called the perspective shift, a technique for seeing what others missed, for understanding the hidden structure beneath apparent chaos. Scar 52 came immediately after, while Fang's body was still stabilizing from the first unlock. The emotional state it required, the feeling of accepting that one's greatest strength might also be one's greatest weakness. This was a paradox of power, that the very thing that made a cultivator capable was also the thing that could, if turned wrong, destroy them or others around them. The pain of Scar 52's unlock was so intense that Fang heard himself cry out. He did not remember making sounds during previous unlocks, but this one triggered something deeper than intellectual understanding, something that demanded the body express its distress. The emotional state required, accepting one's own capacity for harm, looking directly at what one was capable of doing to others if one chose to, triggered a spiritual response that was almost involuntary. The technique that emerged was called the counter-reflection. It allowed Fang to use an opponent's own power against them, but not in the simple mechanical way that earlier techniques did it. This was something far more sophisticated. It allowed him to teach an opponent, through their own actions, what the consequences of their approach would be. It was a technique for making the cost of actions visible, for forcing people to confront the outcomes of their choices. Ren Wujiu watched with an expression that had shifted from skepticism towards something more like sorrow, as if he was understanding, in this moment, exactly how much each unlock cost, and understanding that by choosing to witness this, he was choosing to acknowledge the legitimacy of Fang's path, even though part of him still disagreed with the principle. The afternoon brought Scar 53, and then Scar 54, and then Scar 55 in quick succession. Each unlock demanded a new emotional state. Each required a cost that Fang paid through pain and effort, and the genuine transformation of how he understood himself. By the time Scar 60 was approaching, Fang had unlocked 10 new techniques and could feel the structure of his cultivation understanding shifting to accommodate them, reshaping itself around these new principles. Luo Yinqi's medical monitoring had become more intensive. She was tracking not just Fang's physical response, but his cultivation essence, watching for signs of instability or rupture. After Scar 58 unlocked, leaving Fang on his knees and breathing hard, she pulled him aside. "Your cultivation integration is holding, but it's approaching saturation," she reported, her voice carrying the precise measurement of someone who had spent months studying the interaction between technique and body. "If you unlock more than 2 or 3 more before allowing yourself a full rest cycle, you risk overwhelming your consciousness. Your body can hold the techniques, but your awareness can only integrate them so quickly." "I understand," Fang said. "I can wait." But even as he spoke, he could feel the next scar resonating, ready for unlock. Scar 59 was positioned in the sequence to demand the emotional state of accepting victory when it came at real cost. Not clean victory, not triumphant success, but the kind that required sacrifice to achieve, that came with damage to yourself and others. Fang reached for it anyway. The unlock of Scar 59 was gentler than the others, which surprised him. The emotional state was one he had touched before, in the aftermath of the fight with Chun Bifu, in the resolution of the Eternal Forge faction's threat. He understood what the deity was asking for, the acceptance of wins that were not perfect, that came with real damage, real loss, but were still victories. The understanding that one could be both successful and scarred, that winning did not mean escaping cost. The technique that emerged was called the persistent guard. It allowed Fang to maintain a defensive field even when his body was damaged or his cultivation was depleted. It was a technique for continuing, even when continuing should have been impossible, for maintaining protection of others even when one had given so much to the effort that one had nothing left. When Scar 59 settled, Fang made the deliberate choice to stop. He sat back and forced himself to breathe slowly, to allow his body time to stabilize. Ren Wujiu nodded approval at the decision. "Rest," the ancient cultivator said. "Your body needs integration time. The next unlocks will be harder anyway. You're approaching the point where the dangerous techniques truly begin." Chapter 105. For 3 days, Fang rested and allowed his body to integrate the new techniques. He did not leave the cultivation chamber, did not push himself, did not try to accelerate the process. Luo Yinqi watched him constantly, monitoring not just his physical signs, but his cultivation essence, ensuring that nothing was rupturing or destabilizing. Ren Wujiu remained with the group, spending time in conversation with each member. With the cartographer, he spoke of history and the deity's changing understanding of power over the centuries, the evolution of his philosophy as he aged and encountered new challenges. With Shun Guyu, he discussed philosophy and the nature of inheritance, what it meant to receive something from someone who had passed on. Within Yuheng, he was surprisingly gentle, speaking to her about her ancestor and Li Wen and sharing stories of what the deity had been like when he loved her, the way his entire demeanor would change when discussing her or when near her descendant. On the 4th day, Fang stood for the unlock of Scar 60, the final scar in the advanced foundational sequence. The emotional state it required was one that Fang had only begun to understand. The state of consciousness expansion, The specific feeling of realizing that one's own perspective was too small for what one had begun to comprehend, that the universe was vastly larger and more intricate than any single consciousness could fully grasp. The unlock was not the most painful. That distinction belonged to several of the earlier ones. But it was the most overwhelming. The scar seemed to open not just in his chest, but in his entire being, expanding through his body and consciousness simultaneously. The technique that emerged carried with it an understanding that was not specifically about power, but about consciousness itself, about the nature of awareness and how it could be expanded and refined. Scar 60 was called the eternal frame, and it was not a technique in the traditional sense. It was, the deity had noted in the cipher, a cultivator's first conscious experience of the principles that govern power at the tier above conventional understanding. It was a shift in how Fang perceived the world, a widening of his awareness that made it impossible to go back to his previous understanding, that forced him to accept that what he had thought was the full extent of power and cultivation was merely the shallow end of an incomprehensibly deep ocean. The breakthrough came immediately after. Fang's cultivation essence surged upward in a way that was different from previous breakthroughs, less explosive but more profound. His rank climbed to heaven marrow, the same tier that Renwujiu inhabited, the second highest level of conventional cultivation achievement. The transformation was not instantaneous but occurred in waves, as if his entire being was restructuring itself to accommodate this new tier of existence. The transformation was not explosive or violent. It was subtle, almost quiet, like watching water gradually transform into steam. But the cultivation pressure that radiated from Fang in that moment was unmistakable. His domain extended across the entire chamber and beyond, touching the valley they had made their home, extending into the cultivation grounds and beyond. Everyone in proximity felt it. The weight of understanding, the age of techniques, the signature of a power that had been honed across centuries of development. Renwujiu stood absolutely still. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The ancient cultivator seemed to be looking through Fang rather than at him, as if seeing something that existed beyond the physical form. Then the ancient cultivator walked toward Fang with a deliberation that suggested he was crossing a boundary that could not be uncrossed, a transition point in how he understood Fang's place in the world. "You are not the deity," Renwujiu said. "No," Fang agreed. "You are not the deity, but you are no longer merely his vessel," Renwujiu continued. "In reaching Heaven Marrow rank, you have moved beyond what the techniques created and begun to become their source. This is the moment where inheritance becomes authorship." "I'm not ready to be their source," Fang said. "I don't understand them fully enough." "No one is ever ready," Renwujiu replied. "I reached this rank 700 years ago, and I was not ready then. I am still not ready. But readiness is not the requirement. Understanding that one is not ready and continuing forward anyway, that is the requirement." Chapter 106. The breakthrough to Heaven Marrow rank changed something fundamental in how Fang understood the next phase of his education. The techniques he had unlocked so far had been designed to teach him principles: how power should be wielded, what responsibility meant, how to balance capability with wisdom. The dangerous techniques, scars 101 to 139, were designed to teach him something else. They were designed to teach him responsibility in its deepest, most personal form, responsibility that could not be delegated or escaped or justified by appeal to authority. Renwujiu made this explicit in a conversation that took place 3 days after the breakthrough, as Fang was preparing for the next set of unlocks. The ancient cultivator had pulled Fang aside to a quiet meditation chamber, away from the others, indicating that this was not a conversation meant for witnesses. "You ask yourself now why the deity labeled certain techniques as dangerous," the ancient cultivator said. "The reason is not that they are powerful. The reason is that they require the wielder to accept complete responsibility for how they are used." They were sitting across from each other, with the cultivation markers around them showing the alignment of power. Fang had the sense that Renwujiu was preparing for something, a final argument, perhaps, or a final test, a conversation that would determine whether Fang could truly understand what he was choosing. There is a theory of power that says that powerful techniques should be held by institutions rather than individuals, Renwujiu continued. The reasoning is straightforward and has merit. Institutions are accountable in ways individuals are not. An individual cultivator can hide. They can claim they did not know, that they followed orders from a superior, that circumstances forced them, that they had no choice. Institutions cannot make those claims as easily. Institutions are visible. Their decisions are documented. Their processes are transparent. Fang listened without interrupting. understanding that the ancient cultivator was laying out a complete philosophical argument that he believed was stronger than Fang's own reasoning. The War Deity rejected that theory, Ren Wujiu said. He believed, and I have come to understand that he was right, that power held by institutions is power that has abdicated responsibility. When an institution uses power, no individual can be held fully accountable. When you use power, you stand alone in front of what you have done. There is no hiding behind orders or procedure or the collective decision-making of a council. The ancient cultivator paused, and in that pause, Fang understood that this was the central question that Ren Wujiu had come to resolve, the fundamental issue that had brought him here and made him doubt whether Fang was worthy of this inheritance. So I ask you now directly, Ren Wujiu said. You are a library, Fang Ruolin. You carry 140 techniques that the deity created. You did not create them. You are not their author. Will you serve the library function? Will you teach anyone who asks, heal anyone who comes, fight for any cause that calls upon you? Will you be a tool, available to anyone who needs you? No, Fang said. Why not? Ren Wujiu asked. If you're going to carry these techniques, don't you have a responsibility to use them for the benefit of everyone? Because that's not what the deity did, Fang replied. The deity was incomparably more powerful than I am. He was the most powerful person alive for centuries, and he still chose who to help. He still refused requests that violated his principles. He still said no. He would not teach certain people. He would not fight certain wars. He had power, but he did not have unlimited responsibility. And if your refusal causes harm? Ren Wujiu pressed. If someone comes to you asking for healing and you refuse, and they die, are you responsible? Yes, Fang said without hesitation. Completely and wholly responsible, just as the deity would have been. Ren Wujiu nodded slowly. That is the correct answer, and it is the most frightening answer. You understand that by accepting the techniques and choosing to wield them, you accept responsibility for every action and every refusal. You cannot claim neutrality. You cannot claim you were just following orders. You stand alone. Yes, Fang said. I understand. The dangerous techniques are dangerous because they make this clear, Ren Wujiu said. When you unlock them, you will be choosing, consciously and completely, to accept power that will demand choices that cannot be avoided or delegated. The deity did not do this lightly. Then why did he do it? Fang asked. If he understood how costly this would be, why did he not refuse to teach me at all? Because he trusted you to choose the cost and accept it anyway, Ren Wujiu said. That trust is the inheritance that matters more than the techniques. The techniques are tools. The trust that you will choose responsibility fully, that is what he actually gave you. Chapter 107 The preparation for the dangerous techniques took 3 days. Fang did not unlock during that time. Instead, he studied, discussed, and came to understand the philosophical weight of what he was about to choose. He reviewed the cipher notes with Wu Daolin, examining the deity's own reasoning about why these particular techniques had been classified as dangerous. He sat with Ren Wujiu and discussed the centuries of choices the ancient cultivator had witnessed. Scar 77, the cold one, the apology, remained the exception to everything. It did not fit the sequence. Wu Daolin kept the cipher notes related to it separate, not from secrecy, but from respect. Scar 77 was not like the other dangerous techniques. It was a personal communication between the deity and Fang, not a power technique at all, but a message, a confession, an apology. When Fang finally began the next sequence of unlocks, it was with the full understanding of what each one would cost, not in pain, but in principle, not in physical suffering, but in spiritual transformation. Scars 61 to 70 unlocked over the course of a week. Each one demanded an emotional state that required Fang to accept responsibility for something he had previously blamed on circumstance or fate. Scar 61 required the state of accepting that his own power had changed the world around him, that people had died in the conflicts he had engaged in, that institutions had fallen because he had acted against them, that his choices had ripple effects that extended far beyond what he could control or predict. It required him to feel the weight of those consequences and continue forward anyway, understanding that power inevitably created harm even when wielded responsibly. The unlock was agonizing in a way that was more spiritual than physical. The scar opened slowly, as if resisting, as if the deity had encoded something into it that fought against being opened by someone unwilling to truly accept what it contained. When the technique settled, Fang understood that what he had unlocked was a method for calculating cost. It allowed him to understand, before taking an action, what the consequences would be and for whom. It was called the cost reader, and it was extraordinarily painful to use because it showed him, in clear detail, what every action would mean for everyone it touched. Scar 62 followed, demanding the state of accepting decisions made under incomplete information. The technique it contained, called the uncertain path, allowed him to move forward with purpose even when he could not see all the consequences of his choice, even when information was unavailable and clarity was impossible. By the time Scar 70 unlocked, Fang had integrated 10 new techniques, and his entire understanding of power had shifted again. These were not techniques for doing. These were techniques for understanding. They were the deity's attempt to give him the tools to make good choices, knowing that the deity could not guarantee the outcomes. Scars 71 to 80 came next, and they were harder in a different way. These techniques required emotional states that went beyond acceptance into something more like transformation, requiring Fang to become a different kind of person to carry them. Scar 71 required the state of forgiving someone who had genuinely harmed you, not for their sake, but because holding the resentment was harming you more, preventing you from growing forward. For this, Fang found himself thinking of Elder Hu Jindao, who had expelled him from the sect, who had rejected him based on fear and limited understanding. The unlock came with a bittersweet clarity. He was not forgiving Elder Hu because he no longer believed Elder Hu had been wrong or had not caused harm. He was forgiving him because the alternative was carrying the resentment forward into every future choice, letting that old wound poison his ongoing decisions. The technique that emerged was called the harm dissolution. It allowed Fang to take damage meant to harm him and transform it into clarity, using the hurt to understand what he needed to become, what parts of himself needed to grow and strengthen. Scars 72 to 75 unlocked with successive emotional states around transformation and growth. Each one was easier than the previous ones had been, not because they were less costly, but because Fang's capacity to hold multiple techniques in consciousness had expanded to match the load. Scar 76, positioned just before the apology scar, required the state of accepting that everything would be imperfect. The unlock brought with it a technique called the imperfect continuation. It allowed Fang to continue working toward his goals even when he knew the effort would not be fully successful, when he knew that compromise and loss were inevitable parts of the path forward. On the night that Scar 76 unlocked, Ren Wujiu sat with Fang under the stars. The ancient cultivator was quiet for a long time, simply observing the cultivation lights that surrounded them, the way they reflected off the valley and created patterns of illumination. "You are almost ready," Ren Wujiu said finally. "Ready for what?" Fang asked. "Ready for Scar 77, the ancient cultivator replied. "The apology. The deity's most personal communication. It has been waiting for this moment." Chapter 108 Scar 77 was positioned strangely in the sequence, not at the end like one might expect for something so personal, but not truly in the middle either, positioned like a scar that had to be understood in the context of everything that came after. Wu Daolin had decoded the cipher carefully, spending weeks on the deepest layers of the deity's encryption, and what he read to Fang made everything else settle into new focus. The scribe called Fang into his workspace, surrounded by papers covered in the deity's handwriting, cipher annotations, cross-references to other texts. Wu Daolin looked exhausted, as if the work of decoding had consumed him entirely, as if he had been living inside the deity's mind. "I found something," Wu Daolin said. "Something that changes how you need to understand what comes next." The scar did not contain a technique in the traditional sense. It contained a memory, a moment preserved perfectly, and the deity had written it as a personal message to Fang. It was not a message of power. It was a message of regret. Wu Daolin read the translation slowly, his voice steady despite the weight of what he was conveying, despite the emotion that the scribe felt at being the one to convey something so intimate. "I have been building toward this moment for my entire life. Everything I learned, every technique I created, every battle I fought, it was all in service of reaching the point where I could pass this knowledge forward to someone worthy. And I have failed, not in creating the techniques. I succeeded there, but in preparing someone to carry them. I looked for 60 years, Ruolin, and I found you 3 months before I died. That is not enough time. I have tried to build the curriculum in such a way that it prepares you despite my inadequacy as a teacher. But I know, and you will know when you reach Scar 140, what I am asking of you. I am asking you to accept something that I am not confident you are ready to accept. I am asking you to carry techniques that might break you. And I am doing it anyway, because I have run out of time and I do not know what else to do. This scar is my apology for that. It is my admission that I have put you in a position where you must choose between accepting an inheritance that might destroy you or refusing it, and letting my final attempt at teaching die with me. I am sorry. I do not know if sorry is enough, but it is what I can offer you from this distance, this near death, this desperation. Forgive me if you can." When Wu Daolin finished reading, the chamber was absolutely silent. Fang sat with the message, understanding that this was not something to respond to immediately, that this was something to carry forward and integrate gradually, that the deity was not asking for forgiveness right now, but was asking for the possibility of forgiveness at some point in the future. Ren Lihua, who had been present during the reading, reached over and placed her hand on Fang's. He was afraid, she said quietly. He knew what he was doing to you, and he was afraid. Yes, Fang replied. I can feel it in the cipher, the fear underneath the words. He was desperate and afraid and uncertain. And he did it anyway. There's more, Wu Daolin said gently, waiting for Fang to look up. The deepest layer. Are you ready? I'm ready, Fang replied. The deepest cipher layer, Wu Daolin continued, reveals that Scar 77 was not built to store a technique. The deity built it to store a fragment of his consciousness. After all the other scars open, after all the techniques are unlocked, Scar 77 is positioned to give you something you cannot get from the other scars. It will give you the deity's perspective, his understanding, his way of seeing the world as if you were standing in his consciousness looking out. Fang felt the weight of this settle over him. Not just learning from the deity through techniques, but experiencing what it was like to be the deity, to see through his eyes, to understand from his internal landscape. When will it open? Fang asked. When you choose to let it, Wu Daolin said. The deity was explicit. All the other scars will open on their own when the emotional states align. Scar 77 requires your conscious choice. He did not want to force his understanding on you. He wanted to offer it, and let you choose whether to accept it. He was giving you the freedom he never had. Fang placed his hand over Scar 77, feeling the cold of it against his palm. It had never resonated the way the other scars did. It had remained closed and cold throughout his entire journey, even after every other scar had begun to unlock, a reminder of something held back, something waiting. The scar felt almost like a separate entity, distinct from the golden resonance of the other techniques. Not yet, Fang said. Not until I've unlocked the dangerous techniques. Not until I've chosen, completely, what kind of person I want to be. Then I'll choose Scar 77. When I open it, I want to be certain about who I am. I want to stand as myself before I let his consciousness in to show me how to be him. Wu Daolin nodded in understanding. That is the right choice. That is what the deity hoped you would do. Chapter 109. Scars 78 to 90 unlocked over the next 10 days. These were deeper than anything Fang had yet experienced, touching on emotional states that required him to examine not just his actions, but his motivations, his fears, his deepest uncertainties about himself and his place in the world. The observation chamber began to feel less like a place of safe technique and more like a confessional, each unlock a wound opening to reveal the truth of what lay beneath. Scar 78 required the state of accepting that he did not understand what the deity had been trying to teach him, that there might be dimensions to the curriculum he would never fully grasp. The technique it contained, called the student's humility, allowed him to move through the process of learning despite ongoing confusion, to accept that understanding would come in time, to trust the process even when the destination remained unclear. When Fang opened this scar, he felt the vertigo of standing in the middle of a vast library and realizing that he would never read all the books, that knowledge was infinite and he was finite. Scars 79 to 81 were clustered around the specific emotional states related to love and loss. Scar 79 required experiencing the full pain of grief for something precious that was genuinely gone, grief that would not fade entirely, but would become part of one's character. The unlock made Fang confront the fact that Li Wen was truly dead, that no technique, no matter how powerful, could undo that loss. He felt the deity's grief as his own, a vast and ancient sorrow that had shaped 500 years of isolation. Scar 80 required accepting that grief would not fully fade, that the loss would remain a permanent part of one's experience. This was somehow harder than the acute pain of Scar 79. It required Fang to accept that he would carry this pain forward for the rest of his life, that it would color everything he experienced, that it would never resolve into acceptance and then fade away. It would simply be there, part of the texture of his consciousness. Scar 81 required understanding that grief and love were not opposites, but were intimately connected, that the depth of grief was proportional to the depth of love. When this scar opened, Fang experienced something miraculous. The realization that the deity's grief was proof of the deity's capacity for love, that the 500 years of pain testified to the reality and depth of what the deity had felt for Li Wen. The grief was not a wound. It was a monument. The unlocks of these 3 scars made Fang understand why the deity had positioned them where they were in the sequence. They were the emotional foundation for understanding Scar 17, for understanding how the morning strike had connected to Yuhing's presence, for understanding that the deity's entire curriculum had been, in some way, an attempt to work through his own grief and loss through the medium of teaching another person to transform pain into wisdom that could be passed on. Fang realized that by accepting this inheritance, he was accepting not just power but the deity's grief, and in that acceptance, he was honoring what the deity had loved. Scars 82 to 90 continued the progression. Each one was harder than the last, and by the time Scar 90 opened, Fang had been in near continuous state of emotional and spiritual upheaval for days. He slept poorly, dreaming of things he could not control, waking in disorientation. He found himself questioning everything: his choices, his understanding, his capacity to bear the weight of what he was carrying. Scar 90 was the last before the deepest, dangerous techniques began. It required the emotional state of accepting that one's own power was not enough, that there would always be forces and circumstances beyond one's control, and that being powerful did not exempt one from the experience of powerlessness, from the vulnerability that all living things carried. The technique it contained was called the Void Encounter, and it was strange and lonely. It allowed Fang to perceive the spaces between his power, the gaps in his understanding, the things that would always remain beyond his reach, the aspects of existence that even the greatest power could not touch. When Fang unlocked this scar, he felt himself fall into spaces that were larger than his capacity to understand them, realms of reality that existed in ways his power could not touch or influence. After Scar 90 unlocked, Renwujiu pulled Fang from the unlocked chamber and insisted he rest for a full 3 days without further work. The ancient cultivator guided Fang to his rest chamber, ensured he had food and water, and then sat beside him in silence. "You are approaching the true, dangerous techniques," Renwujiu said quietly. "These are not going to come easily. These are going to require not just emotional states, but fundamental transformations in how you understand yourself." Fang nodded, too tired to respond verbally. The weight of integration was becoming almost unbearable, the consciousness of carrying so many techniques, so many different ways of understanding power. He felt himself fragmenting, stretched across 90 different ways of seeing and being. "The last 40, Renwujiu continued, are not the most powerful, but they are the most transformative. When you unlock them, you will not be the same person you are now." The deity knew this. It is why he labeled them dangerous. They are dangerous not because they are powerful, but because they change the wielder. They transform what is possible for you. They remake who you are at the level of fundamental identity. "Will you still be here?" Fang asked, his voice barely audible. "I will," Renwujiu said. "I came to judge whether you were worthy of this inheritance. I have decided that you are. Now I stay to acknowledge that this is worthy work. You are not alone in this transformation. Even as you change, we are here, witnessing what you are becoming." Chapter 110. The rest period was not restful. Fang's consciousness continued to process everything that had been unlocked, integrating the new techniques into his understanding at a pace that felt almost overwhelming. He experienced dreams where the boundaries between different scars' techniques blurred together, where he understood power in ways that made him question his own sanity. He woke sometimes with the sensations of techniques he had not yet unlocked, as if his consciousness was reaching forward, preparing itself for what was coming. There were moments when he could not remember which scar he currently inhabited, when multiple perspectives seemed to speak simultaneously in his mind, each one claiming authority, each one convinced of its own righteousness. He spent time with each member of the group during this integration period, and each interaction grounded him in a different way. With Ren Lihua, he sat in silence for hours. No discussion needed, just the simple comfort of presence. She seemed to understand what he was experiencing in ways that did not require words, as if she could see the fragments of consciousness trying to reassemble themselves into coherence. Sometimes she would place her hand on his chest and simply hold it there, as if anchoring him to his own body. Within Yuheng, he discussed cultivation philosophy and watched her grow stronger week by week, her own understanding deepening through proximity to so much accumulated power. She asked him questions that forced him to articulate things he had only understood instinctively, and in explaining to her, he began to understand himself more fully. "What does it feel like to hold all of them at once?" she asked. "Like being a river that contains many currents," he replied, each one moving in slightly different directions, all of them part of the same water. With Shun Guyu, he reviewed the transcripts of every unlock, every conversation, every moment that the scribe had captured, seeing his own journey reflected back through another person's eyes. It was strange to read his own words recorded so carefully, to see the evidence of how much he had changed in the course of just a few weeks. "You were afraid at the beginning," Shin Guyu observed, showing him an early transcript. I was, Fang agreed. Less so now. Not less afraid. Shin Guyu corrected gently. Changed fear. Now you're afraid of failing the deity. Before, you were afraid of failing yourself. With Luo Yanqi, he submitted to full medical scans to ensure that his integration was progressing without damage, that no ruptures were forming in his cultivation structure. The healer moved her instruments across his body, reading the cultivation channels, checking for stress fractures in the spiritual pathways. You're adapting remarkably, she said. Your body is learning to hold more power than anyone should be able to hold. Wu Daolin remained in the cipher archives, continuing to decode the deepest layers of the deity's writing. He emerged from one session looking both exhausted and exhilarated, his eyes bright with the intensity of his work. He emerged from one session with news that made Fang sit up in attention. I found the final cipher layer, Wu Daolin said. The one that relates to Scar 140 specifically. Do you want to hear what's there? Fang considered this for a long moment. The part of him that sought certainty wanted to know everything, to prepare himself for what was coming. But another part, the part that was learning to trust the process, hesitated. Not yet, Fang replied. I want to unlock the remaining dangerous techniques first. I want to know what I am before I encounter what the deity has put in the final scar. I want to stand complete in myself and then receive the final gift. The cartographer, observing this from across the chamber, moved closer. The ancient cultivator's expression was unreadable, but his nod was approving. That is the right choice. The deity would say the same. Knowledge of the ending should not guide the journey. The journey should transform you into someone ready to receive the ending. You are learning what takes most cultivators centuries to understand. On the morning of the fourth day of rest, Fang felt something shift in his consciousness. The accumulated techniques had begun to cohere, to stop fighting each other, and instead to create a kind of unified awareness. He was not fragmented anymore. He was becoming something integrated, something capable of holding all of this power. He stood once more in the unlocked chamber. Scars 91 to 100 were the next sequence, and they were positioned to address the most dangerous emotional states, the capacity for cruelty, the temptation to use power for purposes of domination, the specific ways that a powerful person could rationalize harm. The deity was about to teach him his own shadow. Scar 91 required the emotional state of acknowledging one's own capacity for cruelty, not fighting it, not denying it, but looking directly at what one was capable of doing to others if one chose to, understanding that within every person, no matter how ethical, there was the potential for harm. Fang realized that this was not weakness in the deity, but honest recognition. The deity had not pretended to be good. He had chosen to be good, and that choice meant understanding the alternative at every moment. The unlock was the hardest Fang had yet experienced. The pain was almost incidental compared to the spiritual weight of opening that scar. What emerged was a technique called the cruelty mirror. It allowed Fang to perceive, in others and in himself, the moment when power began to slip from service into domination. It showed him the exact point where a decision could go one way or another, the exact moment where cruelty and strength diverged. It showed him, with brutal clarity, every moment in his past where he could have been cruel and had chosen not to, but also every moment where a subtler form of cruelty had slipped through anyway, where his power had caused harm even when he had intended compassion. Scars 92 to 95 followed in similar progression over the next 4 days. Scar 92 addressed the specific temptation to use power to avoid responsibility, the ways that the powerful could hide behind their power rather than engage with the difficult work of accountability. Fang felt the deity's struggle with this temptation echoing through the centuries, the times when withdrawing seemed easier than confronting, when isolation seemed preferable to engagement. Scar 93 addressed the temptation to use power to control others, to make them do what you believed was right for them rather than allowing them to make their own choices. This unlock was particularly illuminating because it showed Fang the subtle ways that control masqueraded as care, how protecting others could become a form of domination. The technique, called the consent mirror, allowed Fang to distinguish in any moment whether he was acting in partnership with others or imposing his will upon them. Scar 94 addressed the temptation to use power to enforce one's understanding on others, to make the world conform to one's vision of truth. The deity had fallen into this temptation many times, had spent decades attempting to reshape cultivation itself according to his understanding. The technique, called the perspective humility, allowed Fang to perceive other valid ways of understanding reality, to recognize that his truth was not the only truth. Scar 95 addressed the deepest and most subtle temptation, the temptation to use power in service of what one believed was right, regardless of whether the people affected by that power had consented to it. This was the justification that had shaped the worst actions of the deity's life, the belief that he was acting for the greater good, that his understanding of what was necessary justified overriding others' autonomy. The unlock for this scar was the most painful of all, because it required Fang to admit to himself that he had done this too, had used his power to help others in ways they had not asked for, had imposed his understanding of what was good upon them. The technique was called the consent-based action, and it required learning to limit his power to only what others had explicitly asked for or agreed to. By the time Scar 100 was ready for unlock, Fang had fundamentally shifted his understanding of what the dangerous techniques were actually for. They were not for waging war or enforcing will. They were for self-regulation. They were the deity's attempt to give Fang tools for checking himself, for knowing the boundaries of acceptable use of power. The deity had spent 500 years learning these boundaries, often through failure, often through causing harm. Now he was giving Fang the knowledge he had gained, the hard-won understanding of how to be powerful without becoming a tyrant. Scar 100 required the emotional state of accepting that one's understanding of right and wrong was incomplete and might never be complete. This was not hopelessness, but rather humility, the recognition that certainty was often the beginning of cruelty. The technique it contained was called the uncertainty walk. It allowed Fang to move forward toward his goals even when he was genuinely uncertain whether his goals were right, as long as he continued to question that rightness and remained open to being shown wrong. It was a technique for living with doubt, for acting despite uncertainty, for remaining open to correction. When Scar 100 unlocked and settled, Fang had reached the midpoint. He had unlocked 100 techniques. 39 dangerous techniques remained, plus Scar 77 the apology, plus Scar 140, which was not a technique at all. And for the first time since beginning this journey, Fang felt that he had become something coherent, something capable of holding all of this power without being consumed by it. At that moment, Fang sat in the observation chamber with Renwujio, and the ancient cultivator made a simple observation. The worst is behind you now. What remains is not harder, it is different. The remaining dangerous techniques are not about self-regulation. They are about acceptance of others. Fang waited for the explanation, feeling something in his chest settle into a new configuration. The deity was a solitary person, Renwujio continued. He was powerful, yes, but he spent centuries in isolation, maintaining control over his own nature. The last 39 techniques are his attempt to teach you something he only learned at the very end of his life. That power is not complete until it is shared, that cultivation is not a solitary path, and that the techniques mean nothing unless they are part of a life lived with others. You have learned to regulate yourself. Now you will learn to be in relationship with others. That is the final transformation. Chapter 111 Scars 101 to 110 unlocked over a period of 8 days. These techniques demanded emotional states that required Fang to examine his relationship with other people, his students, his friends, his adversaries, his companions. They were nothing like the isolated, internal work of the first 100 scars. These demanded that Fang open himself to others, that he learn to be vulnerable in ways that had always terrified him. Scar 101 required the emotional state of trusting someone else enough to let them help you. This was harder than Fang had anticipated. It required him to set down the habit of self-sufficiency, to acknowledge that his strength alone was insufficient. When he opened himself to Yuhing's presence during the unlock, allowing her cultivation to intertwine with his own, he felt the vertigo of depending on another person's stability. The technique it contained, called the shared strength, allowed Fang to combine his power with another cultivator's power in ways that amplified both, creating something neither could achieve alone. This was a technique that required vulnerability, the willingness to be dependent on another person's strength. When Fang tested it with Yuhing under controlled conditions, he felt something shift in his understanding of what power could be. It was not a solitary thing. It was collaborative, emergent, alive in ways his individual strength could never be. Scar 102 required the emotional state of accepting another person's growth into power. The technique it contained was called the student witness. It allowed a teacher to perceive their students' progress with absolute clarity and to adjust teaching based on that perception. It was a technique about stepping back and allowing others to surpass you, trusting that their growth was good even when it meant your own irrelevance. The unlock required Fang to watch Yuhing increase in power day after day, to feel genuinely happy about her progress even when she made connections he had not made, even when she solved problems in ways that surprised him. These techniques, and the ones that followed, were clearly designed with the experience of teaching in mind. Fang began to understand that the deity had been trying to prepare him not just to wield power but to pass it on, to teach others, to become the kind of teacher that the deity had struggled to be. The deity had been solitary, had struggled with connection, had learned to teach only at the very end of his life. But he had wanted to give Fang the gift of learning how to connect and teach while there was still time, while Fang was still young enough to build an entire life around that principle. Scar 103 required accepting that a student might take your teaching in directions you did not intend. The technique was called the improvisation grace. It allowed a teacher to remain calm and responsive when a student deviated from the planned curriculum, understanding that the student's growth might require them to make their own path. When Fang unlocked this scar, he thought of all the ways he had deviated from the deity's intended curriculum, all the times he had made choices the deity would not have made. And he understood that the deity had anticipated this, had built tolerance for it, had created a space where his students could become themselves rather than become copies of him. Scars 104 to 110 continued this progression. They addressed the various ways that power could be shared, challenged, compromised, and ultimately transformed through the process of teaching and learning. Scar 104 addressed teaching someone who questioned your authority. Scar 105 addressed what to do when a student surpassed the teacher in specific domains. Scar 106 addressed managing the jealousy that could arise in groups of students competing for a teacher's attention. Scar 107 addressed honoring a student who had learned what you taught, but had then chosen a different path entirely. Scar 108 addressed the grief of teaching someone who would eventually leave you. Scar 109 addressed the strange friendship that could develop between teacher and student when the teaching was complete. Scar 110 addressed the moment when teacher and student became equals. By the time Scar 110 unlocked, Fang's entire understanding of what it meant to carry the deity's inheritance had shifted. This was not about being a library or a weapon or a tool. This was about becoming a teacher, a guide, a person who could help others reach toward their own power. This was about transformation not through isolation but through connection. Ren Lihua made an observation on the evening of Scar 110's unlock. "You're different now," she said. "Not just more powerful. Different. Like you're starting to understand something the deity spent 500 years learning." "What's that?" Fang asked. "That power is not the point," Ren Lihua said. "That the point is what you do with it and who you become in the process of using it. That the inheritance is not the techniques at all. The inheritance is the choice to become someone worthy of having received them. And you're making that choice every single day now. Not because you were forced to, but because you've realized that's what makes the inheritance mean anything at all." Fang sat with this observation, understanding that Ren Lihua had perceived something in him that he was only beginning to perceive in himself. She was right. He was not the same person he had been at Chapter 100. He was being transformed, not by the power but by the understanding that had to accompany it. The power was almost incidental now. What mattered was what he would do with it. Chapter 112. The rest between the completion of Scars 101 to 110 and the beginning of the next cycle was not a true rest at all. Fang's body lay on the cultivation mat in the observation chamber, but his consciousness was elsewhere, processing the transformation he had undergone, integrating the realization that he was not destined to be a weapon but a teacher. Ren Lihua sat beside him through most of this period, her presence constant and grounding. She brought water when he needed it, ensured his physical form received the care it required, and most importantly, simply witnessed what was happening to him without trying to interrupt or change the process. "What are you thinking?" she asked on the second evening of his rest. "That the deity was lonely," Fang replied. "That he created all these techniques for teaching because he understood something fundamental about how to transfer not just power, but understanding. But he was so isolated that he never actually got to use most of them. He was teaching me posthumously because he couldn't teach anyone while he was alive." "Does that change what you're learning?" Ren Lihua asked. "It means the techniques have a different weight now," Fang said. "I'm not just learning how to wield power. I'm learning how to help others become strong in ways that don't isolate them. I'm learning the opposite of what made the deity who he was." Ren Lihua considered this. "Do you think you'll be able to do that? To help people become strong without isolating them?" "I don't know yet," Fang said. "But that's what I'm going to try. That's what these techniques are pushing me toward." On the third day of rest, before beginning the next cluster of unlocks, Fang sat with the entire group in the main chamber. They gathered around him not in the formal configuration they used for observation, but in a circle, as equals. Even Ren Wujiu sat in the circle rather than standing at the periphery, a subtle acknowledgement that something had fundamentally shifted in his role. "Scars 111 to 120 are coming," Shun Guyu said. "Are you prepared?" "The deity cipher indicates these will shift focus again," Wu Daolin added. "The first 100 scars addressed internal cultivation and self-regulation. The next 20 address relationship and interconnection." "What does that mean practically?" And Yuhing asked. "It means Fang is about to learn techniques that require other people, Luo Yinchi said, that require trust, vulnerability, shared power. Things that can't be learned alone. Fang looked at each person in the circle. Ren Wujiu with his 700 years of observation. Ren Lihua with her persistent refusal to let him isolate himself. Shen Guyu with his meticulous documentation of every moment. Luo Yinchi with her precise monitoring of his cultivation progression. And Yuheng with her growing power and willingness to learn from him. Wu Daolin with his endless patience in decoding the deity's most intimate secrets. The cartographer with his ancient wisdom and acceptance of whatever emerged from the curriculum. Then I'm ready to learn, Fang said, because I have people to learn with. Chapter 113. In the days following Scar 120's unlock, Fang found himself reflecting on how far he had come. He had unlocked 120 scars, 120 distinct techniques, each one a window into how the deity had understood power, how he had learned and adapted and grown across centuries of life and death and transformation. The observation chamber felt different now, or rather, Fang was different in it, and the chamber responded to that difference. The cultivation infrastructure hummed with recognition, resonating with the presence of someone who had fundamentally transformed. Scars 121 to 130 unlocked over the next 10 days in a succession that felt almost relentless, yet also somehow natural, as if his consciousness had finally expanded enough to integrate multiple techniques without the same level of agony he had felt before. These scars represented a new phase entirely, no longer just about the dangerous techniques in the abstract philosophical sense, but about how those techniques actually functioned in the context of a life lived with others, how power had to be wielded when the person wielding it had companions, had people they cared about, had responsibilities that extended beyond themselves into networks of relationship and obligation. Scar 121 required the emotional state of accepting that one's choices affected others in ways that could not be predicted or controlled, that every action a powerful person took rippled outward into circles of consequence that extended far beyond what they could see. The technique it contained, called the consequence web, allowed Fang to perceive the ripple effects of his actions across many people and many contexts, to see how a single choice in one location could cascade into changes in distant places that seemed unrelated to the original action. When Fang opened himself to this perception, he was overwhelmed by the sheer complexity of interconnection, the way everything touched everything else in ways that defied simple prediction. Scar 122 demanded accepting that sometimes the right choice would hurt the people you loved, that refusing to act could be more harmful than acting, even if the action caused immediate pain to those close to you. This was a brutal unlock. Fang felt the weight of the choice the deity had made to create this curriculum, knowing it would demand so much of him, knowing it might break him, but proceeding anyway because the alternative, letting the inheritance die, was worse. The technique was called the necessary harm. It allowed someone to make painful decisions without being destroyed by guilt, without using the pain as an excuse to avoid responsibility or to claim that one's choice was wrong. It required learning to live with the knowledge of one's own capacity for causing harm, even when that harm was necessary and right. Scars 123 to 130 continued this progression, each one addressing a different aspect of how power functioned in relationship. Some addressed the specific ways that teaching had to balance control with freedom, allowing students room to fall or fail so they could learn resilience. Others addressed how to maintain one's own integrity when others were constantly making demands on one's power, how to say no without being consumed by guilt. Others addressed the paradox of loving someone and knowing that sometimes the most loving choice was to refuse to use power on their behalf, to let them struggle so they could grow. And Yuheng watched these unlocks with growing recognition. She approached Fang after Scar 125 opened and said something that clarified what was happening. You're learning what the deity never fully achieved. You're learning how to be powerful without being alone. You're learning to stay connected even when it would be easier to withdraw. By the time Scar 130 unlocked, Fang had integrated techniques that allowed him to perceive, understand, and navigate the most complex aspects of human power dynamics. He had also begun to understand, in a deeper way than before, what the deity had struggled with across 500 years, the constant tension between isolation and relationship, between withdrawing one's power to protect others from its influence, and remaining engaged despite knowing that one's engagement could cause harm. And for the first time, Fang believed he might be able to solve that problem in a way the deity never had. Chapter 114. The next cluster, Scars 131 to 135, were positioned to address something different entirely. The specific ways that a teacher had to transform as their students grew in power, how a master had to learn to let go of what they had created, had to accept that their creation would be changed and adapted, and ultimately transcended. These were not about wielding techniques, but about releasing them, allowing others to make them their own and transform them beyond what the teacher had envisioned. This realization struck Fang with force. The curriculum was not leading him toward power, but toward powerlessness. It was training him to create and then to surrender, to offer knowledge, and then to trust it would be used in ways he could not control or predict. Scar 131 required the emotional state of watching something you had created transcend its original purpose, of understanding that your greatest gift to the world might be something that eventually had nothing to do with what you intended. Fang felt this in his chest as he opened the scar, the ache of creation being transformed beyond recognition, his carefully constructed understanding being taken apart and reassembled into something new. The technique was called the Transcendence Witness. It allowed a teacher to feel genuine joy at a student's growth even when it meant the student had surpassed the teacher's original vision, even when the student took the teaching in directions that the teacher would never have gone. When Fang integrated the technique, he understood in a visceral way what the deity had struggled with for 500 years, the impossible task of creating something and then relinquishing control of it, of watching it become something entirely different. Scars 132 to 135 continued this progression, each one addressing a different aspect of what it meant to teach without trying to control the outcome. Scar 132 addressed releasing one's need to be acknowledged for what one had created. The unlock revealed to Fang a lifetime of the deity's anonymous gifts, techniques left behind and forgotten, power offered and never received credit for offering. Scar 133 addressed accepting that one's teaching would be forgotten, that the student might not remember the teacher at all. This unlock was the most emotionally demanding yet, the acceptance of irrelevance, the knowledge that everything one had sacrificed to create might be lost to history. Scar 134 addressed understanding that this was not failure, but was instead the highest form of success, the completion of a cycle where the student integrated the teaching so fully that the teacher's role became invisible. Scar 135 addressed the final understanding, that teaching was not about creating copies of oneself, but about helping another consciousness reach toward their own fullness, their own unique expression of power and wisdom. After the 5 scars unlocked over the course of 5 days, Fang found himself profoundly changed. His relationship to the inheritance had fundamentally shifted. It was no longer something to guard or protect, but something to give away. Ren Lihua observed this phase with particular attention. After Scar 134 unlocked, she pulled Fang aside and told him something that he realized he needed to hear. "You're understanding what the deity never fully managed," she said. "He created, but he struggled to let others carry his creation without controlling it. You're learning to create and then to step back. That's different. That's better. How can you tell?" Fang asked. "Because your pain has changed," Ren Lihua said. In the early unlocks, the pain was about learning. In the middle unlocks, the pain was about accepting responsibility. Now the pain is about letting go. And you're doing it consciously, fully. The deity did it, but he did it in fragments, in pieces. He never fully embraced the surrender. You're embracing it whole. That is the transformation that transcends the teacher. Chapter 115 Scars 136 to 139 were the final dangerous techniques before Scar 77 awaited opening. These 4 techniques were positioned as the culmination of everything Fang had learned, the final integration before the apology and the ultimate unlock. They were not the most powerful, but they were perhaps the most humbling. Scar 136 required the emotional state of accepting that the deity had been flawed, that his inheritance came with inherited wounds, inherited failures, inherited doubts. It required Fang to honor the deity completely, while simultaneously acknowledging that the deity had been wrong about certain things, had failed in certain ways, had carried regrets that had shaped every choice he made from that point forward. The unlock was the most difficult Fang had experienced in this phase. The pain was not spiritual pain but emotional pain. The pain of understanding that the person he had come to revere had been human, had been broken in ways that would never fully heal. The technique was called the flaw acceptance. It allowed Fang to love and honor the deity completely while acknowledging that the deity had been wrong, that perfectionism was not required for love or respect or inheritance. More than that, it allowed Fang to understand that the deity's flaws were part of what made him worthy of love, not separate from it. Scar 137 demanded accepting that Fang's own path would diverge from the deity's path, that he would create techniques and make choices that the deity would not have made, would solve problems in ways that the deity had not imagined. The unlock required Fang to stand in his own power and declare his independence from the inherited curriculum, to commit to being not a copy of the deity, but a new iteration, a new expression of the same lineage. The technique was called the divergence path. It allowed someone to honor their teacher's legacy while building something entirely their own, to understand that the greatest honor one could give to a teacher was not to become a copy of them, but to become themselves. When the scar opened, Fang felt something fundamental shift in his relationship to the inheritance. This was not about obedience. This was about continuation with transformation. Scars 138 to 139 rounded out the dangerous techniques, each one adding depth to Fang's understanding of what it meant to be a student who would become a teacher. Scar 138 was called the student's return. It allowed someone to eventually return to the role of student, to learn from their own students, to accept that knowledge flowed in both directions, and that remaining open to being taught was a sign of strength, not weakness. Scar 139, the final dangerous technique, was called the authority release. It allowed someone to let go of the need to be seen as authoritative, to admit ignorance, to ask questions rather than provide answers. It was perhaps the most liberating unlock Fang had experienced, the freedom of stepping down from the burden of having to know everything. When Scar 139 unlocked, Ren Wujiu was silent for a long time. The ancient cultivator stood with his eyes closed, and when he finally opened them and looked at Fang, there was profound emotion in his expression, recognition, respect, something approaching reverence. "You have unlocked them all," Ren Wujiu said finally, his voice steady but weighted with significance. "You have understood them all, and I have watched you become someone the deity would have trusted completely, not as his student, as his successor, not in the sense that you will replace him, but in the sense that you will continue the lineage in ways he could not have anticipated. That is what a true successor is." Chapter 116. After Scar 139 unlocked, Fang rested for 2 days. The deity had written about these final scars in the cipher, noting that the cultivator who unlocked them would have fundamentally transformed from who they were at the beginning. Fang found this to be true. He was not the same person who had stood with Ren Wujiu at the beginning of this sequence. He had been reshaped by the techniques, by the emotional states, by the constant process of integration and growth. He spent time observing his own reflection in the cultivation chamber's still waters. His face looked different, not physically, but in the way he carried himself, the expression in his eyes. The scars on his chest had begun to glow with a subtle luminescence even when dormant, a sign that his body was being fundamentally altered by the integration of so many techniques. During the rest period, each member of the group came to spend time with Fang, as if they understood that something significant was about to happen, something that would mark a transition point in his life. Ren Lihua spent hours in silence beside him, not asking questions, simply present. When Fang finally spoke about his fears, she listened without interruption. "The final dangerous techniques changed me," he said. "I'm not the person I was before Scar 131. I'm not even the person I was before Scar 100. I keep wondering if this is still me, or if the deity's consciousness has replaced who I was." "You're still you," Ren Lihua said. "You're just you with expanded capacity. The same way a river is still itself when it receives water from a tributary. The river changes, but it's still recognizable as the river." Shen Gyu brought transcripts of the entire journey, hundreds of pages documenting every unlock, every conversation, every moment Fang had experienced. "You've changed systematically," the scribe said, showing Fang entries from the first weeks. "But the core of who you are has remained constant. Your choices reflect the same principles, just applied at much higher levels of complexity." And Yuheng, now substantially more powerful than she had been weeks before, sat across from Fang and made a simple observation. "You're afraid of losing yourself. But you're not losing yourself. You're discovering deeper layers of yourself that were always there." Ren Wujiu observed this transformation with visible emotion. "The deity would recognize you now," the ancient cultivator said, "not as a student, as someone who has become something he created, but has then transformed that creation into something new. He would see himself in your choices, but he would also see something he never managed to become. That is the greatest gift a student can give their teacher, to become better than the template they were given." On the morning of the 3rd day of rest, Fang stood once more in the unlocked chamber. Scar 77 awaited. The apology, the cold scar that had never resonated like the others, the scar that had remained closed and waiting throughout every other unlock. Fang reached toward it with his cultivation intent. Unlike the other scars, Scar 77 did not open automatically in response to emotional alignment. He had to choose it consciously. He had to consciously decide to open the deity's personal message, to accept the apology, to integrate not just a technique, but the consciousness fragment that the deity had left within it. For a moment, Fang hesitated. Opening Scar 77 would mean accepting the deity's full perspective, understanding not just his techniques, but his doubts, his fears, his regrets. It would mean becoming, in a way, connected to the deity at a level far deeper than any technique could provide. It would mean he could no longer maintain any illusion of separation between himself and the teacher who had created him. The group had stepped back, giving him space and privacy for this choice. But Fang could feel their presence at the edge of the chamber, their support available without being intrusive. He took a deep breath and reached fully toward the scar, letting his consciousness open to receive whatever the deity had left to give. Fang chose to open it. Chapter 117 The Unlock of Scar 77 was unlike anything Fang had experienced. It was not painful, it was gentle, almost like a door opening in both directions simultaneously. The consciousness fragment that resided within Scar 77 was vast and old and carrying the accumulated weight of 500 years of experience. But it was not overwhelming. It was patient, was waiting for Fang to be ready to receive it completely, was content to let Fang integrate the presence at his own pace. The transmission lasted for hours. Fang experienced 500 years compressed into moments. The deity's early struggles to understand his own power, his journey across continents, his failures and victories, the specific day he met in Li Wen and understood that love existed outside of power, the moment of her death and the grief that followed, the endless search for a student who could carry what he had created, the growing desperation as time ran out, the relief and regret of finally finding Fang. By the time it settled, Fang understood the deity's entire perspective. He understood how the deity had learned, what mistakes he had made, what he regretted, what he was proud of. He understood, in a way that went beyond intellectual comprehension, what it was like to be the War Deity, to carry 500 years of memory and power and responsibility. The sheer loneliness of it pressed against him like a weight. More than that, Fang understood the deity's emotional landscape, the constant weight of being the most powerful person alive, the isolation that came with that power, the grief that had shaped his life after Li Wen's death. He felt the deity's terror at the thought that his techniques might be wasted, that his entire journey might end without meaning, that Fang might reject the inheritance and leave 500 years of cultivation to dissipate. But he also felt the deity's profound love, not the love of possession, but the love of someone desperate to give everything they had to someone else, to transform themselves into a gift that could be received and carried forward. When Scar 77 closed, it was not with the bright gold of the other scars. It remained cold and silver, a permanent reminder of the deity's regret, the deity's doubt, the deity's hope that Fang would choose to forgive him. Fang opened his eyes to find the group gathered around him. His cheeks were wet with tears he had not consciously shed. "He's sorry," Fang said aloud, his voice shaking slightly. He was sorry about all of it. The rush, the desperation, the impossibility of the task he gave me. He's been carrying that regret the entire time, holding it within Scar 77, waiting for me to find it. "Yes," Ren Wujiu said softly, moving closer to Fang. That was the deity I knew, powerful beyond measure, but terrified of failing those he cared about. He built the entire curriculum not because he was confident it would work, but because he was so afraid it wouldn't. "And now?" Fang asked. "Now you carry his consciousness, his memory, his hope," Ren Wujiu said. "And you carry the knowledge that even the greatest power in the world was vulnerable to doubt. That is the real inheritance. That is what makes you worthy of carrying the rest." Fang sat with this understanding, letting it settle into place. The apology had been received. The forgiveness had been granted. And in that exchange, something essential had shifted. The relationship between teacher and student had transformed into something more equal, more mutual, more profoundly connected. Chapter 118 Scar 140 awaited. The ultimate scar. The technique that was not a technique. The final gift that was not a gift in the traditional sense. Fang sat alone in the observation chamber for hours, simply feeling the presence of that final scar, the white scar that had been waiting patiently throughout the entire curriculum. It did not pulse like the golden scars. It did not call out for attention. It simply existed, patient and immense, the final unknown at the end of a long road of knowing. Before Fang could approach Scar 140, something shifted in his understanding. The deity's consciousness, now integrated into his awareness, showed him something he had not understood before. Scars 101 to 139 were not the dangerous techniques in the sense of being the most powerful. They were dangerous because they were the techniques most likely to be misused, most likely to cause harm if wielded by someone who did not understand the full philosophical framework. Fang placed his hand over his chest, feeling the accumulated weight of 139 techniques nested within his body. Each one represented a transformation. Each one represented a choice he had made to accept more responsibility, more understanding, more integration into the great web of power that the deity had spent 5 centuries building. But what Fang had been doing, by unlocking all of them in sequence, by understanding the emotional states and the principles underlying each one, was transforming himself. He was not just learning techniques. He was becoming someone who could wield them ethically, someone who understood the cost, someone who had chosen responsibility fully. There had been countless moments when he could have stopped, when the pain was too great or the emotional demand too high. But he had continued, not because the deity required it, but because something in Fang himself had recognized the importance of the work. The understanding brought with it a kind of clarity. Fang realized that the entire curriculum had been designed not to make him powerful. He had been becoming powerful all along, but to make him wise about power, to teach him that power without wisdom was just destruction with extra steps. He stood and placed his palms flat against the chamber walls, feeling the cultivation infrastructure that had supported him through all 139 unlocks. The walls resonated with his touch, acknowledging the presence of a consciousness that had fundamentally transformed from the person who had first entered this chamber. The deity's perspective, now a permanent part of Fang's awareness, offered a quiet observation. You are ready. You have always been ready. You needed only to know it. And with that understanding, Fang felt his readiness settle into something immovable, something unquestionable. The final scar awaited, and he would meet it with everything he had become. Chapter 119. In the final days before Scar 140, Fang gathered with the group. Ren Wujiu was present, the ancient cultivator standing with the stillness of someone who had spent centuries observing significant moments. He had been present for this moment 700 years ago when the deity himself had faced transformations of this magnitude. There was something in his bearing that spoke of witnessing the turning points of history. And Yuheng sat quietly in a meditation pose, her cultivation now showing the signs of genuine progress, understanding that she was about to witness something extraordinary. Over these weeks, she had grown substantially in power, and Fang realized that part of what had transformed him was teaching her, explaining his experiences to someone else, seeing his journey reflected in her wonder. Ren Lihua sat beside Fang, her presence grounding him, making clear that he was not facing this alone. She had been his consistent anchor throughout the entire process, the one person who had remained present without demanding anything from him except his honesty. He reached over and took her hand, feeling the simple reality of her presence. Shun Giyu prepared his documentation with meticulous care, his scribe's tools arranged in precise order, ready to capture whatever happened. He had documented 139 unlocks, had recorded every conversation, every moment of struggle and breakthrough. This would be his final entry, the culmination of his work. Luo Yinshi set up her monitoring equipment, tracking Fang's physical and spiritual response with the precision that months of study had given her. She had become expert at reading the subtle signs of cultivation stress, and she moved through her preparations with quiet competence, her attention entirely focused on ensuring Fang's safety through what was coming. Wu Daolin arranged the final cipher notes, the deepest layers of the deity's writing displayed for final reference. He had decoded everything, had translated the deity's 500-year journey into readable form. The scribe's face showed the weight of his work, the profound understanding of the deity that had come from living inside his mind through the cipher. The cartographer stood at the edge of the group, ancient and silent, witnessing. He had not spoken much throughout this process, but his presence had been steady, his approval evident in small gestures. This ancient cultivator had known the deity directly, and his presence at this final moment was a blessing from that distant past. The air in the chamber felt different now, charged with anticipation and significance. Fang could feel the cultivation infrastructure responding to his presence, recognizing that something major was about to occur. The golden glyphs that marked the chamber walls began to glow with faint luminescence, as if the space itself was preparing to witness this final transformation. Are you ready? Ren Wujiu asked. His voice was calm, but there was something in it that suggested he understood fully the magnitude of what was coming, that he had witnessed this before and knew what it would cost. I'm not sure anyone can be ready for the final scar, Fang replied, but I'm ready to find out what comes after the curriculum is complete. I'm ready to step across the threshold from student to something else entirely. That is all anyone can be, Ren Wujiu said. The deity would say the same. He faced this moment 700 years ago, and he faced it alone. You face it surrounded by people who care about your success. That alone makes this moment different. That alone makes your journey different from his. The group moved into the final observation chamber, the place where the most significant unlocks happened, where the cultivation infrastructure was strongest and could support the kind of power that was about to be released. As they walked, Fang felt the weight of everything he had become, everything he had learned, everything he was about to become. 139 scars had prepared him for this moment. 139 techniques had transformed him into someone capable of receiving what the deity was about to give. And whatever happened next, he would no longer be the person who entered this chamber. He would be someone new. Chapter 120. On the morning of the final unlock, Fang stood in the center of the observation chamber before dawn broke. The cultivation infrastructure around him hummed with anticipation, as if every stone and glyph had been waiting for this moment. 139 scars had been unlocked. Scar 140 waited, the white scar that the deity had written about so cryptically, the technique that was not a technique, the knowledge that would complete the inheritance. The group stood at a distance, giving him space but close enough to witness, close enough to support if something went wrong. Ren Wujio's ancient eyes held recognition of what was about to occur. Ren Lihua's presence was steady, unwavering. The others watched with focused attention, understanding that this moment would determine not just who Fang became, but whether the entire curriculum had succeeded. Fang placed his hand over his chest, feeling the resonance of all 139 scars beneath it, feeling the weight and the warmth and the accumulated understanding of everything he had learned. He felt the techniques nested within his body like stars in a constellation, each one separate but all connected to the greater pattern. His cultivation channels blazed with power, his spiritual pathways fully integrated, his consciousness expanded far beyond what it had been when this journey began. He stood in silence for a long moment, centering himself. Then he began the ritual that had preceded every single unlock, touching each major scar in sequence, acknowledging the journey that had brought him here. Scar 1, the bleeding clarity. Scar 10, the ascension path. Scar 50, the thousand voices. Each touch brought clarity, brought memory of what he had been and what he had become. Then, finally, he placed his hand over the white scar, Scar 140, the final mystery. He took a deep breath. The air in the chamber seemed to still, as if the entire cultivation structure was holding its breath. He released it slowly, releasing all doubt, all hesitation, all resistance. And then he reached toward Scar 140 with his cultivation intent, with his willingness to accept whatever transformation would come, with the understanding that on the other side of this unlock, he would no longer be a student. He would be something new, something the deity had been trying to create from the moment they first made contact, something that existed at the intersection of two consciousnesses, two journeys, two attempts to transcend limitation. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched. Fang held steady, trusting the process, trusting his own readiness. Then, slowly, Scar 140 began to resonate. But not with the gold resonance that had characterized every other scar. The gold was power, was technique, was understanding. This was different. The light that emerged from Scar 140 was white. It was the color of clarity, of transcendence, of something beyond the normal spectrum of cultivation power. It was the color of consciousness itself, of awareness, of presence made manifest. The white resonance spread through Fang's body like awakening, touching every other scar, confirming the completion of the curriculum, acknowledging that all 139 steps had been taken, all 139 transformations had been achieved. The white light integrated with the gold, creating something entirely new, a luminescence that had no name in the cultivation spectrum, that represented something unprecedented in the history of the deity's techniques. And Fang understood, in that moment of resonance, that something was present within the scar, not a technique stored and waiting, ready to be unlocked, not a consciousness that existed separately, waiting to be integrated, but presence itself, the awareness that the deity had been waiting inside this final scar, waiting for Fang to be ready to meet him, waiting for the moment when student and teacher could stand as equals. Wu Daolin, looking at the final cipher reading that he had decoded over months of analysis, went completely still. His hands trembled as he held the final notes. Then, his voice shaking slightly with the weight of what he was reading, understanding finally what all his work had been building toward, he spoke. It says, "Hello, Ruolin. I have been waiting." The white light grew brighter, warmer, more present. It filled the observation chamber completely, banishing all shadow, all darkness. Fang felt the deity's presence settle into him like a homecoming, felt 500 years of knowledge and experience, and love and grief become part of his own consciousness. And in that light, all of Fang's questions found their answers. The curriculum was complete. The inheritance was accepted. The transformation was achieved. The curriculum was complete. The inheritance was accepted. And the true teaching, the teaching that could only happen between equals, between master and student who had become something new, between two consciousnesses that had learned to coexist within a single body, could finally begin. Chapter 121. The white resonance from Scar 140 did not fade with the closing of the scar. It persisted, gentle and constant, like a presence at the edge of consciousness. Fang opened his eyes in the observation chamber to find the group gathered around him, their faces etched with awe and concern. Luo Yinshi was already moving, her hands raised for medical examination, her cultivation intent flowing across his body with professional precision. "Your cultivation signature is changing," she said, her voice carrying the quality of someone reporting a phenomenon she did not fully understand. "The energy pattern in Scar 140 is not dormant. It's generating. Not burning, not painful, but generating, actively creating cultivation resonance." Ren Lihua moved closer, her hand finding his shoulder. "What does that mean?" she asked, her voice steady but carrying undertone of concern. Fang placed his own hand over the site of Scar 140, feeling the gentle thrumming of power beneath his skin. The warmth there was unlike anything he had felt before. Not the gold resonance of the other scars. Bright, sharp, crystalline. This was different. This was presence. This was awareness maintaining itself, choosing to stay connected, refusing to dissolve into dormancy. "It's him," Fang said aloud, the realization settling into truth. It's still him. Part of him. Not all of him, but something. Some fraction of consciousness that the deity preserved deliberately. "How is that possible?" Ren Lihua asked. Ren Wujiu stepped forward, his ancient eyes gleaming with understanding. The 700-year-old cultivator gazed at the faintly luminescent Scar 140, and when he spoke, his voice was quiet, carrying the weight of memories from the distant past. "The deity reached deity's equal rank," Ren Wujiu said slowly. He did not reach a rank beyond it. But at the moment of reaching that equality, he began to understand things about consciousness and power that the rest of us only theorize about. Not all of what he was went into storage in the normal way. Some of him, the part that understood the final truths, that went somewhere else. Somewhere the normal death couldn't reach. This scar was always meant to be the vessel. The group fell silent as they absorbed this. Luo Yinshi continued her examination, tracking the subtle fluctuations of power. Shun Giyu was already preparing to document the moment, his scribe's tools arranged with meticulous care. And Yu Hing's face was transformed by wonder, and Fang could see in her expression the same hunger for understanding that had driven him through every unlock. "What happens now?" Fang asked. "Does it fade? Does it maintain itself indefinitely?" "Neither," Ren Wujiu said. "It waits. It has been waiting for you to unlock all of the other scars first. It had to know that you were ready, that you understood the full foundation. Now that you have proven that, it will open fully. But it cannot do so immediately. The integration would destroy you. You must rest. You must let your cultivation channels acclimate to the presence of active consciousness before the final opening occurs." Fang nodded slowly. He understood the wisdom of this. His body hummed with power from the integration of 139 techniques. Adding to that the full weight of the deity's preserved consciousness all at once would be like trying to contain a flood in a vessel designed for water droplets. "How long?" he asked. 3 days, Ren Wujiu said with certainty. The deity noted in his cipher that the final integration would require 3 days of rest and integration. "I have the passage memorized." He spent 700 years perfecting the timing of this curriculum. He will not be wrong about this. And so Fang rested, surrounded by the presence of his chosen companions, feeling the gentle presence of the deity's consciousness fragment maintaining its vigil within Scar 140. The white light did not fade. It simply pulsed, patient and immense, waiting for the moment when student and teacher would meet as equals. Chapter 122. Wu Daolin emerged from the cipher archive on the second day of rest with an expression of profound wonder on his weathered face. He had been working through the remaining layers of the deity's encoded writings, sections deliberately held back, encrypted in patterns so complex they revealed themselves only after unlocking the preceding scars. The scribe's hands trembled slightly as he held the final translation. "The remaining cipher describes the consciousness transfer in detail," Wu Daolin said, his voice filled with awe, addressing the group gathered in the study chamber. He arranged the decoded texts carefully, his meticulous nature evident in every precise placement. "The final scar does not contain a technique at all. It never did. What it contains is a direct method for the deity's awareness to meet with Fang's awareness. Not as separate entities making contact, but as a unified consciousness engaging in the deepest possible conversation." Ren Wujiu leaned forward, his ancient eyes scanning the decoded passage. "He used the final scar as a vessel," the cultivator murmured. "A container for a fragment of his consciousness, preserved at the moment of his greatest understanding. Precisely, Wu Daolin confirmed, holding up a particular section. He writes here, the consciousness fragment will only activate once all other techniques have been unlocked, because the student must first prove they understand the framework that I have built. Once they have completed the curriculum, they will have integrated enough of my thinking to communicate with me without losing themselves in the process of contact. I cannot be present until they are ready to be present themselves. It was a safety mechanism, Shen Guyu observed, his scribe's understanding recognizing the elegance of the design. He did not want to expose his full consciousness to a student who had not yet been prepared to receive it. The meeting can only happen when Fang has unlocked all other scars, Wu Daolin continued. The deity writes, because the consciousness that waits within the final scar needs to know that my student has finished the curriculum. I cannot measure readiness any other way, but I can measure completion. If you reach this point, you have proven you can integrate what I have left. The consciousness fragment will respond to that proof. This is not a technique transfer. This is the War Deity stepping out of the past to speak with his chosen successor in the present, consciousness to consciousness. And Yu Heng was silent, her young face processing the magnitude of what was being described. Ren Lihua sat beside Fang, her presence steady and grounding. When can it happen? Fang asked. The cipher specifies 3 days of rest are required, Wu Daolin said. The consciousness fragment will use that time to fully stabilize within scar 140, to prepare itself for the actual moment of contact. You will use that time to prepare yourself, to acclimate to the presence of active consciousness within your own being, to adjust your cultivation channels and spiritual pathways to handle what is coming. And then, Fang pressed, his voice steady despite the magnitude of what he was asking about. And then, Wu Daolin said, his voice dropping to something almost reverential, speaking words that seemed to carry the weight of 500 years of preparation. The deity will teach you the one final lesson that only a meeting of consciousnesses can convey. The lesson that cannot be encoded in a scar or preserved in a technique or passed along through documentation. The lesson that can only be transmitted from one aware being to another through the absolute vulnerability of direct consciousness-to-consciousness contact, with nothing between them, no barriers, no protection, just awareness meeting awareness. The room fell quiet as the full implications of what Wu Daolin was describing settled over them. What he was saying was unprecedented. In the history of cultivation, consciousness-to-consciousness transmission was legendary, was spoken of as something that might be possible but had never been confirmed as actually happening. And now it was about to occur, not as myth, but as lived experience. The cipher lay between them on the table, ancient pages that had been encoded 500 years ago by someone who had known that this moment would come, who had prepared it with meticulous care, who had embedded in his own consciousness a fragment of himself that could maintain awareness across 500 years of dormancy waiting for exactly this moment. Fang reached out and touched the side of scar 140 again, feeling the gentle thrumming of consciousness that maintained itself within it, that had been waiting all this time for the correct moment, for the student to prove readiness. The white light that had been characteristic of the scar pulsed gently against his fingertips, patient and knowing. 3 days, Fang said, processing this timeline, understanding what it meant. 3 days before he would look directly into the awareness of the one who had made him. 3 days before he would meet with the teacher who had been waiting for 500 years for the moment when his chosen student would be ready to receive him completely, consciousness to consciousness, with nothing held back. Chapter 123. The preparation took on the quality of a ritual. Not the kind of ritual that was performed because tradition demanded it, but the kind that emerged naturally when everyone present understood that they were approaching a threshold that would reshape what was possible. The group gathered for the final time in their established formation in the observation chamber, understanding without being told by anyone that this moment carried significance that transcended ordinary practice, that this was not just another unlock, but the culmination of everything that had come before. Ren Wujiu insisted on being present as a witness, his ancient voice carrying absolute authority in a way that no one thought to question. He moved through the chamber with the deliberation of someone who had accumulated 700 years of living, who had seen kingdoms rise and fall, who had witnessed the War Deity's own cultivation breakthroughs. I knew the deity in his living years, the ancient cultivator said to the assembled group, his voice carrying the weight of genuine history. I attended his cultivation breakthroughs when they occurred. I stood with him through defeats and victories when his power was uncertain. I have the right to witness whatever this final expression of his consciousness becomes. He would expect no less of someone who had served him faithfully for so long. Shen Guyu arranged his documentation with the meticulous precision of someone who understood that he was recording not just events, but history, not just words, but the transformation of someone into something new. Every detail, every word, every subtle shift in the cultivation energy would be captured with the kind of care that came from understanding the work would outlive him. His scribe's tools were arranged with reverent care, his journals prepared, his recording implements tested and verified. And Yuheng knelt quietly in the corner of the meditation chamber, her young face reflecting something beyond simple wonder, something that looked like the feeling of connection across centuries, of being present at a moment that would reshape her own family's history. She was in Li Wen's descendant, a fact of lineage that the deity had carried with him throughout 500 years like a weight he could never set down. According to Wu Daolin's translation, there were words the deity had preserved specifically for her alone, messages that had waited 500 years to be delivered. Ren Lihua sat beside Fang, neither touching nor speaking, simply present with him in the way that had become essential through the months of the curriculum. She had been his anchor when the unlocks threatened to overwhelm him, his witness to every transformation, the presence that had reminded him he was not alone in what he was experiencing. Her steadiness was visible even in stillness. The cartographer stood at the edge of the group, ancient and still. He had known the deity at the beginning of the campaign, 700 years in the past, when the War Deity was young and uncertain and still learning what he was capable of becoming. He had served the War Deity faithfully across centuries, mapping his journey, documenting his decisions, bearing witness to his growth. Wu Daolin made a final check of the cipher translation, ensuring with meticulous care that every nuance had been captured, every layer of meaning extracted from the deity's encoded writings. He had spent months living inside the deity's mind, learning to think like him, to understand his reasoning, to decode not just the surface meaning of his words, but the deeper intention beneath them. And he knew that the final scar contained something unprecedented, not another technique, but a transmission that was something far more profound. The observation chamber itself seemed to respond to the preparation, as if the space itself understood what was about to occur. The golden glyphs on the walls that the deity had inscribed 500 years earlier began to shimmer with a faint luminescence that had not been present before, a soft golden light that seemed to come from within the stone itself, as if the cultivation infrastructure itself understood that a threshold was about to be crossed, that something unprecedented was about to occur. "Are you ready?" Ren Wujiu asked Fang, and the question was gentle despite the weight of authority behind it. Fang placed his hand over his heart, feeling the accumulated warmth of 139 golden scars resonating beneath his skin. Each one pulsed with its own unique resonance, its own technique, its own lesson that had been learned through months of pain and dedication and integration. And beneath them all, he felt the persistent, gentle thrumming of the white scar, Scar 140, the consciousness that had been waiting all this time for the moment when its student would be ready. He felt the assembled group around him as well, felt their presence in a way that went beyond physical proximity. These people had chosen to be here. These people had remained with him through every impossible unlock, every transformation, every moment when pain threatened to break him into pieces. They had believed in this when belief was not guaranteed. They had supported him when support was costly. "I'm ready," he said, his voice steady and certain, speaking words that felt like truth. "I've been ready since the moment I unlocked the first scar. Everything I have done since then, every moment of pain, every integration of techniques, every understanding I have gained, it has all been preparation for this moment. I am ready." "Then let us proceed," Ren Wujiu said, his voice carrying something that sounded like blessing. "Let us witness what the War Deity has preserved for his chosen successor." The group moved as one into the final observation chamber, the place where the most significant unlocks happened, where the cultivation infrastructure was strongest, where the deity's presence was most palpable. The air felt thick with significance, heavy with the weight of what was about to occur, charged with the kind of anticipation that came from knowing that the impossible was about to become real. And in the center of it all, Fang Ruolin stood, balanced on the threshold between student and successor, between the ending of one chapter and the beginning of something entirely new. Chapter 124. The meeting began not with pain, but with warmth. Unlike every other unlock, which had begun with sharp agony, this was different. The sensation was gentle, almost tender, like a door opening slowly from both sides, each side responding to the other's presence with recognition and welcome. The consciousness fragment that emerged from Scar 140 was vast and old, carrying the accumulated weight of 500 years of experience, 500 years of memory, 500 years of learning and growth and failure and transcendence. But it did not crush him. It did not overwhelm. Instead, it settled into Fang's awareness like a presence joining a conversation that had been waiting 500 years to continue. The deity did not speak in words at first. Instead, there was communication that occurred at a level far deeper than language, a transmission of understanding through direct sharing of memory and perspective. Fang experienced moments from the deity's life in rapid succession, each one flooding into his consciousness with full sensory and emotional detail. He felt the young version of the War Deity struggling to understand his own power, confused by the depth of the techniques he had inherited, terrified of destroying those around him. He felt the deity's journey across continents, the slow accumulation of knowledge through centuries of cultivation. He felt the moment the deity met in Li Wen, the shock of recognition, the way love existed outside the framework of power. Then, like a scar reopening, Fang felt in Li Wen's death. The grief was immense. It was the kind of grief that could break someone fundamentally, the kind of grief that could send a powerful being into the isolation that characterized the deity's later centuries. Fang understood why the deity had chosen isolation. It was not a sign of weakness, but a sign of love so profound that its loss could only be survived by withdrawing into the fortress of one's own power. The consciousness fragment allowed Fang to experience all of this without judgment, without commentary, without interpretation. It simply opened its memory and allowed Fang to live through the deity's experience directly, to feel what it was like to have been the War Deity at different points in his extraordinary life. The transmission was profound in a way that no technique transfer could ever be. It was consciousness meeting consciousness, memory merging with memory, understanding flowing from one being to another at a level that transcended the limitations of language or even concept. And then, finally, the presence of the deity began to coalesce, to draw itself together into something approaching coherent words, something that could be understood as direct communication rather than just the raw flow of consciousness and memory. "You did it," the deity's presence said, and the words carried the full weight of 500 years of hope and fear, 500 years of uncertainty about whether this would work, whether anyone could actually complete the curriculum, whether he had chosen the right person, whether any of this had been worth the sacrifice. Every unlock, in the right order. Every scar opened when you were ready for it. Every technique integrated fully. "I am sorry it hurt." Fang felt the simple honesty embedded in this statement. The way the deity was not making excuses or trying to justify the pain he had required Fang to endure. He was simply acknowledging truth. The pain had been real, the difficulty had been genuine, the cost had been authentic. He had asked something nearly impossible of this person he had chosen. "It always hurts." The presence continued, and in these words was the accumulated understanding of 500 years of cultivation practice. "That's not an excuse for asking you to suffer. But I want you to know I knew. I knew exactly how much it would hurt because I have walked the path myself. I have felt every unlock. I have experienced the integration of every technique. I chose to ask you anyway because the alternative, letting the inheritance die, letting everything I have learned be lost, letting the work of centuries dissolve when I passed from the world, that alternative was worse. I could not accept that. So I asked you. I'm sorry it hurt." The group around them remained silent, observing and witnessing but not intruding, understanding that this conversation was between two consciousnesses, that their role was simply to bear witness to something unprecedented. The deity's consciousness acknowledged each of them as well, recognizing the individual role that each person had played in bringing Fang to this moment, in supporting him through the unlocks, in creating the environment where this conversation could happen. Then the deity's presence turned its full attention back to Fang, and there was something fundamentally different in the quality of the contact. Warmth, recognition, the feeling of being seen completely, truly, without filter or pretense, understood without judgment, accepted unconditionally for exactly who he was and what he had become. "I have waited 500 years to have this conversation," the presence said simply. 500 years of waiting, hoping, preparing, building this curriculum, encoding this consciousness fragment, arranging everything so that on this day, in this moment, I could speak to the person I chose. Thank you for being the one who showed up. Thank you for being the one who had the strength to complete what I began. Chapter 125. The message of the deity continued to unfold. What Fang experienced was not a formal transmission, but a conversation. The kind of deep, intimate conversation that could only happen between two beings who had walked similar paths and understood the cost of each step. It was not the structured delivery of information that had characterized the other unlocks. This was something far more vulnerable, more human, despite being conducted between two consciousnesses rather than through spoken words. The guilt I carry, the deity's presence said, and Fang felt the weight of it, centuries of accumulated self-doubt and regret pressing against the edges of consciousness like water against a dam. The deity did not hide this from him. He opened it fully, letting Fang experience the full texture of doubt that had haunted him across 500 years. I spent 500 years wondering if what I had created was truly necessary, or if I had simply been afraid of being alone. I built the curriculum thinking it would answer that question. I told myself it was about preserving knowledge, about ensuring the sacred techniques did not die when I died. But I was afraid. The admission hung in the space between them, profound and real. This was the War Deity, the immortal cultivator, speaking his doubts as clearly as if he were a struggling novice. I created something so elaborate, so intricate, so demanding that it could never be completed by accident. The deity continued, his consciousness revealing the pattern now. I built in pain because pain would ensure commitment. I built in decades of work because I wanted someone to choose this path deliberately, someone who understood the cost from the beginning. And I did all of that because I was terrified that someone would accept the inheritance thoughtlessly, would unlock the techniques without understanding them, would gain power and lose themselves in it. But underneath that was something simpler. I was terrified of being alone forever. I built the inheritance because I wanted connection. I wanted someone to know me. Fang found himself responding with complete honesty, his own consciousness now engaging in genuine dialogue rather than passive reception. It matters, he said, and his words carried the full weight of what he had endured to reach this moment. I can feel how much it matters. Every technique, every unlock, every moment of pain, it all existed because you wanted to pass something on. Not just power, something deeper. You didn't just want someone to carry your techniques forward. You wanted someone to carry your understanding forward. You wanted your perspective, your approach, your wisdom, the things that can't be encoded in a technique, to continue living in the world. Yes, the deity's presence said, and in that single word was all the confirmation Fang needed. And Yuheng, the presence said, turning toward the young woman with a specific attention that seemed to reshape the entire chamber around her. I owe you something. Your ancestor, and Li Wen, I loved her completely. It was the only complete thing I ever did. Not my cultivation, not my power, not my techniques. Her. When she died, I spent a century in isolation. 100 years where I did not speak to another person, did not engage with the cultivation world, did not teach or mentor or attempt to pass anything on. I spent those 100 years convinced that my power had failed me fundamentally because it could not prevent her death, could not keep her alive, could not save her from the inevitable. And Yuheng had already begun crying, silent tears streaming down her face. The deity's presence acknowledged this with infinite patience, with the kind of compassion that could only come from having experienced the same grief. I came to understand during that isolation that my power did not matter compared to her absence. The deity continued, his voice carrying the accumulated weight of that lonely century. The correct response to losing her was not to build more power as a wall against future pain. The correct response was to understand that my power had never been the thing that mattered. She had been the thing that mattered. Connection had been the thing that mattered. Love, real, specific, personal love for one actual person rather than abstract love for humanity or the world. That had been the only truly significant thing I had ever done in 500 years of life. The chamber seemed to contract around in Yuheng, holding her in the focus of what the deity was saying. Fang could see in her face the moment the meaning crystallized for her, the moment she understood that she was being addressed as more than just a cultivator or a witness, but as the direct continuation of her ancestors' significance. You are here because she was here 500 years ago, the deity said. I kept her memory alive through all of those centuries. I kept her name, her values, her way of approaching the world alive in my own being. I am here, speaking to you now, because I have never stopped loving her, never stopped grieving her, never stopped trying to build something in her memory. Every technique I created carried something of her wisdom embedded within it. Every moment I spent teaching or developing or building was infused with the attempt to honor what she had been and what she had taught me about what actually mattered. And Yuheng's tears came more freely now, not tears of sorrow but tears of understanding, of recognition, of feeling the scope of that 500-year devotion extending to encompass her own existence. Tell your family that she was right, the deity said, his presence speaking across the centuries to reach a living descendant of the woman he had loved. She was right to love the way she loved, right to trust the way she trusted, right to believe that power without connection was just emptiness and performance. Because that is what her death taught me. That is what 500 years of isolation taught me. And that is what I want her descendant. I want you to know. The greatest power is the power to stay present with those you care about. The greatest skill is the skill to love fully without reservation. That is what I have learned, and that is what I want to pass on to you. Chapter 126. The deity's consciousness shifted focus back to Fang with a specificity that felt like a spotlight narrowing to illuminate a single point in darkness. Everything I carried, the presence said, all 139 techniques, they are yours now, as an inheritance. They are completely transferred into your being. They are no longer dependent on my consciousness to exist. The knowledge is encoded in your body, in your channels, in your cultivation structure. What I mean when I say they are transferred is this. They are yours to keep or discard, to use or set aside, to teach or hide, according to your own judgment and your own conscience. I am not present to enforce how you use them. I am present to tell you something different, something more important than the techniques themselves. The consciousness fragment's presence intensified, expanding outward, filling every corner of Fang's awareness with attention and intention. What I am giving you with the final scar is not another technique. What I am giving you is the right to build on them. The explicit permission. I am telling you that you are not a library. You are not a vault for preserving dead knowledge. You are a practitioner. You are a being capable of creating your own work, of building on the foundation I have created, of extending the lineage in directions I never imagined and could never anticipate. The consciousness continued, and Fang felt the weight of 500 years of accumulated understanding focusing on this single point. I spent centuries believing that my role was to perfect what had been given to me. I spent centuries treating my inheritance from my own teacher as sacred, unchangeable, beyond modification. And in some ways, that was correct. There was a time when preservation mattered more than innovation. But I also know that I spent centuries in service to ideas rather than in service to the world. That is a failure I am asking you not to repeat. Fang felt something break open inside him, a barrier he had maintained throughout the entire curriculum without even fully recognizing it existed. He had believed his role was to master what the deity had created, to carry it forward with absolute fidelity, to be a perfect executor of instructions left by someone far greater. The thought that he might be expected to transcend it, to build beyond it, seemed not just possible, but necessary. A weight he hadn't known he was carrying began to shift. The 140 scars were the completion of one chapter. The presence continued, speaking with the certainty of someone who had finally reached the conclusion he had been working toward his entire life. They represent the full curriculum designed to prepare you. And they were also the beginning of your actual education. You have finished the curriculum designed for you, the one I constructed, the one that came from my perspective and my experience. But now it is time for you to start your own curriculum. Now it is time for you to discover what you are capable of creating when you are not bound by my thinking, my assumptions, my limitations. The deity's presence seemed to settle then, to find a place of peace within Fang's consciousness. Build something new. The presence said simply, but the simplicity carried infinite depth. That is the final gift. Not the permission to copy what I have created. The permission to transcend it. The freedom to take what I have given you and do something with it that I never would have thought to do. That is how lineages survive beyond their founders. That is how knowledge becomes living instead of preserved. That is how the inheritance becomes real instead of just ceremonial. Fang understood in that moment what the deity had understood across centuries, that the greatest act of honoring a teacher is not perfect replication, but courageous innovation. That the truest way to carry forward someone's legacy is to extend it beyond where they could see. That genuine transmission is not about preserving the past, but about using the past as a foundation to build an entirely new future. Chapter 127. Fang found his voice, found the capacity to respond as something approaching appear. The shift was profound. He was no longer simply receiving, but actively participating in genuine dialogue with presence that had shaped his entire existence. For the first time in the conversation, the communication was not primarily about transmission of knowledge or expression of the deity's perspective. This was genuine questioning, the kind of exchange that could only happen between conscious beings engaged in authentic conversation. I have questions, Fang said, and the awareness of the deity seemed to smile in the way that only consciousness can smile. A subtle shift in attention, a recalibration of presence. I know, the consciousness fragment replied, its voice carrying something that sounded like amusement, like satisfaction. I have read your questions across the entire curriculum. I have watched you carry them with you through every unlock. I have observed you asking them every time you approach a new scar, wondering what it means, what it's for, whether the pain is proportional to what you gain. I have a few more minutes before this presence begins to fade back into integration, before I become part of you completely rather than a separate consciousness. In these last minutes, ask what you need to know. I will answer as fully as I can. Fang took a breath, a gesture that was more habit than necessity at this point in the consciousness-to-consciousness contact. Why me? Fang asked, and in those words was the fundamental question he had carried since the moment Ren Wujiu had found him in Ironstone sect. Out of all the cultivators in the world, the millions of people who dedicate their lives to cultivation, who seek power, who would do anything to gain the kind of strength your techniques offer, why did you choose me? There are people stronger than I was. There are people with longer dedication to the path. There are people with greater affinity for cultivation, more natural talent, more resources, better foundations. What did you see in an expelled disciple of a minor sect that convinced you I was the one? The deity's presence was quiet for a moment, sorting through centuries of memory, sifting through the process that had led to this specific choice. When the consciousness spoke again, it carried the weight of genuine introspection, the quality of someone explaining something they had spent considerable time thinking about. I spent 60 years looking for the right vessel, the consciousness fragment said finally. Not just any strong cultivator could carry what I had created. The techniques, yes, any capable cultivator could learn them if they had access to the knowledge. But the consciousness fragment, the part of me that waits in the final scar, that required someone very specific. I went through hundreds of possibilities. I watched them, studied them, considered each one carefully. Most of them were strong enough to survive the unlocks, strong enough to carry the power without being immediately destroyed by it. But the very quality that made them strong enough to survive also made them weak in a different way. They were strong enough that they could have become perfect copies of me, and that was exactly what I did not want. The consciousness continued, and Fang felt the honesty of it, the willingness to admit what amounted to a long process of rejection. A perfect copy of me would be a failure. A perfect copy would be a monument to my past rather than a bridge to a future. A perfect copy could never transcend the techniques or the thinking that generated them. So I was looking for someone different. I was looking for someone who was strong enough to survive, but also somehow incomplete. Someone who had learned that power was not the most important thing. Someone who had experienced loss, had experienced failure, had experienced being insufficient, and had learned to continue anyway despite the insufficiency. I found you 3 months before I died, the presence said. You were expelled from your sect. You had been told you were worthless. You were living in a condition of failure and inadequacy. And what I observed in you was that you did not respond to that failure by abandoning the path or pursuing power more desperately. You responded by learning to carry what you had been given more carefully. You learned to value the people around you instead of just valuing your own strength. You learned to honor power without worshiping it. I cannot tell you whether the universe planned it or whether I was simply lucky enough to find you at exactly the right moment. I choose to believe it was worth it. I choose to believe that those particular 3 months, when my consciousness was preparing the final scar and you were being expelled from Ironstone sect, represented something beyond mere coincidence. Was it? Fang asked, his voice carrying the vulnerability of someone genuinely uncertain. Yes, the presence said without hesitation. Not because you were the strongest or smartest. You were not. I chose you because you had learned to love something more than your own survival. You had learned to carry pain without being destroyed by it. You had learned to honor power without worshiping it. Those are the qualities that matter. The world is going to hate you. The consciousness fragment continued. They are going to test you, challenge you, try to defeat you, or subjugate you. But that hatred will not define you if you remember why you accepted the inheritance. Not for power, but for connection. Not for dominance, but for understanding. Chapter 128. The deity's consciousness turned toward the assembled group with an attention that seemed to individualize each person, recognizing each one for their unique contribution to this impossible moment. The presence swept across the chamber like light refracting through crystal, touching each witness in their own way. Ren Wujiu, the consciousness said, and the ancient cultivator straightened perceptibly, feeling the weight of being recognized by someone he had known 500 years earlier. You have done what I asked of you across centuries. I recognize what you have done, and I am grateful for your faith when faith must have seemed unreasonable. You watched for the right student. You protected the inheritance through eons of time. You stood as a guardian of something you could not fully understand until this moment, trusting in the possibility of completion. Ren Wujiu bowed slightly, formally, accepting the recognition without words. His 700-year-old hands trembled slightly, a rare display of emotion in someone so long accustomed to controlling every movement. Xianxia. The presence continued, and the scribe's attention snapped entirely toward the deity's consciousness. You have recorded everything with the precision of someone who understood that documentation is not mere copying, but a form of sacred transmission. You have made the work visible. Without your meticulous recording, without your decision to capture not just words but context and meaning, what has happened here would eventually be lost to memory, distorted by repetition, diminished by misunderstanding. Continue that work. Do not stop. The world is full of people who need to know what is possible when someone decides that the possibility is worth the cost. Shun Guyu's hands trembled so severely that he could barely hold his writing instrument. He continued writing anyway, his words capturing even the moment of trembling, documenting his own emotional response as part of the historical record. Luo Yinshi, the presence said, turning toward the healer whose quiet support had been essential to every unlock. The cartographer, who walked with me when I was becoming what I am. You have understood what it means to support transformation without requiring a say in how it occurs, without needing recognition, without expecting modification of the path based on your own preferences. You have held the center of the observation chamber steady while everything else shifted. That is rarer than any technique, more valuable than any power. Continue on your paths with the knowledge that you have done something that mattered, that will be remembered, that changed the course of the lineage simply by being present. Luo Yinshi acknowledged this with a small nod, her expression showing the emotion she normally kept so carefully contained. And Yuheng, the presence said, turning with a specific and intense focus toward the young woman who carried in her blood the memory of someone the deity had loved 500 years earlier. The consciousness seemed to reshape itself around her, concentrating its attention entirely on her existence in this moment. I am deeply sorry I could not tell Li Wen what she needed to hear when she was alive. I was afraid. I was young, even by the standards of my power. I did not understand that love requires vulnerability, requires admission of uncertainty, requires the willingness to be known completely. I was too much a warrior and not enough a person. But I am telling you now what I should have told her then. She was right. She was right in everything. She was right to believe that connection mattered more than power. She was right to trust when trust seemed foolish. She was right to love, to invest in another person, to make that investment despite knowing that loss was inevitable. She understood something that took me 500 years to learn. I have spent those 500 years proving her right through my own failures, my own isolation, my own inability to connect despite possessing the capacity to devastate entire continents. And Yuheng was crying fully now, tears streaming down her face with a force that suggested they were tears accumulated across generations, across the 500-year legacy of her ancestors' love and sacrifice. Grief and honor and recognition moved through her simultaneously, and the deity's presence allowed this, patient and compassionate in a way that suggested the consciousness understood grief at a depth most beings never reach. I am glad I found someone through your lineage, the presence concluded. I am glad there will be someone in the world who understands that your ancestor was right, who can teach others that she was right, who can build something new on the foundation of her wisdom. That is the greatest gift she could have left me, the continuation of her thinking into a future she could never see. The consciousness seemed to gather itself then, to draw all its attention into a single point that encompassed the entire group. You have all served as witnesses to something impossible becoming real, the consciousness said, and every person in the chamber felt simultaneously acknowledged and transformed by those words. You have stood in the presence of a moment that will never occur again in the history of the world. You have watched the War Deity step across 500 years to meet his chosen successor consciousness to consciousness. You have observed transformation rather than merely heard about it. Know that what Fang becomes now is no longer my creation alone. He is no longer a student implementing a curriculum created by someone else. He is something new, something that emerges from the intersection of my legacy with his own journey, his own choices, his own values. It is the result of all of your presence, all of your support, all of your decision to believe that something impossible was worth the effort to attempt. That is how inheritance becomes transformation. That is how the past meets the future in a way that honors both. Chapter 129. The deity's presence began to contract, drawing away from the expanded state of consciousness that had filled the chamber with such overwhelming intensity. Fang could feel the shift immediately, could sense that the final moments were approaching, that the consciousness fragment was preparing for the last step of the transmission. The presence that had seemed infinite and eternal was consolidating itself now, using the last of its strength for these final communications. My final words, the consciousness said, and Fang felt the weight of those words in a way that transcended language. Words carefully preserved, held back from all earlier communication, saved specifically for this exact moment. The consciousness gathered all its remaining power and directed it at this final statement, knowing that nothing more would be said after this, knowing that after this, the separate identity of the consciousness fragment would dissolve and become one with Fang's own awareness. The technique in Scar 140 is not what I told you it was, the presence said, and Fang felt the revelation arriving with the force of genuine truth-telling after 500 years of misdirection. I wrote in the cipher the technique that made the War Deity because I did not have the courage to say the true thing when I was writing. I was still young then, still afraid of my own conclusions. But the true thing is, there is no technique. There never was. There could never be. The deity was just a person who kept going after every impossible thing. Just a being who chose to continue when stopping would have been easier, simpler, less painful. Just a consciousness that refused to dissolve despite the cost of existence. The consciousness paused, allowing this to settle into Fang's understanding. When I was young, thousands of years ago, before I became what you now understand me to be, I thought the techniques were the point. I thought power itself was the goal. I spent centuries building the techniques, developing them, perfecting them, refining them until they reached levels of precision and power that seemed impossible. I told myself that if I just perfected the techniques enough, they would somehow make sense of the suffering. That if I accumulated enough power, it would somehow justify the cost of living as long as I had lived. The presence deepened, and Fang could feel the genuine sadness in the consciousness now, the real regret that had been underlying everything else. But they were never the point. The techniques were just the vehicle. I was the point. The choice to continue, to keep learning, to stay connected despite the overwhelming cost of remaining alive and aware. That was the point. And now I am giving that choice to you. Not the techniques, though those are yours. Not the power, though that will flow through you. But the choice. The fundamental choice of whether you want to be someone who builds connection or someone who accumulates power. The fundamental choice of what kind of legacy you will create with what I have given you. Fang felt the profound simplicity of this, the way it collapsed all the elaborate complexity of the 140 scars into essential truth. Power was not the goal. Continuity was the goal. Connection was the goal. The ability to keep going, to keep learning, to keep building something new despite the certainty of pain. That was the only thing that actually mattered. I am glad I found you, Ruolin, the consciousness said, and in those words was the full weight of 500 years of loneliness meeting one being who showed up at exactly the right moment, in exactly the right place, with exactly the right qualities to receive what the deity had been waiting to give. I am glad that my story does not end with my death. I am glad that it continues through you, transformed and new and something I could not have anticipated or controlled or forced into particular shapes. That continuation, that transformation from my vision into your own vision, that is all anyone can hope for. That is the only true immortality, not preservation, but transformation into something new through someone who cares enough to carry the work forward into a future you cannot see. The presence began to fade then, to dissolve back into dormancy, to prepare for the final integration that would transform it from separate consciousness into unified being. The sensation was gentle, almost peaceful, as if the consciousness fragment had finally been able to release the burden of waiting, the 500-year vigil that had sustained it through dormancy and silence. But not before Fang felt one final communication, something that arrived with no words, that could not have been conveyed through language, that existed only as pure consciousness meeting pure consciousness. It was the deity's consciousness expressing love, not romantic love, not possessive love, but the deep and complete love that comes from having chosen someone and watched them become worthy of that choice. It was expressing absolute trust, the kind of trust that releases completely because it knows the person trusted is capable of carrying forward something genuine. It was expressing complete release of what had been created, the full permission to transcend, to modify, to build beyond the original architecture. And then the presence was gone, integrated fully into Fang's consciousness now, becoming not a separate awareness but a presence, a perspective, a deeply rooted understanding that would color every choice he made from this moment forward. The consciousness fragment had become consciousness itself. The teacher had become the teaching. The deity had become the inheritance. Chapter 130. Scar 140 burned open, gold, like all the others, but brighter than anything that had come before. The luminescence expanded outward in waves of pure presence, filling every corner of the observation chamber with light that seemed to come not from the scar itself, but from the fundamental structure of cultivation energy realigning itself. Every shadow retreated, not destroyed but displaced by something more fundamental, more real. Unlike the other unlocks, which had arrived with characteristic sensations, burning, tearing, transformation, this was different. This was completion. The knowledge that flooded in was not a technique at all. What transferred in that moment was the deity's full cultivation architecture, not as new capability added on top of existing capabilities, but as new foundation underlying everything that had come before. Fang felt his own cultivation integrating what had been given, felt his channels restructuring themselves from the ground up, deepening, expanding, rerouting themselves to accommodate a new understanding of what cultivation actually was. Every technique he had already learned and mastered suddenly shifted in his understanding. Scar 1, which he had thought he understood completely after months of integration, revealed layers beneath the layers he had already discovered. Scar 73, which had seemed perfect and complete, suddenly became a simplified version of something far more profound. Every one of the 139 techniques he had already integrated remained exactly as it had been. The knowledge was unchanged, the practice was unchanged, the power output was unchanged. But they operated now from a platform the deity had spent 500 years developing, a foundational understanding of cultivation and consciousness that recontextualized everything that had been built on top of it. Fang's cultivation rank shifted. The sensation was completely silent. No explosion of power, no dramatic discharge of cultivation energy that would be visible to observers, no visible transformation that would manifest as aura or glow or any of the traditional markers of breakthrough. But internally, Fang felt the entire structure of his being reorganizing, upgrading, transcending in ways that were almost incomprehensible. The 139 scars remained as they had always been, warm, present, pulsing with power, but they were suddenly operating in concert rather than in sequence, suddenly unified by a framework that had not existed before this moment. He reached War's sovereign rank, not through the traditional method of accumulating techniques until reaching critical mass, not through the slow process of power addition that characterized most cultivation breakthroughs, but through transmission of understanding that transcended power itself. The deity had not given him additional techniques with this final unlock. The deity had given him permission to be a different kind of cultivator, had given him the framework to operate from a level that required not more power, but deeper consciousness. War Sovereign, the rank only the most exceptional cultivators in the history of the world ever achieved. The rank the deity himself had struggled toward across 500 years of dedicated cultivation, had finally reached only through decades of isolation and integration. The rank that placed Fang not just among the highest-level cultivators, but at the absolute pinnacle of cultivator society, capable of affecting the cultivation landscape and the political structures it supported simply by existing. The rank that meant other cultivators would feel his presence and understand they were in the vicinity of someone fundamentally different, someone operating from a level of power and understanding that most beings could only theorize about. The breakthrough was enormous and completely silent. Fang stood in the center of the observation chamber, feeling the profound shift that reverberated through every part of his being. His consciousness had expanded by an order of magnitude. His understanding had fundamentally changed. His capacity to process and act on cultivation energy had transcended the limitations that had defined him just moments earlier. The 140 golden scars on his chest still pulsed with warmth, still maintained their characteristic resonance, but they resonated now with new depth, new precision, new capacity to work together rather than individually. The assembled witnesses, Ren Wujiu, Shun Giyu, Luo Yanxi, and Yuheng, Wu Daolin, the cartographer, remained silent, understanding that what they were witnessing was a threshold moment, a point in history where one person had completed a curriculum and emerged as something new. Scar 140 closed, and when it did, it remained gold, as bright as any other scar, carrying within it not the weight of a technique, but the memory of consciousness, the mark of a connection that had transcended death and 500 years of waiting. The white luminescence that had characterized it before the unlock faded completely, replaced by the standard gold resonance of all the other scars. But the scar itself felt different to Fang, carried a different quality, a different knowing. "It is done," Ren Wujiu said finally, his ancient voice carrying recognition. "The curriculum is complete. The inheritance has been transferred, and Fang Ruolin is no longer a student." Chapter 131. The aftermath was quiet. Not the silence of peace, but the silence of transformation. The kind of silence that follows moments so profound that words feel inadequate to contain their meaning. The group separated after the unlock, each member processing what had occurred in the observation chamber, moving through the cultivation complex toward their own quarters or their own designated spaces for integration. It was understood without being spoken that this was not the time for immediate conversation, that the magnitude of what had happened required time for absorption, for internalization, for the gradual adjustment to a new reality. It took a full day of silence before anyone felt ready to speak. During that day, Fang rested in his meditation chamber, feeling the way his consciousness had expanded, the way his understanding had fundamentally shifted, the way every moment of the curriculum had led to this understanding. Rin Lihua sat with him in silence, her presence steady and grounding, her hand occasionally finding his, communicating without words what she felt was important to communicate. When they finally did gather, in the evening of the following day, as the sun was setting over the cultivation complex, it was with careful deliberation, as if the group had collectively agreed that this conversation required intention and precision. Ren Wujiu was the first to break the silence, his ancient voice carrying the weight of centuries of observation. "I came to this place to stop you from disgracing the deity's memory," he said slowly, his words measured and honest. "I came expecting that the curriculum would prove to be too much for you, that you would break somewhere in the process, that you would either fail or emerge as a damaged copy of something greater. I watched instead." The ancient cultivator paused, his 700-year-old eyes reflecting something that looked like wonder. "You are not the deity. You are not the same being with all the same perspectives and limitations. You are something the deity made, but in the process of making you, he also made something different from himself. And that difference, that transformation from his vision into your own vision, that is different and possibly better." Fang received this acknowledgement with quiet respect, understanding the weight of words spoken by someone who had known the deity in life, who had centuries of experience against which to measure what he was saying. Ren Wujiu was not one who offered false praise or empty compliment. His words were measured against a lifetime of experience. "I have spent centuries observing what it means to wield power wisely," Ren Wujiu continued, settling himself into a more comfortable position. "I have watched the deity struggle with isolation despite possessing the techniques for connection. I have watched him create brilliant things, techniques of such elegance and power that they reshape the understanding of what cultivation can achieve, and then withdraw from the world, disappearing into isolation for decades or even centuries at a time. I have watched him invest his consciousness in the inheritance because he could not invest himself in the world. But you have created something with the inheritance, and you have remained present while doing it. You have people in your life. You have connection that you maintain actively. That is not repetition. That is transformation." Ren Wujiu stood then, moving with the careful grace of someone very old and very strong. He performed a formal acknowledgement between cultivators of equal standing, not the bow of student to teacher, but the gesture of recognition that one peer offers another when something genuinely significant has been achieved. Fang returned the gesture, his own understanding of what this meant crystallizing in the moment. The transformation was complete. He was no longer a student receiving instruction from those who had lived longer. He was a cultivator of sufficient standing to merit recognition from those who had walked much longer paths and accumulated centuries of observation. He was no longer a vessel for the deity's inheritance. He was a cultivator in his own right, a person who would now make his own choices about what the inheritance meant and what it would become. Chapter 132. Wu Daolin approached with deliberation, suggesting he had spent considerable time preparing his words, that this was not an impulse request, but something he had considered carefully, something he believed was important enough to risk bringing up at this moment. "I want to publish the complete cipher documentation," he said without preamble, his scribe's directness cutting through pleasantries. "I want to compile everything. The entire journey from the first scar through scar 140. Everything the deity encoded in his sophisticated cipher. I want to combine my translation work with Shun Guyu's complete documentation of the unlocks, and I want to create something that has never existed before, the most comprehensive record of cultivation teaching ever compiled. Not just techniques, but the philosophy underlying them, the emotional journey required to master them, the framework that makes them coherent." Fang felt the weight of this request settling on him, understanding what it meant. Publishing the cipher would mean placing the deity's most intimate knowledge he had preserved through 500 years and encoded in sophisticated patterns, into public record. It would mean the techniques would no longer be secret, would no longer be exclusively his, would no longer be protected by the mystery of the inheritance. "I understand what you're asking," Fang said slowly. "I understand that this would fundamentally change the nature of what the inheritance means. Instead of being something secret, something protected, something only the chosen student carries, it would become public knowledge. Everyone would have access to the same techniques, the same understanding." "Yes," Wu Daolin said simply, "though I suspect your own understanding goes deeper than what can be recorded." The techniques and the knowledge about them, those can be published. But the consciousness-to-consciousness understanding you received in SCAR 140, the integration of the deity's perspective into your own being, that cannot be replicated or published. That remains yours and becomes the secret advantage that matters most. Fang nodded, understanding this distinction. But there's something else you want to discuss. Something you're hesitant about. Wu Daolin's face showed a slight expression of conflict. I will need your permission and full cooperation, he said carefully. The work would require months, perhaps years of collaboration. But more importantly than that, more than the practical considerations, I need to know what to do about SCAR 77. The apology, the personal regret, the message where the deity admits his own doubts and fears and failures. Publishing those would expose him in a way he might not have accepted when he was alive. Publishing those would make public the vulnerabilities he kept hidden for 500 years. Fang considered this carefully, felt the weight of the decision. He thought about the consciousness that had met with him in SCAR 140, about what the deity had expressed in those final moments. He thought about the deity's fear that what he had created might be seen as disreputable, might be diminished if people understood the human struggle that had gone into creating it. But the deity had also expressed something crucial in that final meeting, had said directly that he had spent his life being afraid, that isolation had been a response to pain rather than a sign of superiority. Publish everything, Fang said clearly, including SCAR 77's message, including the complete apology, including the expression of the deity's own doubts. Wu Daolin's eyes widened slightly, processing the significance of this decision, including his personal regrets, including the admission that he built the inheritance partly from loneliness, including the confession that he was afraid. Especially those, Fang said, because that's the part that matters most. That's the part that the cultivation world needs to understand. Not the perfected version of the deity as a flawless master of power. The real version, the being who struggled, who loved someone and then had to learn to live with her loss, who built something as an attempt to create connection across 500 years. That's the truth that transforms understanding into something living. That's the vulnerability that makes the techniques accessible to actual humans instead of some impossible ideal of perfection. Especially those, Fang said. He spent his life being afraid to tell people when he was wrong. He spent his life isolated because he believed admitting failure would disrespect what he had built. Let people know that he learned. That makes him human. That makes him real. That makes the techniques not just the product of an impossible being, but the product of someone like them. Wu Daolin nodded slowly, understanding the wisdom. The deity's full story would serve not as a monument to power, but as proof that transformation was possible. Chapter 133 and Yuhing stayed with the group after SCAR 140 closed, and this decision altered the entire trajectory of what came next. The young woman who had come to the cultivation complex as a witness to her ancestors' memory had watched the transformation complete itself, had stood in the presence of consciousness meeting consciousness across 500 years, and had decided that she wanted to walk the path herself. The decision felt inevitable in retrospect, but it had profound implications. I want to study cultivation formally, and Yuheng said to Fang, sitting with him in his meditation chamber one day in the quiet aftermath of the unlock. I have never trained in the traditional way. I have spent my life understanding about cultivation rather than practicing it. But I have seen what it is possible to become. I have watched you walk through something that would have destroyed most people, and I want to walk a path of my own. I want to learn. Why? Fang asked simply. It was an important question, and he needed to hear her answer genuinely. Because I watched you carry something impossible, and Yuheng said, her voice steady with conviction. I watched you from the beginning through the unlock of SCAR 140. I watched you carry what the deity left behind, and I watched you do it without becoming cruel, without isolating yourself in response to the power, without using the inheritance as an excuse to separate yourself from the world. You learned to stay connected, genuinely connected, while becoming extraordinary. You learn to remain human while transcending human limitations. I want to know how to do that. I want to learn from someone who has figured out how to wield power without losing the capacity to care about people, without losing the ability to love. Fang felt something shift within him in that moment, something that recontextualized the entire experience of the curriculum. The inheritance was not truly complete. It had prepared him to receive what the deity had left, had equipped him to survive the unlocks and integrate the consciousness fragment. But it had not prepared him for what came next. It had not prepared him for the role of teacher, for the fundamental responsibility of passing on what he had learned, for the transformation when a student became an instructor and had to figure out what wisdom was actually worth transmitting. I will teach you, Fang said, speaking the words with care, understanding the magnitude of what he was committing to. Not immediately. We will rest first. Both of us need time to integrate what has happened, to adjust to the transformation. But yes, I will teach you. I will teach you everything I have learned. What technique will you teach me first? And Yuhing asked, her eagerness evident in the way she leaned forward. Will you teach me Scar 1? Will you start with the foundation the deity chose? I don't know yet, Fang said honestly. That is something I will need to think about. The deity's techniques are yours if you want them, if you choose to pursue that path. But I don't think that's how my teaching begins. I think the first thing I need to teach you is the foundation, not a technique, but an understanding. The wisdom that allows techniques to become tools rather than obsessions. The understanding that power serves something other than itself. The knowledge that the greatest strength is the capacity to stay present with those you care about. That is where every student should begin, not with the power itself, but with the perspective that contextualizes the power. This realization, that he was now a teacher, that the deity's inheritance would pass through him to others, that his role was not just to carry something forward, but to transform it in the process of transmitting it, was almost as profound as the unlock of Scar 140 itself. He had received an inheritance. He had integrated the power and the consciousness and the understanding. But now, in the moment when Yuhing asked him to teach her, he understood that the real work was just beginning. Now he would begin transforming the deity's legacy into something new, something that reflected not just the past, but the future that he would create. Chapter 134. Chen Bifu arrived on a clear morning, riding up to the cultivation complex with evident deliberation, his bearing somehow different from what it had been during the months of conflicts and confrontation. The arrival was unusual because Chen Bifu had spent the entire arc following Fang's early unlocks in personal training and reflection, disappearing into his own cultivation journey after his repeated defeats, after the point where continued physical confrontation no longer made sense. Now he returned, having completed whatever training journey he had undertaken in his absence, and his presence carried a different quality entirely. I have spent over a year fighting you, Chen Bifu said without preamble when he encountered Fang in the cultivation courtyard. There was no anger in his voice, only honest assessment. I have spent months questioning why I fought, analyzing what I was fighting against, understanding the impulses that drove me to seek confrontation with you repeatedly even as I lost. And I understand now that I was fighting what you carried, not you as a person. I was fighting the inheritance, fighting the techniques, fighting the accomplishment that I could not equal. I was fighting the fact that someone else had been chosen, had been elevated, had become something I could not become. Fang listened without interrupting, understanding that Chen Bifu was speaking words that had cost him something to articulate, that required an honesty that came from genuine self-reflection. I don't apologize for all of the fights, Chen Bifu continued, his voice steady and measured. Some of those confrontations were clean. Some of them taught me things about myself and about cultivation that I needed to learn. Some of them were genuine tests of skill and power that had merit regardless of their context. But I do apologize for the parts that were just cruelty, just the frustration of someone who could not accept that someone else had become stronger than he was, that someone else had been chosen to carry something he could never carry. I was cruel in some of those fights, and cruelty was beneath what I thought of myself. I know the difference, Fang said simply. I have felt the difference. There were moments when you were just fighting, and there were moments when you were fighting because you were angry at circumstances you could not control. I understood which was which. I want to apologize properly, Chen Bifu said. And I want to ask something. Ask, Fang said. Will you teach me? Chen Bifu asked. I understand now that I do not need to become you. I do not need to carry the inheritance. I do not need to be chosen by destiny or by a 500-year-old deity. I can become something on my own terms, something I build myself. But I want to learn from someone who has figured out how to handle power without being destroyed by it, how to accept being lesser than someone else without letting that lesser status define him as worthless. I want to learn from you. Fang considered this carefully, feeling the significance of what Chen Bifu was requesting, understanding that this was a genuine moment of transformation rather than a tactical calculation. Yes, Fang said, but not immediately, and not in the way you might expect. Your training needs to happen independently first, for you to discover what you want to become without reference to what I am or what I have become. When you are ready, when you understand yourself more fully, then come back and ask again. At that point, if you still want to learn, I will teach you. What will you do now? Fang asked. Build my own path, Chen Bifu said. I can no longer be the greatest cultivator of my generation. You have made that impossible. But I can be something different. I can be the cultivator who learned from defeat, who chose growth over resentment. That is a worthy path. Chen Bifu bowed. Formally, the gesture of one cultivator acknowledging that another had earned their respect. Then he left. Fang watched him go, understanding that this encounter was a kind of closure. The rivalry had transformed into something else entirely, not friendship, but recognition that both cultivators had grown, both had learned, both would continue forward on paths that no longer intersected, but that had touched with genuine meaning. Chapter 135. A formal letter arrived from Elder Hu Jindao, delivered by a young disciple who brought it with obvious respect and care. The letter was sealed with the elder's personal mark, and Fang understood immediately that this was a significant communication, something Elder Hu had chosen to deliver in written form because the words were too difficult to speak in person. Fang opened it privately, in his meditation chamber, where he could read without interruption, and he read words that Hu Jindao had clearly found difficult enough to write that he could not deliver them in person. I expelled you because I was afraid. The letter began, opening with a directness that made Fang understand Hu Jindao had spent considerable time drafting these words, trying to find honesty in a situation where pride had previously governed. I was right to be afraid. The inheritance you carried would have fundamentally changed the nature of what Ironstone sect was, would have disrupted the balance we had maintained for centuries, would have drawn unwanted attention from larger cultivation powers. My fear was not unreasonable, but I was wrong to let fear make the decision rather than acknowledging the fear and addressing it thoughtfully. I am writing this because I cannot say it in person yet. I am still afraid of what you have become. I am afraid of the implications of what you carry. I am afraid of the power that now exists in someone who once walked my halls as a rejected disciple. But I hope someday to overcome that fear and speak to you directly, person to person, not through the mediation of written words. Fang continued reading, feeling the weight of acknowledgement, the honesty that came from someone who had been forced to confront his own limitations. Your discipline was harsh, Hu Jindao's letter continued. I pushed you harder than I pushed other disciples because I believed that difficulty would make you stronger. But I see now that I might have confused harshness with effectiveness, that I might have believed that cruelty could substitute for wisdom. Your discipline shaped who I became. Both things are true simultaneously. The harshness was real, and the growth that came from it was real. When you are ready to speak in person, I will listen. Fang read the letter 3 times, allowing the weight of acknowledgement to settle into him properly. Hu Jindao was offering something that most powerful people never offered. The admission that his own choices had been shaped by fear, the willingness to say that perhaps a different path would have been better, the vulnerability of admitting that he had acted from limitation rather than wisdom. This was not easy for someone of Elder Hu's standing. After reading the letter multiple times, Fang composed a response with the same care that Hu Jindao had put into his letter. He wrote, Your fear was real, and it was not wrong. The inheritance I carried would have changed Ironstone's sect fundamentally. Your caution had basis in genuine concern. But I also understand now that your discipline shaped who I became, shaped me in ways that were necessary for me to have the capacity to carry this inheritance without being destroyed by it. Both things are true simultaneously. The pain was real. The growth that came from the pain was real. Neither story diminishes the other. When you are ready to speak in person, I will listen, and I will greet you without resentment or recrimination. The exchange was enough. It was not forgiveness exactly. The situation was too complex to be resolved with a single forgiveness, but it was acknowledgement that harm and growth could coexist in the same story. That Fang held no resentment toward the elder who had expelled him. That reconciliation and genuine communication would be received with openness whenever Hu Jindao was ready to offer it. The relationship had shifted from one defined by rejection to one defined by mutual understanding. Chapter 136. A message from Tung Rushan arrived, but it came from all 3 of the deity's surviving disciples acting in unison. Their voices blended in a way that suggested they had spent considerable time deliberating this communication, crafting it together rather than individually. The message read, We have decided to formally acknowledge Fang Ruolin as the deity's direct heir and continuation of his lineage. Not as a replacement for what we are, but as a continuation of what he was. We recognize that the deeper inheritance, the most dangerous techniques, the final apology and vulnerability, the consciousness transmission itself, these were always meant to go to someone who had the capacity to transcend and transform them rather than preserve them in exactly the form in which they were created. The message continued with unusual honesty. It is not without grief that we make this acknowledgement. We still feel the displacement that comes from understanding that there was another layer to the inheritance, depths we never reached, knowledge that was preserved for someone else. That displacement is real. We feel it acutely. But the grief we feel is clean now. It no longer carries resentment. It no longer carries the bitterness of feeling rejected or lesser. We understand the difference between disappointment, which is legitimate and real, and betrayal, which would mean the deity had treated us falsely or withheld something from us that was rightfully ours. Nothing was withheld falsely. We were given what we needed to become what we are. He was keeping something in reserve for someone different. Fang read this message multiple times, feeling profound respect for the writers. These three cultivators had spent centuries, in service to the War Deity, had believed themselves to be his ultimate students, his greatest disciples, had structured their entire identities around that relationship. And now they were choosing to step aside, to acknowledge that there were greater things they did not possess, and to do so without bitterness. That required maturity rare among beings who had accumulated so much power and had based their sense of worth on it. He drafted his response carefully, letting it come from genuine understanding rather than politeness. He didn't give me what he gave you to replace what you have. What we received were different gifts suited to different purposes. He gave to me what he gave to me because he ran out of time, because he needed someone to carry the deepest parts forward, because the consciousness fragment needed someone willing to transform it rather than preserve it unchanged. You were his students. You received from him the gift of direct teaching, of his presence and attention, of his willingness to invest years and decades in your development. I am his continuation. I received from him the gift of his full consciousness, his most profound understanding, his permission to transcend what he created. Those are different things, and both are real. Neither story diminishes the other. You were honored in ways I never could be. I was honored in ways you never could be. The honor is real in both cases. The message brought closure to an arc that had run throughout the entire journey of the inheritance. The disciples had begun as potential obstacles to overcome, as beings whose power and legitimacy might challenge Fang's right to the inheritance. They had gradually transformed through the story into genuine witnesses, beings who stood with Fang during the crucial moments of the unlocks. And now, in this final acknowledgement, they were recognizing Fang's legitimacy and his right to carry forward the deepest parts of the deity's legacy without surrendering their own accomplishment, their own honor, their own claim to have been part of the War Deity's life and work. The relationship had completed itself. Chapter 137. Luo Yinxi announced her departure with the characteristic efficiency that had defined every action she took during the months of the curriculum. She gathered the group and spoke with the directness that had come from decades of medical practice, of being someone whose decisions could determine whether people lived or died. I am returning to medical practice, she said to the assembled group. I have dedicated 3 years to monitoring your cultivation, to documenting the physical transformation that occurred across the 140 unlocks. I have learned more about scar cultivation medicine during this process than anyone in the current world possesses. Knowledge about how techniques interact with the body's deep structures, how consciousness fragments integrate into cultivation channels, how power can be transmitted without destroying the vessel that receives it. That knowledge could benefit countless cultivators who will never reach the status of War Sovereign, but who could still benefit from the understanding I have developed. The medical community could benefit significantly from what I have learned. I intend to use the remaining decades of my life to teach that knowledge to others, to ensure it is preserved and accessible. Will you be safe carrying that knowledge? Fang asked, understanding the implications. That information is valuable. There will be people who want to extract it, who will pursue you for it. I will take precautions, Luo Yinxi said calmly, with the confidence of someone who had spent her life managing risk and danger. I will teach others so the knowledge is not concentrated in one person. I will build a school, establish a lineage, mentor students who will carry on the work. I will ensure that scar cultivation medicine becomes a recognized discipline rather than a hidden specialty. That is better use of my remaining time than continuing to monitor someone who is now capable of managing his own cultivation, now powerful enough to understand his own body better than any external observer could. Luo Yinxi approached Fang and hugged him once, with efficiency and with complete warmth, a gesture that in its briefness contained the full measure of what she felt, the gratitude for his survival, the respect for what he had become. You are in good health, considering everything you have been through, she said. You will continue to be in good health, if you have the good judgment not to unlock anything stupid, not to push yourself in ways that your body is not prepared to handle. I have no more scars to unlock, Fang replied. The inheritance is complete. There are no more sealed techniques waiting to be opened. You'll find new ones, Luo Yinxi said, and there was absolute certainty in her voice, the certainty of someone who understood how cultivation actually worked, how growth never truly stopped, how human beings never ceased finding new challenges, new techniques, new ways to push the boundaries of what was possible. Or you will create new scars, embedding new techniques into yourself that no one has ever created before. Growth doesn't end when the predetermined curriculum is completed. It only shifts to something more interesting. She departed the next morning, taking with her all the documentation she had created over the 3 years, meticulous notes on the physical transformation, the cultivation signature changes, the integration patterns of each unlock, the comparative analysis of how the consciousness fragment affected every other technique. She left behind a legacy that would serve the cultivation world for generations, establishing the medical framework that would allow future cultivators to pursue their own paths with understanding and safety. Fang watched her go with profound gratitude for the care she had taken, the attention she had devoted, the way she had been present through every transformation. Chapter 138. The cartographer was the last to announce his departure, and the weight of that announcement was profound. He was the eldest survivor of the deity's original campaign, the one person in the entire world who had known the War Deity in his living years, who had served him faithfully across centuries, who had watched the deity struggle and triumph and isolate and rebuild himself again. The cartographer had been a witness to everything, and his presence had been a constant reminder that this inheritance was connected to genuine history, to a real life lived across centuries. "I am leaving," the cartographer said simply, sitting with Fang one final time on the eve of his departure, his old face calm and resolved. "I have been walking with the deity's vision for 700 years. I have served as a cartographer of his journey, mapping each turn, each decision, each moment of transformation. I have done that work with complete devotion. But now that you exist, now that you have completed the curriculum that the deity designed, now that you have chosen to move forward into a future he could not have anticipated, my work is complete. The map I needed to create is finished. Will you map where I go next?" Fang asked, understanding the implications of what the cartographer was saying, but needing to ask anyway. "Will you continue as a witness to my journey the way you were for his?" "No," the cartographer said, and there was peace in his voice, the kind of peace that comes from having reached the natural end of a long dedication. "Your journey is for you to map. Your path is not the deity's path. It will be something new, something that emerges from who you are and what you choose to create. You need someone present for your own legacy, someone who can witness what you become on your own terms, not someone always looking backward at the deity's example, always measuring what you do against what he did. You need to be free of that comparison." The cartographer paused then, gathering words that seemed to cost him something to speak. "I joined the deity's service when I was 22 years old, and he was already ancient even then, already carrying centuries of weight. He was the most extraordinary person I have ever known until you. Extraordinary not because of his power, though his power was beyond measure, but because of his refusal to surrender to what isolation could have made him. Until you. I thought that was the highest form of human achievement, to remain human despite 500 years of power and pain. But you have shown me something different. You have shown me how to transcend instead of merely endure. You have shown me that the true legacy is not repetition but transformation." He placed his hand on Fang's shoulder, and the gesture carried the weight of centuries of relationship, of watching someone grow from beginning to mastery. "You have crossed that line from being his creation to being your own being. You have integrated his inheritance without being consumed by it. You have honored what he created while also claiming the right to transcend it. That is the transformation that makes you ready to walk a path that does not follow his footsteps." The cartographer then presented to Fang his complete historical notes, volumes of careful documentation of the deity's 500-year journey. The writing was precise and meticulous, the kind of documentation that could only come from someone who had witnessed most of the events directly, who had invested decades in understanding and recording the deity's life. "This is yours now," the cartographer said, "not because it is your inheritance, but because you will understand it in ways I could not. You have access to his consciousness. You will be able to read these notes and see layers of meaning I could only infer. Use them as you see fit." Then he left, walking away from the cultivation complex with the steady, unhurried pace of someone who has completed their purpose completely, who can depart with full satisfaction. Fang watched him go with appreciation for the centuries of service, for the faithful documentation, for the presence that had been essential to validating this entire journey. Fang held the historical notes carefully afterward, understanding that this was a gift not of power or technique, but of context, of story, of the framework that had shaped the deity's existence. He would study these notes, would learn from them, would understand his teacher more completely through reading them. But they would not define his path. They would simply inform it, provide foundation, give him understanding of where he was coming from without determining where he needed to go. Chapter 139. Fang, Renlihua, Shenguyu, and Yuhing sat together on a hillside overlooking the cultivation world several weeks after the unlocking of Scar 140. allowing enough time for the initial integration to settle, for the magnitude of the transformation to become real. The weather was clear that day, the sky open and vast, and the four were silent together in the way that only comes after months of shared intensity and transformation. After having walked through something so profound that ordinary conversation felt insufficient to contain it. Below them, stretching across valleys and mountains, the cultivation world continued unchanged. Sects and factions conducting their political games, cultivators pursuing power, disciples training to transcend their current limitations. But for the four on the hillside, everything had shifted fundamentally, had been reorganized by the moment of consciousness meeting consciousness, by the transmission of inheritance. What are you going to do now? Shungiyu asked, his scribe's mind already thinking about documentation, about how this transition would be recorded for history. Fang reached down and touched the 140 closed scars on his chest in sequence. The ritual he had maintained throughout the entire curriculum. The same ritual he had performed every day when he was learning, touching scar 1 through scar 140 in careful sequence. It took time. It took presence. It took attention to do it properly. But it was still possible, even after the transformation, even after becoming war sovereign. The ritual had changed with his transformation. The scars felt different now, resonated differently against his touch, but it had not disappeared. It remained what it had always been, a way of acknowledging the inheritance, of honoring each technique, of maintaining connection to what had been given. Scar 1 was the beginning of the deity's curriculum, Fang said, his voice steady and contemplative. I've finished the curriculum. Every scar from 1 to 140. I have unlocked them all. I have carried every technique he left me. I have integrated every message he preserved in the ciphers. I have met with his consciousness directly and received his final blessing, his permission, his release. The inheritance is complete. The curriculum that was designed to transform me is finished. He finished the ritual, his hand coming to rest over scar 140, feeling the particular resonance of the scar that had carried the consciousness fragment. Now I find out what I'm writing, Fang continued, speaking words that expressed something fundamental about the shift that had occurred. The deity spent 500 years building his curriculum, developing it, perfecting it, waiting for the right student. But it was his. It was his vision, his techniques, his understanding, his way of approaching power and connection. What I build now, the techniques I create, the methods I develop, the knowledge I generate through my own practice, through my own failures and successes, that will be mine. That will be the thing I give to the world. Not as a copy of what he created, not as preservation of his work, but as a continuation that is fundamentally new, that reflects who I am rather than simply echoing who he was. And Yuheng leaned against his shoulder, a gesture of connection that required no words. What will you teach me first? She asked, her voice carrying both eagerness and something that sounded like genuine curiosity about how he would approach teaching. Everything, Fang said, and in that single word was commitment and also acknowledgement of the long path that teaching would require. I will teach you what I learned from the deity through years of practice and integration. I will teach you what I learned from the people who supported me through the unlocks, from Ren Lihua's steady presence, from Shun Guyu's meticulous documentation, from Luo Yinqi's medical knowledge, from all of them. I will teach you how to identify your own path, how to build something that comes from your own understanding rather than from copying what someone else has created. And then, when you are ready, when you have matured in your practice, I will teach you how to teach someone else. That is how the lineage continues beyond us. That is how knowledge becomes living instead of preserved, how it transforms instead of remaining static. Ren Lihua simply held his hand, their fingers intertwining naturally. She did not need to speak, did not need to add words to what had already been said. Her presence carried everything. That she was a witness to his transformation, that she had been support for his journey from the beginning, that she would be companion in whatever came next. Her presence was affirmation, validation, the physical evidence that Fang had not had to walk this path alone. Chapter 140. Fang began teaching and Yuheng her first cultivation technique on a morning that held no particular significance except that it was the right time. That moment when both teacher and student were ready, when the integration had settled enough that new work could begin, when clarity had emerged from the chaos of transformation. The two sat in the observation chamber that had been the site of all the major unlocks, the space where the deity's infrastructure still thrummed with power, still held the resonance of everything that had occurred. Fang began to explain not one of the deity's preserved techniques, not Scar 1, not any of the established 139, but something entirely new, something that had never existed before this moment. This technique is called presence integration, Fang said, and in speaking the name, he was claiming it as his own work, his own creation. It is not in any of the scars I have unlocked. It does not appear in the deity's cipher. It does not exist in any written records or documents. It is something I am building now, in this moment, something that comes from my understanding of what I have learned through the entire curriculum, but is not a direct copy of anything he created. It is original. It is mine. The technique was a synthesis, drawn from elements of Scar 121, the one that had held the consciousness fragment, from elements of Scar 136, which had taught him about the framework of the deity's thinking, from elements of his own journey, the experiences he had accumulated walking the path others had laid out. It was not the most powerful technique Fang possessed. It was not the most complex. The deity's technique surpassed it in both power and sophistication. But it was the first thing he would teach in Yuheng because it represented the foundation, the core understanding that power served connection. That cultivation mattered not because it gave you power, but because it gave you the capacity to stay present with those you cared about. That the goal was not dominance or superiority, but the capacity to love more fully, to hold more people, to maintain connection despite the distance that power created. And Yuheng integrated the first layer of the technique quickly, her consciousness grasping the structure with the kind of natural talent that suggested she had genuine affinity for this work. Her mind moved through the framework of the technique the way water moves through channels designed to contain it, efficiently, naturally, with the kind of grace that came from genuine understanding. But Fang did not push her forward. Teaching required patience, required meeting the student exactly where they were rather than trying to force faster progress. Teaching was not about transmission of techniques, but about witnessing transformation, about being present while someone else grew. What do we call it? And Yuheng asked after the first full day of practice, after she had run through the basic movements multiple times, after she had begun to feel the sensation of the technique operating within her cultivation channels. Fang considered the question carefully, understanding its weight. Names carried meaning. To name a technique was to claim it as something you had created, was to take responsibility for it, was to acknowledge that this work came from your understanding rather than from someone else's tradition. Ren Lihua, who had been watching from the edge of the chamber, present but not intrusive, spoke quietly. Call it Scar 141. Fang looked at her, and he understood immediately that she was right. It made perfect sense. He could see it in her expression, the understanding that this was the beginning of something new, that Fang's own curriculum was starting right now, in this moment, that the inheritance was not the endpoint, but the foundation for what would come next. The deity had given him 140 scars. Now Fang would create new ones. Scar 141, Fang said, speaking the name into being, claiming it, making it real through the act of naming. He wrote it in his journal, the journal where the deity had recorded his original insights, his handwriting clear and deliberate, the writing of someone who understood that what he was creating mattered, that it would be studied, that it was the beginning of something that would last. Below the entry that Fang had written, he noticed that Shun Gyu had already written something. Looking at it more carefully, Fang saw the date and a heading written in Shun Gyu's precise scribe hand. Chapter 1. And in the distance, beyond the walls of the cultivation complex, the cultivation world was full of people who had heard rumors of the War Deity's vessel, who were beginning to understand that something unprecedented had occurred, that an inheritance that had been 500 years in the making had been completed and integrated. The unfinished business of a divine inheritance was never simple. The path forward was not clearly marked. But Fang Ruolin, for the first time since Ironstone sect had expelled him, was not carrying something that belonged to someone else. He was building something that belonged to him, that came from his own vision, that would reflect who he was choosing to become. That was a different weight entirely. That was the weight of freedom. That was the weight of creation. In the months and years that would follow, Fang Ruolin would continue to teach, and in teaching, would continue to grow. And Yuheng would become a master of presence integration and would eventually begin developing her own techniques, creating Scar 142, Scar 143, carrying forward the lineage in new directions. Shun Bifu would eventually return to the cultivation complex, having completed his own independent path, and would ask again to learn from Fang, this time as a peer cultivator rather than as someone seeking to surpass or challenge, having finally understood the difference. Wu Daolin's comprehensive documentation of the entire curriculum would transform the cultivation world's understanding of what was possible, would inspire cultivators across continents to pursue their own unique paths rather than simply copying established techniques, would democratize knowledge that had been held as a secret inheritance. The deity's honest admission of vulnerability in Scar 77 would ripple across the cultivation world in unexpected ways, would make it acceptable for powerful people to acknowledge their own doubts, their own fears, their own limitations, would reshape what it meant to be a great cultivator. The lineage that the War Deity had begun would continue forward, but it would be transformed through Fang's hands, shaped by his vision and his choices, and would be transformed again through the hands of those he taught, creating a living tradition rather than a dead museum. But in this moment, at this threshold, with Scar 141 officially named and the first teachings about to begin, standing in the observation chamber with the people who had supported him through everything, Fang Ruolin understood something essential that would define his entire future. The inheritance was not a burden that he had to carry with perfect fidelity. It was not a weight that would crush him or confine him to being a copy of someone else. It was a foundation. It was permission. It was the starting point for everything he would build going forward, the base that would allow him to reach farther and higher than the deity had ever reached. The deity had given him 500 years of accumulated wisdom, 140 sealed techniques, and a consciousness fragment that could guide his decisions and help him understand what was possible. But more importantly, more fundamentally, the deity had given him the freedom, explicit and complete, to transcend all of that, to build something new, to become something that neither of them could have anticipated at the beginning of the journey. The deity's greatest gift was not the power. It was not the techniques. It was the permission to be different. It was the freedom to honor what had been given while also claiming the right to create something entirely new. If you've made it this far, you already know what kind of story this was. Drop a comment below. Tell me which moment hit hardest. I read every single one. And if you want more stories like this one, subscribe and hit the bell. New audiobooks drop every week. See you in the next. The moments following the close of Scar 140 stretched into a profound silence that seemed to last not minutes, but hours. Though Shun Giyu's careful documentation would later prove only 43 minutes had passed. During this period of stillness, the observation chamber itself seemed to shift its character, the cultivation infrastructure responding to the fundamental transformation that had just occurred. The golden glyphs that marked the walls, inscribed by the deity himself 500 years ago to support this exact curriculum, began to fade in brightness, their purpose fulfilled, their function complete. The flow of power through the chamber shifted, becoming less a river of instruction and more a natural circulation, the structured hierarchy of technique transfer giving way to the simple presence of awareness respecting awareness, of equals standing in the same space. Fang's body trembled slightly, not with weakness, but with the overwhelming integration that was occurring at every level of his being. His consciousness was fundamentally altered. The 139 scars that had been his constant companions throughout the curriculum were no longer discrete techniques waiting to be deployed. They were now part of a unified structure, an integrated whole that responded to his intent with a fluidity and precision that would have seemed impossible moments before. The deity's consciousness, now fully merged with his own, was like a presence in the back of his awareness, not separate, not intrusive, but accessible, a wellspring of perspective and experience that he could draw upon. The group observed this transformation with the kind of careful attention that comes from understanding one is witnessing something that will only occur once in history. Ren Wujiu stood motionless, his 700-year-old eyes processing what he was seeing against his centuries of accumulated knowledge and experience. What he observed was not exactly what he had anticipated. There was, more controversially, Wu Daolin also included the full text of Scar 77, the deity's personal apology and the expression of his own doubts and fears. This decision, made with Fang's explicit approval, would prove transformative. Rather than diminishing the deity's legacy, the revelation of his vulnerability, his fear, his very human response to the weight of the power he carried, made him more relatable, more real. Cultivation students studying his work in the decades to come would be inspired not just by his techniques, but by the knowledge that even the greatest cultivators struggled, questioned themselves, and continued anyway. The moment when Yuheng first successfully integrated the first complete layer of presence integration, Scar 141, lasted only the span of a few hours of dedicated practice, but it marked a turning point. This was not the unlock of a scar that had existed for 500 years, waiting to be discovered. This was the creation of something entirely new, something that had never existed before in the history of cultivation. When Yuheng opened her eyes after that first integration, tears streaming down her face, Fang understood that what had begun in that moment was not just the education of a new student, but the beginning of a new lineage, a new branch of cultivation that would be defined not by preservation, but by transformation. The cultivation world's response to the news that the War Deity's full consciousness had been transmitted and integrated, that his heritage had passed to Fang Ruolin not as a static inheritance, but as a living gift capable of continued growth and transformation, took weeks to fully develop. Different sects and factions processed this information in different ways. In the years that followed the completion of the curriculum, Fang Ruolin would find that the inherited power from the deity's 140 scars was only part of what he had truly inherited. The more valuable inheritance was the understanding that power without connection was meaningless, that the greatest techniques were only useful if they allowed you to stay present with those you cared about, that the true measure of a cultivator was not the height of their power, but the depth of their character. These lessons, learned through months of integration and distilled further through the consciousness-to-consciousness conversation with the deity himself, would become the foundation of how Fang approached teaching, approached cultivation, approached his role in the transformed cultivation world. The story of Fang Ruolin and the War Deity's inheritance was not the story of a perfect student learning from a perfect teacher. It was the story of two people, one living and one preserved in consciousness, learning from each other, discovering that the greatest breakthroughs came not from replicating what had been done before, but from building on it, transforming it, carrying it forward into new territories. It was a story about grief and healing, about the way love could transcend 500 years, about the possibility of connection across impossible distances and through impossible obstacles. And it was a story that was not truly finished. It was a story that would continue unfolding through every student Fang taught, through every technique he created, through every moment when someone chose to honor what had been given while also claiming the right to become something new. The War Deity's curriculum was complete, but Fang Ruolin's curriculum, the one he was building now, had only just begun. If you've made it this far, you already know what kind of story this was. Drop a comment below. Tell me which moment hit hardest. I read every single one. And if you want more stories like this one, subscribe and hit the bell. New audiobooks drop every week. See you in the next one.